Just 3 days ago, this dude was a super successful lecturer, like thousands of people looked up to him, but literally the next day, bomb, he transmigrated here, landed right in the body of the 13th young master of the Shu family, one of the 3 big-shot clans in Qin Kingdom. Shu Xuan totally thought he was set for life, living the high life as a spoiled rich kid. But nope, life ain't a fairy tale. He just transmigrated, and boom, he's already accused of messing up the family feast's vibe and kicked out of the house. Talk about rough luck. His life got super bitter, stuck with just these 4 walls around him all day long. Luckily, the only one who actually visited him often was Sister Yun. She told him, "Shu Xuan, just hold on a few more days, and I'll beg Grandpa to let you out." But soon enough, guess heaven wasn't completely ditching him. Ding! Host stays home. System rewards indestructible Vajra divine art. At first, Shu Xuan had no clue who was talking. But just 5 days later, that voice popped up again. Host stays home for 5 days. System rewards 5 days of cultivation. Shu Xuan immediately felt true qi surging inside him. Like seriously, he could actually get stronger just by chilling at home. Shu Xuan sat there, remembering his recent past, his grandpa's angry shouts ringing out, cussing him out for being disrespectful and totally wrecking the family's face. And yep, that was the day he got the boot from the ancestral compound. Shu Xuan just stared blankly. Was this seriously his fate? Just 3 days ago, he was a lecturer with unparalleled charisma. 2 days ago, he randomly transmigrated here and became the 13th young master of the Shu family, one of the biggest clans in the whole darn country. And just now, got kicked out just because he accidentally sneezed at the banquet. Now he's stuck in this totally abandoned courtyard area, surrounded by 4 sad walls, right on the edge of the ancestral grounds. Seriously, is this it? Is his life over? While Shu Xuan was sulking, someone pushed the door open. He looked up with teary eyes and croaked, "Who is it?" He lifted his head and saw the graceful silhouette of some totally ethereal, fairy-like woman. But then a gust of wind blew a tablecloth over, totally killing Shu Xuan's mood. Turns out it was just butler uncle bringing food. He mentioned the household stuff was already prepared by the servants, and they'd bring it over soon. The butler sighed, telling Shu Xuan that the old master already had it out for him, and he just had to be tactless and seriously tick him off. Now Shu Xuan had no choice but to chill here for a while, wait for the old man to cool down, and then figure something out. Shu Xuan made a face and asked, "Butler, seriously, why does Grandpa hate him this much?" The butler started getting all serious, saying this story goes way back, starting with his father. Shu Xuan's dad was from the 3rd branch, and seriously, talent-wise, nobody in the entire Qin Kingdom could even touch him. The old master doted on him the most, and he was the top pick, the absolute shoe-in for the next patriarch spot. But he dared to go against the old master's wishes and marry a mortal woman. Yeah, that'd be Shu Xuan's mom, all on his own. From then on, the father-son relationship went south big time. Not long after Shu Xuan was born, they both pieced out of the Shu family together and haven't been heard from since. Shu Xuan listened and couldn't help but sigh. Okay, that is some grade A dog blood drama. After the old butler finished his story, he said he still had stuff to do back at the mansion and had to bounce. The two said their goodbyes, and the old butler walked out, still looking kind of sad, probably wondering when this kid would ever grow up. A little while later, the servants finally showed up too, got the place tidied up, and the household stuff all arranged. Shu Xuan actually clapped in happiness, then went out to see the servants off. Seeing the place all neat and tidy, his mood actually lifted a little. Just then, a voice rang out. Beep. User stayed home for 1 day. System rewards indestructible Vajra divine technique. Shu Xuan's face totally went purple. He managed to stammer out, "Well, who's talking?" Then he just fell back in shock. The system, is this even real or just some weird dream? The system just kept going. Reward has been placed in the courtyard. The system will level up based on time spent at home. Shu Xuan totally couldn't believe it, half convinced he was still having that weird dream. His hand happened to brush against a book, and Shu Xuan jumped a bit, asking, "Huh? Who left this here?" He flipped it open and realized this wasn't some dream BS. The indestructible Vajra divine art was a top-tier defense cultivation method for the mortal realm. The mortal realm is the foundational stuff, split into 3 stages: body tempering, meridian opening, and chi gathering. To hit peak, you gotta break through the profound pass. Only then can you keep cultivating beyond the mortal realm, like the profound realm, spirit realm, and void realm. Shu Xuan was thinking, guess since my body's only at mortal realm right now, that's why the system tossed me this method. I mean, Shu Xuan was a homebody doing nothing anyway, so he figured he might as well give it a shot. Spiritual chi sinks down to the dantian, gathering spirit to quicken the pulse at 2 kun 3 fen. He muttered to himself, "Good thing I had that lecture on health preservation ages ago and knew a bit about meridians, otherwise I'd be totally lost." Seriously, Shu Xuan actually practiced all the way till night, didn't eat or even take a leak, and then kept going from night straight through to morning. Finally, when he stopped, he noticed Even after circulating qi all day, he wasn't tired at all. In fact, his spirit felt way better. Okay, guess this world's cultivation stuff is legit. He grabbed a pill to check out. Popped it while thinking, looks like I still need to combine this with some good old nourishment, he mused. Day 1 was a method, day 2 was a pill, wonder what's on the menu for tomorrow. Speak of the devil, the system popped up. To reward Shu Xuan for staying home for 3 whole days, the system rewarded him with an illusion dagger. Shu Xuan said, this dagger's not bad, but for chopping veggies it's still kinda small. 4 days chilling at home. The next reward was a cultivation method called the Happy Dragon Might Spirit Fist. Happily, he practiced the fist moves in the yard, doing moves like Snake Left Cloud Step and Golden Snake Standing Alone. Even though he was tired, seeing he now had 2 methods, one for offense and one for defense, he figured this world wasn't that bad, but he felt like he should probably learn a bit about the history around here, otherwise talking to people would be kinda awkward. So he plopped down on a chair and started looking up the Qing Kingdom. Turns out, the Qing Kingdom used to be a legit nation's territory but was overthrown by an alliance of 4 families, Qin, Chu, He, and Zhao, who now rule it together. Just as he was reading, he heard someone calling his name. He realized it was Shu Yun. She walked in carrying a basket and asked, 13th. Brother, how have you been lately? Shu Xuan, beaming, said, servants already brought food. Why'd you come today? Shu Yun replied, I really should have come sooner, but there was just too much going on at home, so I could only make it now. Shu Xuan totally played the part of the family head, warmly thanked his younger sister, and got her a chair. Shu Yun said, Grandpa's been in a bad mood lately. Wait a little longer, and I'll ask him to let you come back. But Shu Xuan just laughed and said he liked it here. No need to see their faces. He felt way freer. He then added cheesily, the food today is weirdly delicious. Must be because Shu Yun's here eating with me. Shu Yun just looked at him. She thought to herself, yep, 13th brother is totally the same as before, suffering like a dog but still laughing like he doesn't have a care in the world, without a shred of that noble air about him. Instead, he's got a bit more humanity. Shu Yun took her leave shortly after. She told Shu Xuan to just hang in there for a few more days. Shu Xuan made a face and wondered, was Shu Yun actually being polite to me? Just then, a notification popped up again, saying he'd been home for 5 days. And the reward was 1 year's worth of cultivation. Shu Xuan felt the qi surging powerfully in his body. Could he have reached the profound pass already, looking at the messy pile of stuff around him? Plus Shu Xuan himself sitting here all serious like. You knew right away he was cultivating. The energy was insane. A second later, he slumped, looking totally annoyed. Turns out he was pissed off, because this was the 4th time he'd gotten stuck right there. Once you reach it, you can't push your qi any further. Yeah, looks like I did hit the profound pass. However, if his divine sense was stronger, he could feel the door slamming shut closer and closer to him. Shu Xuan sighed. No rush, he thought. It's only been a few days anyway. The system's notification rang again. Since he'd been home for 5 days straight, he could get a copy of the Bewitching Art's Secret Technique Manual. The cultivation manual dropped right into his lap, and Shu Xuan just rolled his eyes, changing the mental type again. Man, this system's got a ton of tricks up its sleeve, but hey, it actually kinda makes sense this time. He just gave it a quick read, and was already totally confident he'd grasped all the principles and methods. So what Shu Xuan wanted to do next was, of course, practice, but guess what? There was totally no one else in the courtyard besides him right then. So yeah, practicing mental control was out, but he could practice searching for spiritual qi. Everything has a spirit, so even if there weren't any people around, there could still be living things. After closing his eyes and starting his search, as long as it's a life form, this technique can totally sense it. Right then, he could totally feel lots of places connecting with his true qi, even reaching beyond the courtyard walls, which were, like, the lives of flowers, birds, and even bugs. He even felt 2 monkeys getting all lovey-dovey. Shu Xuan instantly gagged. He instantly realized he shouldn't just search willy-nilly. If he saw something totally cringy, the one getting hurt was himself. Just then, a servant's voice called him for dinner. Shu Xuan was surprised. Whoa, why is dinner so early today? Plus, normally there were 2 people serving, so why could he only sense 1 person's breath right now? The servant was grinning like an idiot as he invited Shu Xuan to eat. Shu Xuan said thanks, but he was totally weirded out. Holy crap, he sensed that in that basket there was a bowl of white rice, and in the pile of white rice there was an egg, and inside that egg was a sleeping larva. Shu Xuan instantly recognized it. It was a poisonous insect egg. He was furious. Aha, I knew they were pulling something. Then don't blame me. Shu Xuan decided he'd make this shady servant his very first test subject. Shu Xuan pointed a finger right at the servant's face and asked, who sent you? The servant looked confused and blurted out, it was the head steward. Shu Xuan gritted his teeth. HMPH, I gave you a chance. Since you won't tell the truth, I'll just go see for myself. An invisible hand, powered by the mental control technique, instantly squeezed his brain. The servant screamed in pain, his eyes going all deep and hollow like the bottom of an abyss. Shu Xuan asked again, "So who really sent you?" The servant replied, I'm a cultist. Nobody sent me. It's because I saw a chance to control Shu Xuan and make a contribution to the cult leader, so I came here myself." Shu Xuan was totally dumbfounded. A cultist. A minion of the Xi Wang Ting. Okay, quick background check. The Xi Wang Ting doesn't belong to any single country in the southern continent. It's like an autonomous region, basically a gathering place for evil cultivators and various nasty sects. They pretty much worship force, look down on law, usually fight brutally, and conquer large areas. While their numbers aren't huge, their strength seriously cannot be underestimated. Among them, the Xi Wang lineage is the absolute scariest. They're a real threat to the entire southern continent. Besides Xi Wang Ting, man, this evil cult is everywhere in the southern continent countries. They're all mixed in with the common folk. Seriously hard to tell who's who, and impossible to just wipe them out. Shu Xuan mused to himself. Alright, the cult itself isn't exactly going to rock the Shu family's world, but if Xi Wang Ting is pulling the strings from the shadows, yeah, that's super dangerous. He didn't exactly care about this whole mess, but if the Shu family somehow got targeted by Xi Wang Ting, well, that would totally be collateral damage hitting him. Shu Xuan then prodded the servant. "So, did you just barge in and do all this on your own? Or did someone tell you to?" The dude replied, "Yep, that's right," he went on. "Even though Shu Xuan's currently grounded or whatever, he's still a Shu family kid. Gaining control over you is a huge accomplishment. Why would I blab about it to anyone else? I've been lurking within the Shu family for years, man, just waiting for a chance like this." Shu Xuan just said, "Okay, cool. Cause, under the effect of his soul charm, the guy couldn't exactly lie." Shu Xuan then thought, "Alright, no immediate danger for now, but maybe I should still give Grandpa a little heads up about this." The soul charm was totally starting to crack. Shu Xuan was like, "Whoa," and got a little freaked out, realizing this dude had been resisting his control this entire time. Since Shu Xuan had let his guard down earlier, the servant's spirit and will were completely shattered now, turning him into a total lunatic. The guy whipped out 3 sharp needles and lunged right at Shu Xuan. Shu Xuan, being the totally useless guy he is, quickly dodged. But hey, with his Golden Bell Claw body protection active, the dude couldn't actually hurt him. Okay, but here's the problem. Shu Xuan had no clue how to actually tell the Shu family that this guy was a cultist. Like, if he just straight up killed him with his Azure Dragon Spirit Fist, that'd totally leave traces and expose his real strength. And then Shu Xuan would absolutely get summoned back home. And back at the ancestral place, he wouldn't be able to use his system secret or this awesome courtyard anymore. Meanwhile, the crazy dude was still just blindly yelling, "Long live the evil king," and charging at him, wanting to kill him. Shu Xuan was kind of freaking out, like, keeping this guy alive was dangerous for him, but killing him would blow his cover. Shu Xuan furrowed his brow, trying really hard to think. Just then, guess what? The food delivery guys showed up. Shu Xuan totally chuckled to himself. Perfect timing. The heavens are totally looking out for me. When the 2 delivery bros from Ran's Food arrived, they heard someone inside totally yelling, "Long live the evil king! Kill all of southern continent!" They instantly knew a cultist was in there. The 2 guys got super worried about Shu Xuan's safety and immediately dashed inside to check it out. And what did they see? The servant was totally attacking Shu Xuan. Shu Xuan was stoked, because now that someone saw, he didn't have to worry about the news not getting back to the Shu family. Next up, figuring out how to get rid of this bloodthirsty lunatic. The 2 delivery bros just stood there, eyes wide with panic. 13th young master, they shouted. "We're here to help you." Shu Xuan, at this point, was putting on the ultimate useless act. He looked like he couldn't get any dumber, being chased by the servant, covering his head and wailing for his mom. The 2 delivery bros just sighed inwardly, totally bummed out. Ugh, he's such a waste, they thought. Don't even want to save him. Seriously, if we saw him out in the real world, we'd never admit we knew Shu Xuan. Meanwhile, Shu Xuan was still getting chased and attacked by the crazy dude. It only took the 2 delivery bros about 3 seconds flat to grab the guy and pin him down. They said they'd take him back to the old master. Shu Xuan, meanwhile, was still running so hard he totally ran himself headfirst into a wall and just passed out right there. The 2 delivery bros just felt incredibly awkward and cringy about the whole thing. Yep, they thought. Looks like the 13th young master is still as disappointing as ever. So, they sighed and figured they'd better haul the cultist dude back home first. And then they'd go find a healer or doctor to check on Shu Xuan's injuries. As soon as they left, Shu Xuan's eyes snapped open. He was totally smug, because he'd managed to keep his useless trash image perfectly intact. He immediately activated his technique, getting ready. Still gotta finish this, he thought. A soul charm hand zipped out, heading straight for the cultist dude's head. Shu Xuan muttered inwardly, "Okay, sorry dude, maybe his specific crime here didn't totally deserve death, but let's be real, he was in an evil cult. He's definitely done some messed up stuff. Plus, his spirit is already trashed anyway. Even if he lived, he'd just be a vegetable. So, Shu Xuan decided to free him with a quick jab straight to the brain. That way, his secret would stay totally safe. Right then, the system popped up. It was the Day 6 gift, a whole barrel of great profound pills. When Shu Xuan realized these were the kind of pills that help you break through the profound gate, he told himself, okay, it's really time for me to break through to the profound gate. Gotta nail this. Meanwhile, back at the Shu family mansion, the family head, Shu Tianming, was totally fuming and ranting about Shu Xuan being a total waste. My son, Shu Luhong, was a hero, and he somehow fathered such a useless kid, and the kid even got schooled by some heretic cultist. Then he lowered his voice and mumbled, at least there's one talented young man in our Shu family, unlike that good-for-nothing. With that, the old master cast a glance at the eldest young master, Shu Qing. Shu Yun picked a beautiful sunny day to drop by and visit Shu Xuan. When Shu Xuan saw her, his face just lit up, and he happily rushed out to welcome his sister. The two siblings then had a super nice meal together. Shu Xuan was like, man, it's so good having you here, Shu Yun. At least I have someone to chat with. Shu Yun just shrugged and said, well, it's only because you refused to come back home that I bothered to visit. Shu Yun warned him that staying here alone without anyone looking after him could be risky. Just like that heretic cultist incident yesterday, she told him to be careful. Shu Xuan brushed it off. Nah, sis, you're overthinking it. That guy was just a petty thief. Shu Yun gave him a knowing glare and said she heard someone got so scared they practically ran headfirst into a wall. Shu Xuan heard that and legit choked on his rice, like, got it right up his nose. Shu Yun looked worried and quickly brought water for her brother. Shu Xuan was internally freaking out, thinking, whoa, my perfect waist image almost shattered. Phew. Dodged a bullet. Right then, Shu Yun mentioned that Grandpa was about to hold a family martial arts competition. Shu Xuan's eyes immediately went wide with surprise. Shu Yun explained, Grandpa suddenly called everyone together and announced this competition. He said everyone, even the servants and cooks, can join in. Shu Xuan thought to himself, definitely more to this than meets the eye. After that, Shu Xuan called Shu Yun to come with him. Shu Xuan gave his younger sister a big box of goodies, telling her it was left by their father and was full of top-grade elixirs. Shu Yun was impressed, saying Shu Xuan's father was seriously amazing. The two siblings said goodbye here. Shu Yun thanked her brother. He promised he'd make sure to use up all the elixirs. Shu Xuan had pretty much figured out the real reason for the competition, to flush out the heretic cultist hiding in the family. Well, he mused, looks like Grandpa and I are on the same page. If you see one cockroach, you know there's a whole infestation. The system popped up again, rewarding him with a barrel of spirit-nourishing pills. Shu Xuan stared at the barrel of pills. They were for cultivating the spirit. He thought to himself, gotta hurry, and break through to the profound gate. Meanwhile, Shu Yun was on the martial arts stage, competing against someone else. A little while later, the victory was decided. In this 13th match, 17th young lady Shu Yun is the winner. The old master immediately burst into hearty laughter. He praised his talented granddaughter, saying the Shu family truly had promising younger generations. Shu Yun thanked her grandfather for the praise, and then excused herself. The announcer guy raised his hand and declared the 14th match would begin. It was a gardener going up against the eldest young master, Shu Qing. The announcer reminded Shu Qing to pick a weapon, but Shu Qing just said he didn't need one. He casually added, consider it me going easy on Ding the gardener? The gardener gritted his teeth and thought to himself, if he could just cripple this star talent of the Shu family right now, he wouldn't have to play spy anymore and could just go back and claim glory from Xie. He decided to drop the act. The gardener grabbed a spear and charged forward, aiming to take Shu Qing down. Worried about his grandson, Grandpa over here yelled out, that technique that guy's using is demonic, Qing, be careful. Inside, the old man thought. Sure enough, there are still hidden snakes around. However, Shu Qing isn't such an easy target. With shocking ease, he simply used a finger to block the tip of the spear, then snatched the weapon right out of his hand. Shu Qing spoke coolly. May I ask which master taught Ding the gardener this particular skill? With such a unique technique, I'm afraid you won't be able to stay unnoticed anymore. Ding the gardener was so stunned he stumbled backward, completely floored, that the little punk in front of him had such immense power. At this point, the Shu family servants also grabbed weapons, ready to charge in and take down the heretic cultists. Protect the young master. But Shu Qing said no one was allowed on the arena before the match ended. With just one move, that useless pretty boy dropped his weapon, and with another palm strike, Ding Huaxiang fell off the arena. The guards immediately held swords to his neck, telling him not to move. Shu Qing turned around coolly, hearing his name cheered with shouts of victory. Shu Yun immediately rushed over, all anxious, to check on her big brother. She was super surprised that there were still evil cultists in the manor. Last time, 13th brother almost got ambushed, Shu Qing thanked his little sister for worrying and said he was fine. Then Shu Qing showed some concern for Shu Xuan, who was all alone, far away. He even said that if it hadn't been for Shu Xuan's reminder, the Shu family's ancestral home would have run into big trouble later on. Shu Qing said he'd definitely go visit Shu Xuan after the matches were all done. Meanwhile, over on his side, Shu Xuan was trying his darnest but still couldn't break through the Xuan Pass. He sighed and muttered,
"Man, the Xuan Pass really lives up to its reputation as a bottleneck for mortals trying to break through. Seriously, it ain't easy." Just then, like clockwork, the system popped up again, handing out today's prize, a volume of the Tongchen technique.
Conveniently enough, Shu Xuan was kinda tired and didn't feel like pushing for a breakthrough anymore, so he figured he'd check out what kind of treasure this was. Shu Xuan read a few lines and realized it was a technique to hide his aura. But then he thought about it, like, who would even notice his aura, even if he didn't hide it? But whatever. Shu Xuan was bored anyway, so he just practiced it to kill some time. The next day, bright and early, Shu Xuan got woken up by a familiar voice. He sat up, all disheveled and rubbing his eyes, wondering why his sister Yun was already visiting when it wasn't even fully bright yet. So he dragged his sleepy face over to open the door, only to find out Shu Yun was here to say goodbye to her big brother. Shu Xuan heard that, and was so surprised it woke him up completely. The two siblings sat down for some tea and chatted for a bit. Turns out Shu Yun had broken through to the Xuan realm. By the rules, she could head down the mountain for training. Shu Xuan smiled and said, "That was great news." Shu Yun just grinned and said, "This is all thanks to your elixirs, Shu Xuan." She also mentioned that big brother Shu Qing was coming to visit him too, probably super soon. After that, Shu Yun said her goodbyes and headed back. Shu Xuan walked her all the way to the door. After she left, Shu Xuan felt utterly miserable inside, because now there'd be no one coming over to eat and chat with him anymore. As the saying goes, every scene feels steeped in sorrow.
When you're sad, the scenery is never cheerful. The poor guy was just listlessly saying goodbye to his fleeting joy. Nighttime was Shu Xuan's cue to pull out those system rewards again for a good look. After chewing on this cultivation technique scroll for a while, turns out it was all about the Ben Lei Zihi. It could apparently boost his realm and power. Sounded pretty darn good. Shu Xuan was still bummed out because his little sister had left and he was too sad to sleep. Fine, he thought. Might as well practice cultivation out of sheer spite. So the whole night, Shu Xuan started practicing the technique, gathering qi into his meridians, condensing it into electricity, and then piling that electricity up to make thunder. In the dead of that night,
surprise, surprise, Shu Xuan wasn't the only one up. Some dude in black with a smudged face was lurking in the bushes, watching the front.
This is the Shu family's ancestral grounds, right? The assassins peeked at Shu Xuan's brightly lit room and silently confirmed it. "Looks like he's in there," the blonde guy said with a grin.
"Shu Luo's useless kid is in there." The two fools grinned smugly, probably thinking it would be a piece of cake, then charged like mad towards the place. Before you knew it, they had snuck into the courtyard. Inside, Shu Xuan had already heard the strange sounds. "Seriously," he muttered, annoyed. "Seriously, talk about bad luck. I finish cultivating the Ben Lei Zihi, then I break through. But nope, someone's already here to mess things up before I'm even done." If he got interrupted, he'd probably be totally screwed, maybe even lose his cultivation base. Shu Xuan tried to figure out who'd drop by at this hour, but things were super tense, so he just had to tell himself, just ignore it and survive. Who cares about the rest? Outside,
the gold-haired dude was telling the black-haired guy to set up the spirit sealing array, while he planned to head inside to find the target.
The gold-haired dude saw lights still on in the house and got suspicious. Haven't they gone to bed yet? He pressed himself against the wall to listen. He sensed high energy fluctuations but zero movement, and figured the guy inside must be breaking through the profound aperture. He was totally baffled. Wait, isn't Shu Luo's son supposed to be a total waste? How the heck could he break through the profound aperture? Just then, his lackey came over to report he was finished, and asked what was going on inside. The gold-haired guy replied, "Looks like he's breaking through the profound aperture." The black-haired dude was surprised too. He immediately pulled some kind of probe thingy out of his leather jacket, wanting to use it to check if Shu Xuan's breakthrough was legit or just a hoax. The leader immediately stopped him. Attacking someone mid-breakthrough? That's just asking for them to die unexpectedly. Shu Xuan's an important hostage. We can't let him kick the bucket. The guy heard that and backed off. A second later, both of them felt something weird and their faces just kinda went blank. The lackey asked blankly, Why? Is there nothing happening? Did he actually succeed already?" The gold-haired guy stammered nervously. I can't sense even a single breath." The black-haired guy said, "Shu Xuan's just putting on a show." Then he just kicked the door right in. The leader had told him not to provoke him, but couldn't stop the guy. Yang Kai stepped inside and asked, "Where's that waste Shu at? Get your butt out here and greet your two masters." Before he could even finish those two sentences, a bolt of lightning came crashing down. Yang Kai shut up real quick and collapsed. The gold-haired dude panicked and yelled his buddy's name. His heart sank in the dark night. He rushed over, just as Shu Xuan stepped out from inside. "Seriously, you loudmouthed. And such rude talk.
bothering people this late?"
The gold-haired guy yelled back, annoyed. "Who the heck are you? If you've got guts, come out and solo me, Yun Xingyan." Shu Xuan then retorted.
Seriously? I'm obviously the owner of this place."
Shu Xuan slowly walked out, lecturing them. "You guys show up in the middle of the night, don't even introduce yourselves, and then you ask the owner who the owner is." Shu Xuan's face popped out, looking totally annoyed. "Do you guys even have any manners?"
Yun Qingyan's face was ghastly pale, as he asked if Shu Xuan was a ghost or a person, and why he couldn't sense any breath from him.
Shu Xuan snorted, saying it didn't matter if he told him, so he could die understandingly. He then asked if Yun Qingyan had ever heard of the same dust method.
Looking at that blank face, "Guess he hasn't," Shu Xuan continued.
"You say you can't sense any breath from me, fine, you guys already set up that spirit sealing array outside anyway, so nobody else is gonna feel it."
"Alright then, let me give you a little eye-opener about my, breath then."
Shu Xuan glared at them, saying, "You guys aren't leaving this place anyway, even if you know you'll be dead, so no witnesses. Right?" Yun Qingyan said, terrified.
This is absolutely not someone who just broke through the profound aperture. This is profound realm, upper stage, isn't it?"
Shu Xuan hit him with a long Meng spirit first, and said he'd answered enough questions.
Yun Qingyan got nailed, and went flying backward.
The crash was ridiculously loud, with thick smoke billowing up. Turns out Shu Xuan had kinda, accidentally, cremated Yun Qingyan, with that one punch, scattering blood and flesh all over the yard. Welp. Couldn't wait for the servants tomorrow, so he figured he'd just have to bury it himself.
The system popped up right then, announcing an out-of-system reward for defeating the invader, a Failing flower. Shu Xuan was absolutely stunned.
Right then, a tiny devouring spirit flower sprout popped up from the courtyard, and it instantly grew huge and bloomed purple flowers.
This plant was twice as tall as Shu Xuan, and get this, it was a carnivorous one. It totally munched on that assassin's corpse, chewing and swallowing it all down greedily. In no time, it had completely cleaned up the battlefield. Shu Xuan just stared blankly, completely dumbfounded. He felt it was kind of brutal, but also weirdly clean. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At least, thankfully, this thing recognized him as its master.
Right then, Shu Xuan suddenly remembered. After chowing down on someone, the devouring spirit flower keeps their memories for a while, and he could totally read them using his soul reading technique. So Shu Xuan immediately told the devouring spirit flower to hold on a sec before heading back, and he went over and gave it a pat on the head. Shu Xuan used his soul reading technique to control their consciousness, and bam! The memories of those two guys immediately popped up. In the memories, Yun Qingyan was telling Yang Kai that old second, who was their spy in the Shu family, got caught. Plus, dozens of demonic cult members were also captured. Yang Kai was totally taken aback.
Yun Qingyan gave him a ball of poisonous smoke and told him, "Use this." The two of them were planning to sneak into the Shu family's ancestral land. These two creeps had already reached Shu Xuan's place and were telling each other, "Okay, let's do this," Shu Xuan thought to himself. Man, their plan is seriously messed up.
Once that poisonous smoke is released, it's practically impossible to get rid of completely for 100 years. Plus, it'll totally mess up cultivators for life. Shu Xuan gave the devouring spirit flower 2 pills as a little treat for its hard work, telling it to munch them down and then hit the hay.
After that, Shu Xuan thought to himself, "Okay, looks like I gained a decent amount from this competition round. But because of it, I totally pissed off those guys. Retaliation is definitely coming."
Thankfully, Shu Xuan had successfully broken through this time. Even though he reached the Xuan Pass, he still felt like danger was closing in really fast.
Just like that, Shu Xuan had been holed up here for over half a month. The system rewards were insane. Countless pills, even some high-grade Dharma artifacts. But hey, those external goodies weren't the real biggest catch. The most important thing was that Shu Xuan's inner scene had finally popped up. Ever since he broke through the Xuan Pass, Shu Xuan could actually see his own inner scene.
At first, it was just a dark, empty space. Shu Xuan didn't even realize it was his inner scene. Gradually, light started to show up.
As time went on, the light became clearer and clearer. Finally, it completely filled the space. Then, something else appeared, starting like a grain of sand. But now, it's a little bead. Get this. Last night, Shu Xuan got a reward. A scroll of the mountain-like technique. It's mainly an external defense technique, but it also trains the spirit internally.
It's perfect for leveling up his inner scene cultivation. Shu Xuan couldn't help but marvel. Man, it's like the system can read my mind and my cultivation level. It sets things up so perfectly. That mountain-like technique, even if an Emperor Realm big shot looked at it, it's still a top-tier defense technique. It's totally perfect for guarding against the demonic cult's inevitable backlash and revenge. Meanwhile, back at the main house, someone came in to report to Old Master Shu Tianming that the carrier pigeon had delivered a letter. Shu Tianming was shocked. As he read the letter, it reported that Steward Shu had passed away. Shu Tianming then told his servants to arrange for Steward Shu's burial, and asked if there was any other news. The messenger replied, "Among the Shu family's younger generation, we've lost over 10 people. The list is still being tallied. Shu Tianming was absolutely fuming.
That demonic cult? They're just the worst. This time, the Shu family took the lead, teaming up with 3 major clans to smack down the demonic cult. Now even the Great Zhu Kingdom and the Four Moons Kingdom have joined in. He just wanted to see how long those guys could stay arrogant.
The next day was a beautiful day,
and guess who was back? Shu Xuan's sister, Shu Yun.
Shu Xuan happily asked her, "Hey, how come you're back so early?" Shu Yun said, "She missed her big brother, so she came back early. She even brought back a pot of fine tea for you." Shu Xuan replied that he didn't want any. He also asked Shu Yun if anything cool happened down the mountain and to tell him all about it. But Shu Yun just insisted on making Shu Xuan drink her tea. She kept saying he had to drink this one, or else, seeing Shu Xuan keep refusing, Shu Yun just straight up dumped the tea right onto Shu Xuan's head. Shu Xuan grimaced and groaned, feeling super uncomfortable. Right then, he jolted awake. Turns out it was all just a dream. Wait, wasn't I cultivating just now? He wondered. When the heck did I fall asleep? Shu Xuan reached up and touched his face, feeling totally suspicious. Why is my face wet? And what is that weird smell? That damn cat.
Right then, the cat opened its mouth and let out a MROW. Shu Xuan jumped up in fright. Turns out, the system saw Shu Xuan was getting a bit depressed, so it totally rewarded him with a heavenly spirit cat to help him chill out.
Shu Xuan said with a smirk, "System, that sounds great and all, but you're afraid I'll get depressed. Aren't you afraid of scaring me to death?" Shu Xuan didn't like pets.
Plus, this guy just got here and already peed on my face. What if it becomes a habit later and it waters my face every day? Gotta train it. After doing the evil deed, the silly cat just looked up and gave a shameless meow.
After cultivating for a few days, his inner view was no longer just a grain of sand, but a fertile piece of land.
But besides this small piece of land, everything else was a vast, infinite expanse. Just then, a strange object suddenly popped up in the universe of his inner view. Shu Xuan didn't know what it was for a moment, he thought. Could there really be a UFO in my inner view?
Shu Xuan opened his eyes to look, and turns out it was that cat scratching his face. Sure enough, Shu Xuan's retribution had arrived. It wasn't some unknown flying object entering his inner view, but the cat literally entering his inner view. Shu Xuan grabbed it by the neck, warning it for the 109th time. Just because you're cute doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. The angry cat pointed a paw at the empty bowl. Shu Xuan suddenly realized that he had forgotten to give it food. The kitten didn't accept his apology, and promptly scratched Shu Xuan's face again. In the end, he had to bring out the food. The white cat sat there eating voraciously. Shu Xuan was dejected. "This cat doesn't even glance at me when it eats," he grumbled. "This isn't a reward, it's definitely retribution." Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. Shu Xuan was taken aback. Typically, the servants never knock. Or, if they do and I don't answer, they just leave the food in the courtyard. Yun Mei. You always hear her coming before you see her. And assassins. They wouldn't be arrogant enough to announce themselves to the master of the house. Shu Xuan immediately went to open the door, figuring if someone knocked so openly, and frankly, they definitely weren't a bad guy. Turns out, the person who came was none other than his eldest brother, Shu Qing. Shu Xuan was completely astonished. He immediately invited Shu Qing in for tea. Shu Xuan smiled, and told his brother that Shu Yun had mentioned he would come before, but he hadn't expected it would be today. Shu Qing said he should have come sooner, but he had been too busy. He also said that this time, if Shu Xuan hadn't discovered that evil cultist, over 300 people in the Shu family still wouldn't have known anything, and the consequences would have been unpredictable. Shu Xuan laughed and said, "Eldest brother, you flatter me," Shu Qing replied. "The reason I came this time is to ask you, Shu Xuan, to come down the mountain with me." Seeing his younger brother's astonished look, Shu Qing explained, "This time, the 3 major families of Qin Kingdom are uniting with the Great Zhao and the Four Moons to eradicate the evil cult together. If you come along, your safety can be better ensured. Furthermore, with experts participating in the siege, there will definitely be achievements. When we return, Grandpa will definitely be happy and reduce your punishment." But Shu Xuan said that his cultivation level still wasn't enough to go down the mountain. Shu Qing said, "As long as you, my younger brother, want to, I will ask Grandpa, even if I have to make a military pledge." Shu Xuan said he understood his eldest brother's good intentions, but still felt it wasn't glorious enough. He said to wait until the day he could go down the mountain. A little later wouldn't matter. Shu Qing felt like he'd been splashed with cold water, waking him up. He hadn't expected his 13th brother's ambition to be so grand and spirited. He realized he had underestimated him, thinking this matter could just help him leave this place. Shu Qing took his leave and said, "This time, we won't meet again for a few months." He reminded him to take care. Shu Qing also added, "Grandpa is only strict with you, he doesn't hate you." Advising him not to hate him, Shu Xuan replied, "Understood. Goodbye, eldest brother." Closing the door, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally successfully pretended, without being exposed. Meanwhile, Shu Qing was walking alone in the forest, unaware that someone was secretly observing him. He thought to himself, Those two guys went and never returned. Turns out it was because of Shu Qing's help. After I, Chen Fan, deal with that trash, I'll handle him next.
Alright, Chen Fan popped out from his hiding spot. He was like, okay, Shu Qing's bailed, so how about we totally flip the script and use that useless son of Shu Qilei's a little bit. Chen Fan was thinking, Shu Xuan is Shu Qiluo's kid, right? If the kid bites the dust, old master Shu Tianming is going to be seriously pissed. And if Shu Qiluo ever makes it back alive and finds out his son got kicked out by that old geezer Shu Tianming, and that's why the evil sect messed with him, would he even stick around in the Shu family after that?
Chen Fan figured he could totally puppet Shu Xuan, get him to haul some poison smoke right back into the Shu family home. With that decided, he was pumped and ready to move.
So Chen Fan zoomed into Shu Xuan's yard, peeked behind a pillar, and was all smug in his head. Ha! I'm a deputy branch master. My stealth technique is so boss, even a spirit realm 5th layer expert wouldn't spot me. But his rather extra entrance totally got spotted by the little kitten, Xiao He. Chen Fan glanced around Shu Xuan's totally empty, kinda sad-looking yard and was like, ugh, forget the stealth technique, let's just get this over with, and decided to just go for it.
He busted out some evil technique, shape-shifting his chi into form. And this wicked stream of demonic ki zipped straight into Shu Xuan's place. Next second, Shu Xuan was totally yelling his head off, ow, ow, help me. Before you knew it, the guy was being hauled out, trussed up tighter than a turkey. Chen Fan was grinning like the cat who got the cream and said, like that trash could ever break free from my chi refining rope, right? But when he actually looked at Shu Xuan, wait a minute, Shu Xuan seemed to be getting thinner the more he was tied up. No way, did he bail using some kind of Kunpeng technique? Right then, Shu Xuan's entire body just popped, exploded. Chen Fan was absolutely furious and yelled, what the actual bleep? He was totally freaking out, having no idea what just happened. How the heck could this supposed trash make his spirit realm 3rd rank cultivation so unstable? Just then, a white blur zipped forward, and Chen Fan got absolutely pummeled. His face basically turned into mush. He passed out cold, right there under the paws of the kitten, Xiao He. Shu Xuan finally strolled out, smirking and totally mocking. He claims to be a deputy branch master, huh? What a total loser. Getting scratched by a cat. He gave Xiao He a look and said, honestly, Xiao He, if I ever somehow tripped and fell into your paws one day, I'd probably have to just throw in the towel too. But right now, Shu Xuan was kinda scratching his head wondering what to do with this deputy branch master guy. Screw it, he thought. Might as well just call out the spirit-devouring flower to clean up this mess. The carnivorous flower, looking super eager, opened its big OL mouth wide. Its long tongue flicked out and dragged the guy's body right inside. Shu Xuan decided to use his bewitching technique to peek into the deputy branch master's noggin and see what kind of shady stuff he was up to. Seriously, why do these evil sect guys always got a bug? This young master, he grumbled. Suddenly, memories started popping up. So it turns out that very first servant who tried to screw over Shu Xuan actually reported back to Chen Fan. All the dirt he dug up was apparently stashed in these letters. And get this, Chen Fan was also the one who sinks those 2 evil sect assassins on him last time. But apparently, all 3 of his underlings went poof, no sign of them. Which is why he decided to swing by himself. Shu Xuan scoffed internally. Huh, guess they're all cut from the same cloth, aren't they? Totally fated to get wiped out by yours truly. Though, seriously, this evil sect is getting kinda, one note, just rehashing the same stuff. Is poison quite literally the only trick they have? Just then, the system popped up a notification. Beep, you have slain an evil sect follower who schemed against you. For this you are rewarded with a soul seed imprint. The land inside his inner realm was getting noticeably bigger. And hey, even the rules there were starting to change. Maybe it's connected to that empty cultivation Shu Xuan was doing lately. Shu Xuan scratched his head, but nothing else actually showed up, just the bigger space. Does this mean I still have a ton of room to level up my cultivation inside here? But hey, whatever the reason, he definitely felt his spiritual power getting a noticeable boost recently. That's a win. So Shu Xuan just snagged 2 new techniques. First up, that soul seed imprint thingy. Second, a sword kinesis technique. Turns out it's imperial grade stuff from the Southern Continent Martial Emperor. If he could just zoom into the Emperor realm soon, he wouldn't have to sweat it, even if the whole evil sect showed up. After mulling it over, he realized the road ahead was still going to be a long one. But hey, one day he'd totally find his true purpose in this whole wide world. Meanwhile, shifting gears to a creepy dark cave, a few folks were huddled up, chatting about how Lu Qiang had been gone for ages with 0 updates. They were starting to wonder if the Shu family had sniffed him out and offed him. One of them piped up, nah, couldn't be. The Shu family hasn't had any kind of fight or commotion going on. The guy with the scar on his face looked doubtful. Lu Qiang was totally supposed to make his move. Could he have? Betrayed us? But the old man chilling next to him shook his head. Nah, everyone in the evil sect knows you don't get a happy ending if you betray us. So he was saying Lu Qiang might just be chillin'. waiting for the perfect moment to unleash that poisonous smoke right in the heart of the Shu family's place. That scarred dude, on the other hand, was all worked up, telling the sect master the Shu family was totally steamrolling them. He insisted they should spill the beans to the Xiwangting and get some big shot experts sent over.
But then Zhu Yan shot back, arguing that having to bother the Xiwangting over just a tiny Shu family, didn't that just make them look like complete trash?
Would the Xiwangting even take them seriously anymore? That's when the sect master finally barked out an order. Tell Lu Qiang to ditch the waiting game and act now. He declared that Shu Qing was the one heading up this whole messy operation. Apparently Shu Tianming wanted to use their evil sect to toughen up his younger generation. But who knows what that old ghost Shu Tianming would do if Shu Qing actually bit the dust. So the sect master snapped at his guys, find Shu Qing's location.
I'm gonna go finish him off myself. His subordinates immediately bowed low and scrambled to obey. The three of them bolted off in a flash to get it done.
The old silver-haired guy was kind of freaking out, having no clue where Lu Qiang was right now. He whipped out a transmission pearl to try and get info, but he couldn't get any reply back in time. Grinding the pearl to dust, he sent out one last urgent message to Lu Qiang. Get this message. Move IT. NOW. Meanwhile, back at Shu Xuan's pad, he was still having a grand old time, because the servant actually brought food right when his stomach was grumbling. Shu Xuan asked the servant, "Yo, what's with all the fancy grub? Is something awesome happening at home or something?"
The servant spilled the tea. Oh, it's because the eldest young master Shu Qing led the clan down the mountain, wiped out the evil sect, and won huge. The old master's ecstatic, so he's throwing a victory feast. Shu Xuan raised an eyebrow. Whoa, they actually won that fast. Just then, back in the evil sect's sad little hideout, the old guy who'd used the transmission pearl still hadn't heard squat. He turned to his buddies and was like,
"Okay guys, Lu Qiang is probably toast." Scarface just shrugged. "Well, at least it proves the guy didn't bail on us." The old guy just deadpanned. "Yeah, not the point."
Zhu Yan, looking super suspicious, chimed in. But seriously, why hasn't anything happened at the Shu family's ancestral land yet?
The sect master finally cut in. "Forget Lu Qiang," he said. "This time, those major clans teaming up hit us HRD. We lost a ton of important folks, and get this, half of those losses were thanks to the Shu family."
So, looks like we gotta chill on messing with the Shu family for now, he admitted. He'd already ratted out everything the Shu clan did to the Xiwangting anyway. The Xiwangting will handle those guys, he finished. Our job now, find another clan to pick on.
Back with Shu Xuan. He also happened to overhear the servant blabbing about how the He family's ancestral land got infiltrated by those evil sect creeps.
Putting on a show, he piped up, "OMG. I heard the He family's ancestral land got hit with poisonous smoke. Like a third of their stuff was ruined, and 100 people died or got injured. Man. Didn't expect the evil sect's revenge to be so quick." Shu Xuan acted all freaked out for the Shu family's sake. Shu Tianming also got the memo that the big shot experts from the ancestral land were zooming back. He immediately ordered everyone to seriously beef up patrols and guards. Gotta avoid stepping in the same mess the He family did. A subordinate reported, "Yep, master. We've added 15 more guard spots in the ancestral land, and patrols are going out every 2 hours sharp." Shu Tianming gave a nod of approval.
"Good job," he said. "Where's Shu Qing now?" the guy replied. "Shu Qing's still leading the group. They're still pretty far off, but they're on the way back. Plus, those void stage elders from the clan are all with him, so nothing unexpected should go wrong," the subordinate added. Shu Tianming breathed a sigh of relief. Still, something was totally bugging him.
"I mean, we clearly started this whole mess with the evil sect," he mused, "so why haven't they come causing trouble here yet? Why go after the Hen family instead?" He scratched his head, unless they already did come. Meanwhile, Shu Xuan was also playing dumb, asking the servant, "So, wait, the Shu family's ancestral land didn't get hit with revenge, right?" The servant reassured him, "Nah, the high-level guys who went down the mountain are rushing back now. Trying a sneak attack wouldn't be easy anymore. Besides," the servant continued, "they had a massive haul this time. Altogether, they basically dismantled over 60% of the evil sect's foundation. The whole evil country is pretty much shaken to its core."
Shu Xuan pretended to be amazed. "Wow, Shu Qing's seriously awesome. Guess nobody will be bugging the family from the inside anymore." Then Shu Xuan let out a quiet sigh, thinking to himself, "Okay, now it looks like things can finally wrap up." Fast forward 6 months. Shu Xuan's little white cat, Little Hay, was sneakily trying to snag a bird, but totally fumbled it, and let the birdie get away. The cat immediately cursed under its breath.
"Darn it," Shu Xuan chuckled, teasing. "Little Hay, ha, missed again, huh?" Little Hay gave him a look that practically screamed, "Poofed!" like I wasn't just letting it go on purpose. And meowed back. Shu Xuan just shook his head and said to Little Hay, "Look, buddy. Even though I don't open my eyes to stare, I hit the void stage half a year ago. Any little rustle within 100 line? Yeah, I sense it all with my divine sense. So yeah," he finished. "You don't need to pull one over on me, Little Hay." Just then, Shu Xuan's eyes suddenly bugged out.
Turns out his super sharp divine sense actually poked through the wall and into the deep forest to get a feel for things, and guess what? He spotted some shameless dude, probably just living off rice and fish, whose lips were all puckered up, practically demanding a kiss from his beloved.
Ugh. If love is poison, then you, my dear, are the antidote, he gushed to his lover. Without you, would I just go chase some other chick? Hell no, I'd totally die. I was originally just a cold, cold mountain. But you, my darling, made it melt. Oh, if I were, well, like, Dat Nang or something, would you still love me? Man, just seeing this foot-stuck-to-butt display was enough to make Shu Xuan's eyes ache and his stomach churn. It was like he'd accidentally choked down some seriously expired dog food. Bleach. And these lovebirds. Still no sign of stopping their cringe fest? The dude was still going. Since you're the rag, I'll be the dirty water. That's exactly why I was drawn to you. If something is absolutely bound to happen, why the heck don't we just let it happen right now? The entire forest was just drowning in that dog Q vibe. Shu Xuan was about to explode. He squeezed the water cup in his hand until it shattered. Like, seriously, he was stuck here, clearly under confinement, and people still had the absolute nerve to run all the way out here just to make him this utterly disgusted. Shu Xuan gritted his teeth hard.
Alright, fine, if that's how it is, don't you dare blame him for being ruthless. So Shu Xuan immediately busted out a cultivation technique, controlling a random tree branch to whip that dude right on the butt. Time to show him what a real festival feels like. The dude got whipped square on the hemorrhoids, and immediately yelped, clutching his butt in agony. Meanwhile, the dreamy chick next to him had zero clue what was going on, just cracking up like crazy and asking, "Hey, what are you doing, mister?" Man, that pain was agonizing. He totally thought someone had shown up. But nah, he whipped his head around, looking everywhere, east, west, whatever, and there was no one there, just because, get this, he actually thought she was just playfully giving him a taste of the pain of love. So being the dense idiot he was, he totally brushed it off and went right back to it.
And as for her, she didn't get any of it, just figured, hey, whatever we were supposed to be doing next, guess we should keep doing it. So the two of them puckered up and went right back to kissing.
Shu Xuan felt like he was being force-fed that dog food right down his gullet. He was so utterly furious it actually made his head spin. He strained his neck yelling curses at that guy, calling him the most invincibly shameless scumbag in existence. After all that, foreplay, that totally shameless scumbag gently reached out to, like, peel something off, muttering something about getting closer, with nothing in the way. The chick was obviously totally hooked but still tried to play coy and pure, but yeah, in the end she just let him do whatever the heck he wanted. Shu Xuan seriously couldn't take the nausea anymore, he just had to lash out. So yeah, honestly, they totally forced his hand. He sent another punch right into that dude's rear end.
That guy's scream echoed throughout the entire mountain. He immediately dropped everything and just booked it for his life, practically sending up an SOS flare as he hauled his sore butt deeper into the forest. Definitely, he raged, seething. It had to be an evil cult who did this. I was absolutely betrayed by the Black Moon Tower.
Shu Xuan just scowled, raised a passionate finger, and cursed him out. That guy's the daddy of some raggedy-ass southern scrub, he muttered fiercely. After that little remote battle, Shu Xuan finally got some peace and quiet. Man, his poor soul felt completely tormented and drained, like he'd literally lost half of it. Xiaohei lowered its little head, indicating something like, "Man, Shu Xuan, you totally went too hard just now. That guy's miserable screams would honestly make anyone listening shed tears of pity." Shu Xuan immediately turned to Xiaohei and asked, "Seriously, whose side are you even on? You're getting mentally polluted by this garbage too, aren't you?" And even bitterly asked Xiaohei if it got it. Shu Xuan then kinda spaced out, falling into deep thought. That guy who just ran off, he mentioned the Black Moon Tower. Shu Xuan felt like he'd definitely heard that name in a book before. It had a pretty significant background. Was there some kind of connection here? Just then, the system conveniently popped up with a notification. Turns out, Shu Xuan had officially stayed put for half a year straight. As a reward, he was being gifted the Heavenly Extreme Saber Scripture. Nice. Shu Xuan raised his hand and grabbed the cultivation technique.
Well, looks like he wouldn't have to worry about being bored if he couldn't sleep tonight. Time for another late night burning the lamp. The very next day, another piece of shocking news hit the airwaves. Elder Shu Yuexing had kicked the bucket. Seriously, he was a top-tier spirit-severing expert of the Shu clan. How in the world could he possibly be dead? The meal delivery guy said it was all because the Black Moon Tower had totally sold out his movements and whereabouts. Shu Xuan's eyes lit up when he heard that name. Okay, he had to use this opportunity to get some more juicy details. Shu Xuan asked the meal delivery guy, "Hold up, isn't this Black Moon Tower a bunch of evil cult lackeys? Why would they sell us out?" The meal delivery guy looked surprised, like, "Dude, you seriously don't know. Actually, the Shu clan itself buys intel on evil cult members from the Black Moon Tower," the guy replied. "Listen,
Everyone knows the Black Moon Tower is totally messed up and evil, but they're way too strong, way too mysterious. They're spread out across the entire southern continent, nobody knows where their main base is, and seriously, no power or even a whole kingdom dares to try and wipe out the Black Moon Tower, Shu Xuan immediately asked.
Okay, so does the Shu clan have any plan, like any way to deal with them? The meal delivery guy answered. Yeah, the Shu clan has actually called all the direct lineage guys and gals who are living outside back to the ancestral home. That's mostly to prevent the evil cults from assassinating them.
And on top of that, the Qin Kingdom royal family and the Great Families had some negotiations. Basically, the Black Moon Tower isn't allowed to take on any jobs from the evil cults against the Shu clan. And if, say, the Xixi Wangting sends some big-shot experts to attack, the Shu clan is supposed to get the intel first thing. Shu Xuan just curled his lip into a slight smirk. HMMPH? Well, if the Qin Kingdom and everyone already have those kinds of countermeasures in place, guess we don't really need to freak out about the Xu Wangting suddenly launching a surprise attack.
Okay, so Shu Xuan totally didn't need to worry anymore. He could just chill and keep cultivating at home. Right then, the system popped up a notification saying Shu Xuan had been holed up at home for 7 months. The reward, the little 5 elements, and a formation array disk.
Shu Xuan held the 2 goodies in his hand, a look of satisfaction on his face. Another formation, EH. Shu Xuan thought to himself, man, in the southern continent, only human realm experts can even set up formations. With this, my cultivation base is getting way more secure. He knew the score though. The lower your cultivation, the weaker the formation you set up and the array disk you refine would turn out. Okay, fine. Shu Xuan immediately activated his cultivation technique. He wanted to see just how powerful it was, the intensity of this formation. Apparently it could even trap an Integration Realm big shot, maybe even kill them. As long as whoever showed up wasn't some Integration Realm 4th layer monster, he had nothing to worry about. Shu Xuan leaned back, secretly dreaming about that 1-year reward. Man, it had to be some kind of super-duper emperor scripture, or at the very least, a heavenly scripture level 1. The very next day, Shu Tianming got some seriously bad news. His young grandson, Shu Qing, had somehow run into 3 evil cult elders and a deputy leader, getting himself severely injured in the attack. Shu Tianming was pissed. He declared firmly, this has to be a Black Moon Tower spy among Shu Qing's people. He immediately ordered a full-on investigation and swore he'd personally go sort out the evil cult mess. Meanwhile, Shu Xuan was just lounging around, totally chill. He muttered to himself, whoa, that's loud. Sounds like someone's seriously triggered. Then he started thinking, forcing Shu Tianming to move. Could this be the old luring the tiger out of the mountain trick? He warned himself. Those fake evil cult guys might try another ambush. Gotta stay sharp. So Shu Xuan figured he'd activate the formation every night. That way, even if a fight broke out, it'd keep all the noise and fuss from getting out. Fast forward 8 more months of Shu Xuan being totally holed up at home, the system decided to bless him with the heavenly silk spirit net. He held the gift in his hand, and a certain wicked image popped into his head. This is the kind of imperial-grade thing that binds and imprisons, Shu Xuan grinned.
With this formation and the spirit net, even if some Integration Realm 7th layer hotshot showed up, they'd just end up swallowing their regrets. But while Shu Xuan was chilling, his little peaceful house was actually already in the sights of a few other folks. The female evil cult elder, Zhu Yan, asked the elder, Zhu Xiang, standing next to her, hey, is that Shu Thul's place? Zhu Xiang just nodded.
Yep, she grinned, baring some seriously sharp fangs, and purred, oh, I just had a really bold idea. Zhu Qiang rolled his eyes and said, ugh, forget about Shu Tule's kid for now, the main mission is way more important. But Zhu Yan couldn't care less. She let out a creepy little laugh and purred. Just imagine, if she pops out a grandson for Shu Tule, then Shu Tianming would get a brand new great-grandkid. Just the thought of that gets me so excited.
Zhu Qiang just side-eyed this chick. Holy hell, this woman is seriously messed up, he thought. Zhu Yan just kept going. So if that did happen, would Shu Tianming kill her? Or maybe kill Shu Tule's son? Or even his grandson? Ah, she smirked, her lip curling up. And even better, what would Shu Thule find if he ever came back one day? Zhu Qiang actually chuckled, kind of shaking his head. Damn, just hearing you lay out that messed up plan, I'm almost looking forward to seeing how it plays out. But then he snapped back to reality real quick. He told Zhu Yan, seriously though, the main mission is still way more important. Don't go adding extra headaches. But Zhu Yan wasn't listening at all. She scoffed. Puffed, Zhu Qiang, you just don't get it. Since we're already here, we have to nab Shu Tule's son. If we get exposed, we'll have a hostage.
Zhu Qiang, meanwhile, was getting kinda nervous.
Hang on, he muttered. Could it be that the Black Moon Tower already tipped off the Shu family about what we're up to?
Zhu Yan scoffed.
Absolutely impossible. Black Moon Tower would only sell info on the Shu family for top dollar if the family was already taking a massive hit.
Alright, fine. With zero hesitation, they just jumped right into the courtyard.
As they did, they were still muttering complaints about how awful Black Moon Tower was, stirring up endless trouble just for their own gain.
Shu Xuan was still just lounging around at home when he suddenly sensed something. He thought. Looks like some evil cult losers are literally looking for a death wish.
He just had to ask himself, seriously, why won't these guys just leave me alone? Why always me? He could sense 2 Void Realm big shots though, figures, he thought. Looks like this little scheme is going to cost them big time again.
Anyway, those two finally stepped into the courtyard
and saw Shu Xuan just sprawled out there like he owned the place. Zhu Yan immediately piped up, "Ooh, Shu Xuan's quite the looker. Definitely Shu Tulei's son, alright."
Shu Xuan, on the other hand, just glared at her with total disgust, practically grinding his teeth. He muttered to himself, seriously, did cultivating some evil technique totally rot her brain and make her face and clothes this damn tacky?
That shameless Zhu Yan, at this moment, gently flapped her wings and brought her grapefruit garden closer to Shu Xuan, saying, "Good boy, come with your big sister. Big sister will love you and give you a chubby little boy." Shu Xuan's face went pale with fear.
Holy crap, this is a pervert. Shu Xuan couldn't take it anymore, so he immediately used a move to send that old hag off to sell salt.
After the deed was done, he even pouted and said, "Gross." Zhu Qiang looked at his companion's corpse and shivered, sighing. Physically terrifying. He couldn't help but wonder just how old Shu Xuan even was. In Zhu Qiang's mind, there was only one thought. Gotta run, like, now? As he ran, he cursed that nasty broad, calling her a stinky woman. Great, just great. Didn't even finish the mission and she's already deader than a doornail. While running, bam, he slammed face first into a formation. He panicked. Realizing there was a true realm expert here, Zhu Qiang couldn't help but wonder, could Shu Chueluo be back already? He immediately thought, if that's the case, I'll just use the poisonous smoke then. Right at that moment, a bizarre black shadow engulfed him. In a flash, Zhu Qiang's entire body was instantly bound by a spirit net.
Shu Xuan had already fed that old hag's corpse to the spirit-devouring flower. He asked it how it tasted. Probably tastes really bad, huh?
With that done, Shu Xuan grinned at the blue-haired guy. He started grilling him. "Bothering me time and time again, you evil sect folks are seriously just looking for death, aren't ya?"
Shu Xuan immediately sent out the soul seed imprint. The imprint flew in and pressed onto the guy's forehead, making him freak out for a moment before staggering. It was obvious his inner self was brimming with hostility, wanting to kill Shu Xuan. But now, poof, no hatred or resistance whatsoever. Shu Xuan held the spirit net rope and mused, "So this is the soul seed imprint, huh? I can sense his state. And apparently, the soul imprint can even act as a medium to project spiritual will." Shu Xuan was also having some doubts. I wonder if projecting spiritual will outside the yard counts as breaking the rules back home. Better not risk leaving this place.
If I mess up, half a year's hard work just staying home will be totally wasted. Shu Xuan then switched gears and asked him, "So, what exactly were you guys planning by coming here?" Zhu Qiang replied, "The evil sect wanted to cause trouble for the Shu family, so they told us to bring demon smoke. Areas polluted by demon smoke are super hard to clean up, and anyone below the mysterious realm who breathes it in goes crazy. If the Shu family's servants died, that would be a serious blow."
Shu Xuan chuckled. Wow, this time the evil sect is really going all out, bringing demon smoke that's so hard to refine all the way here. He pointed at Zhu Qiang's face and ordered him, "Go back to the evil sect's hideout and ambush their experts. Kill as many as you can, but don't spill anything about the Shu family. Got it."
Meanwhile, back at the evil sect's hideout, things were totally chaotic. The evil sect elders were totally fed up, because this was already their 3rd time relocating. One elder grumbled resentfully, "This old man ain't no ox working for the evil sect. All this moving still isn't as comfy as those so-called righteous sects have it." Another guy quickly tried to console him, saying, "Nah, it's those scumbags from Black Moon Tower. They were the ones who leaked the evil sect's location to those old geezers from the Shu family."
The branch leader heard their heated complaining and was absolutely livid.
"What the heck, if you're going to complain amongst yourselves, fine, but I'm still right here. Do you guys think this old man kicked the bucket or something?" Hearing him yell, all the elders were so scared they instantly shut their traps.
Just as the branch leader was about to chew them out some more, a subordinate's voice announced, "The deputy sect master of the Qin Kingdom's evil sect and the guardian of the Yu Kingdom's evil sect have arrived." Those two walked in. The branch leader stepped out and asked, "Well now, why are shrimps visiting the dragon's house today?" So, they replied they just happened to be passing by, and stopped to offer their congratulations. Those elders, however, still couldn't keep their mouths shut and started whispering amongst themselves again. "The deputy sect master of the Qin Kingdom, Wang Tuboy. What would he come to our place for?" The guy in black replied, "Must have heard Zhu Qiang and Zhu Yan went to the Shu family and came to wait for news." Wow, the deputy sect master and guardian. Such big shots, coming all the way here just for news. Ooh, they're really putting in the work, huh? The whispering just wouldn't stop. This was seriously testing the branch leader's patience. His patience finally snapped. He raised his hand and sent a palm strike flying towards one of the biggest blabbermouth elders. Deputy Sect Master Wang Tu immediately looked a bit flustered. The guardian beside him also lowered his head. There aren't many subordinates like this left nowadays, he thought. Kill one, and there's one less. The branch leader could only turn away and give an awkward laugh, saying, "Ha ha, please excuse me. I've let you two distinguished guests see something embarrassing." After that, the deputy sect master immediately asked the branch leader for news about Zhu Qiang and Zhu Yan. The branch leader said, "Even though it's taking a little longer than expected, Shu Chuai Luo isn't at their place, so there probably haven't been any mishaps." He added, "Frankly, compared to those two, I'm more curious about why you two big shots are here." The guardian replied that because of this whole mess, the Purple Moon Kingdom's evil sect had suffered severe damage. Because of that old geezer Shu Tianming, the Purple Moon Kingdom just lost a branch base. The branch leader there, who was at the 4th level of the Void Realm, was actually my own younger brother, and several other folks, they all died. The deputy leader chimed in, saying the Xingyu royal family was super strong. Xingyu state wanted to get chummy with Qin state, so they sent a powerful force to strike, catching the evil cult in Xingyu state totally off guard. So the guardian suggested Wang Tu team up with him to off Su Tianming. Wang Tu was like, "Nah, can't do that." He figured if an integration realm big shot made the kill, it'd be super sketch. The branch master over there just chuckled and said, "Dude, there's only one integration realm expert in Qin state, and guess what? He's with the Qin family." The guardian frowned, muttering, "Damn it," he grumbled. "If we can't kill him, we gotta at least snatch half his life. I came geared up for this, you know? That's why I bothered showing up." He held out his hand, which was totally black, and declared, "This, my friends, is the Demon Mist Guardian body. If we can't off Su Tianming, we'll at least make him shed a couple layers of skin." The branch master said, "Let's just wait for Zhu Qiang and Zhu Yan to report back first, alright?" And wouldn't you know it, super fast, Zhu Qiang was back at the hideout. The branch master grilled him. "Yo, why are you back by yourself? Where's Zhu Yan? And what's the deal with the Su family situation?" The deputy leader piped up, saying Zhu Qiang looked kinda weird. Zhu Qiang claimed he'd found some super important info and came back to report, while Zhu Yan was still setting up an ambush at the Su family. But deep down, he was screaming, "No, that's not it, branch master. Please notice something." The branch master just sighed and said, "That's Zhu Yan. His face practically glows in the dark. And you're telling me he's on ambush duty? Seriously." Realizing this branch master was completely useless, Zhu Qiang zeroed in on the deputy leader instead, hoping he might have a brain cell or two. Right then, the deputy leader eyed Zhu Qiang and went, "You know, he does look kinda off." This little comment totally boosted Zhu Qiang's hopes. But then the deputy leader turns to the branch master and says Zhu Qiang probably just ate something funky and has a tummy ache, telling the branch master to check out his face. Zhu Qiang inwardly cheered. Wise deputy leader? He definitely noticed something weird. But yeah, looks like Zhu Qiang totally overestimated the guy. The deputy leader just told Zhu Qiang to go take a dump after he finished reporting, adding, "You've worked hard, pal." Right then, Zhu Qiang just couldn't control himself anymore. He lunged towards the branch master, while deep inside he was screaming, "Branch master, dude, seriously, get away." Then he landed a sneaky palm strike. The branch master went flying. Zhu Qiang was just thinking, "Oh crap, I'm screwed," while the guardian stared at him, totally bewildered. Right then, Zhu Qiang's loving eyes also darted towards the guardian. Zhu Qiang suddenly freaking charged. His overwhelming speed made the guardian realize he was totally, utterly screwed. Zhu Qiang punched the guardian right in the chest, but wouldn't you know it, the guy had demon mist swirling around his chest. The demon mist instantly exploded out. Zhu Qiang burst out laughing, yelling that they were all useless dummies who couldn't even stop one of his palm strikes. The guardian crumpled, shouting, "Damn it, Zhu Qiang. What the hell is wrong with you? You just wrecked the Su County branch." Zhu Qiang's eyes went wide. Su County, huh? Then he just flipped them off with a look of pure disdain, puffed. "Just a tiny Su County," he scoffed. "The evil cult sending out their whole darn kingdom. Who could possibly stand against ME? Meanwhile, in Zhu Qiang's head, he was screaming in agony, "I'm dead meat." The guardian, seeing Zhu Qiang's eyes practically dripping with love staring right at him, instantly roared out orders to kill the guy. Suddenly, Su County 8 Evils popped up and said, "Guardian, calm down." Su County 8 Evils then started trying to talk some sense into Zhu Qiang to bring him back to his senses. "This old guy raised you from a little squirt, and this is how you repay kindness? Back in the day, when you peed your pants, I was the one changing your clothes, and the first time you grew up and went off to handle some civilian girls. Yeah, the forceful way. I was the one who took you along. So now, don't even think about blaming this old man for not caring about the good old days." 8 Evil's disciple immediately piped up. "Master, stop yakking, just stab the guy already," Su County 8 Evils replied.
Nah, I'm gonna unleash the Thou Engich Thung Great Array on this ungrateful punk. But while the old guy was busy running his mouth, Zhu Qiang had already let loose his attack.
Sioux County 8 Evils immediately kicked the bucket and went to the 9 Springs. Zhu Qiang just grinned from ear to ear, looking totally pleased. Meanwhile, his junior brother, he was secretly stoked seeing his master die, but he pretended to scold Zhu Qiang, senior brother, "How dare you do that to master?" The elders saw Zhu Qiang was all attack and no defense, burning his life force to power level his cultivation, knowing he'd self-destruct sooner or later, so they all decided, nope, and booked it.
Only Zhu Qiang's junior brother was left standing. Zhu Qiang gave him a totally fake, benevolent smile and asked, "So, who was it just now who said someone deserved to die?" The junior brother just screamed in terror. "Elders, don't leave me here alone," he wailed. But all he got back was a cold-hearted shout telling him to just die by himself. Like a cornered dog, he snapped and spun back, yelling, "Seriously, which old guy is Zhu Qiang anyway? Why didn't they grab the elders, but they're only going after me?"
Zhu Qiang gently took his junior brother's hand, looking all deep and emotional as he said, "Wow, junior brother, didn't expect you to stick around."
The junior brother spluttered, "Zhu Qiang, what the actual heck? Let go." He then tried to keep talking. Seeing how messed up things were, the guardian suggested they just let the guy go first and figure things out later.
Zhu Qiang didn't care, still talking with a chipped tooth. "At this life or death moment, you're still here, senior brother." So touching, Zhu Qiang grabbed his senior brother's hand. "I never thought the promise we made to live and die together back then was true." The senior brother cursed in dissatisfaction, saying he was super unlucky to have sworn brotherhood with Zhu Qiang.
Seeing this scene, the protector felt a bit redundant.
Zhu Qiang just smiled slyly, saying to his senior brother, "The auspicious hour has arrived." Smoke and fire billowed up spectacularly. The branch leader standing outside could only sigh.
"Looks like we have to move again." And the one who caused all this was Shu Xuan. He didn't leave for even half a step. He killed a heretic right inside his house and got rewarded with 10 years of cultivation.
Shu Xuan stretched wearily after finishing the job, smiling contentedly.
"Well done, Zhu Qiang, you did it." Then, Shu Xuan suddenly felt that, after breaking through to the Void Realm, the growth rate seemed to have slowed down. He calculated in his mind, "At this rate, even if I stay at home for a year, it still won't be enough to deal with the Xiwang Ting's experts, Duzan's magical treasures. If my strength isn't enough, I'll have to use pills."
Shu Xuan poured the entire bottle of elixirs into his mouth. "I'll be munching on these goodies until I'm the strongest in Qin Kingdom."
After finishing, Shu Xuan patted his big belly, his face blank.
Very quickly, Shu Xuan threw up everything he had just ingested, wondering in confusion, could it be that the medicinal properties are conflicting? Shu Xuan hunched over, vomiting continuously, basically unable to stop.
He clutched his head, realizing, indeed, you shouldn't eat just anything, it's better to go to sleep. At this moment, Shu Xuan's attention suddenly caught something.
He immediately made a move. So fast. A poor, unlucky sparrow was now firmly in Shu Xuan's hand. Squeezing the bird, he said, "I've reached the Harmony Realm." He wondered, that old man Shu Tianming is also approaching this realm, right? Then maybe I'm one of the top experts in Qin Kingdom already.
After thinking, Shu Xuan happily lay down to bask in the sun, secretly hoping for more heretics to come here. He promised to provide them with food and lodging, and a proper burial too. Meanwhile, at the Shu family's mansion, a man in black was arriving to meet Shu Tianming.
Shu Tianming replied, "Wan Chong personally came out to greet me. He's really giving this old man a lot of face." Wan Chong replied. "Of course." Shu Tianming pointed at his face and said, "Of course, my ass. The Shu family got into trouble. If it wasn't for your intelligence selling out this old man, my head would be on the ground." Wan Chong immediately shrunk back, saying, "Sect leader Shu, calm your anger." Shu Tianming asked Wan Chong if he had important information related to the Shu family, telling him not to bother with the pleasantries and get straight to the point. Wan Chang gave a strained laugh. "Clan Master Chu is indeed straightforward. I won't beat around the bush anymore."
Then, Wan Chang opened his mouth and demanded 1,000,000 spirit stones. Old Shu was so shocked that he choked on his water, shouting, "You little beast, why don't you just rob me?" He said, "Sect leader Shu, take your time and listen to half of it. If you think it's worth it, then pay."
He asked Shu Tianming if he knew about Demon Mist. Shu Tianming curled his lips, threw the money for 5 seconds, and said, "Continue." Wan Chang said he heard that a Xi Jiao protector from Ziyu Kingdom had come here. He stopped talking after that sentence. Old Shu's face was expressionless. He told him to continue, but he demanded more money.
Old Shu cursed him as a profiteer, gave him the full 1,000,000, and told him to continue. Wan Chang happily said, "Accurate intelligence. A protector from Ziyu Kingdom brought Demon Mist here, and the Xie Jiao in Shu County will destroy the Shu family's territory." Old Shu Tianming asked if that was all. Wan Chang said, "It's not over yet. If it was just that, I'd be embarrassed to take even 30,000. The Shu family's defense is unusually tight this time. The heretics have found 2 treasures that can hide their auras. Old Master Shu asked him if he was telling the truth or just blowing smoke. Wancheng replied, "Can my intelligence business afford to sell fake goods?" He even said that if there were any mistakes, he'd offer a full refund and triple compensation. He also mentioned he had a Dharma artifact to deal with the devil mist, asking if Shu Tianming wanted to buy it.
Shu Tianming, face dark as thunder, grumbled, "If I find out this concealing armor issue came from the Black Moon Tower you manage, you'll have more than 3 Wanchangs to answer to." After that, Shu Tianming took Shu Yun away, saying there was an urgent matter outside. Old Master Shu was still fuming. "Wancheng is truly two-faced and dark-hearted," he grumbled. "I knew that Wancheng was doing that, selling the same intel twice for double the money." Shu Tianming swore revenge, waiting until he had free time to dismantle Wancheng's Black Moon Tower. The next day, Shu Yun came to the society to see him, telling Shu Xuan that a heretical sect had been ruined by a strongman in Shu County. Shu Xuan scratched his head and said, "I've even seen some Void Realm elders around my place recently." Shu Yun replied, "The old head steward has been patrolling everywhere lately. Apparently, the heretical sect got their hands on a Dharma artifact with mysterious movements." Shu Xuan acted surprised. "Oh, really?" he said, while thinking. "Looks like I need to be even more careful about concealing my aura," Shu Xuan guessed. "The clan elders are patrolling the border in Void Realm, and there's a Dharma artifact with mysterious movements. Could it be the concealing armor? Anything below the 3rd level of Void Realm can't detect that at all. Besides, maybe changing isn't necessary." Shu Yun then told Shu Xuan, "Come back to the ancestral home with me. I'll ask Grandpa to forgive you." Shu Xuan immediately refused, saying, "I'm doing great here. It's super comfy on this chair. I'm not going back." In his head, he thought, going back means having to see Shu Tianming's sour face again. "Forgive you, huh?" Shu Yun said. "The ancestral land isn't safe," Shu Xuan retorted. "Why not?" the little girl explained. "The heretical sect is active here. Being so close to the main residence makes it unsafe. The Black Moon Tower's master personally told Grandpa about it." Shu Xuan wondered. "The heretical sect's branch was already blown up. What else could they do?" Shu Yun then said. "A big shot from the demon sect brought devil mist to Shu County. That stuff is super toxic. With your realm, you'll either be crippled or dead if you touch it," Shu Xuan asked, surprised. "When did she see this as a problem?" Shu Yun replied. "That's what Tower Master Wan said when he came today." Shu Xuan thought, no wonder the head steward went out. He cursed inwardly. Black Moon Tower should change its name to Black Heart Tower. If Zhu Qiang hadn't blown up the Shu County branch in time, the whole ancestral land would probably be filled with devil mist by now. Shu Yun still insisted on persuading Shu Xuan to return. "Don't be mad at Grandpa anymore. Just say a few words to him, and he won't be able to control you." Shu Xuan remained firm. "So many clan elders are patrolling the ancestral land. What if the heretical sect has great power? They can't force me back." Shu Yun decided to say, "I'll stay here with you, Shu Xuan. I'm not going back." Shu Xuan had no choice but to try to flatter the little girl to persuade Shu Yun to return. "I'll be fine," Shu Yun asked. "What if the heretical sect people come, and the clan elders aren't around?" Shu Xuan said. "I'll take care of them." Shu Yun smirked and got up, saying, 13th brother is getting more and more humorous. Actually, she hoped that if something really happened, Shu Xuan would be in a safe place and wouldn't have to fight. Shu Xuan thought, "This little girl really cares about me." Then he replied, "I wouldn't dare do anything. I'm not enough to make the heretical sect's experts bother with me." Shu Xuan said he would definitely protect himself, and urged Shu Yun to go back quickly. But Shu Yun still refused, and relaxed comfortably on the chair. She even praised Little Black for being cute, asking if Shu Xuan raised it. Shu Xuan could only hold his head in frustration. The kid wasn't listening to him at all. Meanwhile, at the main residence of the Shu family, Shu Tianming was discussing strategies for dealing with the heretical sect with the elders. Shu Tianming said, "The heretical sect hasn't launched an attack yet, so we still have time to prepare. Although only some low-level clan members are patrolling the periphery of the ancestral land, we should still pay attention," Shu Tianming said. "Defense alone is not enough. We need to lure the enemy in deep. As long as any heretical sect members enter the ancestral land, we will kill them without mercy, to show them our power." At this moment, someone suddenly spoke up and asked, Shu Tianming, "Little 13th is currently at the border of the ancestral land, so why don't you let him have a look?" Shu Tianming angrily lowered his face. He had already let Shu Yun go find Shu Xuan and said, "If he wants to come back, he doesn't need to look at my face. If Shu Xuan doesn't return, just pay attention to him. If he dies like that, it's just a stain on Shu Qiwaluo's reputation." So Shu Yun resolutely stayed in Shu Xuan's courtyard. Early in the morning, she woke up to greet Shu Xuan. Shu Xuan threw a cultivation manual at her. Shu Yun asked in surprise. Shu Xuan never bothers to cultivate, so how does he have this kind of book? Shu Xuan was like, "Nah, that little crib. It used to be where your old man, my dad, chilled. Of course, those books are his leftovers. Get your cultivation on with those," telling Shu Yun to get cracking on that train. Shu Yun immediately took the L, following orders like a good little sis. For days, she was all about that cultivation life. Meanwhile, back at the Shu fam's ancestral home, Shu Tianming was on day 3 of his no food, no water, no bathroom breaks challenge, just pacing back and forth. The elders were shook, like, damn, this dude's endurance is legendary. Shu Tianming, face redder than a ripe tomato, snapped. Can't he use voice transmission now that he's at that level? Think I'm deaf or something?
Then, Shu Tianming, still fuming, barked. Either those damn heretics show up already, or just buzz off. Why they gotta be so slow and draggy?
Shu Tianming, pointing his finger at the sky, roared, "You shameless bastards! Got the guts to face me head on. What's the point of hiding in the shadows?" After that, he ordered the elders to scout out the situation with those heretics. Gramps' yelling even reached Shu Xuan's tiny courtyard. Shu Xuan covered his ears. That old geezer's lost it again.
Meanwhile, the Black Moon Tower folks were reporting back to Wan Chang after doing some snooping. The guy spilled. The heretics are having a full-blown internal war. Zhu Qian pulled a go-boom move and is now scattered dust. And don't even get me started on the demonic haze. The Purple Moon Kingdom's protector is half dead from the blast.
Heard Zhu Qiang straight up exploded. Nothing left but bits. Now the protector's gone completely bonkers.
Then the subordinate asked Wan Cheng how they should compensate the Shu family. And Wan Cheng replied, "Compensate? Hell no. This intel screw-up ain't just on you and me. It's a blow to the Black Moon Tower's rep."
He told his subordinate, "We all want to keep our year-end bonuses, right?" The underling just nodded.
Wan Cheng went on. Heard the Black Moon Tower's HQ is looking to downsize. After all these years, he wouldn't have to worry about food or drink for the rest of his life, but the subordinate was still clueless.
Wan Cheng finished. "Even though this intel was a bust, if we trade some solid info to the Shu family, we won't just dodge the compensation. We'll save face."
He then sent the subordinate to the heretics to check in again.
Shu Xuan, gazing at the sunset, mused, "Shu Tianming's gonna find out about the heretics soon enough, and the Black Moon Tower's probably already moving their pieces." He muttered, "Now I'm already at the Harmony Realm, and Shu Yun's gonna break through to the Profound Realm, 3rd level, pretty soon. Ain't gonna be easy for the heretics to sneak in." Shu Xuan thought, "If I could get my hands on the Black Moon Tower, I could learn some seriously important stuff, but the opportunity ain't ripe yet."
Just then, the food delivery guy showed up. Shu Xuan eyed him, got a weird vibe, and told him to just leave the grub there. The servant did his thing and bounced. Shu Xuan watched him go, scratching his head. Besides the heretics and the Black Moon Tower, who else is playing in this sandbox?
Shu Tianming, still pacing, got a report from one of his scouting goons.
The dude was panting like a dog, which pissed off Shu Tianming. "The heretics at our doorstep already." The scout was like, "Bad news and good news." Shu Tianming told him to spit it out. "What did you find out?"
The subordinate blurted out, "The heretics branch in Shu County got blown to smithereens."
Seeing Shu Tianming was still confused, the guy elaborated. "Yeah, roof's gone, walls painted red with blood, bodies everywhere. Not only did we find traces of demonic haze, but also signs of the branch leader going ham and elders self-destructing. Looks like the heretics ran into someone way too strong, got caught off guard, and got their asses handed to them."
Shu Tianming questioned, "How can hurting a heretic branch defeat them?" The subordinate responded, "That's right. And they said that the person is definitely at an extremely high level. The Shu family will not have to worry about the problem of the demonic haze anymore." Shu Tianming, after making sure the intel was legit, burst out laughing. "Wan Chang, you sneaky bastard. Let's see how you handle this mess." Shu Tianming ordered his subordinate to go to the Black Moon Tower with him. Shu Tianming wanted to see what it was like to have 3 times the amount of ash on the face. Meanwhile, back at Shu Xuan's humble abode, he could sense that Shu Yun was about to break through. Shu Xuan quizzed, "How you feeling, Shu Yun?" Shu Yun replied, "Your little courtyard is seriously a feng shui jackpot. Cultivating here feels like leveling up at warp speed." Shu Xuan told Shu Yun to head back to the ancestral home if she was about to break through. "I can't protect you here." Shu Yun was all wide-eyed. "You can tell I'm about to break through." Shu Xuan grumbled, "Your cultivation's low, but you ain't blind." He told Shu Yun to skedaddle, and warned her to keep the cultivation technique he gave her away from that old devil, Shu Tianming, or else we're gonna have a whole heap of trouble. Shu Yun replied, "Understood." At this moment, Shu Xuan suddenly sensed someone approaching his courtyard. Turns out, it was none other than old Cao Cao, Shu Tianming. Shu Xuan immediately asked, "What's he doing here?" Shu Tianming called Shu Xuan a damn brat, snapping, "You see your elder and don't even know how to pay respects." Shu Xuan chuckled and said, "This wicked spawn paying respects might be an insult to the Shu family, don't you think?" Shu Tianming said, "So, you really don't want to come back, huh?" At this moment, he glanced at Shu Yun. Immediately noticing that she was about to break through, Shu Yun replied, "It's all thanks to Shu Xuan's help," Shu Tianming praised, "worthy of being a girl from the Shu family. After I die, I can rely on Shu Yun, I guess." Shu Yun immediately said, "You flatter me, grandfather. I still have several older brothers ahead of me. If I'm relying on anyone, it'll be them." Shu Tianming retorted sarcastically, "It's a good thing those guys are decent. If they were like your 13th brother, who knows what would have happened by now." Then he said to Shu Xuan,
"If Luo Qiwu knew what you've become today, she would definitely regret being your father.
Shu Xuan gritted his teeth in anger, unintentionally releasing a faint aura of the Union realm.
That old geezer naturally noticed immediately, he said. Although it's just a faint breath, that aura seems to be the key wave of a He realm powerhouse.
His subordinate was stunned. There's another Union realm expert in the Qin kingdom? Besides you, Master Shu, could there be someone else here? Shu Tianming waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Maybe I've just seen too many establishment realm experts lately and it's getting to me. Shu Tianming then used voice transmission to tell his subordinate that he knew what he wanted to say, but this wasn't the time to discuss such matters in front of a junior.
After that, he told Shu Yun to accompany him to the Black Moon Tower.
Shu Tianming turned to Shu Xuan and said, "Just obediently take 50 lashes and return to the ancestral home," Shu Xuan said. "No thanks, I'm doing pretty well here, no need for Grandpa to worry." Shu Tianming angrily turned and left. Shu Yun then came over and said to 13th brother, "It's just 50 lashes. Grandpa's already making a concession for you, Shu Xuan still firmly said no. Shu Tianming only glanced back, reminding his subordinate, "Unknown enemy, pay attention to this place."
He said, "Even though Shu Xuan is useless, we still can't let Shu Qilei be without descendants."
Shu Tianming then went to the Black Moon Tower. He greeted Wan Chang effusively. The Black Moon Tower's intelligence rarely leaves people with doubts.
Wan Chang said, "The intelligence isn't wrong, it's just that the heretical sect had a slight problem." In his heart, he cursed. "What are those damn heretical sect bastards doing?"
Shu Tianming, on the other hand, was silently cursing. Wan Chang is truly black-hearted. He swindled 1 million spirit stones from this old man, now he has to spit it all out and compensate me 3 times over. Let's see how he does it. Shu Tianming then said to Wan Chang, "The Black Moon Tower has always valued its reputation. How should the loss from this intelligence be calculated?" Wan Chang thought in a panic.
"Compensation is a small matter, but losing face is a big deal. I will be severely punished." He immediately said to Shu Tianming,
"There's an important piece of news related to the heretical sect. 1 million spirit stones isn't expensive, right?" Shu Tianming immediately retorted, 100 was not a small number. "Is the heretical sect worth 1 million? Wan Chang then said, "How about this? In the future, when the evil king court makes any moves against the Qin kingdom and the Shu family, we will definitely inform Shu Tianming first. Absolutely no delays." Shu Tianming then cursed him.
"You bastard. If he wasn't in the wrong this time, he would definitely drag things out." Before telling me anything once the evil king court made a move, Wan Chang could only smile apologetically, saying,
"The Black Moon Tower has always valued its reputation." Shu Tianming glared at him fiercely.
Wan Chang said, "The first vice leader of the heretical sect and 2 protectors have arrived in Shu County, asking him, 'Is this intelligence worth 1 million or not?'" Shu Tianming was stunned and asked, "The first vice leader, with a peak Void Realm 8th layer cultivation, and the protectors also having Void Realm 7th layer strength, what, you want to know their specific whereabouts?" Wan Chang smiled slyly and said, "That's a different piece of intelligence," Shu Tianming said.
"Just intelligence from Shu County isn't worth 1 million. The Black Moon Tower's intelligence is indeed a bit faster, but I can guarantee that the Shu family can receive intelligence about their arrival in Shu County in less than a day." Wan Chang immediately placed a piece of paper on the table, saying,
"This is their hiding place?" In detail, Shu Tianming had been waiting for this. He snatched the paper and bid farewell.
He said, "If we already have their location, we must strike first to be sure, catching them off guard." Meanwhile, at the heretical sect's hiding place, things were also in chaos. The master of Shu County branch, Deng Qian, told vice leader Zhang Kui that Zhu Qiang had suddenly gone mad, and they didn't know what was going on. They only suspected it was related to the protector of the Violet Moon Kingdom, but they didn't understand the opponent's purpose in doing so. The vice leader then asked, "Where's Zhu Yan, alive or dead? Who killed him?" The master of Shu County branch replied, "I don't know." This time, the heretical sect was powerless. "It's all that Shu clan's fault. The evil sect in the entire Qin state has already lost over 1/5 of its strength." The vice sect master then asked, "How did the Shu clan discover the evil sect's ambush?" The branch master reckoned. "Maybe Black Moon Tower provided the intel," the vice sect master said. "Black Moon Tower isn't omnipotent. And besides, knowing their style, aiming for big profits, why would they easily sell intel?" The vice sect master then told him to prepare. Tonight, they'd head to the Shu clan's ancestral land. The branch master got a bit nervous. "There are many experts in the Shu clan," the vice sect master said. "Shu Tianming has already left the ancestral land. If I dare to go, naturally I'm confident I can retreat unscathed." The branch master then realized that the vice sect master had already broken through to the 9th level void realm. The vice sect master tossed him something round, telling him, "Come with me tonight." The branch master caught it. Turns out it was an escape spiritual artifact, an escaping void pearl. The vice sect master said, "Exactly. Even if surrounded and attacked by the Shu clan elders, as long as you're not instantly killed, you can escape.
he smirked, saying, "Tonight will definitely put some serious pressure on the Shu clan." That evening, Shu Xuan was chilling under the moon, reading a book. Xiao He was also sleeping soundly on the roof. The evil sect's vice sect master and the Shu commandery branch master had arrived right outside his residence. The vice sect master said, "The objective this time is to barge into the Shu clan's ancestral residence. No need to go deep inside, just barging in is enough."
The branch master was doubtful. "There are probably many Shu clan elders around lately," the vice sect master replied. "The Shu clan elders kill anyone they see, so what if we go kill our way directly to the Shu clan's ancestral residence?" The branch master cursed inwardly. "Damn it, you're strong, so of course you're not scared. I'm weak, what's wrong with being a little careful?" They looked at the residence and asked, "Isn't that the place where Shu Qiulei's son lives?" The vice sect master said, "Shu Qiulei's son is a bit useless, but he's still a Shu descendant. If we can control him, we might get some extra gains," the branch master asked. "You mean recruit Shu Xuan into our sect?" The vice sect master started outlining two plans. First, control Shu Xuan, help him break through to the profound realm, make him return to the Shu clan's ancestral residence, and become our sect's pawn. Second, recruit Shu Xuan into the sect, impart evil techniques to him, and turn him into a killing tool. The vice sect master smirked. Shu Qiulei's son cultivating evil techniques, becoming an evil cultivator, rampaging and slaughtering. He wanted to see how the Shu clan would handle that. He even thought, when Shu Qiuelei returns, let his own son kill him, see if Shu Qiuelei kills him or not. The branch master asked nervously. What if Shu Qiuelei comes back, sees his son like that, goes berserk, and slaughters the evil sect? The vice sect master replied, "What's there to fear? Worst case, we just run away." The mastermind who pushed Shu Xuan into the evil sect is Shu Tianming anyway. Just think about how Shu Qiulei will react. The branch master replied, "True, no matter how you look at it, the evil sect doesn't lose out." The vice sect master started walking. He wanted to take Shu Xuan right under the Shu clan's noses, just to see Shu Tianming die from anger. Inside, Shu Xuan heard every single word they said. He sighed wearily. Is the evil sect nuts or something? Why do they always target me first for everything? Well, he thought, if they want to stir up trouble, it's not like I can leave the house, and I can't stop them either. This death is something they brought upon themselves. Don't blame me, Shu Xuan smirked. 9th level Void Realm strength ain't shit anyway. But the strength of those coming later keeps increasing. Maybe the next one will be a Unity Realm expert. He thought, I won't kill these two. The Soul Planting Seal might just come in handy. Those two were now right in front of Shu Xuan's door, then signaled each other to make a move. However, before they could even do anything, a formation appeared beneath their feet. The vice sect master's face immediately fell. He sensed something was wrong. He knelt on the ground, realizing instantly. This pressure, it's Unity Realm. The Shu clan has a Unity Realm expert. Who is it? Right now, his spirit was suppressed. He couldn't activate the escaping Void Pearl. Escaping would be tough. Shu Xuan walked out at that moment. The old man asked him, You're Unity Realm. The branch master tried to help, but Xiao He swooped down from the roof and slapped him silly across the face a few times. He fainted on the spot. Foaming at the mouth, Shu Xuan walked over and asked, Is there something wrong with you evil sect folks' heads? He asked them why they kept targeting him. Because you're Shu Qiulei's son. Early the next morning, Shu Tianming came looking for Wancheng again to settle scores. He grumbled angrily at Wancheng. What the hell? The intel was wrong again. Hurry up and give back the spirit stones. Shu Tianming cursed Wancheng inwardly for being a scoundrel. Wancheng said, frustrated, There's no way there could be a mistake. He said, Shu Tianming needs to understand that Zhang Kui is alive. What if he happened to leave when you went there? Any intelligence has a limited lifespan. It can't always be accurate. Shu Tianming angrily asked, Did Zhi Wangting take the intel of me going to kill Zhang Kui and sell it to Zhang Kui? Zhi Wangting denied it and said, Shu Tianming, with us, selling intel related to Shu Tianming's info can only be done after a day. Wang Chang said, Zhang Kui left suddenly and didn't even stray far from the Shu family's ancestral lands. Shu Tianming can go look. He might find him. Shu Tianming was also doubtful. Could it be that Zhang Kui really went to the Shu family? He said if there's any mistake in this intel, Xi Wangting will definitely pay the price, Wan Cheng said. How could there be a mistake? Xi Wangting's intel has always been reliable. They've never lied. Meanwhile, in Shu Xuan's courtyard, he was interrogating vice leader Zhang Kui, asking about his identity, Void Realm 9th stage. Not bad strength either. Shu Xuan thought to himself, this guy is probably a big shot in the Xi cult. If I kill him, they'll definitely send even stronger experts, which would be a huge pain. Zhang Kui looked at Shu Xuan, feeling utterly bewildered. Even this cat's strength is so strong, so how terrifying must his own strength be? Zhang Kui cupped his fist and announced his name. I am the first vice leader of the Xie cult in the Qin kingdom, Shu Xuan sighed.
His status really isn't low.
He thought to himself, if I control Zhang Kui, I can stop the Shi cult from bothering me and even find out their plans in advance. Thinking this, he comforted Zhang Kui. Don't be afraid of Shu Xuan. I wouldn't even have the heart to kill a chicken.
How could he kill him? Zhang Kui lowered his head, thinking, those who say things like that are usually not good people. Shu Luo said the same thing back then, and in the blink of an eye killed dozens of Shi cult members. The branch leader lying on the ground interrupted. The first vice leader is valuable. It'd be a pity to kill him. Wouldn't that mean you'd kill me too?
To save his life, he told Shu Xuan, I'm the branch leader of Shu Prefecture. I'm valuable too. Shu Xuan and Zhang Kui both gave him puzzled looks. Shu Xuan slowly tossed two kinds of soul imprints towards them, saying, you two don't need to fight over it. There's enough for everyone. He ordered the vice leader, tell your Ji cult to lay low for a bit, don't bother my Shu family anymore, got it? The vice leader replied, yes, master, I'll definitely discipline the members of the cult. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. He then told him, you're the first vice leader, try to become the cult leader of the Qin kingdom. In his heart, Shu Xuan thought, to resolve the worry of Shi cult attacks, the best way is, of course, to control the Shi cult leader. He then asked Zhang Kui how much he knew about Zhi Wangting. Zhang Kui replied, Zhi Wangting interferes with everything. Even the secret actions of the Jin cult can't be hidden from them. It's likely Zhi Wangting has Dharma artifacts specifically for intelligence. He also said that the strongest person in the Qin kingdom wasn't someone from the royal family, but a mysterious expert, sitting in a section of the Qin kingdom, controlled by Shi Wangting. Shu Xuan sighed. This Shi Wangting force is a bit interesting. At this moment, he suddenly felt Shu Tianming's aura approaching, as if he'd learned about Zhang Kui's attack intel. Shu Xuan quickly threw them a token, telling them to leave. I'll give you instructions later if needed, he said.
This token can evade detection. I want to see if Shi Wangting can really find out anything. The two thanked Shu Xuan and jumped over the wall, running away.
Shu Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. Things should be peaceful for a while. The Jin cult members won't come here to bother me anymore.
The system then appeared, saying that Shu Xuan had subdued Ji cult experts without leaving his house, and the reward was 15 cultivation and celestial golden eyes. Celestial golden eyes are eyes that can see through the void, peek at the rules of heaven and earth, and even kill others with a stare.
Shu Xuan was overjoyed, and his realm directly broke through to the spirit. Severing 8th stage, Shu Xuan smugly said, if only I had a few more Ji cult experts. But then he brushed it off. My heart can't be chaotic.
I must be steady. Only by being steady can I stay at home for a long time and not risk my life.
The next day, at Shi Wangting, Shu Tianming came again. Wan Cheng thought to himself, he really came back. Watch me chop this guy and get promoted and get a raise. My dreams will finally come true. But Shu Tianming wasn't happy at all.
He asked Wan Lushu, do you think I'm easy to bully, or have you thrown the reputation of Shi Wangting into a cesspool? Wan Cheng blankly asked Shu Tianming, what exactly do you mean?
Shu Tianming angrily said, they took 1 million spirit stones from me and provided 2 pieces of intel, and both were wrong. Last night I was patrolling in the ancestral lands the entire time. Zhang Kui didn't appear at all.
Wan Cheng couldn't believe his ears. Black Moon Pavilion never made mistakes, so how could they screw up again and again? Shu Tianming angrily asked.
Where's that Zhang Kui? If he's not at the drop-off point and didn't break into the ancestral grounds, then where the heck is he? Wan Cheng kept pressing. Shu Tianming, are you sure Zhang Kui didn't go into the ancestral grounds? Shu Tianming said. The old man searched all night and found nothing. Tell Wan Cheng to return all the spirit stones, pronto.
Wan Cheng said. Sect leader Shu, please wait a moment, I need to verify this. His head was spinning. Where could Zhang Kui possibly be? He asked his subordinates. But they all said they didn't know.
Wan Cheng snapped. This time, you're all responsible. Don't tell me you don't know, his subordinate said.
Last night, Zhang Kui definitely went towards the Shu family's ancestral grounds. We haven't been able to find him since. It's as if he vanished into thin air. Wan Cheng was furious.
He immediately ordered his subordinates to investigate. No matter what, they had to find Zhang Kui. He racked his brains. Why didn't that bastard Zhang Kui go to the Shu family? I need to reassure Shu Tianming, or he'll tear Black Moon Pavilion apart. How am I supposed to get promoted then? Wan Cheng told Shu Tianming that he had already ordered his men to investigate Zhang Kui's whereabouts. Shu Tianming said,
Zhang Kui is cunning. Black Moon Pavilion keeps giving us wrong intel, preventing the Shu family from eliminating him in time. He asked Wan Cheng to do something about it. Wan Cheng said, Sect leader Shu, rest assured, Zhang Kui won't live much longer. Black Moon Pavilion has accepted the Shu family's commission and is determined to help eliminate Zhang Kui.
Shu Tianming said, Zhang Kui is strong, and he has the space-piercing pearl. Killing him won't be easy, Wan Cheng replied. Just wait for Zhang Kui to activate the space-piercing pearl, then intercept him. Killing him won't be difficult.
Old Shu then replied,
Then he will wait for news from the pavilion leader. Meanwhile, because Shu Xuan was just chillin' at home and still managed to mess up Black Moon Pavilion's intel, the system rewarded him with divine replenishment art and truth-speaking art. Shu Xuan was a bit stunned when he heard the news. Wrong intel. Is it about Zhang Kui? He showed an attitude of boredom.
I originally gave Zhang Kui the invisibility talisman to test Black Moon Pavilion, but it seems they aren't as powerful as I thought. They can't find out everything.
Shu Xuan then checked out his 2 new rewards. Divine replenishment art can automatically heal damaged souls, a powerful soul-type healing technique
belonging to the secret arts of the divine law tier. As for truth-speaking art, it's also a secret art of the same level, forcing people to tell the truth, a power similar to speak and it shall be done, a word of truth, a secret art of the great Tao of heaven and earth.
In an instant, Shu Xuan possessed 2 secret arts. He felt that even staying home he could do a lot, and he was very happy. Seeing how happy he was, the system
even gifted him the 7-colored divine light. Shu Xuan thought to himself with satisfaction, what a lucky day. In his hand was the 7-colored divine light.
Shu Xuan thought, whether it's an attack aimed at the physical body or the soul, the 7-colored divine light can defend against it to some extent. He smirked smugly. With the 7-colored divine light, I can safely cultivate at home. The next day, Shu Tianming went to Black Moon Pavilion again to settle the score, because Black Moon Pavilion had promised to find Zhang Kui. But when old Shu arrived, Wan Cheng and the others still said they didn't know. Shu Tianming asked with a grumpy face, Pavilion Leader Wan, are you making fun of me? Pavilion Leader Wan said, Sect Leader Shu, don't misunderstand, I've already ordered an investigation. Whether he's dead or alive, we must get the most accurate information. In his heart, Wan Cheng cursed, that damn Zhang Kui. Did he really vanish into thin air? Even if he's dead, Black Moon Pavilion must get the intel. Shu Tianming asked, Pavilion Leader Wan, it's been 3 days. Why isn't there any news? He asked. Should I doubt Black Moon Pavilion's intel or doubt Pavilion Leader Wan's abilities? Wan Cheng replied, Black Moon Pavilion's intel is unique and my abilities
are also not lacking. Shu Tianming then said he would wait 1 more day and then leave. At this moment, Pavilion Leader Wan turned and yelled at his subordinate. Where's Zhang Kui? Whether he's dead or alive, I must give him an explanation. The subordinate guessed. Perhaps Zhang Kui is already dead. Pavilion Leader Wan asked. Are you sure? The subordinate said. 80% sure, Wan Cheng replied. What if Zhang Kui isn't dead? The subordinate immediately replied. Then we'll confirm it again.
Meanwhile, Shu Xuan was leisurely reading a book in his courtyard, seemingly studying the tragic life of Shi Wangting, the evil king. When he was young, he castrated himself to cultivate a powerful technique, only to discover that the enemy's technique was stronger and stole the woman he loved most. That evil king's mentality lost balance, he went mad, and finally performed a blood sacrifice of millions of people to restore his male organ. The blood demon art was created by this evil king. He relied on a powerful demonic art to restore the guy's organs, killed the enemies, and snatched the girl he once loved. As a result, that woman coldly told him, You're way too soft compared to him, how boring. That evil king suffered chi deviation and died on the spot. Shu Xuan finished reading, let out a laugh of utter disbelief. This Xi Wang really had it rough, huh? Just then, a steward came to tell Shu Xuan that Shu Tianming wanted him back at the ancestral residence. Shu Xuan was puzzled, thinking, what does that old geezer want now? Why suddenly call me back to the ancestral home? He bluntly told the steward he wasn't going back, that he was doing just fine here. In his heart, he thought, I've been here for a year already. Going back now would ruin my record for staying away the longest. The old steward continued to persuade him, saying that Shu Tianming promised not to hold his past mistakes against him and that he could come back to the ancestral residence. Shu Xuan bluntly told him to scram. I said I'm not going back. I'm comfortable here. The old steward turned to leave, saying he would report back to the family head. The system rewarded Shu Xuan for refusing to return to the ancestral residence, choosing to stay here with a chest of Wuzhen tea. Shu Xuan eagerly awaited the system's random reward. A pouch of tea appeared in his hand. Wuzhen tea could help people comprehend the true meaning of the world and break through true realm bottlenecks. Shu Xuan's eyes lit up. He was already at the 8th level of the harmony realm, about to enter the 9th. The true realm was just a hope, but with this Wuzhen tea, comprehending the true meaning of heaven and earth beforehand could shorten the breakthrough time. Shu Xuan immediately brewed a pot and tasted the flavor first. Shu Xuan closed his eyes and took a large gulp. He then directly broke through to the 9th level of the harmony realm. The true realm was now only a matter of time. Shu Tianming, after hearing the servant report his grandson's blunt refusal, was furious. He told the servant to leave Shu Xuan alone, and if he liked staying there, just let him stay there. The next morning, as scheduled, Shu Tianming was at the Black Moon Tower. Wan Cheng told him that according to accurate intelligence, Zhang Kui was dead. Shu Tianming asked him if he was sure, and who killed him. The Wan Tower master replied, the Black Moon Tower's intelligence is never wrong.
Perhaps it wasn't a Qin Kingdom powerhouse who killed him. In Wan Cheng's heart, he thought, even if he's not dead, as soon as Zhang Kui shows up, the Black Moon Tower will kill him first.
The Black Moon Tower's intelligence can't be wrong. Wan Cheng also said that he would accept another commission from Shu Tianming as personal compensation. Shu Tianming then replied that if Wan Cheng said so, he wouldn't pursue the matter further. Shu Tianming said he wanted to commission him to investigate the whereabouts of his son, Shu Qiwoluo. Wan Cheng said no problem. He would personally suggest that the Black Moon Tower pay attention to it, and when there was news, he would notify Shu Tianming first. Shu Tianming then thanked him. Meanwhile, Shu Xuan had been at home for 10 months.
The reward is a Xuanhuo Ling. The Xuanhuo Ling is a low-grade emperor armament, containing the mysterious heaven-burning, earth-scorching fire within, possessing unparalleled power.
Shu Xuan looked at the gift with satisfaction. Another emperor weapon. The reward for a year was at least a celestial scripture, or even a divine art. He's already with 1 foot in the true realm. Shu Xuan muttered to himself. Drink a few more cups of tea, and who knows, I might break through.
A moment later, Shu Yun came to visit, saying that she was already at the 3rd level of the profound realm. Luckily, I had 3rd uncle's insights, Shu Yun said. Shu Xuan's father is worthy of being the one suppressing Qin Kingdom.
She also told Shu Xuan to practice hard, and not be so lazy, or he would lose 3rd uncle's face. Shu Xuan poured a cup of tea and said, Shu Yun wouldn't understand. These are the most comfortable days. Cultivating diligently every day, how boring is that?
Then, he told Shu Yun, you've come at the right time, handed her a cup of tea, and told her to try it.
Shu Yun only took a sip of the tea, and her eyes lit up. This tea is really good. It almost has some special effect. I feel more energetic all over. Shu Xuan replied. This is tea that your father left behind for many years. Of course it's not ordinary. Shu Xuan smiled and said. So it was left by 3rd uncle, no wonder. Shu Xuan smugly thought to himself.
If I let her drink this tea every day, comprehending the truth and breaking through to the true realm won't even be a problem. At this moment, Shu Yun suddenly wondered. Why have I never seen you leave the house? Shu Xuan replied. I'm cultivating, okay.
Shu Yun said blankly. I've never seen you cultivate, and your strength hasn't even increased. Shu Xuan said calmly. You're basically cultivating your heart. The higher your heart's realm, the higher your cultivation will be. Shu Yun immediately retorted. So, because Shu Xuan's heart realm isn't high, that's why his strength is so weak. Is this the cultivation method that 13th uncle passed down? How strange, Shu Xuan said. That's right, this is your dad's secret cultivation method. At first you only see weakness, but once you comprehend it, you'll soar to the heavens in 1 step, he continued to boast. This method is extremely difficult. Not everyone can cultivate it. The reason why I returned to the ancestral residence is also for this reason. In his heart, he thought, as long as I have this excuse, no one will push me to return to the ancestral residence anymore. Shu Yun immediately said, I understand now. I won't force 13th brother to return to the ancestral residence anymore, and I won't let anyone bother you. At this moment, Wan Cheng's subordinate returned and reported to him that Zhang Kui wasn't dead. When Wan Cheng asked where Zhang Kui was, the subordinate replied, Zhang Kui appeared briefly, but we couldn't kill him, and he escaped. Wan Cheng muttered to himself after hearing this. It's fortunate, because I haven't announced to the outside world that Zhang Kui is dead. I only mentioned it once to Shu Tianming. Wan Cheng immediately ordered his subordinate to continue investigating Zhang Kui's whereabouts. He didn't really believe that Zhang Kui had disappeared. At this time, in Shu Xuan's residence, Shu Yun said, I'm about to reach the Xuan realm 4th stage, so I have to return to the ancestral residence to prepare for the breakthrough. Shu Xuan immediately told her to go. After Shu Yun left, he thought, once Shu Yun breaks through to the Xuan realm 4th stage, that old fogey Shu Tianming probably won't be in the mood to arrange a marriage with the Qin family anymore. Shu Xuan returned to his peaceful life, lying in bed, wondering which cultivation technique book he should read today. At this moment, he suddenly felt a strange sensation. Shu Xuan had unexpectedly broken through, and when he opened his eyes, he had the ability to materialize things. This was the mark of the true realm. It seemed impossible to detect under the true realm. This is simulated spiritual energy. The system immediately announced. You broke through to the true realm at home. The reward is a gluttonous golden peng pet. Shu Xuan carefully looked at the small bird in front of him. The gluttonous golden peng is an ancient divine beast, possessing extreme speed. Above, it can devour the 9 heavens. Below, it can split the 9 hells, Shu Xuan commented. Its strength is only true realm 1st stage though. Its size is a bit small. I wonder when it will grow up. The little black cat, Zhao He, immediately meowed in disdain. The gluttonous golden peng replied to Zhao He with a coo crap. A second later, the two angrily pounced on each other and started fighting. Shu Xuan had to grab them with both hands. All right, don't fight in the house. Take him for a walk around the yard. He confidently walked out of the house with his 2 pets.
After breaking through to the true realm, there's nothing to fear from the heretics anymore.
Who knows, I might be able to directly break through to the Emperor realm, based on the rewards for staying home for a year. Shu Xuan leisurely looked at the sky. As long as I break through to the Emperor realm, there's really nothing to fear in Nanzhao anymore.
He leisurely and idly pruned the potted plants. These days are really comfortable, just lacking a beautiful servant girl. A notification immediately appeared.
You prune with joy and complacency at home, in a happy mood,
and are rewarded with the Myriad Spirit Compendium and the Myriad Heaven Pill Classic.
Shu Xuan smiled happily. I have contact with random rewards again. Awesome. The Myriad Spirit Compendium is a book recording all spiritual objects and natural treasures in the heaven and earth.
Memorizing the Myriad Spirit Compendium allows one to recognize any spiritual object in the heaven and earth, any natural treasure, even if it's extinct. The Myriad Heaven Pill Classic is a pill classic book for refining pills, recording countless pill formulas and many methods of refining pills in history. Lost pill formulas and lost refining techniques can all be found above.
Shu Xuan said with a smile. It's quite thick, which is good to kill time. The pill refining methods can instead be learned by Shu Yun. He then decided to find some pill formulas and put them in her Cultivation Insights, waiting for Shu Yun to read them. Her status in the Shu family would surpass Shu Qing
and would not be below the family head. If Shu Tianming knew, he would definitely be reluctant to let Shu Yun leave the Shu family.
Meanwhile, in the evil sect, Yuan Cheng said, the right protector died in Qin Kingdom's Shu prefecture. This matter is inextricably linked to the Shu family. That elder then asked, didn't the right protector die in the chaos of Qin Kingdom, fellow Taoist? Yuan Cheng replied,
although it is so, who can know the real situation? Moreover, if it weren't for destroying the Shu family, why would this sect have come to this point?
Over 10 Xijiao elders from Ziyu Kingdom bit the dust, and even their big boss got seriously injured. It's all because of the Shu family, all because they started plotting and messing with Xijiao. Yuan Cheng, totally pissed, growled out an order, get the elders over here ASAP, we're settling this score with the Shu family. Bright and early, Shu Yun bounced over to Shu Xuan's place to spill the beans. She'd broken through to the 4th level of the profound realm. Go her. Shu Xuan praised her for leveling up so fast, then handed her a book. He's all like, I was flipping through books the other day and found a pill formula. Dad left behind, I slipped it into your cultivation notes, check it out. Shu Yun took the book, all confused. Then suddenly her mind was buzzing with a million thoughts. She was thinking, wait, this has alchemy stuff? And a formula for making void unification pills? If we had those, Grandpa could break through to the 3rd level of the unification realm.
And he didn't share the alchemy secrets. Why? Shu Yun thought while walking away with her back facing Shu Xuan. Unless this alchemy thing has a seriously shady backstory. She was struggling, thinking, should I learn it? Could it bring trouble down on the Shu family? Shu Xuan saw his sister's attitude and was like, WTF. Why was she being so sneaky? She's probably suspecting that this alchemy technique's got some baggage. So Shu Xuan drops the bomb. Dude, I already knew about the alchemy, Dad told me to learn it, but I thought it was too much of a pain. No shady history, promise.
Shu Yun fires back. Alchemy's crazy valuable in Nanzhao, gotta be careful. If it gets leaked, and the powerful forces in Nanzhao get wind of it, the Shu family's gonna be in deep SHT, especially if Shi Wangting notices us. The consequences are unimaginable, Shu Yun said, adding, I should secretly learn it, then go out and train. Find some remote place to make pills, and if I don't let anyone know, there won't be any trouble. Shu Xuan gave an awkward, being careful is a good thing. Then, he gave her a jade talisman, saying it was left by their father. Shu Xuan said he didn't travel outside to train, so he didn't need it, so Shu Yun should just take it. Shu Xuan closed his eyes, thinking, I'll use the Dao imprint to contact Zhang Kui and have him secretly protect Shu Yun, Zhang Kui's, at the 9th level of the Void Realm, and will totally be loyal under the Soul imprint. Nothing should happen in Shu Kingdom. Knocks on wood. Shu Xuan stretched, feeling satisfied that he could chill at home after taking care of things. Meanwhile, back at Xijiao's lair, the elders had all gathered, ready for a showdown. Yuan Cheng threw out the question, who's gonna go get revenge for our Ziyue Xijiao? Another elder spoke up. The Shu family's overall strength ain't as good as Xinyu Kingdom, but they're no pushovers either. Plus, Qin Kingdom isn't our turf. We could run into trouble just waltzing over there, Yuan Cheng conceded. True, our main target is Xinyu Kingdom. But he snarled, can't let the Shu family off the hook? Once Wang Ting makes a move, they might not spare the Shu family either, unless we wait for Wang Ting to give the go-ahead. Yuan Cheng started plotting. We don't necessarily have to fight the Shu family head-on. He'd heard that Shu Chuluo's son had been kicked out of the family estate. If we can't touch the Shu family for now, snatching Shu Chuluo's son will at least let us vent some anger. The other guy was all, Shu Chiwaluo's son got kicked out. What good snatching him? Yuan Cheng called him an idiot. Shu Xuan's Shu Chiwaluo's son. not some random nobody. Even if he's a good-for-nothing, he's still got value just for being Shu Luo's kid. The guy finally got it. Shu Luo might not be dead. If he ever comes back, we'll take his son to Wangting as a hostage. He definitely won't dare do anything.
Another elder jumped in. In that case, I'll make a trip, Yuancheng then said. Then I will leave it to someone with good hiding skills.
Meanwhile, the legendary good-for-nothing son of Shu Luo was chilling and sipping tea. It's almost been a year,
and Jin Zhao hasn't made any moves lately. Shu Xuan figured they were playing it cool. He's thinking he can finally chill, when suddenly the barrier alarm blares, telling him someone's invading. Shu Xuan facepalmed, all annoyed. Here comes Ji Zhao again. He could feel someone snooping around outside, Shu Xuan thought. Void Realm 3rd level. That's a first-tier elder. Zhang Kui's not sending me any messages.
Shu Xuan was wondering why that guy was heading straight for his courtyard. He smirked.
Coming right to my door. Don't blame me for what's about to happen. Elder Lu Yuan swaggered in like he owned the place and threw open the door to the house. Shu Xuan watched him. Lu Yuan noticed that there was no strong cultivator protecting the place. It's good timing for him to do this. Elder Lu Yuan went straight into Shu Xuan's house, saw him, and asked, "Are you Shu Luo's son?" Shu Xuan answered, "Yep." Dude, in his heart, he's like, what the heck's wrong with my dad? Why does everyone want to snatch me? Lu Yuan immediately lunged towards Shu Xuan, ready to attack.
But just then, he felt a surge of power rushing towards him. Turning around, he was instantly sent flying with a palm strike.
Lu Yuan was bewildered.
Could it be that Shu Luo's son is bait?
Shu Xuan asked him, "Which branch of the Ji sect are you from?" He was curious. Could there be something wrong with my identity as Shu Luo's son?
Seeing the enormous serpent behind Shu Xuan, Lu Yuan thought to himself, a void realm Yao beast has appeared. Could it be something Shu Luo left for his son? Lu Yuan figured there was no one else around, no ambush. So he was determined to find an opportunity to capture Shu Xuan. Shu Xuan just sighed and facepalmed like, whatever, if you don't want to talk, fine. He calmly controlled the giant serpent to charge at him. Lu Yuan panicked. Where did this giant serpent suddenly come from? And so unexpectedly, could this be the creation from nothing technique of a powerful cultivator? He immediately asked Shu Xuan, "Are you Shu Luo?" He figured the whole thing about Shu Luo and his wife exploring ancient ruins and disappearing was just a cover, Lu Yuan thought. Or perhaps Shu Luo obtained a great opportunity and faked his disappearance to avoid being targeted by other forces. Even his appearance has changed. Discovering such a big secret, I have to silence him. Shu Xuan then told him, "My name is Shu Xuan, son of Shu Luo," and added, "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Then he asked, "Which branch of the Shi sect are you from?" He replied, "I'm not from the Ji sect of Qin Kingdom, but Lu Yuan, an elder of the Ji sect of Ziyu Kingdom." Shu Xuan was a little stunned after hearing that. He asked, "You're from Ziyu Kingdom, but you came to Qin Kingdom's territory to capture me. What's the deal with that?" Lu Yuan replied, "A protector of Ziyu Kingdom died in Shu Kingdom. The vice sect leader suspects the Shu family, so he sent me to capture you as a hostage." Shu Xuan finally understood. So that's what's going on. Last time, Zhu Qiang's counter-assassination mission had such outstanding results that even a protector of Ziyu Kingdom got killed. He then threatened him. "The Zhai sect of Ziyu Kingdom is targeting me again, so don't blame me for taking action." Shu Xuan then used a certain Dao seal and poured a strand of Ling Qi into it, ensuring that he would be at his peak, and even a Void Realm 9th level cultivator wouldn't easily kill him. Shu Xuan ordered him, "Pretend you obtained a great opportunity, and want to usurp the sect leader position to counter-assassinate the Xiaqian sect of Ziyu Kingdom. Kill as many as you can." Lu Yuan obediently complied. Shu Xuan smugly thought, maybe he can contribute a bit, and even wound the Shi sect of Ziyu Kingdom. The pressure facing the Shu family will be greatly reduced. Lu Yuan left, and Shu Xuan thought, perhaps I can have some peace at home for a while. As long as I break through to the Emperor realm, I won't be afraid of the Shuangting anymore. Lu Yuan later returned to the Ji sect, and the elders asked him, "Where's the person? Could it be you fail?" Lu Yuan scoffed. "They don't have the qualifications to ask me to do anything?" He even said, "Yuancheng is nothing. From today onwards I will take the position of sect leader." The elders were bewildered. Is there something wrong with Lu Yuan's head? How dare he be so bold as to covet the position of sect leader? Who gave him such courage? Lu Yuan said. "I have obtained a great opportunity, and breaking through to the fusion realm is only a matter of time," he loudly asked. "Among these elders, who supports me, and who opposes me as sect leader?" The elders said. "He's just arrogant because his strength increased by chance, yet he dares to covet the position of sect leader." Old Whitey scolded. "He's outrageous and courting death." Zhang Tu asked, "Lu Yuan, what's with the way you're talking? We're all brothers. But there are some things you shouldn't joke about too much." Lu Yuan sneered at Zhang Tu, calling him a good-for-nothing, and said, Following you is a great humiliation for me." Zheng Tu angrily yelled. "You little brat, you've really rebelled."
Lu Yuan continued to ask the elders, "Who opposes me? Who supports me? Oppose me and die, support me and live." The elders immediately started scolding him.
They said, "Even the sect leader wouldn't dare to say such arrogant words. How can you? Do you think you're a big shot from the Wang Ting? I oppose you? How about that?" Lu Yuan glared at them menacingly.
He said, "Then let them die." Lu Yuan was going absolutely bonkers. He swung his sword at Zheng Tu, and bam, Zheng Tu got a nasty gash on his arm. That elder dude saw it and was like, "Is he out of his mind?" Lu Yuan swings his sword at the elder, yelling, "He dares go against me, dares to stop me from killing, then he can die too." Another elder bites the dust. The white-beard elder then tells Lu Yuan, "Stop right there, or don't blame me for being impolite." Lu Yuan just barks back, "They're all disrespectful. Anyone who dares defy me can just drop dead." The white-beard elder gets pissed. "You're seriously insane? Do you think you're the Zhiwang's grandpa or something?" Zheng Tu clutches his severed arm, whining, "Lu Yuan's gone crazy, kill him." Lu Yuan, in a rage, raises his sword, declaring he'll off him first. Thwack! The sword finds its mark, ending Zheng Tu. The other elders just murmur, "Damn, that's some serious power.
He really did get a lucky break somehow. No wonder he's so arrogant. Plus, he might have lost his marbles. He's not stable anymore."
White-beard elder shouts, "Everyone, subdue him now." Lu Yuan, like a balloon about to burst, screams, "Let's all die together." Then, boom, he self-destructs. And boom goes the dynamite, taking all the elders in the blast radius with him. Moments later, Yuan Chong arrives. Finding the place a total wreck, he stammers, "What the heck happened here? Did the Xinyu kingdom attack?" Seeing Whitebeard elder still alive, Yuan Chong asks, "Old man, who did this? Where is everyone else?" Whitebeard croaks, "That damn Lu Yuan did it." Yuan Chong is stunned. Lu Yuan had that kind of power. "Where are the others?" the elder replies. "All dead. Only I survived." Yuan Chong freezes. "All dead? What? At least 70% of the elders are wiped out? Such serious damage. How are we supposed to compete with the other sects?" The elder just babbles. "Don't just stand there. I feel like I can still salvage a bit." Yuan Chong snaps out of it and rushes over to give him a pill and says for him to explain the whole thing. Shu Xuan, meanwhile, is chilling at home, getting his reward from the system, killing enemies from 1,000,000 miles away without leaving the house.
The rewards are 10 years of cultivation and a crate of heavenly thunderbolts. Shu Xuan looks at the crate, thinking, "Not bad, this counterkill gave some good results." He scrunches his face up. Getting 10 years of cultivation reminded me to reach the third stage of the true realm, and, as expected, the higher the level, the slower the increase in strength. Heavenly thunderbolts are one-time use spiritual items containing a hint of heavenly thunder. They're great against demonic cultivators. Once activated, the explosion can hurt even a true realm first-level expert. Shu Xuan picks up a heavenly thunderbolt and smirks wickedly. He flops back on his chair, thinking, after backstabbing the Purple Moon Kingdom's evil sect, I can probably chill at home for a year. Just then, the soul imprint on Shu Xuan's forehead starts glowing. He smirks. Zhang Kui. Did some strong guy attack Zhang Kui? Zhang Kui is now standing at Shu Xuan's door, and he puts his hands together and calls out to him. Master, Shu Xuan asks. What is it? Zhang Kui reports. The deputy master of the Xinyu Kingdom's evil sect, Yuan Cheng, and the master of the Qin Kingdom's evil sect, Lu Wang, have secretly joined forces to attack Shu County, with the intention of besieging the Shu family's experts. Shu Xuan is confused. Why are they dumping their problems on the Shu family's head? If the plan succeeds, the Shu family will suffer heavy losses. Even Shu Qing and Shu Yun could be in danger. Shu Xuan gets concerned. Because this isn't a good thing. It will affect my peaceful days at home. So Shu Xuan straight up told Zhang Kui to figure out how to leak the intel to the Shu family. Like, spill the beans on the evil cult's plans and timing, you know? The Shu family will handle their own business, he was like. Your job is to protect Miss Shu Yun. Zhang Kui bowed, understood. Then Shu Xuan told him to secretly gather all kinds of spiritual herbs and treasures, so that she can luckily get some. Basically, he was telling him to use his brain and make it happen. Shu Xuan gave him a jar and said figure out how to sell it to get spiritual herbs. Shu Xuan mentioned. Those two giant snakes are at the 5th level of the Harmony Realm. Even if they can't last forever, they're basically invincible in the Qin Kingdom. Shu Xuan shoved one of the snakes towards Zhang Kui, telling him, when you get close to Shu Yun, one of these big snakes will just, melt into her body. The other one, Shu Xuan let him have to protect himself. Zhang Kui grinned. Thanks, bro. Then, Shu Xuan slipped him a pill, telling him to try and break through to the 2nd level of the Harmony Realm. With that done, Zhang Kui was off. Shu Xuan watched him go, thinking, Shu Tianming is already halfway to the Harmony Realm. With Zhang Kui's current level, one mysterious Harmony pill will definitely help him break through. But he didn't feel like giving him the mysterious Harmony pill just yet.
Better to wait until Shu Yun refines the mysterious harmony pill. He thought to himself, this cheap grandpa still doesn't like me and gets annoyed every time he sees me, Shu Xuan wondered. The old geezer's talent must be trash. Why else would my dad be able to break through to the harmony realm, maybe even the true realm? He mused. Maybe dad's cultivation technique is stronger. But that's impossible. If it were that strong, he wouldn't have just given the Shu family a half-assed true scripture, relying on an incomplete true scripture to break through to the harmony realm, even the true realm. His talent is definitely something else. Shu Xuan then received his reward for staying home for a month, an upgraded spirit refining chart. It was an enhanced version of the spirit refining chart. Shu Xuan was super eager to check it out.
It just so happened that the original spirit refining chart was losing its punch, almost useless. Shu Xuan was a little confused. My mental willpower is on par with a 5th level true realm cultivator, and I can only last 2 or 3 seconds. This spirit refining chart has some effect even on Emperor realm experts. He figured he could get the spirit refining chart later and enhance the low-level item. Thinking about how to use it, putting it in Nanzhao is definitely top treasure. Meanwhile, Shu Qing was chilling at home, reading a book and thinking about that time he got ambushed by the evil cult. He almost died, only escaping thanks to his Earth Evasion Pearl. He swore he'd wipe out the evil cult. Shu Qing then drifted off, thinking about the Black Moon Tower. But their price for info on the cult's bases was too damn high. He sighed. Oh well, guess I'll have to rely on the Shu family's intel network. The Shu district belonged to the Shu family, so the intel network was pretty solid. But lacking spirit chi and dharma artifacts, even probing the secret locations was difficult. Just then, a subordinate came to tell him that someone had dropped off a piece of intel. He asked, "Who delivered it?" The subordinate replied, "It wasn't the other 3 families. And it wasn't the Black Moon Tower. I don't know who it was." Shu Qing took the intel and read it, then told his subordinate to invite his 4th uncle over. His 4th uncle showed up real quick, asking what was up. This guy was Shu Hai, the 4th son of Shu Tianming, and he was at the 1st level of the illusion realm. Shu Qing handed the intel to his 4th uncle, asking how trustworthy he thought it was. Shu Hai read it and said, "The reliability is probably high, no matter what. One must prepare for the worst." Then, he turned to leave, saying that this wasn't something he and Shu Qing could handle. Shu Hai wanted to immediately return to the clan. Meanwhile, in a secluded cave, Shu Yun was mixing up spiritual herbs. She closed her eyes and then shouted out a word. From the cauldron in front of her, many shining spiritual herbs appeared. Shu Yun looked at the 5 spiritual herbs in her hand. 4 of them have been wasted. The other 8 are divided. 5 pills are of the normal mysterious pill grade, but 3 have reached the excellent grade. Shu Yun put away the spiritual herbs. She sighed. "Good. I'll summarize the process, and I will improve. Next time I refine pills." Shu Yun was very happy. It was the 10th time refining pills. The first 9 times, 6 times failed, 3 times succeeded. But the quality of the pills was normal. This time, finally, the top grade came out. But the last of spiritual herbs have been used up. She has to find a way to find more spiritual herbs. Fortunately, Shu Yun has a lot of spiritual crystals on her body, so she has to go out and buy some. Shu Yun told herself. Once she's skilled enough with the Xuan pill, the next step is refining spirit pills. Just then, Shu Xuan's big python lunged at her. Shu Yun freaked out when she saw it slithering into her belly. Then, Shu Yun smiled happily. This is an unknown power. Seems like it's the big python's lucky encounter. And it didn't stop there. Shu Yun then spotted a storage bag right in the middle of the road. Seeing no one around, Shu Yun opened it to take a peek. What a surprise. Inside were loads of spirit herbs and millions of spirit stones. Shu Yun was puzzled, wondering who the heck secretly gave them to her. She briefly thought it might be Grandpa, but there's no way Grandpa would do something like that. Shu Yun then felt an unknown power hidden inside her body. She figured some senior must have noticed her refining pills and specially left the spirit herbs as a test for her. Shu Yun turned around and went back into the cave to continue refining pills. Zhang Kui and his subordinates were secretly watching her. Zhang Kui told his subordinate beside him, "Stay here and protect Ms. Shu Yun. I'll head back to the sect." He was determined to get a hold of the plan. First, he had to latch onto that big shot, screw whatever Jiwangting sect is. After finishing his task, Zhang Kui returned to report the situation to Shu Xuan. "Master, Miss Shu Yun seems to have a talent for refining pills. In a short time, she's already able to refine Xuan pills." Shu Xuan listened, and immediately ordered him to continue providing the materials needed for refining pills. He thought to himself, not killing Zhang Kui at first was indeed the right choice. It's good to have a lackey to help me out. After that, he handed him a bottle of pills, telling him to give it to Tong Qian to boost his strength a bit. He figured these 2 lackeys working for him wouldn't even think of betraying him. Of course, the stronger they are, the better. At noon, Shu Xuan received news that the Shu family, in alliance with the He family, had launched an attack to wipe out the evil cult and returned with a great victory. The head butler recounted,
I heard the battle was intense. The exiled sect leader of Jun country didn't hesitate to use the nation-protecting treasure, but still couldn't avoid the destruction by the two great families. Lu Wang was heavily injured and escaped, and the other powerhouses of the evil cult were almost all annihilated.
Shu Xuan thought to himself, if I hadn't gotten the intel beforehand, the Shu family wouldn't have been able to suppress the evil cult.
How useless would that be? The butler continued.
The elder who went along died, and the sect-protecting treasure was destroyed. The evil cult of Xinyu country is pretty much on the verge of extinction. Shu Xuan happily thought that the evil cult wouldn't be able to bother him for a while. The system popped up a notification. Shu Xuan didn't leave the house but still schemed to overturn the evil cult's conspiracy. The reward is the Heavenly Secret Source Seeker art. Shu Xuan eagerly awaited the arrival of the new reward.
The Heavenly Secret Source Seeker art can peek at heavenly secrets, probe origins, know the past, and understand past lives. With the Heavenly Secret Source Seeker art, it means no one can hide their identity in front of him.
Shu Xuan looked at Xiao He, planning to use the Heavenly Secret Source Seeker art to see its origins.
But it wasn't as simple as he thought. Heaven and Earth's wondrous heavenly spirit cat, possessing the might of a divine beast.
Shu Xuan was already exhausted just from looking. The heavenly spirit cat's origins are extraordinary. To find its source, one must expend spiritual will.
With his foundation establishment Cultivation, he simply couldn't handle it. The Zen Tian Golden Peng and the Heavenly Golden Spirit Yao aren't ordinary beings either. Their levels are too high. Looks like he can only find the origins of those whose strength is equal to or lower than his.
Shu Xuan lay leisurely on the chair thinking. The Shu family's great victory in a short time. The evil cult can't cause trouble in Qin country for now. I can have peace for a year or so.
That evening, Shu Xuan received a visit from Shu Yuan, Lao San, his equal age. He yelled at Shu Xuan, saying, "Look at what you've become," he asked. "Are you worthy of your father, Shu Qiu?"
Shu Xuan despondently thought. Why is this blabbermouth back? Shu Yuan asked Shu Xuan.
Can't you have any ambition? Third uncle and third aunt are gone. Don't you want to become stronger and seek justice for them?
Shu Xuan didn't reply, but turned his ass towards him. Shu Yuan continued to be a nag, saying he really disappointed everyone. Shu Yuan said the person he admired most was third uncle. He studied with third uncle since he was young, and it could be said that his skills were taught by third uncle. Shu Yuan then forced his good-for-nothing younger brother to sit up.
You asked him, using so much strength, were you trying to kill me to inherit Dad's legacy?
Shu Yuan pointed at his own face and asked, "Is that what you think of me, your little brother?" Shu Xuan replied, "Well, not really. I just didn't want you to bother me," Shu Xuan told Shu Yuan. "Everyone has a different way of living. This is the life I chose, and I feel good about it, and that's all that matters.
Besides, even when Dad was around, he didn't nag me this much."
Shu Yuan was speechless after hearing that. He wanted to say something, but he held back. Shu Yuan sighed and sat down next to his little brother. Shu Xuan could tell he was troubled, Shu Xuan thought to himself. With the same status, Shu Yuan's talent is the strongest.
Qi Refining Realm First Level, Shu Tianming really overestimates Shu Qing, but on the path of cultivation, he's far behind Shu Yuan. He glanced at Shu Yuan again. The cultivation technique he used wasn't the Shu family's technique. Either he encountered a lucky chance outside and learned a different technique, or Dad himself taught it to him.
Shu Yuan turned to Shu Xuan and said, 13. You wanting to avoid the battles and striving, wanting to live an ordinary life, might actually be the right choice. Shu Xuan felt confused. He thought, he looks like he's giving his last words. Is something about to happen? But Shu Xuan saw that he was genuinely concerned about him. If he could help, he would lend a hand. Shu Yuan said to Shu Xuan quietly, "In a few days, I have to leave this place again. I don't know when I'll be back,
or even if I'll be back." Shu Yuan said he would always keep an eye on their parents' affairs and would have someone inform him if there was any news.
He also said that although the Shu family's siblings didn't know how to fight, Shu Yuan gave him a cultivation technique to make sure he can live in peace, telling his little brother that he should still cultivate diligently. Shu Yuan told Shu Xuan that after he read it, he should hand it over to the grandpa. His position in the Shu family would be much better. Then, as he turned to leave,
he wished Shu Xuan a quick breakthrough to the Foundation establishment realm.
Shu Xuan watched him go with a helpless look. He didn't know what was bothering him. Could it be heartbreak? Very likely. He looked at the book in his hand, specially made beast hide. This is usually used to record cultivation techniques. Not only can it be preserved for a long time, but it can also store spiritual will. Shu Xuan opened the book and was shocked. It was an incomplete Saint-Pierre cultivation technique. Only half of it.
But even so, it was no ordinary thing. The Shu family has maintained its position in Qin country for thousands of years, based on a piece of incomplete true scripture. Cultivating this half of a Saint-Pierre technique, breaking through to the saint realm is hopeless, but breaking through to the nascent soul realm wouldn't be a problem at all, according to the records in the book. The reason why there are no saints in southern continent is that it was wiped clean in a great war. Shu Xuan grinned stupidly. because this Saint-Tie technique was useless to him.
The pills are also ordinary, for breaking through to the qi refining realm.
But for me to use these 10,000 techniques to gain Shu Tianming's attention, it's a kind gesture after all, he thought to himself. It seems like Shu Yuan wants to go far away. Could it be that he provoked a powerful enemy and wants to run away to avoid trouble? At most, I'll have Zhang Kui pay attention a bit, and I'll step in to save him if necessary.
Just then, Shu Tianming's cursing reached his courtyard from afar. Shu Xuan was startled awake from his nap, he thought.
For Shu Tianming to be so angry, it must be a big deal. Shu Xuan said that he would see what happened.
Shu Xuan's face showed confusion. I can hear him from this far away. Is he trying to kill Shu Xuan? He muttered to himself. That old geezer isn't that evil, right? Xiao He was already lying on the roof of the ancestral residence, eavesdropping for Shu Xuan. It turned out that Shu Tianming was angry, because Shu Yuan wanted to break off the engagement with Princess Ke Yun of Qin country. The old man cursed Shu Yuan. Are you trying to stomp the Qin family's face into the ground? Shu Tianming said. Qin Ke Yun's mother already had her engagement broken off by Shu Chuiluo. Now Shu Yuan is breaking off the engagement. How can the other side let it go? The old man said, I don't care who Shu Yuan likes, he absolutely cannot break off the engagement. I'll immediately arrange for him to marry her. Shu Chufeng, Shu Yuan's father, lowered his head in distress, thinking that he shouldn't have let his son follow Shu Chuluo to study in the first place. He didn't learn anything, but he learned the habit of breaking off engagements. Shu Tianming wondered. Didn't Shu Yuan say he got along very well with Qin Ke Yun? Their relationship was quite good. Why does he suddenly want to break off the engagement?
If the Qin family knows about this, they're really going to go crazy,
Shu Yuan said. He has already informed the Qin family, and he also told Qin Ke Yun directly, that in his eyes, Ke Yun is just a little sister. Shu Tianming was so angry he couldn't say another word. Shu Yuan said he wanted to leave the Shu family today. Both his father and his eldest uncle were completely stunned. The head of the Shu family, Shu Qiuzhang, said,
The Shu family brothers have rarely fought and have had harmonious relationships. Ever since the incident with their third brother, Shu Luo, the Shu family's way of life seems to have been thrown off a bit.
Shu Tianming shouted, Shu Yuan isn't going anywhere. I'll immediately inform the Qin family to arrange the marriage.
At this moment, the old steward announced. People from the Qin family have arrived, Shu Tianming then asked. Who has come? The old steward replied. It's Xin Pinghe and her daughter.
Shu Xuan couldn't help but sigh as he watched this unfold. Truly worthy of someone who worships his father. He's even learned how to break off engagements.
He smirked. If Shu Tianming wasn't a cultivator, I'm afraid his blood vessels would have exploded from anger.
He also wondered what would happen to Shu Yuan.
Would he be imprisoned? Or forced to marry the Qin family's daughter? The question is, would the Qin family's daughter even agree to marry him?
He also wondered.
Now that Shu Yuan is back, he must know the consequences he's about to face. At the Shu family's ancestral home, Qin Pinghe and her daughter had arrived. Qin Pinghe had barely entered before she asked Shu Tianming if the Shu family wanted to break off the engagement.
The old man hurriedly waved his hand, saying, Absolutely not. We had no such intention.
Shu Yuan then spoke up.
Whether the Shu family wants to break off the engagement is their business, but I, Shu Yuan, will not honor this engagement, Shu Tianming hastily scolded. Shut your mouth, you unfilial grandson. Shu Yuan said, Grandfather, forcing others won't lead to good results. Why don't you ask Ke Yun Mei if she likes me? Ke Yun clearly stated.
I really like Shu Yuan. Like a bolt from the blue, the old man Shu Tianming seized the opportunity and asked, Did you hear that? If you dare to let Ke Yun down, I'll chop off your legs. In his heart, he thought,
we can't break off the engagement. A crack in the four-family alliance would be disastrous. If there's a crack, it means the four families will gradually lose their unity. Shu Yuan then asked Ke Yun,
We've only met a few times. How could you possibly like me?
Kara Jun blushed and replied,
I liked you the first time I saw you.
Shu Yuan was dumbfounded. There's no way that's possible. Do I really have that much appeal? He then said to her, I already have someone I like. It's impossible between you and me. Xin Pinghe yelled.
Enough. She felt insulted and said, Don't tell me you think my Qin family's daughter isn't worthy of a Shu family man, Shu Tianming stated decisively.
There will be no more talk of breaking off the engagement. He then ordered people to lock him up, so he could reflect on his actions. Shu Yuan said, I'm not as talented as my third uncle, and my talent and strength are not as good, but my devotion to the person I love will definitely not lose to my third uncle. He shouted, No one can force me.
Shu Qiufeng then scolded his son. Why didn't you learn anything else? Why did you have to learn how your third uncle broke off his engagement? He then ordered people to lock him up.
Shu Yuan said to Ke Yun, You're a good person. You can find someone better. Goodbye. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, he used a teleportation pearl and ran away. Shu Tianming angrily shouted, ordering people to catch him. Qin Pinghe sneered.
The Shu family's third branch really has nothing good. Then she asked Shu Tianming, was Shu Chuluo's son kicked out of the clan?
Shu Tianming awkwardly replied, "That's right." The two women then went to see just how outstanding Shu Chuluo's son turned out to be. Shu Tianming worriedly asked, "What are those two planning?" He then instructed his two sons to go and see what was going on, to prevent that woman from going crazy after seeing Shu Xuan.
They dragged themselves to Shu Xuan's courtyard. Shu Xuan bluntly asked,
"Qin Pinghe,
who the heck are you, auntie?" Qin Ping, he retorted. And who are you to ask? What did Shu Xuan call her auntie? Shu Xuan just deadpanned. She's on the same level as my dad. Am I supposed to call her sis or something? Bet she immediately spun around, grinding her teeth and asking if the Shu family's eldest and second sons were trying to break the engagement, and if they had even thought about the consequences.
Shu Qiujiang replied, "Yeah, this whole thing is kinda messed up, but you saw it yourself. She straight up ran away. You gonna catch her? Even if we force this marriage, it's not fair to Qiuyun." Qin Ping. He then says, "Shu Luo screwed her over, so his son's gonna pay." Shu Xuan then asked her, "How old are you? You already have a daughter, and you're still this shameless. No wonder my dad didn't want you." She immediately cursed Shu Xuan, "You little punk," then swung a palm strike at him. Uncle Shu Qiuzhang steps in to block it for him, and yells, "What are you saying?" Qin Ping. He is still adamant. If Shu Yuan isn't willing, then Shu Xuan can marry my daughter.
Right after that, everyone piled into Shu Xuan's courtyard.
After hearing Qin Pinghe's idea, the whole Shu family panicked. The eldest uncle, Shu Qiujiang, anxiously asked, "What if Qin Keiyun doesn't like it?"
Carrie Yun blushed and replied, "As long as he's handsome, I'm good." The two uncles froze, thinking, "Why does everyone like this kid?"
Shu Xuan said he didn't agree. Qin Ping. He retorted, "What right do you have to disagree?" Shu Xuan pointed at his own face and said, "I'm a good-for-nothing. If your daughter marries me, isn't that a loss for her?" Both mother and daughter were stunned. Qin Ping. He gave a faint smile, secretly wondering, how could Shu Xuan so frankly say I'm a good-for-nothing so directly? Shu Xuan continued, "Marrying a useless guy, how would your daughter even show her face in public? Do you even care about face anymore? Think about it. You, as a mother, got dumped by my dad, and now you're gonna let your daughter marry a loser like me. What will people think?"
"They'll definitely think your daughter is unwanted, only able to marry a useless bum." "Auntie, you getting dumped by my dad is one thing. Are you really gonna let your daughter carry the unwanted, only good enough for a loser tag?"
Huh.
She was shaking with anger just listening to him, grinding her teeth. None of the Shu family's third generation are any good.
Seeing her attitude, the two uncles were panicking, thinking that if she made a move, they wouldn't be able to stop her. But then, Qin Ping, he changed her tune.
She said, "Shu Xuan makes a lot of sense. A useless person doesn't deserve my daughter. Let's go." The system popped up. Reward for Shu Xuan. For rejecting a woman who came knocking on his door, Nihility Heartfire.
Shu Xuan accepted the reward, super happy, as the two left. Seeing Qiyun's eyes still locked on him adoringly, Shu Xuan was speechless. He thought to himself,
Qiyun acts like such an obedient daughter, but something about this woman just doesn't sit right with me.
He immediately used Heavenly Secret Origin Probe technique, and Qin Keiyun's history appears. Mother, Qin Pinghe. Father, the soul of Hong Fei, the fox demon emperor Yao Chong. Reborn, currently in the recovery phase, outwardly obedient, inwardly seductive, ruthless, specializes in bewitching, likes handsome men. Shu Xuan was a bit stunned. The soul of a fox demon emperor Yao Chong, reborn. He was once an emperor realm powerhouse. No wonder she said she liked me. I am handsome. No need to be modest about that. He pondered. The Qin kingdom is about to have some changes, but I can't probe her history any further. Gotta be careful of this girl. Also, Shu Yuan breaking off the engagement will make Qin Keiyun hate him, so I should probably warn him. Shu Xuan then ordered his spirit beast to deliver the message. After it flew off, he went to check out his new system reward. Nihility Heartfire. Lives like rage can drive others insane in an instant, and in that rage, they'll explode and die. It can depict the rage of people, taking the emotion of anger as fuel. As long as there's a little bit of anger, it can ignite and consume. Once consumed, it cannot be extinguished. Shu Xuan sighed. That's powerful. Hard to guard against. Who in this world doesn't get angry? It's practically an invisible killer. He stepped back into the house. This time, it seemed that Shu Yuan's affair did not cause much of a big wave. More or less, some contradictions still arise between the two families, Shu and Qin. Qin Keiyun's restoration of her emperor soul, coupled with her wind affinity talent, means she's getting stronger every day. I'm afraid I'll regret not marrying her off to our family even more later on. The reason Nanzhao doesn't have an emperor is probably not as simple as the rumors suggest. How did Qin Keiyun even end up there? I want to find more information about Nanzhao, but there's so little. Even the ancient texts barely mention it, Shu Xuan wondered. Qin Keiyun is a fox spirit,
But how did she reincarnate into the human race?
Qin Ping. He got dumped by someone else, so why would he still agree to betroth his daughter to the Shu family? There's got to be some kind of scheme here. Shu Xuan is determined to hold his ground.
As long as my strength increases, no scheme or trick can withstand my fist. Just then, Shu Xuan's pet returned. Looks like it already notified Shu Yuan. But whatever Shu Yuan's thinking, I don't really care that much.
Meanwhile, in a heretical cult's lair, the leader of the Hu Xuan sect is holding a banner in his hand.
He says, Kunwu's lifespan is almost up. After this is done, and the missing part of the blood spirit pearl is completed, I'll offer it with both hands. It'll definitely extend Kunwu's life by 10 years, increasing his chance of breaking through.
Elder Kunwu responded with a doubtful question. Are you really willing to give me the blood spirit pearl? Hu Xuan clenched his fist and said, Our sect has fallen to this state all because of the Shu family of Qin Kingdom. He can't swallow this anger. Kunwu still didn't believe him, just killing a few elders of the Shu family. And Hu Xuan is willing to offer the blood spirit pearl, he asked. You really? Hu Xuan looked at the blood spirit pearl and said, The main target is Shu Chu Luo's son. If we catch Shu Chu Luo's son, I'll have a way to get revenge on the Shu family. He said he wants to use Shu Chu Luo's son to avenge the heretical sect. He wants to see if the Shu family will sacrifice their own for the sake of righteousness. Elder Kunwu was silent,
and then said, I agree. Hu Xuan then gave him half of the blood spirit pill, and said, I'll give you the other half after it's done. Kunwu took the blood spirit pill, and immediately turned around and left. He thought to himself, he's been stuck at the peak of the void realm for too long, and his lifespan isn't much longer either. This is an opportunity. Moreover, the Shu family isn't weak, and Shu Tianming's strength isn't below his, and he also has a protective artifact.
If he wants to fight, he can't be sure he can win.
Besides, he's old after all, and his strength has declined. But as long as he doesn't fall into the encirclement of experts above the 8th level of the Void Realm, he's confident he can escape. This trip is just to catch Shu Chu Luo's son, and conveniently kill a few more elders of the Shu family. As long as he's careful when he gets to the Shu family's territory, and grabs Shu Chu Luo's son, and kills a few more elders of the Shu family who are stationed in Shu County on the way back, it won't be difficult. He chuckled to himself. By the time the experts of the Shu family come to support, he'll have already returned to the Xingyu Kingdom and successfully obtained the Blood Spirit Pearl. Once he breaks through to the Harmony Realm, what's there to fear from the experts of the Shu family? If he fails to break through, he won't live for many more years anyway, so what's there to be afraid of? Shu Xuan was in this high courtyard, calculating the days he had been in here. He'd been in the house for almost a year without realizing it. To break through from the mortal path to the true realm. Who would believe it if it got out? There are only 7 days left to complete a year. He figured if nothing unexpected happened, no one would come to bother him. But then Shu Xuan sighed. When he saw Kunwu charging into his yard, he thought to himself, what's wrong with the heretical sect? Why do they always come to him whenever they come to the Shu family? Shu Xuan, Kunwu asked. Are you Shu Chua Luo's son? Shu Xuan replied. I am indeed Shu Chu Luo's son, but I don't understand why you heretical sect people keep coming for me. Did my father dig up your heretical sect's ancestral grave or something? Kunwu smiled and replied, I'm not from the heretical sect, but I was invited by them. He impulsively rushed forward and said, Good boy, obediently come with this old man for a trip. Shu Xuan stood still and watched him charge. He only said 2 words, kneel down. The old man, psychologically manipulated, immediately kneeled down, his face showing a look of confusion. Shu Xuan ordered, telling him to just kneel there and not think about running away. The old man frowned, his mind in chaos. What kind of power is this? Is it the legendary Emperor realm? Why is there such a terrifying person in the Shu family? Is this Shu Chu Luo's son? Shu Xuan calmly said. Confess your origins and your purpose for coming here. But the old man stammered, his eyes wide and his mouth open, unable to say a word. Shu Xuan thought to himself, those Zhe sect people really have issues. They're about to be wiped out, and still won't stop bothering him. Could it be that these Zhe cultivators messed up their brains from practicing dark arts? But Shu Xuan quickly figured out what was up with the old geezer, Kunwu. Kunwu was stuck at the peak of the Shu realm and couldn't break through. It just shows how trash his talent is. Shu Xuan thought this old guy was worthless and wouldn't live much longer. He's almost kicking the bucket. Shu Xuan then pulled out 3 spirit stones, thinking to himself, help him break through. That's a waste of resources. Shu Xuan tossed the 3 stones at him, and a diamond-shaped red mark appeared on Kunwu's forehead. Shu Xuan crossed his arms and ordered Kunwu, go now, use your last bit of life to shine once, so your trip to this world won't be in vain. Kunwu was utterly confused when he left Shu Xuan's place. Crap, he's sending me straight to Xiwangting's royal capital to cause trouble. Going there is basically suicide. He gave me a few things, but I don't know what they do. All Kunwu remembered was Shu Xuan's words, if he sees someone in the He realm, Throw this at their face." The old man wore a bitter face. "Damn it. Who would have thought that I would cause havoc in the royal court when I'm about to die?"
Before long, Kunwu arrived at the Shiwang Palace. The guard shouted, "Halt!" Kunwu thought to himself,
"I can't go against the guy in the dark anyway, so if that's the case, let's go all the way. My glorious name must be recorded in the history of Shi cultivators in Nanzhao, even in the history of cultivation in Nanzhao." After thinking that, he pointed at his face and said, "The holy land of Shi cultivators under the heavens is not to be violated. Today, I, Kunwu, will barge into the Shi cultivators' holy land." The guard was sweating buckets and asked, "What did you say?" The guard asked, "Is he crazy? Did practicing dark arts mess up his brain? Am I going to become like that one day?" Kunwu then pulled out his sword. "Remember me, Kunwu. I will shine in the last moments of my life."
He charged forward recklessly, proclaiming that he would have the Ji cultivators under the heavens remember that there was once a Ji cultivator named Kunwu, who bravely stormed the Jiwang Palace. The unlucky guard was promptly cut down. Kunwu lifted his chin triumphantly. "My name, Kunwu, must be recorded in the history of Nanzhao. So what if I die?" He stepped into the Xian Palace, ordering everyone to come out. The guards shouted in unison, "Presumptuous! Who dares to barge into the Jiwang Palace?" They charged at Kunwu to capture him, but he threw out a firecracker. Before the guards could figure out what was happening, the entire Xian Palace exploded. Kunwu ran out triumphantly.
"I, Kunwu, must die gloriously. How can Ji cultivators who don't dare to barge into the Jiwang Palace be considered Shi cultivators? I am already a Ji cultivator, so I must storm the royal court's holy land once, even if it means death. Remember me, Kunwu." Afterwards, the guards reported the incident to the Shiwang sect leader. A Shu realm peak Ji cultivator who doesn't have much lifespan left stormed into the royal palace, killed a He realm guard, and seriously injured 2 Zen realm experts. He let out a roar and self-detonated inside the Shiwang palace.
Before he died, he said to remember his name, Kunwu. The Shiwang sect leader frowned and shouted, "Damn it!" He ordered the capture of all of Kunwu's descendants and relatives, so he could make their lives worse than death. But the guard said hesitantly, "He lives alone, without even any descendants." This earth-shattering news echoed throughout the Shi sect. The elders told each other, there was a Shu realm Shi cultivator named Kunwu, who was about to die, and bravely stormed into the Shiwang Palace, killing several He realm experts. Several elders exclaimed, "Damn, that's awesome. He directly etched his name in history. Just hearing it moves me. Should I also go on a rampage when I'm about to die?" The other elder mocked, "Based on your strength, screw it, forget about it." The Shi sect leader secretly sulked after hearing the news. "That damned Kunwu, does he have something wrong with his head? I told him to go capture someone. Why did he run to the Shiwang Palace to cause trouble?"
Then the Shi sect leader paced back and forth, wondering, why did Kunwu suddenly storm the Shiwang Palace? He wondered if something went wrong with his head along the way, or if he was stimulated somehow at the Shu family. The sect leader was worried.
"If others find out that I ordered Kunwu to go to the Shu family but he ended up going to the Shiwang Palace, then I'm screwed." Fortunately, there was no third party present during the original secret scheme.
He thought to himself, He Yue Lu probably doesn't know about it either, so if there's no third party, there's no possibility of it being revealed. The sect leader tried to encourage himself and humbly heal his wounds. "This has nothing to do with me. I've never met Kunwu."
But the sect leader also had a suspicion.
There's something wrong with the Shu family. Why is it that every time something happens, it's related to the Shu family? He muttered. If it wasn't for the Shu family, how could he have ended up in this situation? The Shen sect of Xinyu country is almost wiped out. Shi Wangting will just see him as useless because of all this. If he wasn't useless, how would things have ended up like this? He sneered with hatred.
Nearly 2 hours later, the cult leader looked at the blood demon orb on the table.
He found this thing, called the blood demon orb, by chance in an ancient ruin when he was at the Zhuan realm. It contains demonic blood inside. Once it's exposed, everyone below the Zen realm will be demonized. Once demonized, they'll become demon slaves. The demon race is the biggest enemy of the human race. Whether it's the righteous sects or the evil cults, they won't allow the demon race to exist and will destroy them. The cult leader frowned. Should I proceed with the plan or not? I'll wait until my wounds heal before deciding.
System notification.
Shu Xuan is staying at home and hasn't gone out. But a single thought from him shook Shi Wangting and shocked all the rogue cultivators in the world. The reward is a secret realm of opportunity.
Shu Xuan, after hearing the notification, couldn't help but praise. That old man Kunwu sure has some skills. A secret realm of opportunity, huh? He can set up a secret realm of opportunity in Nanzhao without leaving his house, leaving it for those with fate. Whoever gets the inheritance is definitely someone with great luck.
Will become Shu Xuan's successor. Plus, as long as Shu Xuan is willing, He can snatch the successor's cultivation and control their life and death.
Shu Xuan laughed triumphantly. As long as I have enough secret realms of opportunity, I don't need to leave the house. Successors will be everywhere under the heavens. Moreover, none of my successors can betray me.
Even if a successor really wants to betray me, I can take back their cultivation at any time, Shu Xuan said with a grin. You can enter the secret realm of opportunity only if you are one with great luck. Aren't you one of the main characters? Not stepping out of home but having successors all over the world? This whole behind-the-scenes nurturing of geniuses thing is kind of fun. If any successor dares to betray their master, in an instant, their entire cultivation will be taken aback, and I can even give that cultivation to another successor. Awesome. But Shu Xuan thinks now's not the right time, his strength is still a bit weak. Setting it up now wouldn't be that meaningful.
He decided to wait another year, Shu Xuan thought. 1 year, just 2 days left. I wonder what the reward will be. 2 days later, the system popped up. You've stayed at home for a year. Reward: Jade Void Immortal Scripture. Plus 100 years of cultivation. The cultivation technique and cultivation will be directly infused. The reward caught Shu Xuan completely off guard and made him so happy. The Emperor Realm, no more worries. The cultivation and technique were instantly infused into his body. Shu Xuan leveled up continuously. From the 4th level of the Zen realm to the 8th, Shu Xuan immediately started circulating his energy. He was completely stunned when his divine soul flew out.
That's the fundamental mark. Breaking through to the Emperor Realm means the transformation of one's spirit and will, condensing a divine soul. Even if the physical body is destroyed, as long as the divine soul escapes, you can live another life. A dense divine soul force can also communicate with the heavens and earth, merging into them. It's like using yourself as the center to build a new little world. In this world,
everything you say goes. You are the ruler of this little world, the supreme and ultimate law. Shu Xuan guessed that the rules in the Nanzhao region seem to have been cut off in several places. Perhaps this is the true source of Nanzhao. There are no emperors. Or perhaps someone has condensed their divine soul, but because they haven't merged with the rules, they can't build their own little world, and can only be considered half-emperors. Shu Xuan sat down to circulate his energy again. His divine soul force has merged, not with the rules of heaven and earth in Nanzhao, but with the heaven and earth of a vast world, the rules of a higher level. He could see the forbidden ancestral residence of the Shu family.
In the center of the ancestral residence, beneath the ground, there is a space. As expected, this place was once an ancient ruin. The Shu family relied on this place to develop, but it doesn't seem to be worth much now.
Shu Xuan then built his little world within a 2-mile radius, which is his emperor territory, just enough to cover the Shu family's territory. Shu Xuan sensed that those few clan elders were breaking through again, he thought. Perhaps it's due to the influence of my divine soul territory's power coverage.
It revealed a bit of the aura of the rules, causing those clan elders to uncontrollably break through.
In the center of the Shu family's ancestral residence, there is a protective artifact. It seemed to be about to activate, taking the aura of the clan elders. Shu Xuan looked more closely and discovered that it was a protective artifact for transmitting messages, seemingly taking the aura of completion realm experts and then transmitting it to somewhere. He found it a bit interesting. The Shu family doesn't have any completion realm experts. Perhaps they were intentionally suppressing their breakthroughs, while the completion realm experts who broke through have already left. But a neglected junior like him couldn't access those secrets, Shu Xuan smirked. As long as it doesn't affect my staying at home, it's fine. Let's first shut down the collection functionality of that aura-gathering artifact. The system popped up and said, "You've broken through to the Emperor Realm. Reward: Grande Luo Heavenly Scripture, Grande Luo Divine Art, plus Grande Luo Immortal Classic," Shu Xuan said with a laugh. It's the old version of the Dai Luo Emperor Scripture again. Shu Xuan immediately received the reward, and he leveled up to the 2nd level of the Emperor Realm. Done. He then let out a long breath. The 100 years of cultivation had just been consumed, and now he finally had enough strength. Nanzhao has no emperor, and he is the only emperor in Nanzhao. Besides the Emperor Realm or above experts from outside Nanzhao, otherwise he has nothing to fear in Nanzhao. Now Shu Xuan doesn't need to worry about the Shiwang Ting anymore. He'll kill every single evil cultivator that comes his way. Lil He was all up in his face, rubbing against his cheek, so Shu Xuan was like, "Hey kitty, you're about to break through soon, aren't ya? You're already at the 9th level of the Harmony Realm. You'll break through to the True Realm in no time. With your talent, breaking through to the Emperor Realm shouldn't take long at all," he told the spirit-devouring flower and the divine bird.
You guys will be breaking through to the Emperor realm soon too. My strength will be more than enough by then.
Shu Xuan set himself a tiny goal, breaking through to the celestial realm. He told himself, "Don't get cocky, Shu Xuan. Emperor realm's second level is nothing to brag about. There's still the Venerable realm and Celestial realm ahead." Shu Xuan wants to try and break through to the Venerable realm in 10 years. Shouldn't be too hard, right? The system gives me rewards and a bunch of cultivation levels real fast.
And I can take advantage of the secret realms? The natural rules of Nanzhao are slowly recovering. Qin Keiyun, the shared life person, and the demon emperors have already appeared. You can see Nanzhao won't be this balanced forever.
But there won't be huge movements in 10 years, breaking through to the Venerable realm in 10 years, and my strength will be more than enough. I am the Venerable One in this domain, even emperors must kneel. The Venerable realm in this world is an absolute powerhouse. Shu Xuan felt super chill. Once your strength is up to par, life gets way easier. All he's missing is a beautiful maid to do stuff for him. Shu Xuan was even thinking,
maybe I should just plop the secret realm in my yard for a bit. Might attract some lucky folks, guys. Recruited as successors. Girls, turn them into maids. Gotta have someone around to boss around and work for them, right?
Zhang Kui and Deng Qian are demonic cultivators after all, not very dependable. And their talents are kinda meh. After thinking about it, Shu Xuan decided to put the secret realm right in front of his house.
Even if it's not activated, it should attract people with good luck. Another chunk of time flew by. Shu Xuan's been holed up at home for a year and a day now. The reward was a barrel of Emperor Profound pills. Looking at the overflowing barrel of pills, Shu Xuan was like, damn, these are the Emperor Realm cultivation pills. Life's been good to him lately. He used the soul imprint to call Zhang Kui over for a sec. Zhang Kui showed up pretty quick. He asked him, how's Shu Yun doing? Zhang Kui replied, in such a short time, Ms. Shu Yun has already started refining spirit pills. It's just the failure rate is a little high.
Shu Xuan gave Zhang Kui some Emperor Realm power, a bunch of spirit pills, and a pill refining manual, telling him to give them to Shu Yun.
He also noticed that Zhang Kui had broken through to the Harmony Realm. Zhang Kui smiled and said, all thanks to your spirit pills, boss. Zhang Kui then added that
the Shiwang Ting has a rule. Any evil cultivator who breaks through to the Union Realm must go to the Shiwang Ting to serve. Without permission, they are forbidden from leaving the Shiwang Ting. The main purpose is to concentrate their powerhouses and deal with threats.
Shu Xuan just casually dropped 2 words, easy peasy. At this time, at the Evil King Palace, a mysterious figure was observing the gate guards, who were both guarding the gate and chatting to each other.
It's been a month since Kunwu bravely broke into the Evil King Palace, but they can't figure out who's behind it. They figured Kunwu was just old and senile, looking for some fame, so he charged into the Evil King Palace. The other guard said, Kunwu is famous now, alright? Not just in the demonic cultivator world, but even the other powers. Heck, the whole cultivation world of Nanzhao knows about the brave werewolf who charged into the Evil King Palace. Just then, another elder was rushing towards them. It was Fan Kai.
Fan Kai, without a word, straight up finished off one of the guards.
This old guy was apparently a hardcore fan of Kunwu.
He wanted to charge into the Holy Land of demonic cultivators too, wanted to see what the Evil King Palace looked like.
The other guards stared at him, thinking he'd lost it.
He just laughed and said, I am Fan Kai, the second demonic cultivator in 1,000 years to charge into the Evil King Palace. I have no regrets even if I die, haha.
The remaining guard shouted, damn you, and charged towards him. Fan Kai calmly prepared to counter. He said, I'm not even a demonic cultivator. All my life I just admired Kunwu's courage. Then, Fan Kai self-detonated, just like an oil lamp flaring up before dying out. The Shiwang heard this, and was speechless, totally furious.
He thought, another one. Did this guy cultivate himself stupid or something?
Soon after, 3 more dudes showed up. The Gishan Sanyu, the 3 friends of Ghost Mountain. They announced, we're here today to charge into the Jiwang Palace. No regrets even if we die. We've heard the Jiwang Palace's majesty is unchallengeable, but today, we, the Gishan Sanyu, want to see for ourselves. The guards freaked out again. These guys really had a death wish, the Gishan San. You didn't have much time left anyway, and breaking through was a lost cause for them. The guards yelled at the trio, how dare you? You really think the Shiwang Palace guards are pushovers? With that, one guard threw a punch their way. The outcome, totally predictable. The Gishan Sanyu just straight up self-detonated. Boom. The guard was stunned. They just got here and blew themselves up. Are they nuts? Stuff like this kept happening over and over. Finally, a guard had to report to the Shiwang. Sir? Lately, we've been getting these demonic cultivators occasionally trying to storm the Shiwang Palace. The Shiwang gritted his teeth in anger. Seriously. No respect at all. They think the Shiwang Palace is some public park they can just waltz into. It seemed like charging the Shiwang Palace had become some kind of hot trend among demonic cultivators. It got so bad that people were actually lining up outside, waiting for their turn. Do you even know who I am? Let me tell ya,
The guy charging the Shiwang Palace right now? That's my senior marshal brother.
So it wasn't just old geezers who couldn't break through joining in. Even the young guns got caught up in the hype. You guys just watch, I'm gonna charge the Shiwang Palace, one kid bragged with a proud smirk. Just as he was about to announce his name, a massive, shadowy hand blotted out the sky above him,
along with a thunderous roar, D-I-E. The Shiwang couldn't take it anymore and just slapped the life out of that demonic cultivator with a palm strike.
The crowd that was eager to charge the Shiwang Palace moments ago suddenly started scrambling to get away. Run. The Shiwang made his move, however one dude was still grinning, completely unfazed. Hey, let me tell you guys something. The guy His Majesty Shi Wang personally slapped dead, that was my brother.
What? Your brother again? Someone exclaimed. My bad, that guy declared. Making the Shi Wang himself step in, that's what makes you a true hero. The Shi Wang was utterly speechless, completely exasperated. He thought, is there some new demonic cultivation technique going around that messes with people's heads? Why are there so many lunatics? It's all that damn Kun Wu's fault.
Meanwhile, Shu Xuan, after setting up his secret realm for 2 months with 0 visitors, wondered, seriously, does the southern continent just not have anyone with great luck? Or maybe they're just super far away and need ages to get here. Just then, the system popped up, giving Shu Xuan a reward for basically starting a trend among demonic cultivators just by thinking about it, all without leaving his house. The reward was the Wantian Mirror of 10,000 heavens. Question marks practically popped up over Shu Xuan's head. He had a hunch, this whole mess had something to do with Kun Wu.
He just didn't know what exactly Kun Wu had done, how did it start a trend? Man, this is what happens when you lack intel.
Shu Xuan gazed at his reflection in the Wantian mirror. Apparently this thing could randomly connect to the 10,000 realms, and even transport items, but
for now, it couldn't transport living things. To unlock that feature, his cultivation needed to hit the heaven realm.
He could use it 3 times a day to pinpoint 3 locations or living beings. Once locked on, he could check the location anytime, and the tracking mark would move with the being. The location would update too. Shu Xuan was itching to give it a go. A brilliant flash of light flared up. Before Shu Xuan's eyes appeared a scene. 2 brothers sitting together, one slumped against a tree, clearly in a lot of pain. But then, the injured guy suddenly grabbed a knife, got up, and bam! Stabbed his own brother dead. All because of greed. He wanted the treasure all to himself. Sorry, brother, he muttered. Your talent's better than mine, but tough luck. Your storage pouch, mine now. But just as he was feeling smug,
a Tian Shahu popped up right behind him. He knew his own strength was just the measly 9th level of the Xuan realm, while this tiger was at the 7th level of the Tianling realm. Just when he thought he was totally screwed, Shu Xuan's mysterious image appeared.
The backstabber immediately started begging for help. Shu Xuan, meanwhile, was still reeling, completely bewildered that his first try landed him right in the middle of some intense brother stabs, brother for treasure drama.
But then he calmly told him not to panic, and taught him how to easily overcome the realm and slay the heavenly killing tiger. That guy immediately urged him, hurry up and teach me, Shu Xuan said. Wait for the tiger to pounce on you. Hold the knife with both hands, aim directly at its belly, stab the knife into its belly, and then cut it open to take out the liver. Remember, for all Yao beasts, the belly is definitely one of the weakest points.
That guy panicked and asked,
Senior, is that okay? He replied. Don't worry, this is a surprise attack, unexpected. You can definitely kill it in one blow. With this old man watching, how could anything go wrong?
That wicked guy thought to himself.
Senior is testing me, right? Yes, that must be it. The mighty heavenly killing tiger rushed over, and he picked up the knife.
Trembling all over, trying to calm himself down. Stay calm, Senior is watching. There's no need to be afraid.
Mekong, this is your opportunity. You must not disappoint Senior. Mekong mustered his courage and shouted, Die! He wasn't cool for more than 2 seconds before the heavenly killing tiger slapped him, and he knelt down, begging Shu Xuan. Save me, Shu Xuan sighed, commenting, You really disappointed me. Your grip on the knife wasn't steady, your speed wasn't fast enough, and you didn't seize the right moment, that guy said tremblingly. He knows he was wrong. Please save him, Senior, Shu Xuan coldly replied. It's too late. This old man is tens of thousands of miles away from you. It takes time for the power to be transmitted.
He told him not to worry. He would find a way to help him preserve his life, Mekong asked. What way? Tell me quickly. Shu Xuan told him to kneel down and worship the heavenly killing tiger, calling it Father. This is called, even fierce tigers don't eat their cubs. Mekong froze for 2 seconds,
then lost all shame, knelt down. Father, I am your son. The heavenly killing tiger looked dumbfounded, thinking to itself, What father and son, my ass? Mekong saw it like that.
Thinking it was working, he continued babbling. Call father, I'm your son, my name is Manhwa Hu. He closed his eyes and thought to himself, could the heavenly killing tiger's intelligence really be so low? I've already called it father, maybe it will spare me, right?
The heavenly killing tiger brought its claws close to his head. Mekong didn't even dare to breathe heavily. The heavenly killing tiger was bored of him being so stupid and didn't bother touching him. It just turned its butt away, Ma Kong thought. Calling father worked. He cried silently with emotion, "I finally survived." Then Ma Kong raised his head, waved his hand and said, "Father, take care on your way, your son sees you off." The heavenly killing tiger looked at him with extremely angry eyes. "I already said I'm a female tiger." Then it directly used its tail to whip Ma Kong's face. The heavenly killing tiger was no longer merciful, directly tearing him into hundreds of pieces, frantically biting and tearing.
Just then, Shu Xuan's ghostly image popped up, and he asked the tiger where it was. The Tian Shahu let out a roar, replying that it was in the northern continent. Shu Xuan himself was a little taken aback by this. This time the connection is actually Bei Zhu Hao. He immediately snapped his fingers to turn it off. Wasting too much spiritual power, Shu Xuan wiped away his tired sweat. Below the Emperor realm, it's impossible to activate the myriad manifestation mirror. Even at the Emperor realm, it can't be sustained for long. He immediately replenished his strength with a spirit pill, then sat down to circulate his energy. Shu Xuan then opened the myriad manifestation mirror again. A scene of rippling water appeared. Seeing that there were no fish, he was extremely disappointed, and then changed the channel to play. Shu Xuan felt extremely bored being alone for so long.
At least a powerhouse should come so I can trick them a little. I'm bathing in divine light in this mirror. You can tell at first glance that I'm top tier.
The next scene that appeared was an extremely ancient wall. Seeing that this place was a bit strange, Shu Xuan released a spiritual herb to test the waters. The lush green spiritual herb suddenly turned into dry grass. Shu Xuan was bewildered. Why is there such dense death energy here? Could there be some secret realm, or perhaps a tomb? At that moment, he was utterly shocked to see a skinny, bald old man sitting and cultivating behind the door. The old man's eyes were completely white as he looked up and asked, "Whose after-image is this of Shu Xuan?" Shu Xuan put on an act and said, "This venerable one patrols the myriad realms of the heavens, and just happened to pass by this place." The bald old man was slightly taken aback. The myriad realms of the heavens? Never heard of it. I only know the 9 regions and 50 provinces. Shu Xuan smiled inwardly, thinking, 9 regions and 50 provinces. That's probably how this world is divided. I wonder which region Nanzhao is in. He then said to the old man,
"The 9 regions and 50 provinces are but a desolate corner in the myriad realms of the heavens, not even worth mentioning." The old man pondered. Just how prosperous is this rich land of the myriad realms? This person before me is bathed in divine light. Unfathomable. One look, and you can tell he's an incredibly terrifying powerhouse. Even a heavenly realm powerhouse in this place wouldn't be able to communicate with him.
Shu Xuan also looked at the old man, thinking, this guy has probably been corroded by death energy, yet he's still incredibly strong, far surpassing even the Emperor realm.
But it seems like he's trapped in this place, unable to escape. The old man asked Shu Xuan, "How can I return to the myriad realms of the heavens?" Shu Xuan bluntly replied, "Your strength is too weak. You're not qualified to know."
The old man retorted, "Impossible. I, Ren Changhe, am trapped in this place. I was a peak heavenly realm cultivator in the 9 regions and 50 provinces, considered a top powerhouse. How can I not be qualified to know?" Shu Xuan thought. Even a peak heavenly realm powerhouse is trapped here. This place is definitely not simple. If I could recruit a peak heavenly realm servant, that would be great. But to plant a soul imprint, I can only do it if he willingly accepts. He resolved to continue deceiving him. He then called the old man a frog in a well, and said that the peak heavenly realm he spoke of was nothing more than a tiny king realm in the myriad realms of the heavens. You probably don't even understand which level the king realm is in the myriad realms of the heavens. Today I'll tell you it's equivalent to the integration realm in this realm. So, does a mere integration realm junior in this realm have the qualifications to participate in the affairs of the heavenly realm? Ren Changhe was stunned. Only equivalent to the integration realm. The old man closed his eyes, thinking, just how strong are the myriad realms of the heavens? No wonder the 9 regions and 50 provinces are a desolate and remote corner. Shu Xuan then asked him, "How long did it take you to cultivate to this realm?" The old man replied, "Tens of thousands of years." Shu Xuan continued to deceive him. "Do you know that in the myriad realms of the heavens, 100 years to reach the king realm, which is your heavenly realm, is considered ordinary talent. Only a heavenly realm in 10 years, in the myriad realms of the heavens, is worthy of being called a heaven's chosen." Ren Changhe was shocked. He said, "I was once Changhe's celestial sovereign, with a renowned reputation, a heaven's chosen of my generation. Am I just a waste?" Shu Xuan scolded him. A frog in a well, unaware of the size of the earth, truly pitiful. Ren Changhe asked Shu Xuan what his cultivation level was. Shu Xuan smirked, thinking, "The initial step of deceiving him has been successful," he replied. "What good would knowing do?"
The difference between you and this venerable one is like the difference between the mortal realm and the heavenly realm.
Ren Changhe then earnestly begged Shu Xuan to save him from this place. Shu Xuan said, "This place is somewhat special. For you, it's both a blessing and a curse. If you can comprehend the mysteries within, you might break through your bottleneck."
Ren Cheng only lowered his head in sorrow. He had been trapped in this place for over 10,000 years, and had never been able to comprehend the mysteries. On the contrary, he had been corroded by death energy, and death was probably not far away.
Shu Xuan asked him, "If it was so dangerous, why did you rush in? Do you know what this place is?"
Ren Chenghe said, "This is the desolate ancient region, Fallen God Cave. Countless powerhouses have sought the Fallen God Cave, but all have died and been unable to escape. I initially thought I could escape, but ended up trapped in this place."
Shu Xuan said, "Meeting his fate. This venerable one will give you some pointers. Death energy is not necessarily death energy, and life energy is not necessarily life energy. The cycle of life and death can lead to the great Dao and escape, and can break through your bottleneck." After listening, Ren Changhe repeatedly muttered Shu Xuan's words, then asked, "What kind of opportunity is in the Fallen God Cave? Where is the opportunity?"
He looked at Shu Xuan with pleading eyes. But Shu Xuan said, "Comprehend it yourself. Don't know the answer before you have even comprehended it. Everyone's enlightenment is different. You've been locked up for 100,000 years. What's there to not be calm about? I figure you haven't croaked after a millennia. What's the rush?" Ren Changhe was right. Shu Xuan's teachings really hit the mark. Then he wondered to himself what he was rushing for. If he himself couldn't comprehend this world, who could?
The old guy thanked Shu Xuan for the guidance, then sat in silence, circulating his energy to ponder. Shu Xuan thought to himself that he had completed the first step. The next step is to solve the problem of the corrosion of death energy. If that's the case, then taking in a servant or a disciple wouldn't be a problem.
A servant might be a little difficult. A nominal disciple wouldn't be a problem. The key is that when he plants the soul imprint, they can't have any rebellious thoughts. Otherwise, with his strength, just a little bit of rebelliousness would make it impossible to plant the soul imprint.
Shu Xuan told him to have a good ponder. "I'm going to continue patrolling the myriad realms. Hopefully when I visit you again you'll have comprehended it." Shu Xuan closed the myriad realms mirror. Ren Changhe kowtowed, respectfully seeing off the senior. Behind him, an imprint had appeared. He snapped his fingers to turn off the myriad realms mirror. Shu Xuan sighed in relief. The positioning imprint of the myriad realms mirror, even peak heavenly realm cultivators wouldn't be able to detect it. Truly worthy of being a system product, the system popped up again, rewarding Shu Xuan for fooling Ren Changhe across realms with the Yin-Yang Harmonious Divine chapter. Shu Xuan grinned. As expected, there's a reward. He reached out and took the new Cultivation Manual, peeking at it. The great Tao of Yin and Yang, the cycle of life and death,
reversing death energy into life force, and transforming life force into death energy.
If Ren Changhe cultivates this technique, he would not only be able to resolve the immediate crisis,
but also break through his bottleneck, and even glimpse the great Tao of Yin and Yang.
Shu Xuan immediately read the Yin-Yang Harmonious Divine chapter, the pages flipping rapidly. After a while, Shu Xuan finished reading. The great Tao of Yin and Yang is mysterious and unpredictable. Life and death change. Once cultivation is successful, strength will be super strong, and at the same time it's not easy to die. Originally, he was still thinking about how to resolve the death energy. With this Yin-Yang Harmonious Divine chapter, taking in Ren Changhe is not a big problem. Shu Xuan smiled slyly. He must sincerely believe and have no resistance in order to plant the soul imprint. As long as the soul imprint is planted,
even if he notices something is wrong, it doesn't matter. The Myriad Realms mirror can't be used today, and besides, he can't find Ren Changhe again so quickly. He must give him some time to ponder.
Shu Xuan then seized the time to cultivate. The death energy on Shu Xuan's body constantly radiated out, causing his pets to be filled with question marks.
Xiao He thought that its owner was about to kick the bucket, while smiling triumphantly. He, finally about to die. This yard will be my world.
Shu Xuan constantly chanted. Reversing death is life. Transforming life is death. The cycle of life and death doesn't stop.
The death energy on his body turned into dense life force. Xiao He meowed. Damn it, why is he alive again? How boring. A few days later, after using the Myriad Realms mirror several times without finding anyone, Shu Xuan felt extremely frustrated. He snapped his fingers and turned off the Myriad Realms mirror.
Shu Xuan lamented. For several days, there have only been long stretches of golden beaches, big waves on the sea, the animal world, and deserted islands. Meanwhile, in Ziyu Kingdom, the leader of an evil cult was in extreme pain. He wondered why, when he was clearly seriously injured and should be rebuilding. Now not only had envoys been sent from above, but troops were also being mobilized to question him, he cried, blaming Kun Wu.
Plus, this whole thing happened while I was the one hiring him. If His Majesty Shi Wang investigates the motive, there's no way I'm getting out of this clean. He angrily picked up the blood pearl. Absolutely cannot let this happen. Looks like I gotta take the initiative and strike first. The Shu family. It's all the Shu family's fault. Back at the Hei Yue Lu, a bell chimed, signaling a new order had just come in. Wan Cheng opened the paper to look. It turned out to be a commission from Hu Quan of Ziyu Kingdom. 1,000 large spirit stones? Is that so? Investigate the terrain and defensive layout of the Shu family's ancestral lands? Wan Cheng frowned. Confused, even the cult leader Lu Wang of Qin Kingdom's evil cult wouldn't spend so much capital and principle on the Shu family? Does Hu Quan have a deep and great hatred for the Shu family? But then Wan Cheng clicked his tongue and dismissed it. The reputation of Heiyu Tower is the most important. Then, he waved his hand and called someone over.
Shu Xuan was very excited at this time, because finally a strong person had come.
It's Du Yuan, a powerful Zunjing realm expert from Shijiao. Du Yuan thanked Shu Xuan for the guidance and asked him to visit sometime.
Shu Xuan gave him a mark using the myriad mirror so he could find him any time. Shu Xuan also managed to get Du Yuan to spill some beans. Nanzhao belonged to the northern region.
In the 9 regions, Du Yuan was also from the northern region. He didn't have much of a background. He was just someone that a family in Shijiao was paying to use the myriad mirror. That's the last mark. Gotta use it carefully. All 3 marks are used up, so if you want to pinpoint someone again, you gotta reclaim one first.
But right now, whether it's Ren Zhanghe or Dun Yuan, it's not like he can just take back the mark.
Just then, he suddenly sensed someone had arrived at the Shu family. And it wasn't anyone from the evil sect.
Lingjing Realm 2nd level, equipped with a stealthy concealment device and a spiritual probe, all high-end stuff. Maybe the Shu family didn't make it.
He thought to himself, is this a spy from the Black Moon Tower?
Shu Xuan grinned slyly. I was just worried about not having a capable underling. Guess I'll just have to subdue the Black Moon Tower then. If they're delivering themselves right to my door, I won't be polite.
But this is a commission from the evil sect to scout the Shu family's territory, Shu Xuan wondered. Why won't the evil sect leave the Shu family alone? The spy was observing from afar, not far from becoming an elite intelligence operative. After this job, he could get promoted and get a raise. That way he can go home and get married. He told himself to be careful and absolutely not reveal his identity as a Black Moon Tower intelligence operative, and if necessary, commit suicide. After observing for a while, he realized the Shu family territory had an unusual layout, a big tree planted separately on a small mound of dirt, and a guard who looked like a complete idiot. They even dug a drain. He also wondered, when did the Shu family territory get such a big mountain? Something's off. Clearly, you couldn't see any big mountains outside the territory. According to the intelligence, the area around the Shu family territory was only about 12 miles.
Shu Xuan, inside, smirked smugly. How could the tricks of some puny Lingjing or Dijing experts possibly detect it? First, I'll just trap him here.
If the Black Moon Tower accepted the commission, they'll definitely complete it. Otherwise, they'll lose face. An intelligence operative trapped here means they'll send an even stronger operative. If he keeps fishing like this, he might just catch a big fish one day. At Black Moon Tower, Wan Cheng was getting anxious because he hadn't heard back from his operative for 3 days, he thought. Could something have happened? Or maybe the Shu family territory was tightly guarded internally despite appearing relaxed, and it just took more time to scout thoroughly.
The commission had to be completed quickly to show off the Black Moon Tower's abilities. Wan Cheng felt something was wrong.
Even if they didn't complete the mission, they should at least report their progress after accepting the order.
He suspected the Shu family might have the ability to hold Xiao Jiyu back. Even though Xiao Jiyu wasn't an elite operative, he was still a veteran. Wan Cheng immediately ordered his subordinate to send another elite operative to carry out the mission, and at the same time find out what exactly happened to Xiao Jiyu. Just as the operative left, Hu Xuan arrived. Hu Xuan asked Wan Cheng, "Hasn't the commission for the Black Moon Tower been completed after all this time?"
Wan Cheng said, "Sect leader Hu, rest assured, we at Black Moon Tower have one motto, steady. Wait another 2 or 3 days and you'll have your results."
Hu Xuan said, "The Black Moon Tower has always been known for its efficiency. Finding the layout of a territory shouldn't be difficult for the Black Moon Tower. I hope Tower Master Wan can complete the mission quickly. I'll wait another 3 days.
If there are no results, I'll cancel the mission," Wan Cheng said. Sect leader Hu, rest assured, everything will be fine, just wait patiently.
Easy to say, but after Hu Xuan left, Wan Cheng was immediately filled with anxiety. If the commission was cancelled due to efficiency issues, he would definitely be affected.
The promotion assessment was coming up, so he couldn't let anything happen. He immediately urged them to go and carry out the mission. At midnight, Wan Cheng, personally, masked, sneaked into the Shu family.
Hiding behind a bush, he was extremely anxious, because both of his elite intelligence operatives had gone silent. This time, he was personally taking action to see what kind of background the Shu family really had.
He said, "The fact that this Tower Master has to personally take action should be enough to make the Shu family proud. For 30 years he'd been waiting for a promotion opportunity."
He was absolutely certain that nothing could go wrong at this crucial moment. Today, Even if the Jade Emperor himself showed up, he wouldn't be able to protect this information.
But things weren't as easy as he thought. The moment Wancheng jumped into the courtyard, Shu Xuan beat him to a pulp. He begged and pleaded, promising to tell everything, just asking him to stop hitting.
Shu Xuan asked if he was the Black Moon Pavilion's branch leader from Shu County. Wancheng replied, "Yes, I am." Shu Xuan then asked him what his mission was coming to his ancestral land, and who had commissioned him.
Wancheng immediately confessed that Hu Quan had spent a large sum to buy the defensive map of the Shu family's terrain. Shu Xuan was incredibly puzzled.
Hu Quan was the leader of the Violet Moon Kingdom's heretical sect. How did the Shu family ever provoke someone like that?
Then Shu Xuan asked Wancheng if the heretical sect had been up to anything lately. Wancheng replied, "Recently, a guy named Kun Wu has been causing a huge ruckus, forming a trend of leading a bunch of lunatics within the heretical sect.
They actually took pride in storming the Shiwang Palace." Shu Xuan cursed under his breath, FFS. Since when is barging into the big boss's office something to brag about? These demonic cultivators really live up to their name. He continued to question Wancheng. "What about your Black Moon Pavilion? What's the situation? Tell me everything." After some interrogation, Shu Xuan learned that pavilion leaders were divided into many levels. Wancheng was a regular branch leader. His direct superior was the main manager of Qin Kingdom, an elite pavilion leader. Shu Xuan asked what came above that. Wancheng replied, "I don't know. We can only contact our direct superiors and subordinates. We can't meet those above us." Shu Xuan asked if, after being promoted, he would be the main manager of Qin Kingdom, and what the requirements were. Wancheng replied it was based on achievements, ability, or strength. Shu Xuan sighed. "That's pretty strict." Then he gave him a bottle of pills sufficient for him to break through to the combination realm within a month. Even cultivating to the second stage of the combination realm wouldn't be a problem. Wancheng, with tears and snot streaming down his face, pleaded, "Thank you, master." Shu Xuan told him not to be so polite. "Now that you have the soul imprint, you're one of my people. Send someone over with any information you find in the future." Wancheng immediately obeyed, and asked what to do about Hu Quan, or if he should just find someone to kill him. Shu Xuan said, "No need. Don't interfere with any of Hu Quan's actions. Give him the map and defense layout." His real reason for doing this was curiosity to see what Hu Quan was up to. He also told Wancheng, "Make sure Hu Quan passes by this little courtyard at that time. It'll be a good opportunity to probe him." Wancheng cupped his fist with a smile, showing his teeth as he praised Shu Xuan's brilliance. He would immediately go and implement it. Wancheng then turned and left, while Shu Xuan, because he stayed at home, not going out and secretly controlling the Black Moon Pavilion in Shu County, was rewarded with the crafting method of the Violet Mother Communication Talisman. This reward surprised him quite a bit. The Violet Mother Communication Talisman
used the Mother Talisman as a foundation. The Child Talismans could be used for information exchange.
The Mother Talisman was the main control talisman, able to receive and grasp all the information and movements of each Child Talisman. One Mother Talisman could split into hundreds of Child Talismans. The higher the crafting level, the more Child Talismans could be split. The lowest grade Violet Mother Communication Talisman could communicate within a range of 30,000 miles. Shu Xuan said, "Not bad. It's perfect for crafting to use for intelligence for the Black Moon Pavilion. As long as the Mother Talisman is in my hands, the Child Talisman's information can be grasped." He also heard that the Black Moon Pavilion was currently using demonic birds as a means of communication. If he could sell this to a few large forces, they wouldn't know about the existence of the Mother Talisman, and he could grasp the intelligence of an entire sect within a model. But first, Shu Xuan had to craft a test set. The crafting wasn't difficult, just a bit troublesome in large quantities. Shu Xuan thought to himself, if I could take in a disciple with outstanding talent to replace me in crafting the communication talismans, that would be amazing. As long as he successfully crafted them, he could know everything happening in the world and the secrets of various sects without leaving home. The main problem now was that this secret realm hadn't attracted any child of destiny in such a long time. Afterward, Shu Xuan called Xiao Jiyu over and gave him a few child talismans, telling him to take them back to Wancheng. Xiao Jiyu was sweating buckets when he learned that the emergence of the Violet Mother Communication Talisman would have a huge impact on the transmission of information. Shu Xuan murmured to himself, if the higher-ups of the Black Moon Pavilion found out about the Mother Communication Talisman, it would attract attention. I shouldn't use it widely at first, so I'll just give it to a few of Wancheng's people for now to send me news promptly. The waters of the Black Moon Pavilion were still a bit deep. Just having Emperor Realm cultivation wasn't too safe. After Xiao Jiyu left, Shu Xuan opened the Myriad Mirror to talk to Du Yuan, taking the chance to enjoy the feeling of being a senior expert.
The moment Shu Xuan appeared, Du Yuan said, "There's something I want to ask you about recently."
Du Yuan started explaining. So over in the Western continent, there's this major clan, right? One of their juniors used to be a real genius, but then, bam, 3 years ago his cultivation got wrecked somehow. Totally stuck, couldn't make any progress. And to top it off, not long ago his fiancée broke off their engagement. Shu Xuan thought to himself,
this is so like a protagonist setup, isn't it? Is he gonna shout out, "Don't bully the poor young man," or something? Du Yuan said that the genius's father went out to find medicine to heal him and went missing.
The genius in the family had to endure humiliation. And finally, 3 days ago, the genius suddenly exploded, smashing those arrogant young masters who humiliated him into the ground. He arrogantly said he wanted to leave the family. The family issued an assassination order, saying whoever kills the genius will get a hefty reward. Dunyuan's family was a little tempted
and found the genius's whereabouts, but still couldn't make up their minds, not knowing what to do. Shu Xuan thought to himself, this genius is definitely not simple. Maybe his name is Zhao, loves using fire release, and has an old geezer with him. Guys with this protagonist aura are never easy to kill.
So he told Du Yuan, "Don't get involved, or you'll run into disaster." Du Yuan asked him,
"How can you be so sure there will be disaster?"
Shu Xuan replied, "From genius to trash, then from trash back to genius, there must be a secret behind it." Shu Xuan told him to just wait and see. Those who participate in the extermination will not have a good ending, and the more famous geniuses participate, the more they will die or be crippled in the end. Du Yuan cupped his fist and said,
"I will definitely listen to Senior and tell my family not to interfere." Shu Xuan thought to himself,
"Should I set up a secret realm in Northern Continent? I have a feeling that genius will quickly become famous throughout Northern Continent and rise super fast." Half a month quickly passed. Shu Xuan was worried that the heretical sect of Ziyu country had not made any move after getting the map of the Shu ancestral land, so he found Du Yuan to talk again. Du Yuan immediately thanked Shu Xuan for stopping his family from participating in the extermination of that genius. He swept away enemies from all directions, and almost all the geniuses died. He also said to Shu Xuan, he recently plans to travel far, starting the ancient battlefield plan, which made Shu Xuan a little stunned. Du Yuan then said that the ancient battlefield in southern continent will definitely open in 10 years. Shu Xuan thought to himself, Du Yuan wants to participate in the secret realm opportunity. The secret realm even moves the Sun Realm experts. It must be extraordinary. Shu Xuan then told Du Yuan,
in ancient times, a great war between humans and demons broke out in southern continent, causing the spiritual meridians of southern continent to collapse and the rules to be incomplete. But now the chances of life have recovered. Once they fully recover, the ancient battlefield will reappear.
Du Yuan said he planned to set up a formation in southern continent once, and perhaps seize some opportunities in the ancient battlefield. Shu Xuan was confused and thought, it's not time yet. Before I upgrade my strength, I can't let him go there.
After thinking about it, he said to Du Yuan, if you want to go to southern continent to seize opportunities, you need to upgrade your cultivation first.
Du Yuan said,
the spiritual meridians of southern continent have collapsed, the rules are incomplete, and the inheritance is lacking. Perhaps there isn't even an emperor realm.
Shu Xuan raised his voice and scolded him. Stupid, you only know one thing and not 10. He asked him, why did the spiritual meridians of southern continent collapse? Why are the rules incomplete?
Du Yuan replied, it was caused by the struggle of great war experts. Shu Xuan replied, if that's the case, then these kinds of experts can see the spiritual meridians and rules as if they don't exist. Arrogant. Du Yuan seemed to wake up and exclaimed. Above the sky realm, Shu Xuan took this opportunity to lecture him. He said, although you are stupid, but you still have some merit, you're not completely hopeless.
He also asked him, if it's the sky realm that muddied the waters of southern continent, do you think you should go? Du Yuan respectfully thanked him. Shu Xuan said, if it weren't for Shu Xuan, I'm afraid he would have gone and never returned. Shu Xuan said, it's okay, it's fate that we met. I hope you can focus on cultivation. Let's just talk about this today. See you again. Du Yuan respectfully bid farewell to Shu Xuan, while Shu Xuan smiled triumphantly for tricking him again. He snapped his fingers and turned off the myriad heavenly mirror. Although Du Yuan was stopped from going to southern continent, there must be more than just him who knows this news. I need to quickly upgrade my cultivation, but keeping a way out is also important. There's still a connection opportunity today. Shu Xuan pointed to the myriad heavenly mirror and opened it to Ren Zhanghe. As soon as it opened, Shu Xuan was extremely disappointed, because he saw a withered apple and Ren Zhanghe lying dying on the ground. Seeing Shu Xuan, he stretched out his hand and weakly asked him to save him. Still stupid, he hasn't grasped the mystery, and instead lost 200 years of lifespan. Shu Xuan found this scene a bit familiar, as if he had seen it in a movie in his previous life. Shu Xuan sighed and said, well, it's fate that we met. I'll temporarily accept you as a nominal disciple under my command. Are you willing? Ren Zhanghe kowtowed repeatedly and said, disciple is willing, Shu Xuan said. Although he is a nominal disciple, he also needs to follow his master to patrol the myriad worlds. But your cultivation is still lacking. Then, he just casually gave him a soul imprint, so he could break the rules and roam the myriad worlds, and even absorb it into his divine soul. Ren Zhanghe received the imprint with a bewildered look. Shu Xuan chuckled inwardly, feeling like he might have gotten a good deal, but the other guy wasn't exactly losing out either. With the Yin-Yang Harmony Divine chapter,
He wouldn't just escape his death tribulation within 1,000 years, but reaching the peak of the heaven realm would be just a matter of time. The system then popped up and rewarded Shu Xuan for accepting a disciple without leaving his house. 100 years of cultivation and the 100 refinements spirit art.
This reward gave Shu Xuan hope for breaking through to the saint realm. The 100 refinements spirit art was absolutely essential, as it could enhance his divine soul cultivation. But Shu Xuan still needed to deal with the immediate issue. Shu Xuan told Ren Chenghe that he would transmit the Yin-Yang Harmony Divine chapter for him to cultivate, so he could achieve accomplishments, understand the cycle of life and death, transform life into death and vice versa, and get a peek at the grand Tao of Yin and Yang. Ren Chenghe clasped his hands in gratitude. Shu Xuan told him to listen carefully, and then a series of words flooded his mind. Ren Chenghe thought to himself, "As expected of my Shifu, a true immortal, this technique and method can solve my fate." Shu Xuan then asked him how much he had comprehended. Ren Cheng replied, "I'm so dull, I've only grasped less than 10%. Shu Xuan was completely shocked. 10%? He doesn't even feel it. Is this Yin-Yang Harmony Divine chapter really that difficult to comprehend? Peak heaven realm, his comprehension is this bad. Could it be that the Yin-Yang Harmony Divine chapter is even more profound than what I described, right?" Seeing his Shifu's silence, Ren Chenghe even wondered if Shu Xuan regretted taking him as a disciple. Shu Xuan then said that he would explain how refining death QA was the mystery of life force. Ren Chenghe clasped his hands in gratitude, his face full of eagerness to listen. Shu Xuan said, "Refining death Kia is life force." He could only come up with that much before trailing off. Being a teacher is definitely not as easy as I thought. Then, Shu Xuan told him to temporarily cultivate and try to comprehend it himself. Ren Chenghe was more than willing to see him off. He said that he had once been a top-tier genius in the 9 regions and 50 states, and he vowed to himself that he wouldn't lose to anyone and wouldn't let his Shifu down. Then, Ren Chenghe began to cultivate seriously. Shu Xuan took his reward and started leveling up like crazy, quickly reaching the 5th level of the Emperor realm. The higher his cultivation, the slower the cultivation speed became. 100 years of cultivation only broke through 3 levels. Reading the Cultivation Manual, he saw that the middle heaven section of the 100 refinement spirit art added even more defensive and offensive techniques for the divine soul compared to the upper heaven section. This divine soul spear doesn't hurt the physical body, only the divine soul gets hurt. Who is this for? Shu Xuan was troubled, because the spirit refinement chart from the previous reward was no longer very effective, and he didn't know when a new one would come. He took out the mother talisman and contacted Wan Chong. Shu Xuan asked him to gather information about the ancient battlefield demon and the outer continents, and whether there were any experts coming to the southern continent. Then, he ordered him to pay attention to the Black Moon Tower and see if any experts above the Emperor realm were coming to the southern continent. Wan Cheng immediately obeyed. Shu Xuan was still not satisfied. Because Wan Cheng's position in the Black Moon Tower was still a bit low, he needed to take it a step further and expand his control over the Black Moon Tower. Once Wan Cheng was promoted to an elite tower master and controlled the business of the Qin kingdom, he would start reeling in the big fish. Taking control of the Black Moon Tower would only be a matter of time. Soon, Shu Xuan's mother talisman received a signal. But the result was that, with Wan Cheng's current authority, there was no way to investigate information related to the Black Moon Tower. Shu Xuan's face darkened. As expected, it was beyond my expectations. He ordered Wan Cheng to quickly get promoted to an elite tower master. He would give him a soul imprint seed, and then tell him to find a tower master of the same rank as his superior. Shu Xuan thought, fortunately, there's still quite a bit of time before the ancient battlefield demon opens, and there shouldn't be any experts from the outer continents coming here. For now, I can still hold on for a while. He had to improve his strength. He had to go give Du Yuan and Ren Chenghe some pointers, leaving himself a way out. Then, Miao Xiang, a tower master of the same rank as Wan Cheng from the Black Moon Tower, came to find Shu Xuan, calling Shu Xuan master with his mouth, but secretly blaming Wan Cheng in his heart for letting him be controlled by the soul imprint seed, leaving him unable to resist. Shu Xuan asked Miao Xiang if he knew about the ancient battlefield demon. Miao Xiang replied that he didn't know. Shu Xuan thought to himself, as expected, the information about the ancient battlefield demon is not low level. Even a tower master of the same rank doesn't have the qualifications to access it. Shu Xuan went back to his old tricks, giving the soul imprint to Miao Xiang and telling him to control the silver badge tower master. As long as they weren't Emperor realm powerhouses, they wouldn't be able to resist. Miao Xiang agreed verbally, but secretly thought, this is bad. Something's about to go down at the Black Moon Tower. Silver badge tower master Fan Chao arrived quickly, but still didn't know anything about the ancient earth war demon's info. Fan Chao was secretly cursing Miao Xiang for daring to trick him again. Shu Xuan was starting to get frustrated. Even the Silver Badge Tower Master hadn't come into contact with any info related to the ancient Earth War Demon.
What's the deal with Black Moon Tower's setup anyway? So Fan Chao gave him a quick rundown of the Black Moon Tower master system.
Shu Xuan pulled out another soul imprint, telling him to go find his superior, the Gold Badge Tower Master.
Fan Chao agreed. But inside he was thinking, rainy days ahead for Black Moon Tower, for sure. The Gold Badge Tower Master of Black Moon Tower was summoned. Shu Xuan blushed, thinking, it's a girl, and a well-endowed one at that, radiating an imposing aura. Shu Xuan asked her how many Gold Badge Tower Masters there were in Southern Continent.
She said there were 3, but inwardly she was furious, cursing Fan Chao, damn you. However, she had to admit that this young man's methods were indeed very effective. Probably nobody noticed the abnormalities surrounding them. To think the Shu family spawned such a character, truly terrifying. He then asked her if Black Moon Tower had any Emperor Realm powerhouses stationed in Southern Continent. The Gold Badge Tower Master said there was one 1-star Tower Master stationed in Southern Continent, and rumor had it that he was only half a step away from entering the Emperor Realm. Shu Xuan thought, so you could say there's an Emperor Realm existence here then. He pondered, maybe I should just drop it. If it's really an Emperor Realm powerhouse, I probably can't control him. If I get exposed, all my progress will be for nothing. Shu Xuan asked her if she knew about the ancient Earth War Demon. The Gold Badge Tower Master said she knew a bit. Rumor has it that in ancient times, a tyrannical demon race ran rampant through the world. Incredibly powerful. The ancient Earth War Demon appeared when the demon race invaded the northern region in ancient times, on the battlefield in Southern Continent. Because that great battle caused the collapse of the Earth veins in Southern Continent, the rules are incomplete, so initially, powerhouses above the Emperor Realm all left. That's why there aren't any emperors in Southern Continent now. And because of the collapse of the Earth veins, and the incomplete rules, the ancient Earth War Demon disappeared into the torn space. It's speculated that when the Earth veins of Southern Continent recover, and the rules are complete, the ancient Earth War Demon will reappear there. There will be many treasures and inheritances. So the major forces will send people in to investigate. Of course, it'll be a while before the ancient Earth War Demon appears again, 20, 30 years. Maybe then, the major forces will come to Southern Continent, Shu Xuan thought. 20 or 30 years, I still have time to get stronger. But I can't rule out rogue cultivators like Du Yuan coming to Southern Continent beforehand. Shu Xuan then told her to pay attention to everything in Southern Continent at all times. If there were any powerhouses above the Emperor Realm, she had to let him know ASAP.
He gave the Gold Badge Tower Master a death talisman, so they could contact each other at any time. She immediately accepted it.
2 months later, in the courtyard, Shu Xuan was lying around, bored. The world's so big, but I can't find a suitable maid for yours truly. Just then, he realized someone was bringing him food.
But this feels like it's a different person. Shu Xuan took one look and knew this person was a woman in disguise. He used the Heavenly Secrets origin tracing art to check out her background. The new food deliverer is named Shu Xuan, 16 years old, has a great yin mysterious body, and great luck. She's the second daughter of the Su family from Central Continent. Because she rejected a marriage proposal, she ran away from the Su family, accidentally entering a flawed upper ancient transmission formation, arriving in Southern Continent, and disguising herself to hide in the Shu family to avoid investigation.
Shu Xuan drooled. Here it comes, the big luck has arrived. And it's a woman. Shu Xuan was still worried, afraid that others would see through her. She cursed inwardly. That wretched eldest sister, she actually pushed a marriage proposal she didn't like onto me.
There was also my useless father who agreed without a fight. I'll definitely cultivate to the Emperor Realm here, so when I return, they won't dare force me anymore. I've already gathered all the intel.
The job of delivering food to that cripple of the Shu family is the easiest. Besides the time spent delivering food, I can spend the rest of my time cultivating.
But when she saw Shu Xuan bathed in divine light, her face turned pale. That damn cripple. No way. Shu Xuan could read her entire background. Shu Xuan dropped her food basket in fear, stepping back, and stammered, You cripple! Don't come any closer!
Shu Xuan just smirked slyly and said, It just so happens that I need a maid.
Are you willing or not? Shu Xuan stuttered, unable to form a coherent sentence. Her face flushed as she thought to herself, Isn't this little Zhechuan courtyard supposed to belong to that cripple Shu Xuan? What's going on? Who is he? Shu Xuan continued in a condescending tone.
This is your opportunity.
You possess the rare Tai-Yin mysterious body, but your cultivation technique can't unlock its full potential.
Following me.
Reaching the heavenly realm is a piece of cake. The terrifying energy blew away a strand of Shu Xuan's hair.
She realized her cover was blown. She was also confused, not knowing why he knew her background, and not knowing who he was. If I become his maid, wouldn't that mean he could do whatever he wants to me? How should I resist?
What if I don't agree? Will he resort to force? Tai-Yin mysterious body is my constitution. He saw through it with just one word. He must be an extremely powerful expert. Is this really an opportunity?
Shu Xuan crossed his arms and said, Being able to come here is your good fortune, your opportunity. What are you still hesitating for, unless you think I'm interested in your beauty? He said this out loud, but in his heart he sighed. This girl is quite pretty too. Seeing her hesitation, Shu Xuan continued his assault. Don't think that just because you're from the Su family, being my maid is beneath you. Su Xian said, no it's not, and then knelt down, greeting him. Senior. Shu Xuan immediately smiled and said, very good, from now on don't call me senior anymore, call me Mr. Su Xian winked playfully. Yes, mister? In her heart she also thought Shu Xuan was extremely handsome. If my betrothed was this handsome, why would I even run away? Shu Xuan then told her to stand up. Su Xian was still lost in thought. She just arrived at Nanzhao not long ago, and she's already someone else's maid. Moreover, no matter how she looked at him, Shu Xuan didn't seem like an old monster. He looked like he was only 25 or 26 years old. Shu Xuan was at home, and a major luck-blessed person ran into his arms. He gained a maid, and the reward was Taiyin Suxian art plus a secret realm of opportunity. He curled his lips into a smile. As expected, there's a reward. Taiyin Suxian art is perfect for Su Xian's Taiyin mysterious body. It can maximize the talent of the Taiyin mysterious body. Shu Xuan then called Su Xian closer. Su Xian shyly walked closer, her face already flushed red. In her heart she thought, it's over, is he going to do that? My innocence is about to be lost. But Shu Xuan said that since she was his maid, he would impart a cultivation technique to her. He placed his hand on Su Xian's forehead, and the lucky maid then continuously broke through to the third level of the illusion realm. Su Xian realized that this was a legendary supreme technique. Cultivating this technique, even those at the heavenly realm couldn't compare. Su Xian immediately bowed her head in gratitude. Mr. Shu Xuan handed her a purple talisman and a bottle of elixirs. He told her to cultivate diligently. The reason I took you in as my maid is to do a few things. You just need to help me sort out some information. Su Xian was a little disappointed. He took her in as a maid, just to do some chores. She was hoping for something more exciting. After all, Mr. Shu was so handsome and powerful she couldn't refuse. Shu Xuan acted like an old man, with no interest in women, turned his head away, and said he had already passed on the flame breath technique to her. Even venerable realm experts couldn't see through it. Su Xian was extremely unwilling. However, in Shu Xuan's mind he was smiling and praising her beauty and outstanding talent. Making her an errand girl was very suitable for her. Later he could hand over the affairs related to the Black Moon Tower to her. It's just that he felt that his current strength was still a bit weak. But it was okay. With her talent, plus cultivating the Taiyin Suxian art, she would be able to advance very quickly. Su Xian picked up the paper and immediately recognized that it was information from the Black Moon Tower. She asked Shu Xuan if he was a high-ranking member of the Black Moon Tower. Shu Xuan said, not for now. He was just stretching a hand into the Black Moon Tower. Su Xian felt a bit anxious, because the Su family must have commissioned Black Moon Pavilion to search for her whereabouts. Won't I be found here? Shu Xuan confidently replied. In Nanzhao, Black Moon Pavilion won't leak your news. Especially since you can avoid being exposed. Shu Xuan grinned. Super happy to have a errand runner. It makes things so much easier for me. Keep disguising yourself like that. You look so pretty. Su Xian was so mad, because Shu Xuan sees her as just an errand runner to order around. At this moment, a gold-grade pavilion master of the Black Moon Pavilion slowly walked out. Seeing her, Su Xian worriedly asked, Shu Xuan, who is she? Shu Xuan replied, that's one of the gold-grade pavilion masters of the Black Moon Pavilion, in Nanzhou. Su Xian got so panicked that she knocked over the teapot. Terrified that the gold-grade pavilion master would discover her identity, Shu Xuan was soaked in tea from head to toe. He complained, you said they're all our people. What are you so tense about? Then, he gave Su Xian a purple talisman, and tasked her with contacting the gold-grade pavilion master in the future, to get useful intelligence modified and then tell him. Su Xian took the card with doubts. Shu Xuan, while wiping his head, said, you are the most suitable person. Shu Xuan grasping the information network of the entire Black Moon Pavilion in Nanzhao is only a matter of time. Su Xian contacting them would not only prevent her whereabouts from being exposed, but also allow her to grasp the Su family's movements against her. Isn't that killing two birds with one stone? Su Xian listened and said, thank you. Time passed quickly. 2 years had gone by. Shu Xuan picked up a spirit pill and said, in the past 2 years, Shu Yun has returned twice. Although the color is still a bit lacking, it's much better than the products of Tiandi Mountain. I didn't expect this girl's talent to lie here. At this time, the maid, Su Xian came to report to him that there had been some changes in the Qin family. Shu Xuan then asked her, what are those changes? In his mind, he already had a premonition that it was inextricably linked to Qin Ke Yun. The head of the Qin family has resigned, seemingly forced. The person recommended for the new emperor has not yet been decided, and it is currently in a masterless state. Shu Xuan asked. Su Xian is that all? Is that it? Su Xian replied, yes, the specific situation of the Black Moon Pavilion is also under investigation, but the Zhao family, He family,
and Shu family are not yet aware of this information. Shu Xuan has secretly realized that the situation in the Qin kingdom, and even the entire Nanzhou, is about to change. Demon Emperor reborn, soul of the devil. But not even knowing whether this life is human or demon.
Inside the Qin family, everyone had gathered. Qin Keiyun stood up and shouted, "Starting today, I am the Empress of the Qin kingdom, the head of the Qin family. Who opposes? Who supports?"
No one below said a word. Qin Keiyun continued. The ancient battlefield of war demons is about to open. This is an opportunity for the Qin family to rise. Anyone who doesn't accept me can step forward. As long as you can take one move from me, the position of head of the Qin family will belong to him. She was exuding demon energy all over her. She said that no one spoke means supporting.
"Starting today, what the Qin family says goes, and what I say in the Qin kingdom goes."
Then, she ordered. Each person offers a drop of essence blood to open the altar of the Qin family. Qin Ping. He bit her finger, and she was the first to offer blood. The other people in the clan quickly dripped their essence blood into the bronze bowl as well.
Qin Keiyun finally released something red into the bowl of blood.
The blood seemed to have a life of its own, and transmitted upwards to the iron stake behind her. That source of energy made everyone frown and wince. When the blood had flowed all over the pillar, the figure of a mysterious man appeared in the purple light.
Qin Keiyun immediately knelt down respectfully. Keiyun pays respects to the ancestor. That mysterious person said to her, "You finally arrived?"
The Qin family was extremely surprised and stunned. The ancestor. Could he still be alive? In the legend, the ancestor's strength is heaven-defying.
Qin Keiyun then presented to him. "The Qin family has weakened, and the Qin kingdom has long collapsed. Keiyun is incompetent, but desires to revive the Qin kingdom's prestige."
The ancestor reached out, and gently stroked her head, and said a word.
"Good." His eyes flashed.
At the same time, it shined an infinitely mysterious source of energy into Keiyun's body. Until Keiyun's entire body was enveloped in that light, the old ancestor disappeared, leaving behind a piece of land that had been dented into a deep pit, continuously emitting smoke.
Keiyun just gritted her teeth and ordered everyone, get up! Everyone obeyed her order and stood up, mouths still wide open. Qin Keiyun said clearly, "Just now, the ancestor passed down the inheritance, wanting to revive the glory of the Qin family. You must all strive to cultivate." Qin Keiyun pointed at her mother's face and said, "I will hand over the inheritance cultivation method to Ping He, and she will teach it to everyone. Furthermore, summon the experts of the Qin family back from the Daqian." The Zhao, He, and Shu families were originally subjects of the Qin family. Starting today, Qin country will no longer have the four great families ruling together. Seeing this, Qin Pinghe whispered to Keiyun, "Daqian won't let the Qin family's experts return." Qin Keiyun calmly replied, "It's all right. Wait until I come out of seclusion." Daqian will agree. 2 hours later, Qin Keiyun stepped down into a dark cellar all alone. She sat on the ground and began to cultivate, revealing her true form as an extremely ferocious nine-tailed fox. The rules of Nanzhou are incomplete. If Qin Keiyun wants to advance to the Emperor realm, there is only one way. Rely on the Yao Fox's power. Shu Xuan in the mansion also learned the news at this time. He said, "The Qin family wants to rebel, summoning experts from Daqian that's going against Nanzhou's master, Zhu country. The experts of the four great families in Daqian,
to put it bluntly, are hostages. The Qin family dares to be so publicly arrogant. Looks like there's going to be some good drama to watch." The system appeared at this moment.
Reward to Shu Xuan because your female servant Su Xian under your superb teaching methods, has broken through to the Harmony realm. Reward, 10 years of cultivation. Shu Xuan felt like a parched tree that had been watered after a long time, feeling extremely happy, feeling like he's getting stronger again. He reached out and scratched his chin, thinking, the cultivation method taught to Ren Changhe. The reward was cultivation. Su Xian advanced. The reward was also cultivation. Let's put on our thinking caps for a sec. Shu Xuan realized. Accepting disciples is the fastest way to advance cultivation. Thinking this, Shu Xuan laughed slyly. Su Xian happily ran out, wanting to tell Shu Xuan about her advancement.
However, he already knew and stopped her from speaking, calmly congratulating her for breaking through to the Harmony realm, and telling her that if she wasn't arrogant, she could take it one step further.
Su Xian froze, thinking to herself, how did he know he's so amazing?
In the Qin family, strange phenomena filled the sky. With thunder and lightning rumbling, a man was being strangled by a hand.
Qin Keiyun,
in her half-human, half-demon form, smirked and asked him, "So, are you going to release them or what? Or is there anyone here who wants to fight me?"
The Emperor of Daqian was no match for her.
He could only grit his teeth and glare. Suddenly, a squeaking sound echoed from the roof. Zi Wang appeared, smirking and saying, "It's really lively here today." Seeing that someone wanted to join the game, Qin Ke Yun asked. Ji Wang, are you trying to take advantage of the situation? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Let's destroy Daqian today. But Shi Wang said. The best script for the Shi Wang court is to catch everything in one net, Qin Ke Yun said. His answer is wrong.
Shi Wang triumphantly charged forward, saying, the person who can judge whether he is right or wrong has not yet been born. BOM. A lightning bolt ripped across the sky. Ji Wang, fast as he was defeated. Qin Ke Yun arrogantly declared to everyone present, Qin country will no longer be subordinate to Daqian. We will no longer send Harmony Realm experts as hostages. Qin Ke Yun is declaring herself emperor here today. The next morning, the news of Qin Ke Yun declaring herself emperor reached Shu Xuan's ears. Su Xuan also added that Qin Ke Yun brought back the experts of the four families, Qin, Shu, Zhao, and He from Daqian. The intelligence paper in Shu Xuan's hand also said that she soloed 10 great experts of the entire country, and injured Shi Wang. Shu Xuan was secretly shocked. No wonder she's a reincarnated demon fox. Her realm advancement is indeed fast. Looks like the four-family co-rule of the Qin country is about to end. Su Xuan was totally into this Qin Ke Yun chick, even calling her the Empress of Qin Kingdom, saying she's super imposing and bossy.
Seeing her like that, Shu Xuan asked, Su Xuan, you want to be an empress too? Su Xuan replied, Nah, I just want to chill with you, Shifu.
Shu Xuan said, Su Xuan, remember this. Empress, great emperor, all that's just for show. Strength is what really matters. If you're strong enough, you could crush any empress with one hand, right? Su Xuan grinned, saying Shu Xuan was spot on. Just as he was about to drop some more wisdom about Qin Ke Yun, Shu Xuan suddenly heard some commotion outside the door.
The door swung open, and in strutted Qin Ke Yun, rocking her empress skin.
Shu Xuan panicked. What's she doing here? Qin Ke Yun replied. Now that I'm the Empress of Great Qin, I've come to marry you. Su Xuan's eyes went wide. Shu Xuan just gritted his teeth, totally disgusted, and asked if she had the wrong guy. Qin Ke Yun, who clearly hadn't gotten enough thirst in her past life, got all up in Shu Xuan's space, demanding his affection. Shu Xuan held her off with both hands, flat out rejecting her.
Qin Ke Yun said, Your third brother Shu Xuan isn't here right now, and you're the only one in the harem. Think about it. This kind of opportunity won't come again.
Shu Xuan just glared and told her to scram. Qin Ke Yun was pissed at the rejection. She said, Let's see how you escape my grasp.
But then, something messed with her soul, and Qin Ke Yun staggered and collapsed.
Shu Xuan said sternly, Empress of Great Qin. And just like that, Qin Ke Yun couldn't resist, and dropped to her knees. Her eyes were wide with shock. Just one command and she was forced to obey. What kind of power was this? Shu Xuan crossed his arms, looking down from the heavens, and asked, Who gave you the guts to act wild in front of me? She lowered her head, admitting she was wrong. A moment later, they were both sitting at a table drinking tea. Su Xuan even glared at Shu Xuan, saying, You're lucky, I'm letting you drink tea brewed by yours truly. Shu Xuan jumped right to the point. Does Qin Ke Yun know anything about the ancient battle demon ground?
Qin Ke Yun replied, Even though I have memories from my past life, I don't know much about that, Shu Xuan said. No worries, just tell me everything you do know.
In her past life, Qin Ke Yun was the favored consort of the great Qin emperor, just a consort, but she still had the cultivation of the 9th level of the emperor realm. The emperor's strength was unfathomable.
The emperor pampered her like crazy, always together. Until the Great War broke out, he left her some Dharma artifacts and rushed off. After that, it was just one bad news after another.
Soon after, the all-out war between humans and demons erupted, and the emperor vanished. Then, the ancestral land of Great Qin was invaded by the demon race. Qin Ke Yun and a few elders moved the clansmen,
but in the end, she died fighting a powerful expert.
Luckily, a fragment of the emperor's soul was left with her, allowing her to reincarnate. She then possessed a living person in Qin Pinghe's womb. Qin Ke Yun lowered her head as she spoke. The rest, Shu Xuan already knew. Shu Xuan saw that her story matched the results of his heavenly secret Tamuan technique, so he knew she wasn't lying. Looks like he didn't need to get serious after all. She came here today because of him. Shu Xuan asked Qin Ke Yun, Before the emperor left, did he leave any words behind besides the treasures? She replied, No. When the emperor left, he seemed very angry, and left in a hurry. She remembered that he kept saying traitorous humans. Traitors. Shu Xuan thought to himself, looks like there are still a lot of secrets about that ancient great war that nobody knows about. And right now, the clues to these secrets are only with the emperor of Qin Kingdom. Then, Shu Xuan ordered Qin Ke Yun to return, and told her not to reveal this matter to anyone.
After Qin Ke Yun's silhouette disappeared, Shu Xuan thought, This can't be delayed. I'm afraid that there are many experts who are paying attention to the ancient battle demon ground.
Then, he took out a sample talisman to contact Fu Lai Zhu, the Black Moon Tower's gold-ranked agent. He told her he wanted to know all the news about the ancient great Qin emperor. Fu Lai replied, As you command, your subordinate will investigate immediately. Shu Xuan definitely wouldn't miss the secrets of this ancient war demon ground. 3 days later, he received the intel. The great Qin emperor, the sovereign who built the empire, the only one who unified southern continent in history, Shu Xuan guessed. Their strength must at least be at the heavenly realm. Southern continent used to be unified, so the war between humans and demons must have been aimed at Qin, right? The human traders are also traders of Qin, right? Shu Xuan put the intel paper down. He decided he had to level up to the heavenly realm before the ancient war demon ground reopened. At this moment, Shu Xuan called him out for dinner. Shu Xuan eagerly went out, grinning and asking, "What delicious food are we having today?" But Shu Xuan's expression seemed hesitant. She said, "Something happened. Let Little Mealbringer tell you." Little Mealbringer told Shu Xuan that the Empress had returned the fiefdom and experts to the Shu family. Shu Xuan was secretly surprised, thinking, "What the heck is she doing?" He said to them, "Isn't this a good thing? The people and land have all returned." Little Mealbringer thought, "Isn't the great Qin Empress intentionally being cold to us?" and added, "The old master is extremely angry right now." He thinks Shu Yuan offended the empress by breaking off the engagement. In the Shu family's ancestral home, Shu Tianming was ordering people to quickly capture Shu Yuan. He angrily scolded Shu Yuan for being unfilial. What kind of situation is the Shu family in right now? And he still refuses to return and atone to the empress. He clenched his fist. Qin doesn't need to be said. If it continues like this, the Shu family will definitely be alienated by the He and Zhao families. If we really have enemies invading later, what good will it do if no one comes to our aid? The Black Moon Tower thus received a new order. The Shu family's patriarch wants to capture his grandson, Shu Yuan. How interesting. On the Shu family side, the elders were feeling lucky because they were stationed inside the country and didn't have to worry about troublemakers on the border. Moreover, the Zhao and He families had been rising very quickly recently, perhaps having gained benefits from the Qin family. While Shu Tianming was still silent, a subordinate ran in to report. The Qin family sent a notice that the Shu family doesn't need to worry about the matter at the border. They appreciate the Shu family's good intentions. Hearing this news, Shu Tianming's eyes widened. He thought, it seems the empress is still angry about the Shu family breaking off the engagement back then. The old man sighed and shouted, "Those two old geezers are openly slapping our faces." The old geezer's shout echoed all the way to Shu Xuan's courtyard. Right at that moment, his task was completed. So Shu Xuan checked out today's intelligence report. Reading the intelligence in his hand, Shu Xuan felt it was a bit interesting. Seeing the current chaotic situation on Qin's border, various forces were repeatedly causing trouble, causing quite a few Qin experts to be killed or injured. It seemed to be a fierce battle between one side demanding the Qin kid pay with their life, and the other saying, "Shameless cult, we swear not to coexist under the same sky." Shu Xuan was also worried. Because Qin's situation wouldn't last for too long, the Nine Sword Mountain's experts wouldn't take action to slay a lot of enemies. The Grand Elder of Nine Sword Mountain, Hong Fei, is a true realm expert who can scare off many enemies. Right now, Qin Keiyun has almost stepped into the Emperor realm. If it weren't for the deep foundations of Great Qian and the Xiwangting, she probably would have monopolized it long ago. And this true realm expert, Hong Fei, is Qin Keiyun's son-in-law. Shu Xuan wondered, but Hong Fei is old enough to be Qin Ping. He's father. Could this be the magic of love? However, right now everything seems to have been arranged in advance. Could it be the great Qin Emperor's scheme behind Qin Keiyun? Furthermore, Nine Sword Mountain existed before the War Demon. Could Nine Sword Mountain be the supporter of the original great Qin Emperor? He felt that the water in southern continent was really a bit deep, but it was getting more and more interesting. He planned to wait until his strength leveled up, and then have Du Yuan and Ren Changhe take a trip to southern continent. No matter how murky the water in southern continent is, no matter how dangerous the game in southern continent is, Shu Xuan was determined, even if I'm at home I can still overturn it. Just thinking about the system's big rewards was enough to make him obsessed. Shu Xuan suddenly remembered the unknown space beneath the ancestral home. It was time to explore it. Immediately, he started working on it. Just like Shu Xuan had predicted, it was like the Zhao and He families, a legacy power. Giving this power to experts above the third level of the Harmony Realm would allow them to quickly comprehend and step into the true realm. According to records, the Shu family's ancestral home was an ancient ruin. The Shu family initially relied on this ancient ruin to get to where they are today. After working on it for a few minutes, Shu Xuan gave up and didn't think about it anymore. He decided to wait for Yun Mei Mei to come back and let her open Qin Kingdom's palace. At midnight, a high-ranking official said he had matters at the border he wanted to report to Qin Keiyun. He was talking about the evil cults raiding the border non-stop. But according to the Qin family's inside information, he didn't even finish his sentence before Qin Keiyun jumped in, telling him to focus on the main battlefield situation. Xin Pingshan reported, The main battlefield is a complete victory. The evil cults are incapable of large-scale organized raids, and have now gone into ambush mode. Qin Keiyun cursed the evil cults as a bunch of treacherous bastards, then ordered Qin Pingshan to tell the front lines not to pay too much attention to them. The Qin dynasty has planted quite a few spies in the Qin kingdom. We need to be more vigilant about them. After Qin Pingshan obeyed, Qin Keiyun thought to herself, the Qin dynasty is rising too fast right now. Once I'm stable, that's when I'll launch a full-scale attack. That will be the day those cockroaches die. Qin Pingshan then said he had something to report concerning the Shu family. The Qin and Shu families have been close through generations of marriage. If we ostracize the Shu family now, I fear. He didn't even finish his sentence. Qin Keiyun quickly cut him off, telling him not to mention the Shu family anymore. Maintain the status quo in Shu Prefecture and let the Shu family handle it themselves. She also ordered them not to bother the Shu family. After Qin Pingshan took his leave, he thought to himself, judging from Her Majesty's fluctuating attitude toward the Shu family, it seems she's still angry about the broken engagement.
He knew that anyone who crossed Qin Keiyun either ended up crippled or dead. I've said what I needed to say. Let the Shu family pray for themselves. Qin Keiyun cursed. Shu Tianming, that old fool. He doesn't realize everything I'm doing is because I know the Shu family's waters are unfathomably deep.
Qin Keiyun held court and fiercely reprimanded General Li for not following the rules of the Great Qin Empire, which basically meant her orders.
General Li was about to explain, but Qin Keiyun silenced him with a shout.
She presented a letter as evidence, saying that General Li outwardly appeared to submit, but was secretly colluding with the enemy. Immediately, she ordered people to drag General Li out and execute him. As General Li was being dragged away, he desperately begged for mercy. She said clearly, the Qin kingdom is at its peak now. I don't care if you were royalty or nobles before. As long as you're disloyal, the Qin family will deal with you just like General Li. All the officials could do was shout in unison, as you command, at the Shu family. Everyone was frantically training in Divine First as required by the Grand Master. The intensity was insane. 1,000 Divine Firsts, 2,000 Divine Kicks. Anyone who slacked off would be punished with 3 months of kneeling in the Ancestral Hall. The purpose of this training was to absolutely avoid dragging the Shu family down. The two janitor brothers were becoming increasingly uneasy about this. The Zhao and He families had sided with the Qin family, while they were working for the Shu family. They thought to themselves, the Shu family is in a bad way now. For a bright future, we feel it's better to go to those two families. There's probably no future here. Thinking this, the two immediately threw down their brooms and went to resign. Shu Tianming's heart-wrenching cries echoed, Heavens! Why do you treat my Shu family like this? Shu Xuan remained as calm as ever. Today he had completed his task. As long as that old geezer didn't come to bother him, he could scream all he wanted.
First, he had to use the Myriad Realms mirror to find some fun. He'd use his senior heavenly venerate status to lecture everyone and anyone. Little do, that noisy eating habit of yours needs to change. Old Ren, you're doing it wrong, you need to do it like this, like that.
He even used the mirror to check on his two little apprentices. Seeing that they had both broken through to the Emperor realm, Shu Xuan smiled and said, not bad. But with 3 years almost gone, Shu Xuan still hadn't found a great luck bearer, and felt extremely bored. Just then, a voice filled with self-blame rang out. I am a useless bum. Shu Xuan immediately perked up
and paid attention. It turned out to be a drunken man muttering, saying he was useless, and a piece of discarded firewood, unable to even light a fire without producing smoke.
He stood right in front of Shu Xuan's courtyard, saying, how can a useless bum like me be worthy of a genius like her? It's all because of my own infatuation. I am the most useless person in the world.
He unconsciously stepped into Shu Xuan's courtyard. Shu Xuan looked at him and smirked.
Looks like great luck bearers all start from being useless.
Seeing someone dare to offend Shu Xuan's maid, Su Xian, she appeared and asked where he came from. Saying Shu Xuan could leave him to her, Shu Xuan waved his hand, signaling her to do nothing. The drunkard then asked Shu Xuan, do you have any wine? Su Xian sighed. So, he's just a drunk, Shu Xuan said. It's all right, and told her to go cultivate. Su Xian turned her head, thinking to herself, the master isn't chasing this drunk away. Could it be because he has a very strong talent? I can't tell. The drunkard held out his sword, saying, I don't have any money. I want to trade this useless sword for wine.
Shu Xuan looked at the sword and said, that sword is a Xuan weapon. You're making a loss trading it for wine, the drunkard said.
I'm a useless bum. What's the point of having a good sword?
He even chuckled while looking at Shu Xuan.
And asked, do you know what useless means? It's him right there. Look at him. Shu Xuan pointed right at the guy's face and said, yep, I can see it clearly. You really are just a good-for-nothing. You're practically overflowing with an aura of uselessness. If you told me you weren't the Zhao Qiang from my yard, I still wouldn't believe you.
Shu Xuan even hit him where it hurt. You're not just useless, you're a useless guy who got dumped. And I know more than just that.
I also know you got dumped by your childhood sweetheart, and her new boyfriend stepped all over you, told you to piss off and take a good look at yourself. Where did you get the nerve to think you were good enough for Tian Xiao? What a pathetic loser. The drunk got totally called out and whined. How do you know? Who are you? Shu Xuan spread his arms wide and declared, I am the guiding light for lost young ladies, the savior of all things in the countless realms. Meeting me is the greatest stroke of luck in your life? The guy blinked, confused, and asked. You're the savior for the useless, Shu Xuan confirmed. That's right, I'm the ultimate lifeline for losers. The drunk started spiraling into deep thought. Could I not be useless anymore? This mister is so powerful and has such an imposing aura. Could he be lying to a useless piece of trash like me? Just then, Shu Xuan boomed. Tell that young man to kneel and acknowledge me as his master. Hearing that, the drunk decided to risk it all. He instantly knelt down, completely ditching the drunk act. Disciple Ding Yu pays respects to master, Shu Xuan nodded. Excellent. From now on, you are my disciple, under Shu Xuan. He told him that as long as he respected his master, he would make sure he changed for the better, reach the top, and become someone great. Ding Yue obediently promised to follow his master's instructions. His nemesis then appeared before Shu Xuan's eyes, a forsaken talent from Nine Sword Mountain, a genius swordsman with a heaven-sent sword body, the Heaven Three Sword Meridians. Because his sword meridians were blocked and his energy channels were congested, his cultivation was super slow, he was deemed useless and dumped by his childhood sweetheart. The system then chimed in, rewarding Shu Xuan for having a present-day son of destiny from Nanzhao come to acknowledge him as his master without even leaving his house, gaining his first disciple and also his first disciple with supreme sword talent. The reward is the heaven-piercing sword art. So Ding Yu wasn't a piece of junk as everyone thought, Shu Xuan mused. He was thrilled and thought, I've picked up a treasure. However, Ding Yue was still hesitant and asked, Master, can I really become strong? Shu Xuan snapped. Don't you dare doubt your master? Did he think his title of savior of the useless was just for show? Don't even mention useless people. Even if Ding Yu was a pile of turd, Shu Xuan could turn him into gold. Ding Yu whimpered. If I really am a pile of turd, I might as well die. Shu Xuan told him to stop thinking nonsense, focus his mind, and unify his spirit. Ding Yu looked up at Shu Xuan, obediently replying. Shu Xuan said to Ding Yu, Today is your day of rebirth. Then, he pointed to Ding Yu's forehead and shouted, Heavenly Heart Sword Meridian, open! Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from Ding Yu's forehead, followed by a complete transformation of his body. When Ding Yu opened his eyes, he was ecstatic to find that he had reached the first level of the spirit realm, and his previous incomprehensible sword insights had all become clear. He could now sense countless transformations from even the most basic sword techniques. Shu Xuan told Ding Yu that he had already transmitted the heaven-piercing sword art into his mind. Focus on comprehending it. Ding Yu shrunk and floated into the air. Su Jian Air was completely stunned. Ding Yu is inside now. It seems like he is a sword now, she then exclaimed. Shu Xuan's methods are truly unheard of. What kind of realm is such heaven-defying operation? Shu Xuan didn't respond. Instead, he was enjoying the joy of victory, because his disciple Ding Yu, under his guidance, had rapidly upgraded his cultivation, breaking through to the spirit realm. The system's reward to Shu Xuan was 100 years of cultivation. This 100 years of cultivation came at the perfect time. It can help Shu Xuan break through to the Saint Realm. After breaking through to the Saint Realm, his spiritual soul was once again sublimated, and the power of his domain underwent a transformation. The domain power of the Emperor Realm is like the heavens when facing warriors below the Emperor Realm. They can be trampled and suppressed at will, looking down on those of lower status like ants. The domain power of the Saint Realm can construct its own rules. Within the domain, it communicates with heaven and earth, and becomes its own set of rules. This is why it is as easy as turning over a hand for the Saint Realm to suppress the Emperor Realm. Sure enough, every time you advance to a higher realm, the dominance over those of lower level increases. Shu Xuan then unleashed his spiritual soul to see what his domain power was like. Shu Xuan's spiritual soul then soared high into the sky. The domain power really lives up to his expectations. It can now cover 50 miles around him. No one within his domain can detect such methods. Shu Xuan's feelings right now can be described with one word, that is, awesome. The laws of heaven and earth in Nanzhao are now incomplete, because his system can directly jump over this incomplete rule and directly enter the law of the Great Way. So his domain power is way stronger than other cultivators at the same level, by several tiers even. Can't exactly say he's unbeatable among venerables, but handling anyone below the 6th level of the venerable realm, piece of cake, zero pressure. Shu Xuan felt pretty smug about it. Dao rules, top-tier cultivation methods, ridiculously OP secret techniques, a super strong spiritual soul, all bundled up in him. Man, he really lived up to the name Son of the System. This tiny southern continent was practically his playground now. He just broke through to the venerable realm, got a nice power boost, and boom. The system immediately gifts him the Saint Master Halo and the heaven-shaking Divine General technique.
Shu Xuan grinned like an idiot. Talk about double happiness knocking.
The Saint Master Halo helps people with insights, comprehending the Tao, and can even level up their natural talent. Shu Xuan couldn't help but smile.
Just what I needed, he thought. Using this halo to teach his disciples would be super efficient. Maximum results, minimum effort. Then he checked out the heaven-shaking Divine General, really hoping it packed a punch.
Heaven-shaking Divine General. Might that shakes heaven and earth. Capable of rattling the great Tao itself, shattering domains, and breaking through techniques. Shu Xuan accepted the reward, sighing. Man, the system really only churns out top-quality goods.
And damn, the heaven-shaking Divine General was sharp. He tried it out, and bam, a colossal projection of Shu Xuan appeared, looking totally badass. Seriously top-notch stuff. Good thing I've got the Zhao Tian Qian Kun formation hiding things, otherwise that display would have scared a whole flock of weaklings to death, he mused. That overwhelming presence could definitely disrupt an enemy's domain power, no exaggeration, Shu Xuan thought to himself. If he combined the heaven-shaking Divine General with his 7-colored Divine Light, now that would be an awesome combo move. Shu Xuan then chuckled mischievously, deciding to go find old Ren for a little test run. Shu Xuan popped up in front of Ren Zhang. He with the most over-the-top entrance imaginable. Yo, old man, he called out, how's it hanging lately?
Old Ren replied, thanks to Shizun's guidance, I've managed to maintain the indestructible physical body and overcome the worst of it. Just need a bit more time now.
Internally, seeing his master's new, incredibly imposing form, he was totally stunned, thinking, yep, definitely picked the right master. Shu Xuan then asked, looks like your life force is full, almost back to your peak, right? Still got any questions or tricky spots? And sure enough, old Ren still had some things he couldn't figure out. Shu Xuan grinned inwardly. Perfect timing to test out my Saint Master Halo. So Shu Xuan told him not to worry, he'd clear things up. Ren Zhang. He was so moved he almost cried.
Shizun is a true genius, an absolute top-tier prodigy, Ren thought. Someone as boastful as me is probably just like useless firewood compared to him. Thank goodness Shizun took pity on me, otherwise I'd still be stuck in that damn Luoshen cave.
Shu Xuan then lectured him. Alright, focus up, no mistakes now, time's ticking, slack off when you're young, suffer when you're old, get it, pay attention, this is how you get back to your prime.
Ren Zhang. He was so overjoyed and moved he actually started blubbering like a kid. Shizun, really? Sob, I'm crying now, wah.
Shu Xuan felt today was a pretty damn good day. Everything he wanted to do got done. He kinda wished a few more Sons of Fortune would pop up today or tomorrow, wouldn't that be great? But yeah, those guys aren't exactly growing on trees like cabbages, can't force fate when the time isn't right. Might as well use the Wantian mirror to check in on little Du, maybe broaden his horizons a bit. Shu Xuan activated this OP divine ability, focusing through the Wantian mirror,
and saw Du Yuan being cornered by 2 unfamiliar dudes. Stop right there, target acquired, run, and you won't escape, one yelled. Du Yuan was trying to explain. Hey, this is just a misunderstanding. I'm not here to save Xiao Liang, Shu Xuan mused.
Xiao Liang.
Isn't that the cast-off kid from that major Western continent family? Does he have some kind of protagonist halo going on? Looks like Du Yuan wasn't lying, he just accidentally got tangled up in whatever mess Xiao Liang is in. Shu Xuan decided to watch the show for a bit first. After all, with him watching, it'd be pretty hard for Du Yuan to actually die.
The 2 guys were now threatening Du Yuan,
the Zhao family's business. A pipsqueak rogue cultivator like you dares to stick your nose in.
They even added, if you're really not involved with Xiao Liang, just surrender peacefully. We'll let the Zhao family investigate, and then they'll let you go.
Du Yuan backed off slightly. Yeah, right. He knew they were just trying to trick him like some newbie. Both of them were at the 2nd level of the Venerable Realm. If he couldn't win a fight, running was definitely the smart move.
Shu Xuan wondered. Du Yuan's had some pretty good lucky breaks before. Even killed enemies stronger than him, punching above his weight class. How'd he get cornered by these 2?
Then he glanced at the weapons those 2 Zhao family goons were holding. Ah, figures. Du Yuan's gear just isn't up to par. The verbal sparring continued heatedly. Du Yuan shot back. The Western continent doesn't belong solely to the Zhao family. Don't push people too far, the other 2 retorted. Even if that's true, it's not your place, a lowly rogue cultivator, to challenge us.
One of the Zhao family guys thought, this rogue cultivator is surprisingly tough to handle, but Zhao Liang's escape definitely involves him somehow. Therefore, he must die. Shu Xuan, having watched long enough, finally decided to step in. Bathed in divine light, he appeared dramatically in the sky. Little friend Duni, he called out. Long time no see. The 2 goons were totally bewildered by the dazzling radiance. Who the heck is this expert? Where did he come from? What kind of insane divine ability is this? Even legendary Heaven Realm masters aren't this flashy.
Du Yuan's face flushed red, overwhelmed with emotion. Senior, he turned, tears welling up. I've run into a bit of trouble. I need Senior's help.
Shu Xuan, huge and looming in the sky, drawled. Those two, they're just a couple of ants.
Those two were scared witless, limbs all wobbly. We're screwed. This reverse heaven powerhouse knows some rogue cultivators. We're just ants now. Du Yuan felt super inferior, cause he couldn't even beat ants in this senior's eyes. So, I'm worse than ants, huh?
Shu Xuan rolled his eyes and asked, "Hey, you two ants, what are you doing picking on my buddy Du-man?" The two ants stammered.
It's just a misunderstanding. We never intended to become enemies with Du Yuan. Shu Xuan's gaze turned icy. Is that so? The two ant dudes said.
In front of your godly powers, senior.
We wouldn't dare lie. Shu Xuan gave a sly grin. Lil Dune, you be the judge. Are they telling the truth? Lil Dune, being all soft-hearted, said, yeah, it really was a misunderstanding.
Shu Xuan knew right away that Du Yuan was just being cautious. He knows that if he kills these two, the Shao family won't let him off the hook. But if he lets them go, it might make the Shao family think there's a hidden powerhouse backing him. Clever move, Shu Xuan thought, then said to them,
turns out, that's how it is. Well, I'm too lazy to even bother squashing a couple of ants like you. My hands would get dirty. The two ants nodded furiously. We wouldn't dare dirty Senior's hands. We wouldn't want to cause trouble for Bro Du Gum. They took all the blame. Du Yuan was still stuck in that self-deprecating mood. Senior thinks squashing ants is dirty, but I can't even beat them, so I'm dirty too.
Du Yuan realized he was too weak. Without this senior protecting him, he'd just be another ant. Shu Xuan asked Du Yuan again. So what should we do with these two ants? Du Yuan said. Let's not let misunderstandings dirty Senior's hands. They've already apologized. Forgiving them isn't out of the question.
But Du Yuan then added, with a whimper, I just need a little compensation to make up for the tiny trauma in my soul.
Seeing the cunning glint in Du Yuan's eye as he looked at the two ants, Shu Xuan thought, this guy looks all innocent, but he's really a sneaky monkey. Shu Xuan gave the go-ahead. You two, hand over everything you've got to Lil Du, then you can scram. The two ants thanked him profusely. Little ants are scramming now. Shu Xuan was just about to raise his hand when they darted off like greased lightning. They exclaimed, that was terrifying. Just what level of powerhouse is that? Could it be some old monster in hiding? Even Heavenly Realm experts don't have such divine abilities. One ant told the other not to think about it too much, and to hurry back and report this terrifying existence. We can only try to befriend them, never become enemies.
Du Yuan immediately dropped to his knees, thanking the senior. He said he knew he was as useless as an ant, but he had a heart to repay the favor, and was willing to be a servant, doing small tasks for him.
Shu Xuan chuckled to himself. Du Yuan is gentle and cautious. Having him around will save me a lot of trouble. He had him become his errand boy down here. Du Yuan immediately bowed. Greetings, Your Excellency. Shu Xuan didn't even leave his house, and managed to con a Honor Realm expert into becoming his servant just by talking. The system rewarded him with the Purple Flame Heaven Scorcher. Awesome. All that sweet talking finally paid off.
However, these Grand Destiny guys are too rare. If they could show up in groups, that would be perfect.
The Myriad Mirror still has one more use.
So Shu Xuan decided to use it to try his luck. The scene the Myriad Mirror showed was a dark cave, inside which a young lad was meditating. A green glow emitted from the young lad was extremely powerful. Shu Xuan looked at the young lad. Still so young,
and he's already at the third stage of Combination Realm.
His cultivation technique is also at the divine level. His talent is definitely above Su Xian. There's just one thing. The more Shu Xuan looked at this young lad, the more familiar he seemed.
So this is that abandoned son of the Shao family, Shao Yan.
No. Xiao Ling, Shu Xuan guessed. He's the child of destiny of the West Continent, Zhao Ling.
At this moment Zhao Ling opened his eyes, staring blankly at the strange object hanging around his neck. Just then, a great beauty flew out, her whole body filled with spiritual energy. It was the weakened soul of a Heavenly Realm powerhouse, and a beautiful woman at that. Shu Xuan was certain this kid was definitely a Grand Destiny god.
Xiao Ling called out, Shifu, she replied. If I make a move 2 or 3 more times, I'll fall into a deep slumber. You must leave the West Continent quickly. Xiao Ling respectfully cupped his fist. Yes, master. He told himself that. My Shao family will definitely demand justice. His Shifu told him to cultivate diligently and rely on his strength to speak.
As long as Xiao Ling breaks through to the Heavenly Realm, the Zhao family will naturally honor him. Xiao Lang declared, all confident, that he'd reach the Heavenly Realm within 1,000 years, and even help his Shifu rebuild her physical body. Shu Xuan heard the Heavenly Realm in 1,000 years bit and thought the kid was being a little cocky, but hey, with his destiny as a favored son of fortune, it's not entirely impossible, you know.
Even Zhao Lang's Shifu was like, Heavenly Realm in 1,000 years? No way. Emperor Realm in 100, Venerable Realm in 1,000, maybe. But Heavenly Realm in 10,000 years? That's already top-tier talent across the 50 provinces of the 9 regions.
Plus, the Heavenly Realm is a major bottleneck. Tons of powerhouses and geniuses get stuck for like 10,000 years, without a massive stroke of luck and crazy talent, don't even dream of breaking through in under 10 millennia. But Xiaolang just grinned and said, "What's so hard about the heavenly realm?" Xiaolang's Shifu encouraged him not to be discouraged. With her guidance and his outstanding talent, plus a ton of luck, breaking through to the heavenly realm shouldn't be a huge deal. She even mentioned that in her past life, there was a guy who reached the heavenly realm in 10,000 years, became invincible in his realm, charged into the demon domain solo, fought his way in and out, and probably kicked the bucket already. Xiaolang asked, "Shifu, who was that?" Turns out, it was Ren Zhanghe, the Grand Jia Celestial Venerable, who rocked all 50 provinces of the 9 regions 10,000 years ago. Shu Xuan's eyes lit up. No way, it was old Ren. This beauty is from the same era as him. Judging by her tone, old Ren wasn't just blowing smoke.
Ren Zhanghe, who was just minding his own business, sneezed his brains out, wondering who was badmouthing him.
Xiaolang promised his Shifu that he would definitely become like Ren Zhanghe, the Grand Jia Celestial Venerable who shook all 50 provinces of the 9 regions. Shu Xuan, picking his nose, sighed. This kid's got some serious swagger. This Ren Zhanghe is feeling inferior now, sees himself as talentless, and someone actually looks up to him. Ren Zhanghe felt a chill down his spine from all the sneezing, and couldn't help but ask, "Who is it? Would you please stop it?" Shu Xuan wondered if he should set him straight. This kid's ambitions are about to get too small. The 50 provinces of the 9 regions are just some backwater in the vast multiverse.
And where's the vast multiverse? Doesn't matter, as long as they buy it.
Xiaolang Shifu said she believed in him, and told him to leave West Province. The heavenly rules in South Province aren't complete, and Emperor Realm experts won't easily go there. Plus, the ancient battlefiend land is about to open, which will further restrict experts above the Emperor Realm from entering. Zhao Lang going to South Province could both escape the Zhao family and find a great opportunity.
Just as the two Shifu and disciple finished talking, a giant Shu Xuan suddenly appeared, leaving everyone stunned and dumbfounded.
The two of them thought he was Zhao family's pursuers and entered combat mode.
That Shifu looked over, thinking that heavenly realm like this must have tricks. She figured he might be Zhao family's ancestor.
Xiaolang didn't think so. There's no reason for Zhao family's ancestor to hunt down a talented descendant like him. Furthermore, Zhao family's ancestor definitely doesn't have divine abilities like this.
They yelled at Shu Xuan, "Who exactly are you?"
Shu Xuan was so pleased he could barely contain himself, having tricked 2 more people. Even strong guys like old Ren got fooled by this trick back in the day.
Old Ren, all old and frail, wiped his nose, and secretly begged whoever it was to please stop.
Shu Xuan told them not to be afraid. This venerable one is patrolling the universe, seeking those with destiny. Don't doubt it, the beauty thought.
Could this unknown powerhouse be a transcendent existence from this space? Then she introduced herself. Junior Liu Piao Piao pays respects to Senior. I was unintentionally impudent just now, please forgive me, Senior.
Xiaolang also clasped his hands respectfully, and announced his name.
Shu Xuan said they were too polite.
Seeing you two looking exhausted, and this young master injured,
no wonder you're being so cautious.
Liu Piao Piao thanked Shu Xuan for his understanding, and said she had always been staying in the 50 provinces of 9 regions, never met a transcendent existence like him, and had never heard of the multiverse in his words. She then asked him if he could explain these doubts for her. Shu Xuan grinned and said, "Your strength is too weak, it's normal not to know." After that, he started boasting that the multiverse included Luo Wangxiang, the 9 regions, the 50 provinces.
He also said that he had never been to the 9 regions before. Asking her if she could explain it to this venerable one in detail, Liu Piao Piao answered, "The 9 regions and 50 provinces have human race regions, demon race regions, Yao race regions, and also a chaotic region of all kinds of races. And in the 9 regions, only the desolate ancient region is full of mystery. According to rumors, the desolate ancient region is even larger than the other 8 regions combined. Heavenly realm powerhouses have all searched for the desolate ancient region, but they can only search in the border area. Even the border area has killed countless people, and only spirit realm can enter. Only the desolate ancient region can break through to the spirit realm," Liu Piao Piao said.
"So, for various reasons,
the god realm ain't leaving the desolate ancient domain." Shu Xuan suddenly had a light bulb moment.
Turns out the real deep water is the desolate ancient domain. No wonder even Ren Zhanghe, the top dog of the heavenly geniuses, was stuck there. Shu Xuan chuckled deviously, thinking, if the desolate ancient domain is that mysterious, Shu Xuan's gonna put the road to the myriad realms there. And only those at the spirit severing realm or higher get to go. Shu Xuan told Liu Piao Piao, "Us meeting is fate, right? So this old master's gonna give you a little guidance. The 9 domains and 50 provinces in the myriad realms are just a backwater, a deserted place.
And the spirit severing realm you're talking about, just some wildlands. I could wipe out countless of them with a single breath." Liu Piao Piao, hearing this, started to get seriously confused. The legendary spirit severing realm is that bad, wiped out by a breath, and there's countless of them. Even Xiao Lang got some serious culture shock. Liu Piao, all dazed, wondered, just how big are the myriad realms anyway? The desolate ancient domain is already mysterious and unpredictable in our eyes. The myriad realms, I can't even imagine. Xiao Lang, who thought Ren Zhanghe was the bee's knees, now realized he was just a frog in a well. He felt like a country bumpkin. Shu Xuan chuckled to himself. Heh, scared now, aren't ya, kid? Ren Zhanghe was scared stiff by me too. Gotta broaden your horizons, kid. The two youngins then bowed their heads and clasped their hands. Many thanks for the senior's guidance, Shu Xuan smiled, encouraging the two youngsters. Keep at it. If you want to go to the myriad realms, you gotta hit the desolate ancient domain you're talking about first. Liu Piao realized. So the mysterious desolate ancient domain is the road to the myriad realms. No wonder the rumors say only those at the spirit-severing realm can go there, and those in spirit-severing realm can't leave.
Xiao Lang also lowered his head in contemplation. So the spirit-severing realm peeps are already chilling in the myriad realms.
Liu Piao thanked Shu Xuan for clearing up their doubts. They were only able to find out such a big secret today.
Shu Xuan chuckled and told the girl to chill, also mentioning that her soul state was a bit weak. Liu Piao wondered if the senior wanted to help her rebuild her body.
And then Shu Xuan dropped this cryptic line.
You are in the state of soul. It is both a tribulation and a fate. A tribulation and a fate. All is you.
Liu Piao said she was too dumb to understand, and asked where the fate lay, wanting Shu Xuan to point her in the right direction again.
Shu Xuan said he'd give her more pointers, but whether she could grasp it depended on her own luck. He said Liu Piao was in the state of soul, but she'd lost her physical body.
Fate comes from the soul is the source of enlightenment. Use the soul to enter the great Dakyo. Guide the Dakyo's fortune into the soul, transform the soul into the soul's Dakyo fortune, and rely on the heaven and earth of one place. Then the rules of heaven and earth will all be within your soul.
Liu Piao felt enlightened by Shu Xuan's words, but still didn't understand how to guide the Tao's fortune into the soul. Shu Xuan replied, The great Tao is everywhere. Flowers, grass, trees, and rocks are all the Tao. Just slowly comprehend it.
He also said that meeting was fate, and he'd give her a gift to restore her soul.
Shu Xuan gave her a bottle with a soul imprint on it. He knew Xiao Lang and Liu Piao's destination was the southern province, and to ensure Liu Piao didn't go wild, the soul imprint wasn't too much. Shu Xuan gave her the bottle, saying 1 drop could restore her soul's drain, and warning her not to use too much because she wouldn't be able to handle it. Liu Piao took the bottle,
and the moment she touched the drop inside, the soul imprint was activated on her.
Liu Piao had no clue, only knowing that her soul was being restored intensely. Shu Xuan, with his smooth talk and BS, unknowingly scammed a spirit-severing realm follower, and his reward was a soul contract Dao technique. After a while,
a stranger came kneeling before Shu Xuan's courtyard. Shu Xuan ordered him to spill all the secrets of the Black Moon Tower he knew. The old geezer croaked that the Black Moon Tower's hierarchy was super strict, and the system was tight.
He only knew that his superior was a third-stage Emperor realm expert.
He didn't know where the headquarters were or who was in charge. Those at his level wouldn't be able to know, but he did know some other secret forces. He wanted to ask if Shu Xuan was interested, but after sweating buckets there was no response.
He understood that someone with Shu Xuan's supernatural abilities wouldn't care about these small things. Unexpectedly, a voice inside urged him, "Spit it out!" So the guy started talking. Back then, the battle at the ancient battlefield of war demons, recorded by the Dark Moon Hall, showed that the forces involved weren't just from southern continent, but also external forces targeting the Great Qin Empire. Looks like they succeeded too. But who planned it all? Even the Dark Moon Hall couldn't figure out. Shu Xuan thought, not bad, this old geezer. If his talent wasn't so trash, he'd totally take him in.
Then Shu Xuan told him to scram, and said he'd call if needed. The following days were all about chilling, vacationing, and sleeping in. For Shu Xuan's gang of humans and animals at the homestead, Shu Xuan had finally been home for 3 whole years.
To motivate him to keep up the good work and stay home, the system rewarded him with the Myriad Dharma Dao Robe and the Soul-Chasing Dao Bow.
The Myriad Dharma Dao Robe contains the Dao's unpredictable essence. With the unparalleled Great Dao Sealing Defense, so OP, the Soul-Chasing Dao Bow uses the power of the Great Dao as arrows, with rules as its arrowhead. Each arrow is a pinnacle strike, ignoring distance and space. Its power depends on the user's realm. Pretty neat, huh?
Shu Xuan gleefully put on his new robe, the power of the Great Dao surrounding him, his defense stats skyrocketing. Most importantly, this divine gear is awesome, and this bow is the perfect weapon he's always dreamed of. Finally, without leaving home, he got a divine artifact to kill enemies. But the bow's power is tied to his cultivation level. Bummer. Right now he's only at the first level of the Venerable Realm, so he can't unleash its full potential. Looks like he'll have to rely on himself. Shu Xuan was so engrossed that when Su Xian called him for dinner, he brushed her off, saying he was busy studying.
Meanwhile, Shu Yun suddenly stumbled upon an undiscovered ancient ruin. Right now, the highest level pills she can concoct are those for the Harmony Realm.
She felt she needed to work harder. Only if she became stronger, her 13th brother at home wouldn't be bullied.
With such a heaven-sent opportunity, Shu Yun absolutely had to explore it. To become stronger, she'd brave a tiger's den for her 13th brother.
She quickly found some mystical spirit herbs, thinking, all this stuff's for Shu Xuan. Gotta help my brother cultivate a bit. Shu Yun was overjoyed, finding precious spiritual medicines everywhere she looked. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of a unique scent. Shu Yun guessed it was coming from some herb on this side, and went searching. However, she didn't notice a mysterious figure tailing her in the distance. Shu Yun quickly found the herb, the profound heartgrass, which legend says can upgrade a martial artist's innate talent. Shu Yun exclaimed excitedly, jackpot. She grabbed the herb, happily wanting to run back and give it to her 13th brother. 13th brother, your spring has arrived? Just then, the mysterious figure appeared. Little girl, you stole my family's spiritual medicine. You gotta give me an explanation, right? Shu Yun turned around and saw his hand clenched in anger. Shu Yun wasn't scared at all and shouted,
who are you, you creep? Ancient ruins belong to no one. Whoever's got the luck gets it. What makes you think it's your family's spiritual medicine? The guy retorted. Who said this is a nameless ancient ruin? This is clearly my family's medicine garden. He grinned, caressing his arm suggestively, and blocked Shu Yun's path, saying she was his too.
Shu Yun angrily cursed the pervert, while Song Zhang Fa on the side took out his staff and blocked him,
saying she's got a lot of fire, which I like.
Shu Yun cursed him as a shameless lecher, and then unleashed a flurry of palm strikes, sending the useless guy sprawling.
He leaned on his staff to stand up. Vowing to catch her, Shu Yun cursed him as a shameless pervert. So disgusting. But the guy didn't get angry, he just smirked slyly. When Shu Yun turned around, she was stunned. Another guy was blocking her path. She was surrounded by two men. The one behind said, block the little girl, let's see where she can run. Shu Yun was furious, telling them both to get out of her way, or she wouldn't be so polite.
Those two were seriously stubborn. Shu Yun threw a punch, but the guy in front just casually blocked it with a finger. She was totally stunned.
The dude behind her saw that and just smirked, twisting his fingers a few times before trapping Shu Yun in this weird purple bubble. The pervy guy licked his lips and said, Shu Yun, why don't you run anymore? Shu Yun was freaking out inside that bubble. That leech told her to hand over the Xuanxin herb, and he wouldn't make things hard on her. He might even, spoil her a little. He said this was a treat that tons of women would kill for. Shu Yun yelled, cursing him as a delusional idiot. You, as if, he sneered, saying she should at least know the great name of Song Long, the young sect master of Nine Sword Mountain. That's him.
Shu Yun, after hearing that, shouted, that makes you even less worthy.
He called her mouth sharp, saying once he used his methods, she'd beg to listen. Then, the creep told his men to restrain Shu Yun.
Shu Yun struggled like crazy, shouting, if he dares touch me, I'll die right here. Even if I die, I'll never let him get what he wants.
The scumbag got even more excited when he heard that. The more you say, the more irresistible you become.
Just as his dirty hands were reaching for Shu Yun, suddenly, the pervert got slapped so hard his cheek turned purple.
He yelled angrily, who's there? Who dares offend? Nine Sword Mountain. The mysterious masked figure scoffed. Nine Sword Mountain, what's that?
Shu Yun's eyes lit up, and she cried out excitedly, Masked Senior. She remembered. When she was chased by Manju Wang, it was Masked Senior who helped.
Masked Senior knocked the pig unconscious with just one move.
Shu Yun smiled brightly and said, thank you for saving me, Senior. The masked figure said. Shu Yun, no need to be so polite. I'm just following orders to ensure Miss Yun's safety. Shu Yun thanked him again, and even wanted to know his name.
The masked figure cupped his fist in salute and said, Miss Yun is too kind.
He gestured forward and said, I'll free you first. As for the rest, we'll see how I deal with that creep.
The Dark Circles guy was dumbfounded. One move to break his marriage-binding art, a True Realm Stage 3 expert, Shu Yun was freed in an instant.
She thought,
if Masked Senior is this powerful, then wouldn't his master be even more amazing? Masked Senior asked, does that guy want to fight a few more rounds? The guy knew he was a weakling and said, I wouldn't dare. Masked Senior said,
considering this is your first offense, I'll let it slide. If there's a next time, Nine Sword Mountain won't be able to protect you. Then, he told the guy to take the useless Dark Circle's eyes back with him and scram. The Nine Sword Mountain guy lowered his head and said, I will definitely report this to the sect, and then excused himself. Masked Senior just grunted. Don't bother seeing you off. The report quickly reached Shu Xuan. He mused. Looks like Little Yun's training trip is quite eventful. But with Nine Sword Mountain's abilities, finding out Little Yun's identity is only a matter of time. Shu Xuan laughed gleefully. Basically, he was looking forward to Nine Sword Mountain's revenge. Ding Yu then stepped forward and told Shu Xuan that his cultivation was stable, and that he wanted to prove himself. Shu Xuan told him there was no need to rush. He understood what he was thinking, but Ding Yu still had shackles to break. Ding Yu asked. What shackles? Shu Xuan asked him if he was still dreaming about his old flame, if he wanted to graduate soon to take revenge, and if he had ever thought of taking on the supreme sword path. Ding Yu was scared stiff and couldn't say a word. Shu Xuan sighed and asked, Do you know why there are fewer and fewer absolute sword Dao experts in this world?
Ding Yu chuckled blankly. Not answering, Shu Xuan continued.
Do you know why countless sword Dao practitioners toil their entire lives only to fail? Ding Yue replied. Because they don't have the aptitude to shoulder the supreme sword Dao Weo. Shu Xuan didn't agree with that answer.
He said, Since ancient times, countless people have possessed outstanding talent, and many are stronger than you, but they all failed. These people failed because they fundamentally didn't understand the true, supreme sword Dao.
Ding Yue apologized to Shu Xuan for his previous recklessness, saying he was wrong and begging him to impart the true, supreme sword Dao. Shu Xuan said, You're easily taught, but cultivating the true, impermanent sword Dao requires traversing a cruel and miserable path. He asked if he was sure, and Ding Yu resolutely said, Even if it's hell, I'm determined. Shu Xuan told him that he would guide him through the 3 great gates of the true, supreme sword Dao, which Shu Xuan called the sword Dao 3 gates.
Ding Yu looked up and asked, Shifu, what is the first gate? Shu Xuan said. The first gate of the sword Dao 3 gates is to forget your ex. Ding Yu's face went blank, confused.
Shu Xuan asked him, If your heart is occupied by someone, do you still have a sword?
Ding Yu blankly asked. Can't the two coexist?
Shu Xuan retorted. If the two coexist, is the sword still unique? Is it still pure? Shu Xuan asked Ding Yu. If the person in your heart falls into the hands of your enemy, what should your sword do? Ding Yu's face paled, his limbs went limp, and he slumped to the ground. Shu Xuan shouted at Ding Yu. If the person in your heart wants to kill you, what should your sword do?
Ding Yu's soul nearly left his body on the spot. If your parents and friends in your heart want to kill you, what should your sword do? What should the true, supreme sword Dao do? Ding Yu was speechless. Happy memories with his ex-lover flashed through his mind. Then the moment she turned her back and left Ding Yu behind without a second glance, the disgusting smile of his ex-lover and her new boyfriend pointing fingers at Ding Yu, all those images made Ding Yu realize the truth. Shu Xuan smiled and said one word, Good. The second gate is to not lose focus when seeing beautiful women. Ding Yue was stunned again.
Shu Xuan told him to look this way, then used his art to create 2 girls. One beautiful, one ugly.
Ding Yu reacted like any normal man, his eyes fixed on the beautiful girl as he exclaimed, Beauty? Shu Xuan asked him. If this woman were to fight you, and she mocked you in front of you, what would be the consequences if you lost focus?
Shu Xuan smirked and said, Even heroes have trouble passing the beauty test.
Ding Yu blankly asked, If he were a woman, would he not have to worry about this problem anymore?
Shu Xuan retorted. Then wouldn't there still be handsome men? Shu Xuan sulked, because his disciple dared to interrupt him, and said he wouldn't talk anymore. Ding Yu realized his mistake and begged, I know I was wrong, I won't do it again.
Now is the final gate, also the final hurdle that countless people can't break through their entire lives. Hearing this, Ding Yue immediately felt apprehensive.
Shu Xuan emphasized, Once you break through, once you pass this gate, there will be no more opponents in the world. Ding Yu was so nervous he was sweating. Shu Xuan told him to remember, the final gate, with no woman in your heart, draw your sword and slay gods. As he spoke, he focused his sharp gaze on his disciple.
Ding Yue immediately knelt down, crying and saying, I almost went down the wrong path. Luckily, someone stopped me in time and brought me into the supreme sword Dao. Such kindness, this disciple will never forget, even in 10,000 lifetimes.
Shu Xuan sighed wearily. In order for little Yu to forget that scum ex-girlfriend, I had to half lie to him. So exhausting.
Afterwards, Ding Yu muttered these lines every day. Forget the person in your heart, forget the bird in your pants. Even Shu Xuan got annoyed and told him, Can you not make noise when practicing swordsmanship?
These past 3 days, Shu Xuan's head was about to explode. He had to go see old Ren to change his mood. Since Ren Zhanghe underwent the cycle of life and death, his bald head grew more and more hair. Shu Xuan asked him how things were going recently. Old Ren replied, After being guided by Shizun, I have improved greatly. Ren Zhanghe also sensed that his Shizun was becoming stronger and stronger. He wondered silently, Does Shizun have no limit? Shu Xuan encouraged him. You must work hard to succeed more and more. Ren Zhanghe accepted the advice with cupped hands.
At that moment, Shu Xuan remembered something and asked old Ren, In the space where he is, are there people who reached the heaven realm at 1,000 years old? Old Ren replied that there were.
Shu Xuan originally thought Xiao Liang was talking nonsense, but unexpectedly, such a situation really existed.
Elder Ren said, There are some old monsters who, for various reasons, use secret techniques to reincarnate. bringing with them the accumulated insights of their previous life. Reaching the heaven realm in 1,000 years isn't impossible.
Shu Xuan scratched his chin. So that's how it is, Elder Ren said. This method has a fatal flaw. Relying on the cultivator's inheritance from their previous life, the foundation isn't solid. It takes a long time to consolidate the weaknesses.
Otherwise, it's difficult to break through to the same realm as the previous life, Shu Xuan thought. Looks like Qin Ke Yin reached the half-emperor realm this way. Was there anyone else who reincarnated during the great battle with the war demon?
Elder Ren also said, there's an extremely rare situation, cultivating in a special secret realm. In that realm, 1,000 years is only 1 year in the outside world. Elder Ren had heard that the archaic domain had such a secret realm, which is why he sought it out.
Unexpectedly, Shu Xuan said with a bit of a disdain. Just a time-altering secret realm. What's the big deal?
Elder Ren thought.
As expected of Shifu, what I've been pursuing my whole life is just a grain of sand in Shifu's eyes.
Shu Xuan then said he had a few things to do, reminded Elder Ren to cultivate diligently, and not be lazy, acting as an example for all. Actually, Shu Xuan had sensed that Shu Yun was returning.
Xiao Yun's back. You haven't eaten yet, right? Come over here, Shu Yun happily said. Don't do anything else first. Let 13th brother see this treasure. She gave the immortal grass to Shu Xuan. But he said, the profound heart grass is indeed a treasure, but big brother can't use it, Yun Er. You should use it yourself. Shu Yun said she didn't want to, saying it was specially for 13th brother to upgrade his talent, and that if he didn't use it, she would be mad at him.
Shu Xuan said he really couldn't use it. Telling Yun Er to be good and use it herself, Shu Yun insisted that Shu Xuan had to use it today. She was worried that if 13th brother didn't break through, his lifespan would be as short as a mortal's, and she didn't want his hair to be all gray in less than 100 years. Shu Yun had no choice but to use drastic measures. Shu Yun held the profound heartgrass in her hand and asked Shu Xuan, "What's behind you?"
When Shu Xuan turned his head, Shu Yun shoved the spirit grass closer. Shu Xuan smiled triumphantly. Secretly controlling his little sister's hand, Shu Yun tried her best, but she couldn't stop the spirit grass from getting closer.
With a flick of Shu Xuan's finger, the spirit grass flew into Shu Yun's mouth. Shu Yun was thus forced to eat the profound heart grass. Her eyes welled up with tears and she burst into tears.
Shu Xuan immediately went over and patted her head to comfort her.
Yun Er, 13th brother knows you went through a lot for this profound heart grass, but 13th brother really can't use it. Shu Yun looked up at her brother. Shu Xuan said calmly,
"My Dao is in this little courtyard." He told Yun Er not to worry, saying he wasn't a good-for-nothing.
Shu Yun finally understood that Shu Xuan was just acting earlier. "Yun Er, don't hit me anymore. Keep it a secret for 13th brother, okay?" Shu Tianming shouted loudly.
"The Shu family is finally rising," he ordered. "All of Xiao Yun's elixirs, only second-grade ones, can be sold on the black market. Everything else can't be sold. Anyone who violates this order will be dealt with according to the clan rules."
Shu Xuan glanced over and said, "The old geezer finally went to find Xiao Yun. Just right. While she's home, I want to unlock the inner secrets of the ancestral abode."
At that moment, a huge explosion suddenly erupted from the Shu family, with smoke and dust filling the air. A large area of the Shu family had been reduced to nothing. A servant reported to Shu Tianming, "Miss Shu Yun's boudoir has exploded. The Mrs.'s whereabouts are unknown."
Shu Tianming's eyes widened and his mouth gaped open. What? Alchemizing caused the whole room to collapse. He immediately ordered, "Block the news. No one is allowed to enter or leave the Shu family." He also sent people to inform all the clan elders of the Shu family to wait at Shu Yun's boudoir. Old Shu Tianming ordered the 4 great clan elders to go down the mountain with him, while the others patrolled the outskirts. Anyone suspicious was to be immediately subdued and brought to the dungeon to await Shu Tianming's return for judgment. Shu Tianming was determined to find Shu Yun at all costs. They flew into a dark space, reminding each other not to be careless. This place isn't normal at all. Shu Tianming suddenly noticed a ray of light ahead. It turned out to be Shu Yun. Shu Tianming was both happy and amazed to see that his granddaughter was all right. However, at this moment, young Miss Shu Yun was in the middle of her emperor weapon recognition. In front of her body was an emperor weapon, a jade green treasure. A second later, that emperor weapon seemed to melt into Shu Yun's body. She opened her eyes then, and her whole body exuded an extremely powerful aura. Shu Tianming hurriedly yelled, "Yun Er, it's Grandpa. Grandpa came to see you." Shu Yun looked at him blankly, like she'd just woken up from a dream. She even asked, "Where is this? I was clearly at home. What are these floating things? What's going on?" The Shu family elders looked at her and thought, "This girl doesn't even know what's happening." Shu Tianming asked, "Shu Yun, you really don't know why all this is happening?" Shu Yun recounted that she was at home when a very familiar voice brought her here. Shu Tianming thought to himself, "Could it be the summoning of our ancestors?"
A Shu family elder told Shu Tianming to look at these floating lights. They were transmitting the power of inheritance. Shu Tianming recognized it as the Shu family's foundation.
He shouted, "Everyone present is forbidden from revealing anything about the emperor weapon, or they will be punished according to the highest level of clan rules." The 4 great elders stood in place, absorbing the inheritance. They would only inform others after they broke through. Shu Tianming cried with emotion, "My Shu family has finally truly risen. Our Shu family's ancestors, I've finally done it." Shu Xuan on the other side was facepalming. Yun triggered the family's foundation, and now Grandpa's crying. His eyes darted behind him, sensing something moving.
TCH. Shu Xuan smirked. "Finally here, huh?"
The Shu family's patriarch, Shu Tianming, had tears streaming down his face. He looked up at the sky and exclaimed, "My Shu family has finally truly risen.
Our Shu family's ancestors? He's finally done it." The crows standing nearby looked at each other in confusion.
Shu Xuan, seeing Shu Tianming like this, wondered. Yun unlocked the inner power, so why is his grandpa crying so much? Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past, and he suddenly glanced over, asking,
"Has it finally arrived?"
Scene switches to inside the palace. A voice reported, "Your Majesty, this is a letter of aid from the Shu family, because the Nine-Sword Mountain and the Shu family have some minor conflicts, so." The servant stuttered.
The little fox girl held the memorial in her hand, as if she didn't hear clearly, and asked again, "What's the matter with Nine-Sword Mountain?" The attendant standing below clasped his hands and asked, "Your Majesty, should they—"
The person sitting on the throne suddenly interrupted. "She has her own plans. You may all withdraw," the attendant replied. "Yes," and withdrew.
The little fox girl looked at the eunuch standing beside her, and ordered him, "Notify Nine-Sword Mountain that if sect leader Song Yiming dies, they can just change sect leaders, and it'll be like nothing ever happened at Nine-Sword Mountain." Song Yiming asked his good-for-nothing son, "Are you sure that girl is an alchemist?" Song Fei replied to his father with certainty. "Absolutely. The smell of pills on that little girl is the same as the wolves on Mount Tianding, and from her agility, her talent isn't bad either." Song Yiming thought about it after hearing that. All right, Nine-Sword Mountain is lacking an alchemist. He must secure this marriage.
Scene switches to the Shu family. A group of people were in a hubbub. Shu Tianming asked a servant, "Is there any news from the empress?" The person respectfully replied, "Not yet, family head."
At this time, Shu Tianming cried to himself, "His Yun is having a hard time. Why did she provoke Nine-Sword Mountain? I don't know. His Shu family had only just risen for a few days, and Nine-Sword Mountain already wants Yun to go there for a political marriage. If Yun were a few years older, she could take over the family head position already. Moreover, that young sect leader of Nine-Sword Mountain is famously ugly, and thinks he's handsome. What should he do? If it really doesn't work, then he'll have Yun run away. That's right, let Yun."
Suddenly, 2 figures rushed through the Shu family's gates, going straight into the courtyard where Shu Tianming's group was standing. It turned out to be Song Yiming and Song Fei. Song Yiming yelled as soon as he entered, "Who is Shu Yun?" And his son, following behind, said in an irritating tone, "Little beauty, I've arrived." Shu Yun, hiding behind Shu Tianming, asked him, "Who is he? Why is he calling me?" Shu Tianming was angry upon hearing that, ignoring her question and scolding, "Yun didn't I tell you to hide inside?" Shu Yun calmly and nonchalantly replied, "I was bored, so I came to watch the excitement." Shu Tianming was even more annoyed, still criticizing her. "Did you come to watch me make a fool of myself?" Song Fei saw Shu Yun standing behind her grandpa, and immediately pointed at her, shouting, "Dad, that little girl is here, it's her!" Song Yiming looked at them with disdain. He walked towards Shu Tianming, and announced with a sneer, "You probably know why my son and I are here, it's nothing worth mentioning. Just need Shu Yun to come with me." He trailed off. Song Yiming suddenly couldn't speak. He saw the spiritual apparition of a dragon. He was completely crushed by the spiritual pressure. A red rune appeared between his eyebrows. The people around saw nothing, only a dense red spiritual energy around Song Yiming. Song Fei thought to himself, "When did my dad's aura become like this? Does my mom know?" Shu Yun, seeing Song Yiming's aura, asked Shu Tianming softly, "Grandpa, do experts have to use this kind of aura to scare people?" Shu Tianming replied, "I don't understand either, but I am very surprised." Song Fei, now smug, pointed at Shu Yun's face and asked, "Are you scared now, little girl?" Suddenly, someone punched him, sending him flying. As his body fell, he recalled countless times being beaten by his father, and couldn't help but exclaim, "So familiar." It turned out the punch came from his father, Song Yiming. He added a few kicks, hitting and punching while cursing, beating this inhuman beast to death. How dare he lay a hand on Miss Shu Yun? Look at himself in the mirror, the disgrace. Song Fei, getting beaten and scolded, resentfully asked his father, "Whose son am I anyway?" Shu Yun, watching this scene, sighed. "Grandpa, I don't understand anything," Shu Tianming replied. "But I am really surprised." Song Yiming was still hitting him, and when he heard his son's resentful question, he cursed even more fiercely. "How dare you call me father? How could I give birth to a beast like you?"
No, he doesn't even deserve to be a beast, he's just a pile of shit. Song Fei, in so much pain from the beating, cried out for mercy. Dad, stop! I've seen the ancestors of our family.
Now, Song Yiming was stomping directly on his precious son. Shu Yun was staring wide-eyed at the two of them. Song Yiming, hearing his son, got even angrier, cursing. Someone like you, a pile of shit, wants to meet our ancestors. You wish. I feel like I should just send him straight to hell. With that, a stream of red spiritual energy emanated from his hand. Just then, Shu Yun interjected. Hey, if you keep hitting him, he will just be a pile of garbage, and that will just pollute the environment. Why don't you hit him somewhere else? Song Yiming heard this and said, Thank you for your kindness, Miss Shu Yun. I will beat him to a pulp when we get home. Then, he went to his son, grabbed his head and smashed it repeatedly, saying, You idiot! Hurry up and thank Miss Shu Yun. Seeing this, Shu Yun's face paled. Meanwhile, in the palace hall, His Majesty Song Yiming brought his son back. But his son was in a sorry state, beaten into a pile of trash. The little fox, hearing this, asked, Have you softened your heart? The image of Shu Xuan appeared in the Empress's mind, and she smiled dreamily, unable to help but exclaim, Such a hottie, over at Shu Tianming's place. He was deep in thought. Song Yiming's sudden madness might be related to Shu Yun, but how is that possible? I need to ask privately. Suddenly, an elder spoke up. Do you think it's possible it has something to do with a threat from that empress? Shu Tianming retorted. Impossible. That empress is certainly very strong, but the sect leader of Nine Sword Mountain wouldn't be so terrified as to do something so crazy. Right. Besides, the relationship between the Qin Kingdom and Nine Sword Mountain is not ordinary, so it's impossible to offend Nine Sword Mountain for Shu Yun's sake, the elder continued. It's hard to say. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, it would be impossible to imagine the power of that empress. Shu Tianming, hearing this, suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, Could it be a secret threat from that empress? Is she still hung up on the past, still longing for Shu Yuan? Shu Tianming clenched his fists, angrily cursing, That bastard, Shu Yuan. Shu Yun sighed. Third brother isn't here. If he comes back one day, things will be troublesome. Somewhere else, a group of people in black robes were talking to each other. Man, you hear the latest, one guy sighed, asking the others. The new cult master's pissed at the old one. Gotta make him the first target. Another dude chimed in, Yeah, I was there. The old boss was useless, totally embarrassing, didn't deserve to stay in the Shi Wang Ting. Turns out, these guys were from the Shi Wang Ting crew. Yet another guy agreed, totally. Got kicked out just like that. Seriously, the most pathetic downfall for an evil cult leader ever. Totally crushed. Outside the Shu family gate, Hu Quan was muttering to himself like a crazy person. If it wasn't for the Shu family, would I have ended up in this mess? It's all their fault. It's always been us evil cult leaders doing the robbing and killing, he seethed. Never the other way around. I want revenge. I want to be famous across the southern continent. He glared at the red bead in his hand. He declared, Gonna use this demon blood bead to taint the Shu family. Make them all turn demonic. Anyone who turns demonic gets hunted down, attacked by everyone. That's the rule among humans. No force is exempt, not even the Shi Wang Ting. Spot a demonized person, kill him on sight. Once the Shu family is demonized by me, Hu Quan's name will echo throughout the southern continent. Then, he burst out laughing maniacally, but maybe he laughed too hard or got too worked up, because he started coughing violently before continuing, Looks like I don't have much time left anyway. Even if I die, I'm dragging the Shu family down with me. This is Hu Quan's final act of madness. Inside the Shu family courtyard, two servants were chatting. One ordered, Keep the patrols tight. The Shu family elders are all in closed-door cultivation at the ancient ruins. We can't afford any mistakes. The other one nervously replied, Yes, yes. That Hu Quan guy watched from above, sneering, Shu family, in 15 minutes you'll become a den of demon blood, tainting this whole place. Suddenly, the servant below looked up, shocked. What the? Next thing Hu Quan knew, he was inside the courtyard. Hu Quan wondered, bewildered. How did I get here? Couldn't even resist. What kind of power is this? Shu Xuan was already waiting for Hu Quan. Shu Xuan mused inwardly. Took him long enough. This guy got that fake map I planted ages ago and then just vanished. Almost forgot about him. Didn't expect him to pop up today, and something feels off. He glanced at the demon bead in Hu Quan's hand. Noticing the dense demonic qi, he guessed. A blood bead condensed from a demonic entity's blood. He looked closer, thinking, This isn't just ordinary demon race blood. This dude's been quiet. Then suddenly launches a sneak attack. Seeing Shu Xuan figuring it out, Hu Quan went all in, declaring, It's too late, the demon blood bead is activated, no one can stop it. The spirit-devouring flower suddenly appeared beside Shu Xuan. He ordered it, devour. But just as the spirit-devouring flower tried to swallow it, the demon bead suddenly popped open. The spirit soul of a man emerged. Seeing this, Shu Xuan asked, The spirit soul of a demon race expert. Su Xian standing nearby, gasped, her jaw nearly hitting the floor. She exclaimed, The demon soul of Ding Ye, her eyes wide with shock.
The demon soul, however, was basking in the moment. He gloated. Finally, this venerable one is free. Neil, human junior, he eyed Su Xuan. And you, little human girl, not bad looking. Neil invent some of this lord's frustration. If I'm pleased, I might let you keep your sanity.
Su Xuan kept gasping internally. Peak venerable realm, or maybe a half-step heavenly realm divine soul at its peak. Could this be a heavenly realm demon race expert, she worried. Such a powerful demon soul, can master handle it? The demon soul suddenly lunged toward Shu Xuan, eyeing him greedily. Kid, that nice body of yours, this soul wants it. Shu Xuan just smiled faintly, but his voice dripped with contempt. Insolent! He scoffed inwardly. If it were a full heavenly realm expert, I might be concerned. Just a mere wisp of a divine soul, what's there to be arrogant about? Shu Xuan shouted. Heaven overturning forbidden art. The demon soul cried out, what? My power, all my secret techniques, they're useless. Even my divine soul, it's losing thought, losing consciousness. The demon soul was slowly being sucked away. He still couldn't figure out who Shu Xuan was, demanding, how is this possible? Who the hell are you? Why are you so strong? Isn't this supposed to be the southern continent? Trapped within an orb, the demon soul screamed, I refuse to accept this. I survived the Great War to invade the southern continent. I was supposed to escape, but I die here. Why isn't this the southern continent? Why? Someone get me out of the southern continent now, Su Xuan thought in astonishment. He suppressed and sealed a demon soul just by raising his hand. His power is beyond anything I could imagine. Shu Xuan looked at the orb sealing the demon soul before him, wondering, is this demon soul related to the demon race from the ancient demon war battlefield? Just a sliver of a divine soul is this powerful. Back when it was at its peak in the heavenly realm, it couldn't have been weak, right? Shu Xuan deduced. This demon soul was likely one of the original demon race experts who invaded the southern continent. It must know secrets about the ancient demon war, especially regarding whether the human race had traitors. How should I deal with this? Looking at the demon soul, Shu Xuan mused. Such a powerful demon soul. Just wiping it out feels like a waste. But if I imprison it, I'll definitely have to personally suppress it. He then grumbled. Seems like Buddhism doesn't exist in this world. Otherwise, I could convert this demon soul into a loyal minion. Suddenly, the system chimed in. For single-handedly suppressing a heavenly realm demon soul, the rewards are the 3 lifetimes Buddhist Sutra and the purifying glazed pagoda. Shu Xuan grinned. The system knows its stuff. It even recognizes this as a heavenly realm demon soul. That means this guy was a total beast when he was strong. Shu Xuan opened the sutra and read, 3 lifetimes Buddhist Sutra, a Buddhist treasure, divided into the past Burning Lamp Sutra, the present Tathagata Sutra, and the future Maitreya Sutra. The 3 sutras contain numerous Buddhist divine abilities and cultivation methods. For Buddha Path's power, it has a converting effect. Shu Xuan channeled his qi and said, except 3 lifetimes Buddhist Sutra, a beam of light so intense, it almost blinded Su Xuan who was standing nearby. She exclaimed, that golden light, it seems to contain some kind of mystical power. The glowing pagoda then materialized. Shu Xuan continued chanting, purifying glazed pagoda, a Buddhist treasure. It can purify all the impurities of the world, purify demonic energy, and transform all unclean things into the purest Buddhist power. It can also suppress all kinds of demons and monsters. Shu Xuan tossed the demon soul into the pagoda. Go inside and get yourself straightened out, he said. Once you're converted, I'll have a loyal Buddhist follower under my command, Shu Xuan mused. If I spread Buddhist techniques, it would definitely restrain the rampaging demon race. But the demon race would swarm up to me like crazy, right? They'd probably want to swallow me alive, he thought. Once I'm stronger, I'll see how things are and then decide. Shu Xuan was happy. He couldn't help but say, stay at home without going out, preach the Buddhist path, and become a saint. Maybe the system rewards are pretty good. Shu Xuan saw Su Xuan expression constantly changing. Knowing she was just shocked, he reassured her, don't be surprised. It's just a tiny demon soul. Hearing this, Su Xuan asked, even such a powerful demon soul is so easily suppressed by you, mister. Your power is at least heavenly realm, right? Ding Yue, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but praise Shu Xuan. Master is indeed amazing, he thought. I must work hard in my cultivation, and strive to quickly find the key to the first gate of the Sword Dao. Ding Yu muttered to himself. Soon, I'll be able to completely forget about her, and escape the sea of suffering that is love. From now on, I'll only have the Sword Dao in my heart. Meanwhile, inside the pagoda, the demon soul was chained by all 4 limbs. It angrily roared, release me! Damn it, I'm a heavenly realm spirit. My demonic power is beyond imagination. This rolling golden light, it can actually suppress me. It grew even angrier, but couldn't help but wonder,
When did the human race develop such a powerful and mysterious power? If this continues, I'll definitely be tormented by this incessant chanting until I lose myself. The demon soul screamed. Release me, human brat. Do you want to start a war between our races? With the demon race's power, once we start fighting, your 5 human domains are doomed. But Shu Xuan, outside, just kept reading. The demon race kept begging Shu Xuan to spare him, asking him like he was begging him. He can't take it anymore. He begged him to stop the sound. He had fallen. Grandpa, he called him Grandpa, please forgive him. He'll accept him as a master. Becoming his follower would be fine. Master, please forgive Maju too.
Hearing what the demon said, Shu Xuan chuckled with delight.
Converting a demon race expert into a Buddhist. Just thinking about it gives me a sense of accomplishment. Shu Xuan insidiously wondered, what if I turn the demon race into the Buddha race? Just thinking about it is exciting. From now on, there will be no demon race. Only the Buddha race. Shu Xuan grew even more excited. He kept saying step by step. Not in a hurry. After Makatua's conversion, he will have an opportunity to understand the situation of the demon race, and then gradually make a plan. After Matua is converted, he will no longer be called Matuo, but Buddha Tuo, the first Buddha on this side of the world.
The demon's soul was still roaring in the tower.
Let him go. It can't take it anymore. Shu Xuan was still droning on and on. Actually, Buddha's conversion relies on incessant mumbling and chattering, making people fall apart and then converting. Who can bear it? And there's a constant humming in the ears. At this moment, the demon soul was staring blankly and muttering, Amitabha Buddha. At the palace, Shi Wangting shouted loudly,
Who let you in? Doorstep left foot first. The servant tremble said, Your Majesty. Shi Wangting did not care to the servant said, pointing to people, shot a straight purple beam, shot through him.
Wang Luo, standing beside, saw the purple beam, and quickly avoided one side. It seems tomorrow he must step right foot first. Also do not know when Shi Wang old man him can escape from Xin Keiyuan's obsession. Shi Wangting loudly asked Wang Luo,
Shu County really do not belong Xin country jurisdiction anymore or not? Xin family wanted to get rid Shu family to out. Is it true or not? Wang Luo doubt. That this is just a trap to trick everyone, Wang. This does not exist. Traps and conspiracies, E.H. Shi Wangting was deep in thought. Shu Prefecture is located within the Qin Kingdom, a strategically excellent location. If I secretly infiltrate Shu Prefecture, control the Shu family, then I'll have another secret chess piece to counter Qin Keiyuan. Shi Wangting inquired about Wang Luo's strength. How does your strength compare to Song Yiming's? Wang Luo, unsure of his own level compared to Song Yiming, simply replied, I don't know, Wang Ting thought. Song Yiming's failed marriage proposal shows that the Shu family has some tricks up their sleeves. Forget about Wang Luo, I'd better go myself to be safe. Wang Ting said. The Shu family really hasn't set up any ambushes. I've been wandering around for days and haven't seen a single harmonious spirit realm expert. If that's the case, first, let's take this little house as a base of operations for future endeavors. Wang Ting smiled,
pondering. I should really help the Shu family achieve prosperity. On the other side, Shu Xuan stretched lazily, his face relaxed and carefree, saying, feeling a bit sleepy.
Suddenly, Shu Xuan sensed an evil aura nearby
and wondered, is there a half-step saint bringing an evil aura here?
Shu Xuan's eyes lit up, a cunning look on his face. The sleeping pills have arrived.
He. Suddenly, Shi Wangting was teleported right in front of Shu Xuan.
He was shocked. Not realizing where he was or why he had been teleported there, Wangting wondered. What's going on? Where am I? Shu Xuan, with a stern face, asked menacingly. You're the evil king, aren't you? Shi Wangting, hearing Shu Xuan's voice, was terrified, tears welling up in his eyes, thinking, this guy seems to be scolding me, but why can't I even get angry? What realm do you have to be in to have methods like this? To bring a half-step saint like me here without anyone noticing? Shu Xuan, not receiving the answer he wanted, roared, Why aren't you answering? Shi Wangting immediately knelt down,
respectfully admitting his fault. This lowly one is indeed the evil king. This lowly one deserves to die. Just now, seeing your honorific's magnificent body, I couldn't help but worship you. Forgetting to answer your question, moreover, you must be secretly guiding me to come visit you, master.
Shu Xuan knew that Shi Wangting was lying, and commanded, I want to hear the truth, making Wangting a little scared. Wangting said while crying, This lowly one did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, arrogantly wanting to seize the Shu family, betraying the Qin kingdom. Shu Xuan laid out the terms, seeing that you're being quite honest. Answer 3 of my questions, and I'll consider sparing your life. Shi Wangting quickly agreed, cupping his hands and replying, Yes, master. This lowly one will definitely say everything I know. Shu Xuan immediately asked the first question. 1. Do you know of the great Qin emperor? Wangting answered without hesitation. This lowly one knows. Rumor has it that the great Qin Emperor once unified southern continent, building the #1 great nation of the northern domain, the Great Qin Empire. Shu Xuan continued with the second question. Regarding the ancient battlefield of the War Devil, how much do you know? Shi Wangting then said everything he knew. Rumor has it that the ancient battlefield of the War Devil is the battlefield where the ancient devil race invaded southern continent. At that time, those who participated in the battle were all heavenly realm experts, causing the battlefield to fall into a certain space in southern continent due to incomplete rules. But there's news that in 20 or 30 years, the ancient battlefield of the War Devil will be opened. Shu Xuan stroked his chin upon hearing this, thinking, it seems that this evil king doesn't know that many things about what happened back then. Shu Xuan, who had been kind and amiable just now, swiftly changed to a domineering and majestic demeanor, asking the final question. Then, evil king, do you have any other experts? Wang Ting only knew that his uncle had reached the realm of expert. I have my uncle, but he's in seclusion every year. Shu Xuan's eyes lit up, pondering, the old evil king, huh? Then I have to give him a twin soul seal. And conveniently take in the old evil king as well. After obtaining all the necessary information, Shu Xuan allowed Shi Wangting to leave. Alright, you can go now. This venerable one will bestow upon you a gift. Take it back, and show it to your uncle. As soon as he finished speaking, a red mark appeared in front of Shi Wangting. Shi Wangting was surprised to see it, not understanding what was happening. Shu Xuan turned and walked towards his room, saying, Old evil king, you're in luck. Shi Wangting flew forcefully into the sky, hovering alone in the night sky, gleefully saying, what a beautiful, clear, sunny night. Master is truly too good to me. Now I can feel his old man's care for me. Therefore, I must thoroughly rectify Master's policies, and absolutely not fail Master's guidance towards me. Having said that, Shi Wangting flew away, creating a purple line in the sky, and shouted, quickly go home and rectify things. Upon arriving, Shi Wangting did not enter immediately, but stood in a corner behind some large trees, observing the entire scene. Shi Wangting said with a suspicious tone, why is it so noisy outside my Shiwang palace? Let me see what's going on. At this moment, everyone was in a chaotic uproar at the outer gate. Xiao Liang, while using his hand to block Li Gei's outstretched arm, said, stop trying to get familiar, dude. Li Gei didn't respond, but instead asked about Shi Wangting. Xiao Liang, why hasn't your Shiwang showed up lately? Xiao Liang sighed and said, isn't it because the great Qin Empress beat him up? He's been sulking at home. After understanding why Ji Wang rarely appeared, Li Jie revealed his plan. Is that so? I was hoping to use Ji Wang to add fuel to the fire, but it seems there's nothing interesting happening lately. Zhao Liang immediately said, Liu Jie, it's not like that. Ji Wang, the old geezer, isn't here, but your bro has ways. Hearing this, Li Gai excitedly urged, Xiao Liang, spill it, good bro, tell me quickly. My cousin was strangled to death by Shi Wang, and the next day they hung up a reward banner at home. Now he's become a model for evil cultivators. I want that too, Zhao Liang said with a sly look. Isn't that simple? Let's do a combo. Li Ji didn't understand Zhao Liang's meaning. He asked back, what combo? Zhao Liang smiled and handed the paper to Li Ge to see. While Li Ge was still dazed, Xiao Liang happily continued. A nanny-level combo for bravely storming the Shiwang Palace, Li Ge asked suspiciously. Is this really okay? Xiao Liang put his arm around Li Ji's shoulder. He enthusiastically introduced a series of combos. Liu Ge, look, combo A, take a half-day tour of Shiwang Palace, 2,000 spirit stones, plus snacks. Liu Ge quickly replied, awesome, this is great. Xiao Liang continued to promote. Take a look at combo B. Shi Wang's evil cultivator will accompany you for the entire trip, 8,000 spirit stones. Liu Ge also knows the value and status of our evil cultivators here. If it gets out, it'll definitely be a face-saver. Hearing this, Liu Ge's eyes lit up and he said, great, amazing. Xiao Liang added a final touch. The last item, I must seriously tell you, you have to use it. Zhao Liang kept beating around the bush like that, causing Li Jie to impatiently urge. Combo B is already so good. Isn't Combo C going to fly into the sky? Tell me quickly, old bro. Stop dawdling. Tell me quickly, old bro. Xiao Liang quickly revealed the benefits of Combo C. Then, Liu Jie, listen carefully. The final combo C. Spend 5 minutes admiring Ji Wang's washbasin in Jiwang Palace, and you can use your soul power to take a souvenir photo. Fee 500,000 spirit stones. Plus, you get a pair of chopsticks that Ji Wang used. This quota is limited. Li Ji was ecstatic and said, perfect, an absolutely perfect combo. I can't not choose it, it's tailor-made for me. Li Jie looked at Zhao Liang with a sinister gaze and said, then let me. Before he could finish, someone was blown into someone else and exploded. A stream of purple gas flew straight into the crowd, sweeping away everything. Someone recognized this as the power of Ji Wangting in panic, and stuttered, Xi Wang, the old man, is back. Xi Wangting was standing on the rubble at this moment, his whole body full of murderous intent, and shouted, "You bunch of ants!
What do you take my Jiwang palace for? A public toilet, you stupid fools, colluding with outsiders. Today I will let you ants die together." As he spoke, he gathered his energy in his hand. Xi Wangting punched the ground and said, "Die all of you for me."
The punch containing energy created hundreds of stakes, killing everyone.
An evil cultivator lying on the ground said, "This is Tu Wang Dao, Xi Wang is here, even I'm gonna die."
He ran while saying, "I have to quickly go into the palace to inform them, Xi Wang has gone crazy." The soldier went inside and reported, "Your Highness, little Xi Wang is indiscriminately massacring friend and foe. More than half of our high-level evil cultivators are dead or injured. If we don't stop him, I'm afraid our Xi Wang palace will," little Xi Wang said. "What's the use of finding me?
Go find someone who can suppress my dad."
In a huge cave,
the cave door was made of a red door. On both sides of the door were lamps that were lit. The cave was surrounded by lush trees. An evil cultivator ran in quickly and shouted,
"Your Majesty, old Xi Wang! It's bad! Xi Wang has gone crazy! He's massacring evil cultivators outside the palace and his own people. High-level evil cultivators have been seriously injured. If you don't take action, our Xi Wangting will be gone."
The evil cultivator knelt down and begged for help. "Please, Your Majesty, old Xi Wang, help us." Old Xi Wang was sitting cross-legged by the table. Hearing this, he turned his head and glared. "It's getting worse and worse," old Xi Wang blamed himself. "If it weren't for the fact that I had no descendants in the beginning, I wouldn't have transferred the position to him. I'm really creating karma." Suddenly, the door was blown open by a tornado. Old Xi Wang's eyes lit up. The old king stood up. Assuming a dignified posture, he said, "Watch old man here subdue that rabid dog."
In the blink of an eye, the old geezer had already jumped out the door. At the same time, Xi Wangting was destroying everything, laughing maniacally. "Ha ha! Reforming Xi Wangting starts with exterminating you ants and worms. Ha ha!" The old Xi Wang quickly flew over, and upon reaching the perimeter, pointed his finger at Xi Wangting. Xi Wangting, who was strangling a rogue cultivator, stopped when he saw the old Xi Wang and called out, "Uncle!" The old Xi Wang angrily roared, "Look at what you're doing." Xi Wangting tossed the soldier in his hand away and said, "Acting on the Lord's orders, reforming Xi Wangting." The old Xi Wang was surprised and asked, "The Lord?" Xi Wangting pointed at his own head and said,
"That's right. The Lord even gave me a gift and told me to show it to you when I got back, uncle. Take a good long look at me."
The old Xi Wang gave his nephew a look of utter weariness.
Then his eyes widened as he looked at Xi Wangting's forehead.
Suddenly, the red mark that Shu Xuan had given him appeared on Xi Wangting's forehead.
The mark shone so brightly that old Xi Wang had to shield his eyes, shouting, "What the hell is this? It's blinding." Then the mark disappeared,
leaving both grandfather and grandson just staring at each other. Xi Wangting smiled and asked, "Uncle, how do you feel?"
The old man smugly patted Wangting's hand, replying, "Not bad. Not bad."
Xi Wangting then revealed his intentions. "I want to rectify Xi Wangting." Old Xi Wang immediately agreed. "Go for it." The demonic cultivators on the side watched this scene, utterly shocked that old Xi Wang would agree with his grandson. Meanwhile, Shu Xuan was casually lying down, picking his nose and saying, "I thought Xi Wangting would be a major troublemaker later on, but I didn't expect a single peep." Shu Xuan looked bored. "I'm a little disappointed, to be honest." Shu Xuan continued. "But little Ding Yu is progressing at lightning speed, already at Void Realm level 3, I'm so happy for him."
He glanced at his two pets and cheerfully said, "These two little ones have also increased their cultivation."
Shu Xuan also noticed Lao Ren and the others, all leveling up. Shu Xuan looked at himself and thought,
"Looks like I need to break through a bit too, or it'll be a waste." Suddenly the system announced, "You have enjoyed 5 years of blissful home life. Reward, a portable mini-world." Shu Xuan clicked on the reward and smugly said, "The system really knows me, giving me exactly what I need." The system explained, "The portable mini-world can grow and can open an entrance to the real world, which can also be closed at any time. It can also adjust the time difference with reality, requires spirit veins or nurturing of Tao essences. Cultivation resources are everywhere, and there are countless natural treasures." Shu Xuan held the small planet and fondled it non-stop.
Shu Xuan then said, "Let me see what you're like." Shu Xuan looked inside and saw a huge tree growing on the mountaintop, his eyes lighting up. As expected, the system's products are top quality. Shu Xuan continued, "I'm just having fun myself, forgetting about little Ding Yu and Su Xian Er." Now, inside the portable mini-world, after seeing the lush green meadows full of flowers and plants from the top of a small hill, the surrounding scenery was obscured by fog, and in the distance, there was a towering ancient tree piercing the sky. Han Yingmeng cheerfully exclaimed, "Shifu, where is this? It's so beautiful here." Hearing this,
Ding Yue said.
Shifu, only Shifu could create something like this at a glance. This must be Shifu's handiwork, Han Yingmeng chimed in. That's right, moreover, the spiritual qi here is unusually dense. Besides Senior, I can't imagine anyone else having such divine abilities. They kept praising their Shifu until Shu Xuan spoke up.
Do you see that giant tree piercing the sky in the distance? Do you know what it is?
So both Han Yingmeng and Ding Yu stared blankly in the direction Shu Xuan was pointing. In the far distance was an extremely large ancient tree, so tall that it was surrounded by clouds, looking very majestic. Because the tree was so enormous, even though they were standing very far away, all three of them could clearly see the tree. Overwhelmed with surprise, Han Yingmeng and Ding Yu couldn't stop exclaiming, "Ah, that's a tree! We were too excited just now and didn't notice it. It's so big, it's about to poke a hole in the sky." Because they were so curious, Han Yingmeng and Ding Yu kept urging Shu Xuan to explain it to them clearly.
Being a good Shifu, Shu Xuan kindly explained everything in detail. That's the common tree, although it doesn't emit any spiritual energy. It is indeed the most precious treasure in this mini-world. No means can destroy it, Shu Xuan explained, wearing a confident smile. Because he knew the uses of this tree, although the tree looked very big, Shu Xuan knew it was nothing yet.
Shu Xuan continued. Right now the common tree is just a sapling. If it truly matures, it will shake the heavens and earth. Then, Shu Xuan thought of a small branch from that ancient tree, and then spoke of its wonderful benefits, using the tree to create extremely sharp weapons that no weapon could destroy. It seemed that both Ding Yu and Han Yingmeng understood the subtle uses of the ancient tree, so both of them expressed their excitement. Ding Yu exclaimed, "That's insane!" while Han Yingmeng said, "I really want it." Shu Xuan saw his two disciples acting like fools, constantly amazed, so he wanted to dazzle them even more, and continued to introduce. This tree is nothing. The key is the mini-world you're currently standing in. Shu Xuan looked around the vast, portable mini-world and said, The Ling Qi here is even denser than in Nanzhao. The rules of heaven and earth are self-contained, and natural treasures are everywhere. In this place, 1 year in reality is only 1 day. Shu Xuan kept creating countless surprises for his two disciples with the magical powers in the space they were in. This world will greatly increase your leveling speed. With your aptitudes, breaking through to the Emperor realm won't take long. After hearing such useful information, both Han Yingmeng and Ding Yu were wide-eyed and open-mouthed. Their admiration for their Shifu increased several notches. Ding Yu said, "Is this the legendary time-secret realm?" And Han Yingmeng was as if extremely devoted to Shu Xuan. "Shifu is truly awesome. What realm is the old man in after all? Such heaven-defying things are being wholesaled." After constantly sighing along with Han Yingmeng, Ding Yu finally made a decision, his eyes fixed and determined as he looked into the distance. "I must master the supreme sword Dao in this place, and go to Jujian Mountain to slap their faces. All the past humiliations, I will definitely return them double." As for Han Yingmeng's thoughts, they were not much different from Ding Yu's. She frowned, clenched her teeth, and was also very determined with her goals and aspirations. "Having such an opportunity, I will definitely seize it. After I break through to the Saint Realm, those degenerate bastards of the Su family, and those scheming bastards, those scoundrels who played dirty, I will definitely find them to settle the score." As if able to read Ding Yue's and Han Yingmeng's minds, and because he found those thoughts too arrogant, Shu Xuan immediately spoke up to criticize. "The mental state of young people is really lacking." Hearing Shu Xuan say that, Ding Yue was flustered. "Shifu." And so was Han Yingmeng. She stammered, "Xian Sheng." So Shu Xuan immediately started spouting wisdom based on his life experiences. Like the grand sage he is, only by not caring about external things can you reach the peak. Having motivation is good, but don't be obsessed with desires, do you understand, or not? Shu Xuan glanced at the ancient tree while lecturing. "You are like a newly grown, ordinary tree. The road is still long, and you still need to temper yourselves." After hearing Shu Xuan's teachings, Ding Yue and Han Yingmeng replied in unison, "Yes, Shifu." But at this moment, both Ding Yu and Han Yingmeng felt like something was missing on their heads, so they asked, "But where are the two little ones?" Han Yingmeng then exclaimed in a panic, "Where did the two little ones go?" Ding Yu, after touching his head and not finding his bird, realized, they're really gone. At this time, Shu Xuan revealed a sly smile and said, "They went down to play." The scene immediately switched to an image of a bird and a cat dashing down the small hill at lightning speed, which caused the animals in the meadow, like foxes, mice, and snakes, to be dazed and confused, so carefree that they didn't even realize the danger approaching them. Ding Yu's bird spread its wings in the sky, but its sharp eyes kept scanning the white snake on the ground, and the cat, as soon as it landed, immediately pounced on a chubby mouse hiding under the grass. An extremely chaotic scene unfolded before the eyes of Shu Xuan and his two disciples, Ding Yu and Han Yingmeng. Because they saw their disciples' two beasts disrupting the peace in his personal miniature world, Shu Xuan was extremely angry, his eyes flashing with fire. Shu Xuan clenched his fist, took a breath and said, "You little rascals, you!"
Then he roared like a volcanic eruption. "Stop your paws for me!"
Shu Xuan quickly approached, grabbed the necks of his two disciples' beasts, and scolded, "I told you to go for a walk down there, why are you bullying each other?" Ding Yu's bird even opened its beak to speak. "I didn't even touch it."
Han Yingmeng's cat saw its friend say that, so it imitated it, and started justifying itself. "I was just playing with them a little." As for Ding Yu and Han Yingmeng, after seeing their beasts getting scolded, instead of being worried, they looked very happy. Han Yingmeng even giggled gleefully. Ding Yu excitedly said, "The two little ones are getting scolded." Seeing that the two beasts in his hands were still very stubborn, Shu Xuan said sternly, "You have to be harmonious. The Yao beasts and spiritual beasts here are no match for you. You can make a mess but don't attack. Understood?"
Seeing that they couldn't be stubborn with Shu Xuan, the cat and bird had no choice but to accept the deal.
They helplessly let Shu Xuan hold their necks while he rambled on, "You are the big brothers here. You have to protect your little brothers well."
Understand. After scolding the two small beasts, Shu Xuan continued to remind Han Yingmeng and Ding Yu, "Don't cause any more trouble, cultivation is the right path." Han Yingmeng and Ding Yu replied in unison, "Yes, Shifu, Xiansheng." But a few seconds later, the righteous voices and upright faces of all three of them immediately disappeared, replaced by sinister and terrifying expressions. Because Shu Xuan said, "But before cultivation, we need to fill our stomachs, like master, like disciple." Ding Yue even chimed in with Shu Xuan, "That's right, Shifu. I saw that your goats here are quite plump." Han Yingmeng added fuel to the fire. "That fish isn't bad either, Xiansheng." But because Shu Xuan was the Shifu, he just sat back and waited for his two disciples to find food and cook it for him.
He even sat there holding chopsticks in his hand, urging Han Yingmeng and Ding Yu, "Hurry up a little, are you ready yet?" And so, after a hearty and delicious lunch, all three masters and disciples sprawled on the ground and burped loudly together. Just then, the system's voice suddenly rang out, "Beep! You enjoy your time at home, and you enjoy the insights at home. Rewarding a rare and exotic dish, temporal illusion." Although he really wanted to exclaim, Shu Xuan was too full, so he just lay on the ground and gave a thumbs up to express his happy mood, while the bird and cat had already climbed onto Shu Xuan's stomach and lay down as well. Shu Xuan squinted his eyes and said to Phoenix and White Tiger, "You've rested enough, right? Then let's continue." Immediately, Phoenix and White Tiger rushed towards Shu Xuan, forming a contrasting vortex of black and white. The raging wind made the fight even more intense. But Shu Xuan was not only unafraid, but also eagerly continued to fight. "Next, it's time for this daddy to show off my strength." Shu Xuan's right hand fought the tiger, his left hand grabbed the bird, and he unleashed a palm strike in anger, shouting, "Evil spirits, reveal your true forms." As soon as he finished speaking, the two figures were beaten so badly by Shu Xuan that they transformed back into the shapes of a chicken and a white cat. Scene changed to the mansion. At this time, Shu Xuan lamented the terrifying power of temporal illusion. It really is powerful. Just one illusion made those two little monsters so tired.
Shu Xuan, sweating profusely, thought with a weary face, "It's just that Sun Jin casting this spell consumes an extremely large amount of divine soul power. At least at the celestial realm level, there's a chance to use it easily."
Suddenly there was a call from Xian telling him to come eat dinner. "But sorry, this daddy is busy cultivating, I don't have time." Inside the room,
Shu Xuan was sitting in meditation, closing his eyes and thinking, "Temporal illusion, the great Tao art of time, can be entrusted in the great Tao of time, keeping an illusion in reality. The illusion and the real person are no different. This art is a great Tao art.
Unless someone can attack within the great Dao, it's absolutely impossible to hurt him. This kind of secret technique, even saints probably don't have it."
Shu Xuan grinned, thinking to himself, "With this treasure, no one will dare to mess with me."
"But my cultivation is too low right now, or else I'd create my own time phantom image." Shu Xuan gave a wry smile. "Ugh, so frustrating." Scene change outside. Shu Yun was trying to get back. "They say Dayyan County is full of medicinal herbs, but I can't find anything good. I'm stuck picking ordinary stuff."
Suddenly, two voices cut in. "Hey, stop her," they teased. "Don't rush, missy. Take your time looking.
"We don't mean any harm, we just want to make friends." The guy insisted he was telling the truth. But with that perverted look on his face, no one would believe him. Even his buddy was shaking his head in disapproval. Shu Yun pouted. "Just one look, and you know this guy's a leech. Luckily, I have that masked senior secretly protecting me, so I'm not afraid of him having any bad intentions."
Shu Yun said, "You two are in the way, please move aside." Hearing this, the two guys didn't bother her anymore. They pointed forward to let her pass.
"After you, miss." Shu Yun walked forward without looking back, but still said thank you. But how could someone he had his eye on escape? He grinned creepily. She's got some personality, I like it.
The other guy was worried about the girl's fate, so that sleazy pervert is the famous little devil king. Ruthless and cruel, that girl is cursed to be noticed by him.
Pity those girls who were tormented by the little devil king. Usually, he just uses force to conquer them, but it's the first time I've seen him acting politely.
He probably wants to use some trick to indulge his twisted pleasure. Shu Yuan had walked a bit when the little devil king spoke up.
Miss, please wait.
He stepped in front of Shu Yuan and introduced himself. I am the little devil king. May I ask your name, miss? Shu Yuan didn't want to bother with him at all, telling him not to bother her. Seeing this, the guy played the apology card. I was too abrupt. Shu Yuan angrily scolded.
What's wrong with you? Following me around, blocking me from picking herbs. Stop following me. But the little devil king shamelessly asked, Shu Yuan, could it be that the miss is an alchemist?
But Shu Yuan didn't care much. Will you stop it? Why are you so talkative? But with a face thicker than a concrete road and a perverted nature, how could he let go of the prey in front of him? He chased after Shu Yuan, saying sweet words. I just admire you. I definitely don't have any bad intentions. He even tempted Shu Yuan, saying he had a lot of top-grade medicinal herbs and promised to give them all to her.
But she didn't want it, pushed him away, and said, Get out of the way, I don't want anything.
The little devil king was still trying to carry out his plan to woo her, giving a sly smile, and using the excuse of how dangerous it was for Shu Yuan to go up the mountain alone, hoping to become her bodyguard to scout the way for Shu Yuan. But Shu Yuan kept refusing.
No need. Seeing the little devil king's acting about to win an Oscar, the guy praised his superb acting skills. I'm almost starting to believe he's a good guy. He wondered. Could this be love at first sight? Struck by lightning and instantly in love? Unrequited love? Scene change. At the city gate, there was a guy leaning on a stick, thinking, Finally found Shu County. It's rumored that the Shu family in Qing Kingdom is on the border, although they are just a low-level alchemist, but for the Shu family now, it is considered a boost. They can definitely let me join, he muttered. This time, I must seize the opportunity.
From here his path of rising will start. The guy approached the gate, and was stopped by the guard. Asked who he was, he replied, I am Wang Luo. I am an alchemist, and I want to rely on the Shu family, so I came here. The guard asked, You are an alchemist. Do you have proof? Wang Luo then took out 2 green pills, and said that these were pills he had made himself. That was the proof for him to enter the city. The 2 guards saw it, and invited him in. The guard watched the figure leave, and asked the person next to him, Think that guy will get picked by the Shu family? The other one replied, Doesn't look promising. Judging by those rags, I doubt he's got much skill. The first guard disagreed. Well, you never know, wanna bet? And just like that, they slapped down 50 spirit stones each on their guesses.
Inside the city, an old man came out and asked, Is the young master before me the alchemist Wang Luo? Is Master Wang here to seek refuge with the Shu family? Seeing this, that guy replied, That would be me.
He puffed out his chest and said, I heard rumors that the Shu family is recruiting talented individuals, so I came to offer my services. Shu Tianming asked, Could I see a pill that the young man has refined before? So Wang Luo pulled out a pill.
This is a spirit pill I refined. With a success rate of around 10%, Wang Luo was super confident,
thinking to himself, I come from an alchemical aristocratic family, a small family in the southern continent. Isn't this all for me to grasp? Shu Tianming took a look and commented, This kind of pill is too ordinary. My little genius alchemist Yun Er has already trained a generation of genius alchemists. Alchemists like Master Wang are not rare. Seeing Wang Luo looking rather worn, he thought, oh well, I'll give him a few spirit stones and send him on his way.
Wang Luo thought he'd be accepted, but sadly he didn't make the cut. Shu Tianming gave him some spirit stones and told him to go find another place, leaving Wang Luo stunned.
What? But Shu Tianming just straight up said, Please leave, master.
Seeing this, Wang Luo angrily cursed. Just because I'm down on my luck, you look down on me. You've got eyes but can't see talent.
Fine then. He decided to show off his skills right here and now to open the Shu family's eyes. After that, Wang Luo threw the bag of spirit stones on the ground. He yelled, Cauldron, arise. Then he pulled a cauldron out of nowhere and shouted, Fire up. He threw in the ingredients, clasped his hands together, channeled his energy, and chanted, Bao Yuan Shou Yi, no pill can't be made. Instantly, the cauldron started steaming and bubbling like crazy. He closed his eyes and said, This time, I can definitely do it. The crowd around him started gossiping. Look, another alchemist wants to freeload off the Shu family, but he looks kind of ragged, not very promising. Someone even said, Maybe it's just blind luck. Wang Luo grinned smugly. Just wait until the pill is made, then see if these guys still dare to trash talk. By then, he'd be a distinguished guest of the Shu family, able to gather better medicinal herbs and fix the flaws in his body. He had barely thought of Cao Cao when Cao Cao arrived. Just as he was thinking about the flaws in his body, they flared up again, causing him pain all over, like karmic fire burning his bones. Wang Luo's entire body felt like it was burning, red hot.
But he still tried his best to unleash his cultivation. Wang Luo thought that it was because of these bodily defects that he was unable to display higher-level alchemy techniques, and also made his understanding of alchemy like dregs of pills, and also became a shame to the Wang family. But today, he must persevere, must prove himself to these forces that he is the strongest alchemist. Wang Luo's face contorted, his whole body trembling, gritting his teeth in determination to persevere.
This furnace of pills must succeed.
Outside, the discussion was still lively. He's just controlling the spirit furnace, and he's using so much strength. His face is red, his endurance is really not good, really is trash.
Hearing the two words trash, Wang Luo's mood suddenly changed erratically. His eyes opened wide with fear. The two words trash kept flashing through his head. Wang Luo recalled the terrible past that the Wang family had done in the past. The harsh words, "It's him, the shame of our Wang family," was defeated by the soldiers in the pill fight. No wonder he was rejected. Serve him right, get out of here quickly, and the frightening eyes that were always staring. Suddenly, Wang Luo spewed out a mouthful of blood and collapsed, and the furnace of pills he was refining shattered into smoke. But no one comforted or consoled him, only insults and accusations of being a liar and not focusing on his studies. People gradually dispersed. Leaving Wang Luo alone there, Wang Luo was completely crushed by the words he heard. Scene change, Shu Xuan was now relaxing comfortably in a chair. It seemed like he was looking forward to his second disciple coming, and no one else was Wang Luo, the contemporary son of Luck in Bei's Hao, the son of the concubine of the Wang family, a family of alchemy, born with Dan Meridian, possessing extremely high alchemy talent. Because he encountered an unexpected poison when he was young, the Dan Meridian was cut off. Hearing this, Shu Xuan couldn't help but feel frustrated.
Why are the sons of Luck often so tragic and abandoned? But as the son of Luck, the family he was in did not have enough strength to bear the luck of the son of Luck, so Wang Luo became a discarded object.
Shu Xuan continued. Wang Luo's innate Dan Meridian is also a special kind of physique. If the Wang family discovered that this person had an innate Dan Meridian, they would try every possible way to continue the Dan Meridian for him. It's a pity for a tragic name. Just failed at pill fighting and was kicked out, and he himself is the target of an ending. It was Wang Luo's fiancée who was about to cheat on him. As expected of the son of Luck, he unexpectedly ran to the southern continent and even ran to the Shu family. Wang Luo came to Shu Xuan's mansion.
Curious. Who is in this courtyard? Wondering whether to stay in the small courtyard, thinking that he would take the opportunity to repay the Shu family's gift of spirit stones, and then stay to refine some pills for the Shu family, and then staying in the Shu family would be considered a place to stay. Suddenly, a voice came from somewhere that sounded very similar to the voice of a multi-level marketing guy. Young man, do you feel that your future is vague? Do you feel that your life has lost direction? Frustrated and depressed, expelled, abandoned, become a useless person? Are you willing?
Do you want to rise up
so that those who have looked down on you will value you more?
Wang Luo asked in surprise.
Who is talking? Then the mysterious voice replied. This venerable DC, who claims to be a guiding light for lost girls, is the savior of useless people in the heavens, young man. As long as you are a useless person, meeting this venerable will make those who have abandoned you value you more. Wang Luo, hearing this, sadly recounted how he was a useless person due to a deficiency in his body. The voice then comforted him. No matter the cause, as long as you are useless, you can be saved and reborn here with me.
Sensing an opportunity, Wang Luo immediately rushed in and exclaimed, "A great opportunity, a big one." He saw Shu Xuan and immediately bowed. Junior Wang Luo pays respects to senior. Shu Xuan told him to kneel and acknowledge him as master. Seeing this, Wang Luo was overjoyed and hurriedly knelt down. Kowtowing, disciple Wang Luo pays respects to Shifu. Suddenly, the system appeared with a notification. Without leaving home, you have a child of destiny from the northern continent trekking through mountains and rivers to reach you. The reward is the void heavenly flame and the void divine flame art. Seeing this, Shu Xuan happily thought, talk about easy money. I receive a disciple, and the system rewards me with a cultivation technique that suits him. Shu Xuan told Wang Luo to rise and said, from today onward, you will be my second disciple. Then, Shu Xuan introduced each disciple. This is your senior martial brother, Ding Yu. Seeing the new second disciple, Su Xian smiled at Shu Xuan and said, you've taken in another disciple. Although he's only at the 6th level of the profound realm, to catch Shifu's eye his talent must be extraordinary. Shu Xuan explained Wang Luo's condition. He originally had a congenital pill meridian, but it was damaged in his youth, restricting his cultivation of the pill Dao. Hearing this, Wang Luo frowned. Understanding the problem, he exclaimed. So that's what it was. Shu Xuan said that he possessed a pill that could reconnect Wang Luo's severed pill meridian. It was a peerless treasure, and he could even personally take action to reconnect it. However, after the treatment, it would no longer be a congenital pill meridian. His innate pill meridian would become an acquired one. His quality, once a rare find, would be incomparable to a congenital pill meridian. Wang Luo gritted his teeth, feeling unwilling. He thought, can I only become an acquired pill meridian? How can this be? It's all the fault of that murderer. Shu Xuan then offered a more difficult choice, to use the void heavenly flame to reconnect his severed pill meridian, but Wang Luo would have to endure the brutal punishment of the flame, undergoing 7,749 days, before he could successfully complete it. However, if his will was not strong enough, he would die. If he succeeded, he would gain immense benefits. Then, he told him, choose quickly. Wang Luo decided to use the void heavenly flame to reconnect his pill meridian. Shu Xuan still wanted to ask him again. Think carefully. Although the void heavenly flame can preserve your congenital pill meridian, if you can't make it through, the consequences are unpredictable. But Wang Luo still chose to follow his heart's calling. He said, Shifu, I, Wang Luo, will either ascend to the heavens in one step, becoming renowned throughout the world, or vanish from this earth. I'd rather die than live an ordinary life. Seeing his junior brother's choice, Ding Yu spoke up. Good, I support you, junior brother. As soon as he finished speaking, Shu Xuan transmitted the void divine flame art to him. The flame quickly enveloped Wang Luo. Sensing the power of the technique, Wang Luo was surprised, feeling that his choice was right. It truly was a great opportunity for him. Shu Xuan was now thinking, with a strand of heavenly flame qi, if Wang Luo has a strong will, perhaps he can refine it. Then, Shu Xuan asked him again, how do you choose? This fire is no ordinary fire. Xian Er looked worried, feeling that the void heavenly flame was incredibly terrifying. Just one breath could burn away one's spiritual will. Wang Luo was only at the 6th level of the profound realm. How could he possibly cultivate and overcome the burning punishment? But Wang Luo was still determined to undergo the void heavenly flame. If he gave up, how could he rise powerfully? How could he take revenge? How could he trample the Wang family of the northern continent under his feet? Seeing his decisiveness, Shu Xuan took him into a small world to refine the heavenly flame. Seeing his disciple just standing there blankly, Shu Xuan told him, calm your mind to prepare for reconnecting your pill meridian, Wang Luo replied. Yes, Shifu. He began to wave his hand. The flames immediately rushed towards Wang Luo, causing him to cry out in pain. Wang Luo thought, I will definitely make those who once looked down on me, laughed at me, abandoned me, and humiliated me, only be able to look up to me and fawn over me. Wang Luo's eyes were filled with determination. Shu Xuan stood to the side, watching the whole scene through an illusion, and thinking, as a child of destiny, you should be able to endure this little torment, right? Refining the void heavenly flame will increase your strength, which means the system rewards won't be low either, right? At this moment, in Shu Xuan's small courtyard, Wang Luo was circulating the void divine flame art. His aura had already begun to rise, and his pill meridian was reconnecting. As expected of a child of destiny, he had indeed tamed and refined the void heavenly flame. He's already broken through to the spirit realm, Shu Xuan sighed, as he looked at his second disciple. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. Your disciple has broken through realms rapidly with great perseverance and tamed and refined the void heavenly flame. The reward is 100 years of cultivation and the 100 refinement spirit art. Shu Xuan, hearing this, said, as expected, the system rewards aren't low, he then thought, gained 100 years of cultivation, broke through to the 6th level of the venerable realm. He began to circulate the 100 refinement spirit art. The 100 refinement spirit art was completed. This was an extremely powerful soul technique. 100 refinements of the spirit, eternal and immortal. With the soul of the 100 refinements spirit art, even a small portion could survive for a very long time, rising again to recover the physical body and return to its peak. This great soul technique was an all-in-one attack and defense, and the application of the soul was extremely profound. Shu Xuan cultivated the technique while sighing. Finished refining, Shu Xuan muttered. Although he was only at the 6th level of the venerable realm, his soul power was not weaker than those at the 9th level of the venerable realm. Just as Shu Xuan finished speaking, Wang Luo had also finished cultivating, cupping his hands towards Shu Xuan. Disciple thanks Shifu for the grace of rebirth, Shu Xuan replied. You have such great perseverance, so I, as your Shifu, did not misjudge you. Shu Xuan thought, Wang Luo's talent is off the charts now. So many people want to see him 6 feet under, and he'll have beauties lining up for him. Gotta give him a serious pep talk. So he starts. The path of alchemy is full of endless temptations, the flattery and allure of rare treasures. And the hardest to resist is beauty. You have to remember, Never have a naturally divine alchemist woman in your heart. If you get distracted by beauty and get all lovey-dovey, your alchemy is done. History is full of people who were thirsty, simps who died for love and disappeared. You gotta remember that. Shu Xuan lectured Wang Luo in detail. Wang Luo confidently replied, Master, your teachings are etched in my heart. I'll always be careful. No naturally divine alchemist woman in my heart, absolutely no being tempted by beauty. Shu Xuan heard this and felt relieved. Good kid, you're easy to teach, now that you're on the path of alchemy.
Refining the void heavenly flame, your alchemy will naturally be smooth sailing, and you can't be weak in a fight either. As my disciple, you gotta be strong. With that, Shu Xuan pulled out 2 of his treasures and gave them to Wang Luo.
Since you can refine the void heavenly flame, you can obviously get this cauldron and fan to recognize you as their owner. I'm giving them to you, Wang Luo said gratefully. Thank you, master. Then he happily thought,
the Wang family's treasured clan-suppressing pill cauldron is only a semi-divine artifact. Then, Shu Xuan handed Wang Luo a book. This is the Myriad Heavens Pill Scripture, and the Myriad Spirit Compendium. Wang Luo received it, opened it, and exclaimed, such a small book, yet it records so much. A small method, impossible to record on such a treasure. Shu Xuan then said, I'm transmitting some secret techniques to you now. Aura concealment, and the heavy form technique, immovable like a mountain. Call Shu Xuan Ding Yu, to come here. I will transmit one more magical technique to you guys.
Shu Xuan taught in front of his 3 disciples. Today I am imparting to you a great soul technique you must practice diligently. Shu Xuan replied, yes, master. Then Shu Xuan took out the Myriad Heavens mirror, saying, recruiting disciples is way too awesome. Let's find a place to stroll around. At this time, the silhouette of a girl appeared in the mirror. Upon closer inspection, it was a beautiful woman, Shu Xuan thought. What an unparalleled beauty, graceful and imposing. Then he exclaimed in surprise, Emperor Realm, triple layer. Looks like she's only in her 20s, yet she's already broken through to Emperor Realm, triple layer, Emperor Realm in her 20s. Besides a few lucky ones, no genius can break through to the Emperor Realm at this age. This is a huge barrier. Who is this person? At this moment, a voice came. Luo Ying, the top contemporary genius of the Luo family of the Qing clan in the eastern region of Central Continent, with the bloodline of the King of Humanity, the body of the reincarnated Qin Ying, great Qin Emperor. Shu Xuan exclaimed, holy carp, she's the reincarnation of the great Qin Emperor. The great Qin Emperor is a woman. No way, something's not right here.
But at that moment, the mirror closed. Shu Xuan said,
there's no way to continue exploring. The heavenly secrets exploration art is disturbed by the human King Dao soldiers.
Qin Ying reincarnated to the eastern region of Central Continent, and is even in the Luo family. A human king clan, does Qin Keiyun know about this? A human king family that can be called a human king, is leading the rise of the human race. A transcendent existence of the region. Imprint the final mark of the Myriad Heavens mirror on her. At this moment, a red dot appeared on the mirror. Then Shu Xuan lay back down to relax, saying, never thought I'd be able to connect with Qin Ying, an important figure in the ancient battlefield of demons, and also one of the most important arrangers. Could it be that she wants to take the power of the human king family to return and take revenge again and rise again? I must first inform Bao Hongyan to tell Qin Keiyun to come to me for a visit. Related to Qin Ying's gender, it is necessary to ask clearly. The great Qin Emperor in the records doesn't seem like a woman at all. At this moment, at the palace, Qin Keiyun's subordinates reported, Your Majesty, Pavilion Lord Bao has brought a letter. At this moment, Qin Keiyun heard the report and thought, the Black Moon Pavilion's gold medal pavilion Lord Bao Hongyan. Then she took the letter from the maid's hand and opened it. Why does Shu Xuan want to see me? He is indeed a liar, but he is very scary. Is being a female emperor not fun? Why go bowing and flattering, even become a maid, if I refuse? What if he personally comes to the great Qin imperial palace? At this moment, Qin Keiyun left the palace, went towards the backyard of Shu Xuan's farm, and stood in front of Shu Xuan, asking, is the great Qin Emperor Qin Ying a man or a woman? Qin Keiyun answered with a question. Of course he's a man. The emperor is an unparalleled hero of his time, Qin Keiyun said. Filled with admiration, Shu Xuan was shocked, thinking, damn it, Qin Ying's a dude, now he's reincarnated as a woman. The grand scheme is seriously unexpected. If Qin Ying's old bros charged back from the ancient battlefield grounds only to find their old boss had become a total babe. Then he said to Qin Keiyun, is there anything else? If not, I'm heading back. You control the great Qin Empire. Is it to prepare for Qin Ying's return? Shu Xuan asked. Seeing Qin Keiyun hesitate, Shu Xuan continued. Isn't he afraid I'll ruin his escape route? Qin Keiyun said. I would never betray the emperor, Shu Xuan chuckled. Your little pet is quite loyal, Qin Keiyun retorted. I'm not a pet. I am now a descendant of the emperor, Shu Xuan told Qin Keiyun. All right, scram. Then he thought, the outcome of the ancient battlefield grounds is getting more and more interesting. Then he used the myriad mirrors to see what Qin Ying was up to. As he finished speaking, an image appeared on the mirror, showing Qin Ying sitting in cultivation on a mountain peak. At this moment, a person approached, Zhu Yuanbai, who was over 200 years old.
A heaven's chosen at the 9th level of the Emperor realm with outstanding talent. Shu Xuan looked at him, thinking. Zhu Yuanbai began to fawn over Qin Ying. Cousin, the blazing flame paste you've been searching so hard for, your cousin has found it for you. Qin Ying just grunted in acknowledgement. Shu Xuan thought. Turns out he's a simp.
At this moment, Zhu Yuanbai pressed closer, saying, Cousin, this blazing flame paste, I went through hell, fighting hundreds of battles to snatch it up. Can you give me a smile, cousin? Just one smile would make me happy. At that moment, Qin Ying shouted angrily,
Zhu Yuanbai, get lost.
Zhu Yuanbai acted smitten. Cousin, you're so alluring even when you're angry. It really moves this cousin's heart. Qin Ying was furious.
Seeing Zhu Yuanbai looking at her greedily, angrily took out a weapon and said, Go to hell, and lunged forward, striking with a spear. Zhu Yuanbai retreated.
Little cousin, your angry appearance is truly captivating. Qin Ying furiously swept another spear,
earth-shattering.
Qin Ying then said, thinking, Qin Ying, a sturdy man, 8 chi tall, now turned into a woman. The moment Qin Ying came out of the womb at the age of 18 was still bathing.
Qin Ying said smugly,
the final gambit has succeeded. Finally, I've been reborn. Wait, something feels off. And screamed in alarm.
Where's my manly body? Why'd I become a woman?
At this moment, Qin Ying said, lacking a body refinement technique.
Strengthening this human king bloodline is great and all, but man, it still doesn't measure up to the overlord body from my past life. As for the Luo clan, that super prestigious human king family shaking up the eastern region, yeah, they're the top clan over there.
The geniuses of each generation are outstanding. This generation, Luo Ying, stands above the rest. At a young age, she is already a powerhouse at the 3rd level of the Emperor realm, known as the Iceberg Beauty. Luo Ying is currently in the ancestral land of the Luo family, paying respects to the young mistress. Servants in the house are welcoming Luo Ying back. Luo Ying was thinking as she walked. The reason I turned into a woman in this life is probably related to the human king's Datheo soldier. At this moment, Qin Ying's mother said worriedly,
Yinger, you are already the best among your peers. Don't force yourself to cultivate and damage your body, my daughter. Why cultivate body refinement techniques?
Our Luo family has no shortage of divine arts. Which one isn't stronger than body refinement? Listen to your mother's advice. Don't practice body refinement anymore, okay? Qin Ying refused. I won't give up, Qin Ying's mother said again. Yinger, why do you have to refine your body? Look at this skin of yours. And this body. So many girls are jealous to death. Qin Ying thought. Darn it, I don't need such fair skin. Nor do I need such a beautiful body. I want to be a strong man. Then she said loudly, Mom,
do you know if there's any way in this world to turn a woman into a man? Qin Ying's mother said in panic.
Yinger, don't scare Mom. Why do you suddenly have such a thought? You have the body of a woman. What do you mean, turn into a man? Oh no, could she be having cultivation deviation?
Someone.
At this moment, 2 family servants immediately appeared.
Madam, Qin Ying's mother ordered, quickly invite the family head back. Quickly summon the great elders. Yingir might have suffered cultivation deviation, Qin Ying shouted.
Mom, I haven't suffered cultivation deviation. At this moment, 2 great elders appeared and said,
Young mistress wants to change her gender. This matter must be kept absolutely secret, not to be spread outside. Shu Xuan, watching from beginning to end, said, Woman turns into man. Isn't gender reassignment surgery enough? But cultivation involves the great Tao of yin and yang. Heaven-defying rebellion invites disaster. Dragging it out like this to keep an eye on Qin Ying. The Ling Qi consumption is a bit much. Quickly swallowed a few pills to recover. For the next period of time, most of Shu Xuan's time was spent on Qin Ying. He's not interested in the intelligence of the Black Moon Tower. Shu Xuan watched with amusement and said, How can what happens in the southern continent be as interesting as Qin Ying's daily life? At the Luo family's scripture pavilion,
Qin Ying was consulting cultivation techniques.
Going outside, she encountered Zhu Yuanbai walking over and saying,
Cousin, this is ice purity.
It's very effective for body refinement and can make your skin whiter.
Qin Ying became angry again.
Get the hell out of my sight, you old hag. At this moment, Zhu Yuanbai said enchantingly, Even your sulky appearance is captivating, cousin. How about marrying me? I can marry you too. The child can take your surname. We can all take your surname, as long as you agree. Qin Ying angrily thrust her spear forward.
I spit on you. Go to hell. Then she thought, that dog of a man dared to confess to me. I'm a man. At this moment, Shu Xuan stopped watching and said, Can't underestimate body refinement.
You should pass on body refinement to Wang Luo and Ding Yue. At this moment, Shu Xuan passed it on to Ding Yue and Wang Luo. Today, this master will pass on to you too the great art of body refinement, Su Jian said.
Mister, what about me? Shu Xuan said. You don't need it. Your Tai Yin mysterious body is already extraordinary. Plus, do you want to refine yourself into a muscular beauty? Su Xian thought about it and said, Then never mind. Shu Xuan imparted it to Ding Yu. Your Shifu, the sky framework sword body, is a perfect match for your talent and aptitude. When this technique is complete, your body will be like a surging sword intent, and divine techniques cannot harm you.
Then he imparted the technique to Wang Luo. Pass down the 9 refinement divine body to you. 9 times 9 returns to 1. The physical body undergoes 9 transformations, becoming so strong that divine weapons can hardly harm it. Both received it and were grateful.
Thank you, Master, Shu Xuan. After transmitting the technique, lay down to relax, saying,
maybe I should pass on a major body refinement art to Qin Ying. But then he thought again.
I should still observe Qin Ying for a while longer and then decide. At the very least, I need to figure out what exactly happened in that battle at the ancient battlefield land. Then, he took out a soul fragment of Ma Tuo and said, Ma Tuo still isn't completely converted yet.
But it'll be soon. He probably knows quite a few secrets about the battle he participated in back then. At this moment, Qin Ying was chasing after Zhu Yuanbai, demanding a fight.
Cousin, I was wrong. It was all cousin's fault. Please don't hunt me down anymore. I'll go find a major body refinement art for you. Okay, cousin, I'll definitely find one for you. A really strong, really powerful body refinement art. Hearing this, Qin Ying seemed to agree. All right, you said it. If you can't do it, don't ever appear in front of me again. Zhu Yuanbai, hearing this, said, definitely, I definitely will, Qin Ying thought. Oh, the sadness Qin Ying is immersed in, using her beauty to bewitch people for a major body refinement art. And saying she wasn't going home anymore. It's uncomfortable at home, always being a demanding young lady. I need to find a place to cultivate and quickly level up my strength. Those things from the ancient battlefield land absolutely can't fall into the hands of the enemy. Just then, 2 assassins jumped out.
Qin Ying, seeing this, said,
these 2 are both at the 5th level of the Emperor realm, with murderous auras on their faces.
The 2 assassins unleashed their Emperor domains and charged in.
Qin Ying blocked it with a spear. Qin Ying wondered, who's assassinating me? Is it the enemy from back then? That's not right. No one knows. I reincarnated into the Luo family of Renwang? Then the attacker must be an enemy of the Luo family? The 2 sides engaged in a fierce battle.
Shu Xuan, observing from the sidelines, praised.
Qin Ying is extremely compatible with this major body refinement art. Her use of domain power has already surpassed the comprehension of ordinary Emperor realm cultivators. She originally has domain power and can even separate a portion of it and attach it to this large spear, supporting herself with a portion of the attack. Unlike ordinary Emperor realm experts who expand and cover their enemies with their domain power, centering it on themselves to resist the enemy's domain power, she focuses it, making it even more powerful.
Seeing this, the 2 assassins thought, Qin Ying's strength is so great, fighting beyond 2 minor realms, surrounding and suppressing her attack. On Qin Ying's side, she also thought,
having fought until now, I haven't seen the family's guardian expert appear. Are they testing me? Or have they been lured away? I can't keep wasting energy like this. Qin Ying then jumped up, her aura like a mountain pressing down.
She swept a mighty spear at the 2 assassins, making it difficult for them to resist. Qin Ying enlarged the spear in her hand and brought down a strike, causing the 2 assassins to fall. Seeing that the 2 assassins were exhausted, Qin Ying thought,
I'll finish you off immediately. But suddenly, something flashed behind her, making Qin Ying think, not good, danger. Qin Ying groaned HMPH with a displeased expression.
Suddenly, she frowned and caught something.
Qin Ying held a long silver spear in her hand. She seriously observed the spears rushing towards her at lightning speed. Just as the spears were about to fly towards Qin Ying, she immediately released a powerful blue aura to blow away those sharp spears. However, Qin Ying had no idea that there was still a sharp spear left behind her.
Qin Ying's spear tip continued to fly towards her at a speed invisible to the naked eye. And sure enough, it slashed straight across Qin Ying's waist, creating a long, bloody wound. Ouch. Qin Ying's brows knitted together tightly. She glanced at the wound on her waist with an agitated expression. Not long after, Qin Ying angrily raised her spear, disregarding the bloody cut on her waist. She continued to unleash the rampaging tyrant art. But then, Qin Ying seemed to realize something. She immediately looked awkward. Now I'm in a woman's body. I can't strip to fight. What a blunder. Maybe I should find a top-tier protective garment from the family to avoid being naked. When using the rampaging tyrant art, Qin Ying stood alone amidst the 4 assassins. She gripped the spear tightly in her hand defensively. Qin Ying carefully observed her surroundings,
while anxiously pondering. Assassins are assassins, specializing in assassination techniques, each one with the strength of an Emperor Realm 3rd grave. Thinking this, Qin Ying clenched her teeth.
She thought to herself in confusion. Could Zhu Yuanbai be intentionally staging something like this, to be the hero who saves the beauty? Hopefully, I'm just overthinking it, otherwise I'll chop him to death sooner or later. Suddenly, the figures of the assassins blurred.
Qin Ying pointed her spear at the shadows of the assassins with an angry expression.
She swung around,
but failed to hit any of them. Seeing this, Qin Ying was so angry that she shouted, "Lowly talents! Who doesn't know how to conceal their figure? Seriously!" Finishing her words, Qin Ying swung the spear straight down to the ground, creating a powerful aura that cleaved the surrounding rocks.
Qin Ying's figure unconsciously flickered in and out of sight. She gradually disappeared amidst the dusty haze, with an unchanging, dignified expression.
On the other side, Shu Xuan attentively observed the developments of the fight. He stroked his chin in admiration. Some skills there, huh? But little Miss Prodigy,
whether it's Qin Ying or the assassins,
they can't hide anything from Shu Xuan's eyes, hey hey.
Meanwhile, the group of assassins on the other side were whispering in a panicked tone.
Could it be that Qin Ying isn't hiding nearby, but is using a secret technique to escape? It's very likely that the assassination has failed. But then, a sharp spear tip rushed over.
Qin Ying gripped the spear tightly, stabbing it straight at the assassin. However, he jumped up in time, avoiding her surprise attack. Qin Ying had a sudden realization, changed the direction of her attack, and smashed the spear straight into the assassin's stomach, causing him to widen his eyes in pain. He was immediately sent flying into the sky. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the other companions abandoned their brother and ran away. Bye Felicia. Shu Xuan smiled faintly and spoke. Worthy of being an old monster reborn, impressive methods. Those two assassins seemed to see through the true spirit and essence. Qin Ying used a secret technique to seize the aura of the opponent's spirit.
Not long after, Zhu Yuanbai ran out, angrily scolding the assassins. How dare you assassinate my cousin? I will definitely catch the person behind this. The eastern region and central province are rising powerfully. Even a great battle has erupted. A Heaven Realm powerhouse of the Renwang family used overbearing strength to kill a Heaven Realm powerhouse, but the mastermind behind it has still not been caught.
Shu Xuan narrowed his eyes, looking troubled. The Renwang family is strong, but with my current Venerable Realm 6th layer strength, I'm still too weak. Even the Heaven Realm is nothing. After all, above the Heaven Realm is the legendary God Realm, and above the God Realm are even stronger realms.
A month later, in the small world, Ding Yu was already at the True Realm 9th layer, and Wang Luo had also stepped into the True Realm 1st layer.
Su Xian'er's strength had risen to the peak of the True Realm, and she was accumulating power on the side to break through to the Emperor Realm. Shu Xuan slowly muttered while resting his head on his hand. The small world is ultimately just an ordinary small world. Cultivation is possible, but breaking through major realms needs to be done in the real world, building a special domain within this Qiankun space, directly avoiding the rules of the heavens and earth of the southern continent, and guiding the rules of the great Tao. He calmly pondered and continued. Within the Qiankun space, the rules are complete, and it's possible to directly communicate with the rules of the great Tao to break through to the Emperor Realm. After a long while, Shu Xuan took out a letter.
After reading it for a while, he wondered. News from the Black Moon Tower has arrived. White Victory Mountain. White Victory Mountain was a top-tier major power of ancient times. It once had a Heaven Realm powerhouse sitting in charge, but it was exterminated in a great battle, and the sect fell into the space of remembrance, like, totally wiped out.
Then, Shu Xuan excitedly exclaimed, "The ancient ruins of White Victory Mountain are about to appear." Shu Xuan's voice echoed from the palace.
The ancient ruins of White Victory Mountain are about to be born, Shu Xuan seriously thought to himself. White Victory Mountain once had a Heaven Realm powerhouse sitting in charge.
When the war demons occupied the territory, there will definitely be great opportunities in the ancient ruins.
Shu Xuan stared intently at the letter. He casually added, the 3 kingdoms and 3 sects of Nanzhao have all sent powerful experts to fight over it. Countless battles, big and small, have already broken out. After that, he slowly left.
Looks like Nanzhao is about to boil over.
Shu Xuan walked over to a wooden table and slammed the letter down.
He exclaimed, "It's time to get involved and snag a big reward from the system."
Not long after, Shu Xuan called for Ding Yu.
He asked him to go out and handle some matters for his Shifu, Shu Xuan. Ding Yu quickly stepped out of the space gate. He respectfully said, "Yes, I will follow Shifu's instructions."
Shu Xuan, pleased, continued.
"The ancient ruins of Mount Baisheng are about to appear. I want to go out and temper myself a bit, and maybe grab a few things from it."
With that, Ding Yue immediately clasped his hands in obedience. Shu Xuan paused, then suddenly added, "But Zhu Jianshan will also send people this time." He asked if Ding Yu was afraid. Hearing this, Ding Yu replied frankly,
"This disciple is not afraid at all. I would even welcome it."
Shu Xuan, hearing this, felt extremely satisfied and shouted with an imposing tone,
"Good, it's time to put an end to Ding Yu's past. Let your name be known based on your own abilities. Go out and prove yourself." Ding Yu quickly clasped his hands respectfully and replied,
"Yes, Shifu, I will definitely not disgrace your name." At Mount Baisheng,
the natural scenery was magnificent, with clouds and mist obscuring the paths. A crowd gathered at the foot of the mountain. They chattered excitedly. Mount Baisheng is now surrounded by several major forces. Even the weakest among them are at least at the True Realm 3rd layer, isn't that right? For small rogue cultivators like us, it wouldn't be bad if we could get some of the leftovers. Suddenly someone called out, "That's right, Piaohuage hasn't arrived yet. Even though Piaohuage are all women, their strength is ranked at the top of Nanjiao. Who here dares to underestimate them?" Hearing this, everyone around chimed in. "That's right, all the major forces are standing on the top of the mountain now. Only the people from Piaohuage haven't arrived yet. There are still people waiting at the top. Maybe the main show will only start when Piaohuage arrives." Meanwhile, on the summit of Mount Baisheng, crowds from different forces were provoking each other. The 3 kingdoms and 3 sects. Now one of the kingdoms is in name only. They don't even have a true realm 9th layer expert. "The people from the provoked force were no pushovers," they retorted. Liu Pingfeng, "Don't be so weird. What about his great half-emperor? Didn't he lose to their Great Qin's female emperor?" Liu Pingfeng gnashed his teeth and glared at the green-haired girl from Great Qin. The girl didn't back down and angrily glared back. Suddenly, Liu Pingfeng said he didn't want to argue with her anymore and spoke to Xi Wangting behind him. "Nanzhu Gao used to only have 2 kingdoms and 2 sects. Now there's an extra kingdom." He asked if they should do something about it. However, the guy from Xi Wangting just casually replied, "Our Xi Wangting. We've always thumbed our noses at righteousness. The strong bullying the weak. That's just standard practice for us." Everyone around was immediately in an uproar. Does he even have any shame left? It sounds like he's talking from his ass. His brain seems to be malfunctioning. The Great Qin girl also secretly assessed him. It's a good thing that this Shi Wang's brain has problems. Suddenly, a middle-aged man flew over, happily saying, "Shin Elder, long time no see." He was followed by 2 more people, 1 male and 1 female. The Great Qin girl, seeing this, excitedly said, "Great! Zhu Jianshan's reinforcements have arrived." Xi Wangting, looking up, thought, Zhu Jianshan's Ying Jiankong, as expected, his reputation precedes him. Liu Pingfeng, on the side, thought with a grimace. Great Qin is now relying on Zhu Jianshan to act arrogant. The crowd, seeing Ying Jiankong's appearance, immediately burst into an uproar. Ying Jiankong, the top genius of Zhu Jianshan, true realm 9th layer. He's only 50 years old. It's rumored that he wouldn't even become the sect leader if they offered it to him. He only wants to pursue the sword Dao and become the strongest. Over there, Ying Jiankong clasped his hands politely and said, "Qin Elder, I apologize for my tardiness." Qin Elder quickly clasped his hands and replied that he was being too polite. "Please, take a seat quickly." On the side, the purple-haired woman, who was also Ying Jiankong's betrothed, happily said, "It's Jiankong Geared, she's finally here." Then she quickly ran over to talk to her grandfather. "The treasure of Mount Baisheng's ancient ruins must belong to Jiankong Gedge, right?" Her grandfather, hearing this, replied, "Perhaps. After the matters of the ancient ruins are settled, immediately choose a date for your marriage with Jiankong." Ying Jiankong's soon-to-be wife immediately agreed shyly. A moment later, her grandfather suddenly asked, "It's rumored that he has a very close relationship with a junior sister of Zhu Jianshan." Although she heard him ask this, the expression of the soon-to-be wife was as gentle as usual. She excitedly replied that she already knew about it. "Jiankong Geared didn't hide it from me. If there is, then so be it. At most, I'll let that woman be a concubine. Jiankong Geared is so strong, many women admire him. It's okay to marry another concubine, she can also serve me." Her grandfather, hearing that naive answer, glanced at his granddaughter with pity. He thought to himself that she had a really generous heart. Suddenly, a huge tremor shook Baisheng Peak. Ying Jianfeng's soon-to-be wife saw this, and immediately asked her grandfather, "Is it about to start?" Over there, Liu Pingfeng also pondered with a bewildered expression. "Such a huge spatial tremor, it seems it will really open soon." Ying Jiankong also frowned tightly, thinking to himself, "Ying Jiankong, he's been waiting for Baisheng Mountain." Someone from Xi Wangting arrogantly demanded, "When are those women from Piaohuage going to get here already?" He provoked with a smug look. "So slow and dragging their feet, they must be missing men, huh?" Everyone around them wondered, "Is this guy a total idiot or what?" They started chattering amongst themselves. "Looks like the rumors about the Xi Wang being mentally unstable are true. The Piaohua sect women aren't exactly saints either. If they heard that, there'd be a huge fight. Can't see the Piaohua sect peak. Is no one daring to stand on it?" Suddenly someone blurted out, "When did Piaohua sect peak get an extra person?" It was a brown-haired young man with an immortal-like aura, sitting quietly under a blooming peach tree, his sword stuck straight into the ground, creating a picturesque scene. People from the various forces, seeing a male figure in Piaohua sect territory, angrily yelled, "Who are you? How dare you stand on Piaohua sect's peak? Court death, kid, scram, before Piaohua sect's fairies get angry. Get lost, brat, get lost." Then a gap-toothed man spoke up. "Doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Let old me go clean up this trash." Everyone around cheered him on. "Daring to stand on the peak of the fairy sisters. Deserves to die. Kill him, turn his bones to ash. Die, you piece of trash." Seeing everyone's support, the old man excitedly charged forward, creating a hand with sharp claws from his spiritual power. The hand immediately reached out to grab Ding Yu. The old man smugly thought, Watch me establish my prestige as a third-stage true realm expert. However, Ding Yu just calmly snorted, not paying any attention to the old man's cat-scratch attack. Just as the old man was about to grab Ding Yu, swoosh, his sword sliced through with a clean cut. The old man, seeing this, couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. His body had been cut in half, blood splattering everywhere, causing him to die on the spot. Shi Wangting, seeing this, excitedly shouted, "What the hell happened?" Liu Pingfeng also furrowed his brow, his lips pursed, looking bewildered, wondering who this guy was. The green-haired girl from the Great Qin also had her mouth hanging open in shock. She couldn't help but exclaim, "A third-stage true realm expert died in an instant." The people around were also shocked, wondering, what exactly is going on? He was sliced in half before we could even see it. Is he even human anymore? Not long after, Ying Jiankong smiled faintly and called out the name, "Ding Yu." He praised, "You're a bit interesting." However, immediately after, Ying Jiankong showed a look of disdain and continued, "Looks like you got some kind of lucky encounter, but trash is still trash in the end." Hearing him say that, Ding Yu sneered and retorted at Ying Jiankong, "Trash who only reaches 9th stage true realm at 50 years old." The people around, seeing Ding Yu dissing Ying Jiankong, immediately exploded. This kid dares to talk to Ying Jiankong like that? Does he have a death wish? Does he really think he's something special? They figured Ying Jiankong could make him die 100 times and it still wouldn't be enough. Seems like his cultivation isn't low. Today he might have to feel that he's about to die. Over there, Ying Jianfeng frowned tightly and unhappily shouted, "You, with Ding Yu." However, Ding Yu wasn't going to take it lying down and spoke up. "Do you think Ding Yu isn't worthy of talking to him?" he powerfully shouted. "Do you think Ying Jiankong is the sky here?" Ding Yu stood with a heroic posture and continued, "I will make a name for myself today, and I promised my master, none of them can stop me." Suddenly, Ding Yu stopped. As if he had realized something, Ding Yu remained standing still, his harmonious and handsome features tinged with cold indifference. Ding Yu looked up and surveyed his surroundings, when suddenly, the light and graceful footsteps of a young woman could be heard. She wore a predominantly dark-colored dress, her slender body lithe and graceful. In the middle of the dress was a large opening, revealing glimpses of her voluptuous figure. It was none other than Han Yingmeng, the nation's first love for many. She slowly emerged from behind the beautiful cherry blossom trees. Seeing the goddess appear, the crowd's eyes lit up. It's the holy maiden of Piaohua Pavilion, Han Yingmeng, truly a fairy descended to earth, so beautiful, indeed the dream girl of my fantasy. Ying Jiankong, standing to the side, secretly appraised her, acknowledging that Han Yingmeng was indeed like a celestial being, untouched by the mundane world. Han Yingmeng, pleased with everyone's enthusiastic response to her appearance, thought smugly, "Looks like Shifu was right to send me here. First, I must captivate these disgusting men and lower their defenses so that when the ancient ruins of Baisheng Mountain open, I can seize the advantage." Suddenly, Ding Yu shouted loudly, "Woman, stay away from me," which caused Han Yingmeng no small amount of displeasure. Ding Yu, with a somber face, told Han Yingmeng, "Don't even think about disrupting my sword heart. You can't bewitch me. My heart only has the sword." Ding Yu's eyes were filled with determination. "There's no you, give up." That very declaration of his silenced everyone on Baisheng Mountain. A loud cry suddenly echoed on Baisheng Mountain. "I'm so mad." It was Han Yingmeng's voice. She angrily pointed at Ding Yu's face and yelled, "You scared the crap out of me and you dare to speak so rudely." Han Yingmeng couldn't contain her anger at Ding Yu's self-dramatization. Han Yingmeng had never met such an impolite brat. Annoyed, she demanded, "Apologize to me now." However, Ding Yu adamantly refused with a frightfully grim expression. Hearing this, Han Yingmeng's anger exploded even more violently. She clenched her fists so tightly that her veins popped out and shouted, "I'm so freaking mad." Not long after, while Yingmeng's anger hadn't subsided, Ding Yu added another sentence, making Han Yingmeng even angrier. "You can't seduce me, leave now, or don't blame my sword for being merciless." Han Yingmeng gritted her teeth, articulating each word slowly to Ding Yu. "If I don't kill you today, I'll write my name backwards." Suddenly, a figure hovered in the air, calling Ding Yu's name. It was Ying Jiankong. He righteously shouted, "How dare a good-for-nothing from Nine-Sword Mountain act so arrogantly here?" Ying Jiankong slowly descended to the ground and continued, "Holy Maiden Han doesn't need to be angry. I, Ying Jiankong, will deal with this impolite fool for you." Upon hearing this, Han Yingmeng involuntarily asked back, "Useless." Ding Yu exuded a thick killing intent around him. He slowly began to comment, "Ying Jiankong's swordplay is only so-so." He chuckled lightly and mocked, "Meddling for an unrelated woman, what kind of sword dabo is that?" Finally, Ding Yu concluded, "The realm of your sword style is nothing but garbage." Han Yingmeng, feeling extremely uncomfortable when he mentioned her like that,
furrowed her delicate brows.
Ying Jiankong got super pissed by Ding Yu's taunts, and yelled, "Ding Yu, don't even think about being arrogant," assumed a ready stance to attack.
His left hand was placed on the hilt of his sword. Ying Jiankong, pretending to be chivalrous, continued to speak.
"I originally wanted to give you a bit of a lesson like before, but seeing how ungrateful you are, I've decided to send you on your way." After that, Ying Jiankong urged Ding Yu to draw his sword, to give him some face. Seeing this, the people around thought to themselves, Ying Jiankong is angry. He was called trash by Ding Yu. How could he not be angry? And it's in front of the holy maiden. Suddenly, Ding Yu snorted a few times, expressing provocation. Ying Jiankong immediately furrowed his brows, constantly cursing Ding Yu from the depths of his heart. This trash is soiling his name like that. He will chop him into 100 pieces to wash away this hatred.
As he thought, Ying Jiankong clenched the Changjian in his hand. A scornful smile appeared on his lips behind his messy mustache. Ding waste.
Immediately after that, Ying Jiankong rushed forward heroically, pointed the Changjian straight at Ding Yu and shouted, "Take this!" However, Ding Yu remained as calm as before, using his agile body to evade his all-around attacks. Even though Ying Jian wasn't really attacking, no matter how many times he poked his sword at Ding Yu, the guy could still easily dodge those attacks.
Ying Jian didn't scowl, just raised an eyebrow and said, "Not bad, got some tricks up your sleeve, huh?" Then, he rushed forward super fast.
Ying Jian flicked his longsword and asked Ding Yu in a provoking tone, "Are you a moron or something? Why don't you draw your sword?" Ding Yu casually replied, "Not worth it."
Ying Jian couldn't take that answer, and instantly couldn't contain his anger, yelling, "Overestimating yourself." Then, sword ki exploded around him, and with eyes wide, he threatened, "I'm done playing with Ding Yu, it's time to end this."
With that, Ying Jian charged straight at Ding Yu with lightning speed, his aura crackling with mystical purple lightning. Even seeing such a dangerous attack, Ding Yu smirked.
He waited until the last possible second
before finally drawing his precious sword from its sheath.
Instantly, he unleashed a sword strike, radiating dazzling and powerful light.
Ding Yu's counterattack created a shockwave of an explosion, dust flying everywhere.
From within the dust cloud emerged Ying Jian's figure, who wasn't stabbed straight through the heart by Ding Yu.
Ying Jian's face was turning purple.
He desperately gripped Ding Yu's blade, hoping to stop it from piercing him. But it was too late. Fresh blood was already dripping from the corner of Ying Jian's mouth.
On the opposite side, Ding Yu held the hilt of his sword, looking at Ying Jian with a straight face. Ying Jian collapsed. Unable to believe that a piece of trash could defeat him, he howled, "How is this possible? How is this possible?" Ding Yu looked at him.
"What's not possible? If you lose, you gotta accept it." Ying Jian didn't blame Ding Yu. "I didn't lose to you. You must have used some secret treasure."
Ding Yu chuckled.
"Still not accepting defeat, huh?"
Ying Jian challenged.
"If you've got the guts, let's fight again."
Ding Yu, upon hearing this, drew his sword and pointed it at him.
This time, he couldn't even see Ding Yu's sword being drawn. He was sweating buckets. "What's going on? Why can't I see his sword at all?"
"It's all because I was too careless at first.
And now I'm injured." Being injured will definitely make it impossible to see his sword.
He was making up excuses to cover up his own incompetence.
Pathetic. His face darkened. "If I had..." Before he could finish, a girl with black hair wearing an orange and yellow outfit ran over, yelling, "Ding Yu, stop!"
Turns out, it's Ding Yu's childhood sweetheart, the one who cucked him in the past. At this moment he finally understood his Shifu's intentions. Only forgetting the person in your heart can help you become stronger. The person in your heart only holds you back.
Ding Yue turned and asked Ying Jian, "Do you know why you lost?"
Ying Jian's eyes widened,
looking at Ding Yu in surprise.
The girl was also stunned, as if she'd realized something. Ding Yu pointed at his childhood sweetheart and said bluntly, "Because of her." Ying Jian sat on the ground, completely confused. Ding Yue explained in his mind.
"You have a woman."
Ying Jian muttered,
"Woman?" And the girl got angry. "What nonsense are you spouting?"
So Ding Yu resolutely shouted the motto his Shifu taught him. Women only affect the speed of your sword draw. If you have a woman in your heart, a woman by your side, worries in your heart, your sword will be slower. If it's slower, you'll definitely lose.
After hearing those words, Ying Jian began to doubt his very existence. Could it really be because of that? His heart was in turmoil.
His face darkened.
He looked at his junior sister and told her to stay away so he could try.
Ding Yu agreed to give him time.
"All right, I'll give you time to come up with an answer."
Half an hour later, Ying Jian charged back without carrying his sword sheath, determined not to lose again. He gripped his sword and roared, "Ding Yu! This time, I won't be careless. I absolutely won't lose to you. I'm playing for keeps."
"Why do I hope Ding Yu will be all right?"
Ying Jian rushed forward, yelling, "No!" Then he shouted, "Ding Yu, watch closely. This is the only sword of Zhu Jianshan, and I am its only wielder.
I'll defeat you. This time you will surely lose."
Ding Yu scoffed. "Ying Jian,
don't give him a chance with that only sword." The sword fell from the sky at the right moment. Ding Yu, go to hell.
Take this. Ding Yu jumped up, facing Ying Jian. Wait. When Ding Yu stepped up, the moves that Shifu taught him in correspondence to Ying Jiankong's sword imagery, the two sides crashed into each other violently. In the red atmosphere, Ding Yu's figure suddenly disappeared. The crowd gasped in surprise. Ying Jiankong, standing on the ground, had no idea where Ding Yu had gone. He focused on the sky above. He couldn't see any figure, only heard Ding Yu's voice. You've lost. Then, an enormous explosion erupted where Ying Jiankong had been standing. Ding Yu stood above, looking down at Ying Jiankong. Knowing he'd lost, Ying Jiankong urged, Ding Yu, if you want to kill me, then kill me. No need for words, Ding Yu sneered. Kill you, you think you're worthy. Someone who doesn't even understand the way of the sword isn't worthy of me killing. I, Ding Yu, am a godslayer. In my eyes, you're nothing more than a rock, understand, godslayer? This kid's so arrogant. How is this Ding Yu so strong? Where did this kid get these skills? If he was from the great Qin, my swordsman brother. The gossiping crowd was stunned after listening. Ying Jiankong's face darkened. Scene change. Shu Xuan sighed. The mark of the Wantianjing is used up. I don't know if Xiao Yu finished them off yet. Suddenly, the system popped up. Because you stayed at home, your disciple Ding Yu was taught at the White Victory ancient mountain ruins, winning a sword fight and crushing a top-tier prodigy, shocking many powerhouses. Reward, sky-gazing mirror. Shu Xuan chuckled. Scaring little Yu is just to knock down his arrogance and pride. With his 9th level true realm strength, this outcome isn't surprising. The reward is the sky-gazing mirror, huh? It can peek at all things in heaven and earth, track everything no matter the space or distance. Shu Xuan's eyes lit up. This mirror, aside from not being able to teleport objects, is basically a super upgraded 10,000 realms mirror. Plus, it can track targets, perfect for peeking, seeking out divine opportunities. Alright. Let's quickly see what little Yu is up to now. Ding Yu, fresh off his victory, was already getting cocky. Ying Jiankong, don't be a sore loser. Seriously, your Nine Swords Mountain has only had one real character since its founding. Your founding ancestor. Shi Wangting watched Ding Yu with satisfaction. What a wild card. Such a shame he's not a demonic cultivator. Such a waste. The onlookers, munching on their melon seeds, saw Shi Wangting sipping tea and commenting, thinking, seriously, does this guy show up everywhere? The Nine Swords Mountain elder was furious at Ding Yu's words. You arrogant brat. How can my Nine Swords Mountain allow you? The elder was too angry to finish, practically itching for a brawl with Ding Yu. Ding Yu turned to look at him and asked, Old geezer, you're not convinced. You want a piece of this too. The elder, enraged, rolled up his sleeves ready to charge. But his disciples held him back. Come on, Grand Elder, you're getting old, don't get so worked up. Ding Yu sat back down under the tree to rest. If you don't dare, don't waste my time. You're interrupting my break. His childhood sweetheart flew over and told Ding Yu. Don't go too far, Ding Yu said arrogantly. Where am I going too far? I spared the guy's life. That's showing mercy. The female bystander landed and helped Ying Jiankong up. She comforted him. Jiankong Jerj, don't be discouraged. As long as you get the opportunity from White Victory Mountain, you'll definitely become stronger. Seeing them leave, Ding Yu shouted, Ying Jiankong, you're already crippled by women. You'll never catch up to me. Now, Shi Wangting in one corner, Ding Yue in another, and the crowd of melon eaters underneath were totally bewildered. Han Yingmeng's eyes were truly open this time. She approached Ding Yu. So, young Master Ding. Before Han Yingmeng could even speak, Ding Yu pointed his sword at her. Woman, stay away from me or I'll draw my sword. Han Yingmeng laughed in anger. Fine, hope you die soon, you forever alone dog. Right in front of the White Victory Mountain ruins, while everyone was still shocked by what had just happened, a voice suddenly boomed, telling Ding Yu that he liked prodigies like him very much. Little brother. The one speaking was none other than Shi Wangting, sitting regally on his chair, with a whole squad of loyal soldiers standing in neat rows behind him. Even Shi Wangting couldn't help but praise after seeing Ding Yu's overwhelming power. Not being bothered by women and love, that's just wasting time. A single-minded pursuit of the Tao is the only right path. The holy maiden Han Yingmeng, who was standing nearby and was always confident in her beauty, was extremely angry after hearing what Shi Wangting said. She gritted her teeth and secretly cursed in her heart. This old codger is talking nonsense again. A girl in a yellow dress with a mole on her face, who was just angry at Ding Yu's actions, was now further provoked by Shi Wangting's words. So she was determined to deal with Shi Wangting. Once Jiankong Gerj obtains his fortune, he will kill him. Another beautiful girl in front of this side was driven mad. Her face revealed her anger, her teeth clenched, and she vowed in her heart that one day she would tear apart the mouth of the lecherous Shi Wangting. No matter how those people reacted, it didn't affect Shi Wang. Shi Wangting continued to look in the direction where Ding Yu was standing, and then greeted him with a very familiar tone.
little brother Ding Yu, and said that Shi Wangting needed a law enforcer like him. Well, why not have Ding Yu come to his Shiwan court to enforce the law and help the righteous path? As soon as Shi Wangting finished speaking, the other small rogue cultivators there immediately started talking in shock. Everyone was surprised that this evil king's brain hadn't broken, and that he knew to win over the newly promoted expert, Ding Yu. Another rogue cultivator agreed. It seems that Ding Yu is about to become hot news this time. While everyone was talking non-stop with each other, suddenly a male voice shouted out, stopping everyone, causing everyone to quickly stop and focus all their attention on the place where the sound came from. That person hurriedly reminded everyone, don't listen to this evil cultivator's nonsense. When Liu Pingfeng saw Shi Wangting invite Ding Yu to join his side, he was extremely anxious and couldn't help but hurriedly speak out to prevent Ding Yu from being swayed by Shi Wangting's words. Liu Pingfeng didn't want to be outdone by Shi Wangting and said to Ding Yu, little brother Ding Yu, he is the left minister of the Great Qian Empire. Why not come to his Great Qian Empire? Those who had just heard it might think that Liu Pingfeng had good intentions when he spoke. But in fact, Liu Pingfeng was planning to use beauty to seduce and control Ding Yu. Liu Pingfeng secretly calculated.
His Great Qian Empire's little princess is of marriageable age. At the same time, the princess is a beauty of national allure. Her body is absolutely beautiful and better than Han Yingmeng. Even if Ding Yu wasn't attracted by the beauty of the little princess, the Great Qian Empire would still have countless other beautiful girls. In addition, his household also had a young daughter who was a national beauty and proficient in everything from music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Liu Pingfeng didn't believe that there would be any man who wouldn't covet women with such stunning beauty. Wasn't it great to hold all the world's beauties in his arms? The more he thought about it, the more he was sure of it. So Liu Pingfeng's face revealed a look of determination, and he tried even harder to woo Ding Yu. To get Ding Yu to agree, Liu Pingfeng incessantly listed the benefits, and also said that if Ding Yu had any requests, just name them. Even spirit stones, pills, or emperor-grade weapons were trivial matters. As long as Ding Yu joined his Daiqian, Liu Pingfeng would satisfy any condition. After hearing Liu Pingfeng's words, the Qin elder of Daqin immediately knew what Liu Pingfeng was plotting and internally scorned this old fox. He'd even sell off his own daughter. On the other side, the holy maiden Han Mengshu of Piaohua sect, standing nearby, showed an anxious expression, fearing that Ding Yu wouldn't be able to resist Liu Pingfeng's persuasion. If Ding Yu really went to the Daiqian Empire, her Daiqian would be in deep trouble. Ding Yu, leaning against a tree, always remembered every word of Shu Xuan's careful instruction and guidance. Because of this, Ding Yu immediately saw through Liu Pingfeng's intentions. Even Ding Yu couldn't help but reveal an angry expression, feeling extremely unhappy that this insidious little man, Liu Pingfeng, was scheming to use beauty to ruin his supreme sword Dao. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. So Ding Yu clenched the hilt of his sword with his hand and thought to himself, remembering his Shifu's teachings, all the supreme sword Dao and sword Dao 3 views that he practiced would be in vain. He's supposed to be the god killer, damn it. Thinking of those who wanted to harm and tempt him to go against Shu Xuan's teachings, Ding Yu couldn't suppress his anger and secretly vowed to deal with those who didn't know what was good for them. If anyone dared to ruin his determination to reach the peak of the sword Dao, after making up his mind, Ding Yu immediately turned to look at Liu Pingfeng, who had just spoken, frowned, and accused Liu Pingfeng in an icy tone of being an old thief who was disrupting his Dao heart. Liu Pingfeng, who was extremely confident that he could lure Ding Yu to the Daqian Empire, quickly clasped his hands and apologized to Ding Yu when he saw him so angry. His words just now were reckless. Little brother, I was rude. Although Liu Pingfeng was very sincere on the outside, he was extremely annoyed inside, frowning and feeling frustrated. Seeing that he couldn't seduce Ding Yu, Liu Pingfeng immediately secretly decided that if Ding Yu didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, he didn't believe he couldn't kill him when the ancient ruins opened. Holy maiden Han Mengshu had been angry that Ding Yu didn't show any pity at all for a beautiful girl like her, but instead treated her very rudely. But when she saw that Ding Yu didn't hesitate, or hesitate at all and refused, she was no longer angry, but extremely surprised. This Ding Yu is really resolute, but she doesn't know if he's doing the right thing. In the moment that Han Mengshu was pondering, a voice suddenly rang out, pulling the holy maiden out of her thoughts. The person loudly questioned, Mengshu, what are you staring at? The one who spoke was Han Mengshu's mentor, and when she saw Han Mengshu still staring at Ding Yu, she scolded, saying that they had been here for a while and she hadn't noticed, only staring at this little kid in front of her, forgetting the task her teacher gave her. As soon as the voice fell, Han Mengshu finally woke up from her actions and quickly explained to her Shifu that she didn't dare. But before Han Mengshu could finish her sentence, Han Mengshu's Shifu continued to ask, who is that Ding Yu? Why does he dare to stand on the peak of their Piaohua sect? After hearing clearly, Han Mengshu immediately quickly explained everything that had happened to her. Shifu, this is what happened. He On the peak of Piaohua sect, the clear blue sky combined with the fresh nature created a beautiful scene, and there, Han Mengshu was carefully recounting all the details.
After knowing everything, Han Mengshu's Shifu covered the shy smile on her lips with her hand and said shyly, "If that's the case, then she'll sacrifice her beauty a little." The other disciples of Piaohua sect behind her clearly heard what their Shifu had just said, and couldn't help but be surprised and dumbfounded. Even holy maiden Han Mengshu was shocked by her Shifu's sudden change,
Panicking and raising her hand to stop her, and crying out in a panic, "What?"
The rogue cultivators standing and witnessing the whole scene just now continued to discuss with each other. It seems that the Piaohua sect's beauty trap didn't work. Before this rogue cultivator's words had finished, another rogue cultivator spoke up.
"Moreover, Piaohua sect is here. Several major forces will discuss the main issues when the ancient ruins open." Standing and listening to the conversation for a while, someone couldn't help but interject, sadly expressing that,
by that time, rogue cultivators like them will have no chance to go in and drink soup. The small rogue cultivators all understood that they couldn't possibly enter the ruins and seize the opportunity to advance on their own. And if they wanted to join a powerful faction, they were too weak. Suddenly, everyone simultaneously remembered Ding Yu's valiant and decisive actions just now, and a very bold idea appeared in their minds. Suddenly, the male rogue cultivators turned to look at each other, and saw that the other party had the exact same idea as them. A glimmer of hope suddenly flashed in their hearts. But Ding Yue isn't restricted, and he doesn't like women, so everyone felt like they had just discovered a new continent, so everyone quickly jumped up and headed straight for Ding Yu's location. The first person after reaching the mountain of Piaohua sect quickly went to the location where Ding Yu was sitting, and politely introduced himself. "Young Master Ding. He is a single male rogue cultivator, may I ask?"
Before the male rogue cultivator could finish speaking, he heard Ding Yue's voice, not angry but extremely majestic.
Scram.
Another male rogue cultivator, seeing this, was not discouraged at all, but only thought that the person in front didn't suit Ding Yu's taste. Because of this, he quickly stepped forward, trying hard to get acquainted. "Little Yu, I want." Hearing the extremely greasy, intimate address, combined with a very sissy, girly tone, Ding Yu's goosebumps rose all over his body, so angry that he wanted to make the person in front of him disappear immediately. "Are you courting death?" Even like this, but there are still people who are not willing to give up without trying. So they slowly stepped forward. Before that person had time to open his mouth, Ding Yu opened his mouth and blocked him, still coming to disturb him to death. The male rogue cultivator was still wanting to try his best, but seeing Ding Yu angry and decisively refusing like this, he was immediately frightened and just wanted to run away from there. Alright bro. Shu Xuan was at home and saw Ding Yu's performance just now through the sky-gazing mirror, and felt a little embarrassed that the words Shu Xuan instructed were all remembered by Ding Yu. But when he saw the actions of everyone constantly coming forward to get acquainted with Ding Yue, he couldn't help but smile happily. It seems that little Yue is also liked by many people. Thinking that there would be many interesting things happening in the future, Shu Xuan revealed a face full of anticipation. Moreover, the good show in Nanzhao has only just begun. Switching to another scene, inside the Shu family, and right at the place where Shu Xuan was, suddenly someone shouted loudly, "What?" Shu Xuan, who was following Ding Yu through the sky-gazing mirror, was also surprised by this loud sound, so he put on a look as if he had just woken up, extremely panicked and dazed. What happened? Knowing that no one could answer his doubts, and he could only find out on his own, Shu Xuan quickly looked to see why such a loud sound was being emitted. Shu Xuan was very curious and explored, and after seeing it, he was shocked. The main reason was that Shu Yuan, who had left for several years, had brought his son back. Could it be a bloody plot like father? The head of the Shu family, also Shu Tianming, when he saw that Shu Yuan, who had left home, had returned with a very haggard and tired face, couldn't help but be angry and loudly scolded. Questioning whether he knew to come back, Shu Yuan, being reprimanded, didn't dare to say anything but only silently listen. Shu Xuan, seeing Shu Yuan return, couldn't help but be curious and carefully observed, and nodded. His strength is already at the first level of the Harmony realm, worthy of being the most talented powerhouse of this generation of the Shu family. Shu Xuan, seeing Shu Yuan return home with his son, could vaguely guess the reason. Maybe he'll come to find him later. As expected, our protagonist guessed correctly. Only a moment later, Shu Yuan led his son to the gate of the place where Shu Xuan was. After finally spotting Shu Xuan, the Shu Yuan he'd been searching for immediately asked 13th bro aka Shu Xuan if he could ask a favor. The kid with Shu Yuan looked totally innocent and adorable. But, being so young, he didn't get what was going on and just flashed a bright smile, the kind that makes you want to pinch his cheeks. Shu Xuan watched Shu Yuan, all messed up for the sake of love, and couldn't help but sigh with pity. He used to be such a badass. Now he's all pathetic over a little romance. Shu Xuan just kept looking at Shu Yuan in front of him and was like, "Damn, this guy's something else." No wonder he's the direct disciple of their dad. He has learned everything well. from backing out of engagements. But hey, they're family after all. Can't just leave him hanging when he's down.
So Shu Xuan agreed. Spit it out. What do you want me to do? Hearing that, Shu Yuan felt a huge weight lift. He reached out and ruffled his son's hair, then introduced him to Shu Xuan. This is my son, Shu Pingfan. Shu Yuan wanted Shu Xuan to help him raise Shu Pingfan. Just let him live a normal life. Shu Yuan glanced at Shu Pingfan and saw him clutching a sword, staring at Shu Xuan with pure admiration. So he told Pingfan to call him 13th uncle.
Shu Pingfan listened right away and politely greeted him, 13th uncle. Seeing how obedient Shu Pingfan was, Shu Xuan gave a friendly smile and praised him. Seeing Shu Pingfan's face, so innocent and naive, Shu Xuan thought, looks harmless enough, but kinda simple and foolish, yeah. One look tells you his innate talent is nothing special. That's gotta be why he's named Pingfan, right?
Shu Yuan, who'd been quietly standing to the side, suddenly sighed.
The more he looked at his innocent son, Shu Pingfan, the more Shu Yuan remembered the girl he gave his heart to, the kid's mother. She was the daughter of a big clan. They were totally in sync and had Shu Pingfan. He thought they'd live happily ever after, but things took a turn for the worse. Her family wasn't gonna let her marry someone so beneath them, so they stepped in. The big clan sent their powerhouses to snatch her away. Shu Yuan and his wife were torn apart. Totally heartbreaking. To make matters worse, Shu Yuan almost didn't make it out alive. They only spared him because his wife begged them to. The more he thought about the woman he loved, Shu Pingfan's mom, the more determined Shu Yuan became to find her. He's got to go to Dongzhou. He's going to show them that Shu Yuan isn't some weakling. Seeing Shu Yuan's unwavering determination, Shu Xuan knew there was no talking him out of it. So, to put Shu Yuan's mind at ease, Shu Xuan kept promising to help. But in the end, he didn't forget to tell Shu Yuan, take care, third bro, I'll raise Pingfan to be a good kid.
While promising all that, Shu Xuan put his hand on Shu Yuan's shoulder. While Shu Yuan wasn't looking, he secretly used his power to create a protective layer, just in case.
Here's a life-saving card for you, third bro. As long as you don't run into a heavenly realm powerhouse, this should keep you safe. Shu Pingfan was just realizing something was up, and asked Shu Yuan with his innocent face, Dad, are you leaving Fanseer? Hearing that, Shu Yuan quickly reassured him, but didn't forget to instruct him. I'm going to find your mom. Be good, Fanseer. Listen to 13th uncle. Got it. Shu Pingfan, who'd been living with Shu Yuan, knew his dad was leaving to find his mom. He was sad, but he still obediently said, okay. Seeing that everything he was worried about was settled, Shu Yuan didn't waste another second, and immediately turned around and started on his journey to find Shu Pingfan's mom. As he left, Shu Yuan raised his hand to wave goodbye and announced to Shu Xuan, 13th bro, I'm off. Shu Xuan watched Shu Yuan's determined back, and quickly called out, Shu Yuan, take care.
As soon as Shu Yuan left, Shu Pingfan's smile vanished, replaced by a sad expression. He stood there silently, staring at the sword in his hand.
Shu Yun arrived right then, and saw Shu Pingfan like that. Her heart ached. She quickly approached him with a smile and started chatting. Pingfan, do you miss her? Seeing Shu Yun, Shu Pingfan's face lit up with an adorable smile. He politely answered,
yes, I do. Looking at the cute Shu Pingfan in front of her, Shu Yun couldn't help but feel sorry for him. She turned to Shu Xuan and hesitantly asked, 13th bro. Third bro he.
Shu Xuan knew what she wanted to say and slowly replied, everyone has their own path. Maybe this is Shu Yuan's. Hearing that, Shu Yun didn't bring up Shu Yuan's decision again,
but then she thought about Shu Yuan's son, Shu Pingfan, and felt a little worried, not knowing what to do. She said to Shu Xuan with difficulty, 13th bro, Pingfan's talent is a bit.
Shu Xuan saw what was on Shu Yun's mind, and smiled as he revealed his plan. I'll find materials to refine pills to upgrade his talent. Talent is important, sure, but Shu Xuan quickly reminded Shu Yun, wanting her to remember that talent isn't everything. Right after saying that, Shu Xuan turned and saw Shu Pingfan still clutching his weapon. So, he asked, Pingfan, you really like swords, don't you? Hearing about swords, Shu Pingfan got all excited. He gave a cheerful smile and politely answered,
I really do. Shu Xuan watched Shu Pingfan smiling so happily and asked why he liked it. Mentioning swords brought Shu Pingfan to life. Always enthusiastic, he answered Shu Xuan without hesitation. Because it's so cool. Because I like being cool.
Hearing that, Shu Xuan couldn't help but ask, don't you like swords? When swords came up, Shu Pingfan's face went totally flat, not as enthusiastic as before. This time, Shu Pingfan was super slow as he said, nope. After seeing Shu Xuan and Shu Pingfan's conversation end, Shu Yun quickly told Shu Xuan that she was going out to train. She suddenly went quiet, confusing Shu Xuan. He was about to ask what was up, but before he could, Shu Yun started bragging to Shu Xuan. Since that little evil king fellow was so rotten, Shu Yun continued, she scammed him out of all his loot and refined it into loads of pills. As she finished speaking, she quickly produced a bottle of pills and offered it to Shu Xuan, saying, these pills are for you. Looking at the bottle of pills in Shu Yun's hand, Shu Xuan felt like he didn't have the vocabulary to express himself. He quickly declined Shu Yun's kind offer. I don't need them. The more Shu Xuan thought about that guy getting tricked by Shu Yun and willingly handing over everything he had, the more he couldn't help but criticize. Why bother licking his boots? After all that licking, you end up with nothing. Seeing that Shu Xuan wasn't going to take it, Shu Yun knew there was no point in pushing. So Shu Yun took the bottle back and turned to leave, but didn't forget to tell Shu Xuan, "Alright, I'm going back to the ancestral estate for a bit." Hearing that Shu Yun had to leave, Shu Xuan didn't try to stop her and immediately agreed. Go ahead.
After living here for a while, Shu Pingfan was starting to get used to everything. Shu Xuan couldn't help but think, looks like he's adapting to life in this little courtyard. Shu Xuan watched Shu Pingfan playing around with his sword so innocently and carefree and didn't quite know what to do.
Can't let Shu Pingfan go to a small world.
Because the world level is too low, even if he stays there for decades, he will still be a child. After thinking it over carefully, Shu Xuan called Shu Pingfan over. Pingfan, come here. Shu Pingfan was playing by himself and quickly ran over as soon as he heard Shu Xuan's voice, cheerfully calling out,
13th uncle. Looking at the obedient kid in front of him, Shu Xuan couldn't help but smile as he asked, Pingfan, how about 13th uncle teaches you how to use a sword? Shu Pingfan loved swords, so hearing that Shu Xuan would teach him, he got all excited and quickly replied, Okay, thank you 13th uncle.
Seeing the ordinary-looking saber that Shu Pingfan had been carrying around for days, Shu Xuan decided he had to find a different one. After careful selection, Shu Xuan finally found the saber he wanted, the ordinary saber, made from a branch cut from an ordinary tree in the small world.
The moment he got it, Shu Xuan handed it straight to Shu Pingfan.
Seeing the kid's beaming face, he quickly said, Here, this saber is for you. Shu Pingfan hugged the saber Shu Xuan just gave him, a happy smile spreading across his face as he carefully examined it. Watching Shu Pingfan like that, Shu Xuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself,
Everyone thinks this kid is dumb and has terrible talent, but who knows Shu Pingfan is a rare talent of extreme. Daoyo, Shu Xuan looked at Shu Pingfan carefully hugging the ordinary saber with a very happy expression
and couldn't help but observe Shu Pingfan even more carefully. Only extreme emotion can achieve extreme Dao. Now, Shu Pingfan has an extreme emotion for the saber. Only by carefully observing Shu Pingfan could Shu Xuan see through this. Shu Pingfan isn't as dull as everyone thinks. Moreover, this kid is enduring and wants to prove he's not stupid. A bit of anger for his parents. The more he looked at Shu Pingfan like that,
Shu Xuan couldn't help but smile, feeling more and more like the cultivation method he'd chosen was practically tailor-made for Shu Pingfan. The Heavenly Extreme Saber Sutra could finally be used. Despite its harsh cultivation, he hadn't found the right person to cultivate it. Shu Xuan, holding the cultivation method in his hand, was happy that he'd finally found someone who could use it. The Extreme Dao method
doesn't have any extreme items. Whether it flourishes depends on the cultivator. Pingfan's potential is no less than anyone else's. Compared to Wang Luo and Ding Yu, Shu Xuan looked at Shu Pingfan smiling happily, then thought about the cultivation method in his hand, unable to contain the joy in his heart, looking forward to Shu Pingfan's future. Shu Xuan secretly calculated, this kid is only 6 years old, started cultivating at 5. With my guidance, breaking through to the Emperor realm before he's 20 shouldn't be a problem. Shu Xuan thought about the outstanding achievements Shu Pingfan could achieve, and couldn't help but click his tongue. A 20-year-old Emperor realm expert.
I wouldn't dare say he's the only one from ancient times to the present, but he's definitely a rare treasure. Shu Xuan looked forward to Shu Pingfan's future even more, determined to train Shu Pingfan carefully, both for Pingfan's sake and for his own. In his heart, Shu Xuan was even more determined. An Emperor realm expert under 20, trained by me, will definitely trigger a generous system reward, worth looking forward to. The more Shu Xuan thought about it, the more he couldn't wait and laughed,
then quickly handed the book containing the cultivation method to Shu Pingfan.
After that, Shu Xuan tentatively suggested to Pingfan that his 13th uncle would teach him the Saber Sutra. Shu Pingfan heard those words from Shu Xuan.
Without any hesitation, he happily accepted, and quickly said, Thank you, 13th uncle.
Shu Pingfan also understood how much Shu Xuan cared about him. That's why, after receiving it, he strongly promised 13th uncle that he liked this cultivation method very much, and he would definitely try his best to cultivate it. Shu Xuan saw Shu Pingfan's great determination, was very happy, but also did not forget to instruct, Pingfan must cultivate carefully, and also pay attention to discipline, not to fall into extremism because of the blindness of the heart. After Shu Pingfan received those sincere teachings, he felt extremely happy and admired Shu Xuan more and more. Shu Pingfan assured 13th uncle that he understood and would definitely cultivate well. Shu Xuan was extremely satisfied to see Shu Pingfan carefully remember every word he taught. That's why he decided to teach Shu Pingfan well. Starting from today, let him nurture the saber. Looking at Shu Pingfan's back
and the small hands that tightly gripped the green saber, Shu Xuan thought about the cultivation method he had just given to Shu Pingfan.
Nurturing the saber is the first stage of cultivation of the Heavenly Extreme Saber Sutra, and also the first step into the Extreme Tao. Nurturing the saber looks very simple, just like an ordinary person. But once the saber is nurtured successfully, one will ascend to the sky in one step, reaching an extremely high realm. Shu Xuan was very much looking forward to it.
Not knowing what level Shu Pingfan could reach when he used that cultivation method, what height will Pingfan reach on the day of nurturing the saber, the illusion realm or the fusion realm, or even the true realm, to allow Shu Pingfan to take full advantage of his abilities?
Shu Xuan decided to help Shu Pingfan prepare well. First of all, it is necessary to temper the flesh a little for Pingfan, and then he reached into the mysterious gate that had just appeared nearby. After choosing a herb that suited his needs, Shu Xuan took it out. Without hesitation, Shu Xuan had decided that Wang Luo would refine emperor-grade medicinal paste. Holding the herb carefully in his hand, Shu Xuan couldn't help but smile proudly, extremely confident that Shu Pingfan would reach a height that few others could reach. Such confidence was also because he started using emperor-grade medicinal paste to temper his flesh from a young age. Even the descendants of aristocratic human kings did not have this treatment.
In the distance behind Shu Pingfan, Su Xianhe and Wang Luo were standing and watching. After witnessing Shu Xuan's actions just now, Wang Luo could vaguely guess what Shu Xuan was planning, but he was not sure, and hesitated a little. "Master, isn't it possible to directly upgrade his talent?" Even Su Xuan, even though she had been following Shu Xuan for a long time, could not see what Shu Xuan was planning, and she could not know what her master was thinking. After chatting with Su Xianhe for a while, Wang Luo decided to leave and do something. Before leaving, Wang Luo did not forget to inform Su Xianhe that he was going to refine a pill to upgrade talent. Speaking of this, Wang Luo suddenly stopped, looked at Shu Pingfan, and said the reason a few seconds later, which was because when he saw Pingfan, he thought of his previous treatment in the Wang family. Time continued to pass. Not waiting for anyone, suddenly winds appeared from nowhere, passing by this place unintentionally. After Wang Luo successfully refined the elixir for Shu Pingfan, he quickly ran to tell Pingfan without hesitation.
Shu Pingfan was training. Seeing that it was Wang Luo who had arrived, he was very happy, but politely called Wang Luo Uncle Wang. After seeing that Shu Pingfan had come to him, Wang Luo opened his palm, showed the blue elixir that he had just refined to Shu Pingfan, and hurriedly urged Shu Pingfan to eat this elixir quickly. Shu Xuan stood nearby. Seeing Wang Luo's actions, he was not surprised, and said to Shu Pingfan, "If you want to eat it, eat it. Just treat it like candy." Shu Xuan did not intend to stop or take any other action when he saw the elixir that Shu Pingfan was holding in his hand.
Because for Shu Pingfan, the elixir that upgrades talent has no effect on him. It is just for the taste. Shu Pingfan felt Wang Luo's and Shu Xuan's care, and was very happy.
He put the elixir into his mouth, without hesitation, with a joyful expression as if he had just eaten a real sweet candy. Wang Luo went through a lot of hardships to successfully refine that elixir. After giving it to Shu Pingfan, he was very much looking forward to it, but after waiting for a long time, nothing happened, which made Wang Luo worried in his heart. Why is there no change? There is no problem with the elixir that he refined. Wang Luo was very confused, and then turned to ask Shu Xuan about the reason why Pingfan had not changed. Seeing Wang Luo so nervous, Shu Xuan slowly explained, "Wang Luo, the reason is that this child's Tao is not the same as yours, not the same as the thousands of martial arts in the world." After hearing clearly what Shu Xuan had just said, Wang Luo could not believe it, and wanted to understand more, so he continued to ask Shu Xuan, "Why is it not the same?" This time, after receiving Wang Luo's question, Shu Xuan did not answer immediately, but instead smiled, and said to Wang Luo very mysteriously that he would know later. Wang Luo was looking forward to knowing the answer, but Shu Xuan's words made him even more confused. His whole body stood still, not knowing how to react. As the conversation ended, Shu Xuan looked up at the sky. It was both blue and peaceful, and he secretly calculated in his heart, "It should be in 3 or 4 days that the ancient ruins of Mount Baisheng will be opened. There is no need to guess that at the same time, in the ancient ruins of Mount Baisheng, those old guys, if it is not unexpected, plan to kill Ding Yu when the ancient ruins are opened." But thinking that Ding Yu has been taught very carefully by him, Shu Xuan is very confident, because people like them cannot trap Ding Yu. Suddenly some rays of light appeared, attracting Shu Xuan's attention away from the matters in the ancient ruins of Mount Baisheng. The source of the light was from the Jingxi Liuli Pagoda. While Shu Xuan was very surprised by this sudden change, suddenly a figure appeared that looked like the venerable monks inside the solemn temples. Seeing that scene, Shu Xuan couldn't help but be astonished, because it finally got converted.
But before he could celebrate for too long,
Shu Xuan quickly snapped back to reality and hastily condensed his power. In just a moment, a red mark appeared in Shu Xuan's palm. Even though he's converted, can't be too sure. What if something happens? And also to be safe, he should still plant a soul imprint to be certain. A faint golden halo appeared around the newly converted guy, radiating intermittently, illuminating everything nearby. The mysterious high monk had one hand behind his back, and the other clasped in front, extremely reverent before him, saying, "My Buddha is merciful." After the mysterious high monk stepped in front of Shu Xuan, he immediately bowed respectfully, and said sincerely to our protagonist, "Greetings, my Buddha." A halo also appeared around Shu Xuan. Seeing himself being revered, Shu Xuan felt incredibly pleased, clasped his hands behind his back, and said slowly to the high monk with great satisfaction, "Rise." In that instant, the system's voice suddenly rang out, delivering the rewards in Shu Xuan's mind, announcing that because he didn't even leave his house to convert the world's #1 Buddha, the rewards are a 24th grade Tao Lotus, Buddha Golden Body, Demon Subduing Staff, 7 Treasures Kasaya, and 100 Years of Cultivation. Shu Xuan, with his eyes closed, couldn't help but secretly laugh in his heart after carefully hearing each reward the system gave. As expected, it's the #1 Buddha. The rewards are extremely generous.
Moreover, it just so happens that he can bestow them upon Malatuo. He thought it, and he did it.
So Shu Xuan hurriedly gave the 3 items he just received to the mysterious high monk, with the excuse that today he joined his Buddha sect, and for that reason he would bestow upon him the Buddha Golden Body, Demon Subduing Staff, and 7 Treasures Kasaya. When the high monk heard what Shu Xuan said, he was incredibly grateful,
and respectfully knelt down to the ground, extremely grateful in his heart for Shu Xuan's action. "Thank you, Buddha, for bestowing this upon me."
Immediately afterward, that poor monk quickly got busy with what he had just received. Shu Xuan was overjoyed to see this, and then informed the high monk that his name was Matugeo, and since he had converted to Buddhism, worldly affairs no longer concerned him. Today he bestowed upon him the name Namo Buddha. Namo Buddha. After receiving his new name from Shu Xuan, he respectfully clasped his hands together and bowed to express his sincere gratitude to Shu Xuan. "Thank you, Buddha, for bestowing my name." Shu Xuan asked Namo Buddha to cultivate the golden body and diligently cultivate the Buddha Dharma. Wang Luo saw the light flash and instinctively raised his hand to block it. Wang Luo was surprised to see the strange man in the distance. He was wearing a kasaya, holding a staff in one hand and clasping the other in front of his chest. Wang Luo frowned and thought,
"Who is this guy?" The weird clothes on his body and the staff in his hand are all divine artifacts. Even above divine artifacts, Namo Buddha clasped his hands together, chanting scriptures. Amitabha, Amitabha. Then he soared into the sky. Wang Luo looked up at Shu Xuan, asking across the space, "Who is he?" "A heavenly realm powerhouse. The power on his body is strangely strong and surging. It's a type of power I've never heard of before," Shu Xuan replied. "It's Namo Buddha, a Buddhist follower under me," Wang Luo asked, puzzled. "Is he a senior brother?" Shu Xuan only said, "Yes and no. Namo Buddha's path is different from theirs. Wait for Namo Buddha to cultivate his golden body, and then he will interrogate some matters."
Initially, during the great battle in the ancient devil battlefield, the devil race invaded Nan province. Shu Xuan put his hand on his chin, pondering. Receiving the reward of 100 years of cultivation, breaking through to the 8th stage of the venerable realm, Shu Xuan stood up, exuding a powerful force, and the surrounding spiritual energy fluctuated.
The ancient ruins of White Peak Mountain are about to open. Time to find some excitement. Shu Xuan raised his hand, and the scenery of White Peak Mountain appeared before him. Currently, a circular halo appeared, along with the majestic mountain and buildings. On each peak was a person standing there. Ding Yu stood coldly, arms crossed, holding his sword.
The black gate appeared, opening the ancient ruins.
Someone shouted,
"The ancient ruins have opened." Thousands upon thousands of people who were present flew in.
The Nine-Sword Mountain sect and Shi Wangting quickly entered. The floating flower pavilion seemed calmer,
filled with beautiful ladies in orange robes.
Han Yingmeng worriedly grabbed her hand and transmitted her voice to remind Ding Yu,
"Be careful. The Nine-Sword Mountain and the Great Qian Empire want to kill Ding Yu." Han Yingmeng looked at Ding Yu in the distance,
frowning as she thought, "Why did I transmit my voice to remind this jerk?" Ding Yu thought, "What does this Han Yingmeng mean? A kind reminder? Or does she want to take this opportunity to gain his favor and approach him?"
Ding Yu blushed. "Dream on. Don't even think about messing with his daddy-o heart. So what if they surround and kill him? And so what if they are a semi-emperor?"
Ding Yu sneered contemptuously. and then jumped into the ancient ruins.
Up in the sky, the clouds swirled with mixed blue and black lightning arcs. A towering stone statue stood there, but it was missing an entire arm. Ding Yu leaped right in front of the statue. Ding Yu recognized this statue as the founding ancestor of Baisheng Mountain. The sect was also named after him. Ding Yu looked at the nameplate carved beneath the Baisheng statue. He was also a renowned expert in the history of the ancient southern continent. Unexpectedly, the sect he founded had already been destroyed. Ding Yu stood right in the middle of a large purple formation. A footstep flashing past. 4 figures had already surrounded Ding Yu. In front of Ding Yu stood 4 half-emperors, and behind them, a crowd. Shifu Han Meng turned to ask her, "Are you really not going to step in?" Han Meng retorted. "There's no need. We don't have that deep a grudge against Ding Yu. Even if I'm mad at him, I wouldn't risk ganging up on him with this bunch of creeps." Shi Wangting clasped his hands behind his back, telling the group surrounding Ding Yu that he felt ashamed to be on the same side as them. The crowd looked at Shi Wangting, thinking that even a demonic cultivator like him was talking about righteous rules. Seemed like this Shi Wangting really had a screw loose. Someone turned to Shi Wangting and said,
asking if he wanted to defend the weak and intervene. Shi Wangting replied, "Though I, Shi Wangting, might be righteous, I'm not the type to meddle in others' business. I just look down on you guys, that's all.
Half-emperors are just a bunch of trash who couldn't break through to the emperor realm anyway." Ding Yu crossed his arms disdainfully, making the faces of those around him darken. The green-haired man roared angrily, calling Ding Yu an arrogant brat. Ding Yu just propped himself up with his sword,
arrogantly saying he had the right to be arrogant.
Ding Yu raised his sword mockingly towards a half-emperor. "Your Excellency is a rogue cultivator. Reaching this realm wasn't easy. Did you come here looking to die too?" The words infuriated the half-emperor. He clenched his fists tightly, veins popping on his face, yelling, "Young man, don't be so arrogant." Ding Yu challenged him straight up, saying, "If you want to die, I, Ding Yue, will kill you first." Upon hearing this, the half-emperor, sweat started pouring down his face, frozen on the spot. The half-emperor gritted his teeth, thinking,
he's just at the true realm 9th layer. I'm a half-emperor. How could 4 half-emperor experts trying to kill him get reverse-killed by him instead? Ding Yu then turned his sword towards Tian Tingshan. He raised an eyebrow and asked pointedly, "Tian Tingshan, I, Ding Yu, am actually curious. When did I offend Tian Tingshan?" Tian Tingshan answered, "Ying Jiankong is my grandson-in-law." Ding Yu understood the issue. "Got it. So you're trying to stand up for your trash grandson-in-law, huh? No wonder Ying Jiankong is such trash, it'd be weird if he wasn't." Hearing Ding Yu's scornful words,
Tian Tingshan snapped. He flew into a rage, shouting, "You're asking for death?" Tian Tingshan gathered all his strength,
summoning his power, striking towards Ding Yue. The flames of his power surged,
transforming into birds engulfed in a sea of blue fire, hurtling swiftly towards Ding Yu. Ding Yu raised his sword and slashed once, dissipating all the power Tian Tingshan had thrown at him, taunting, "Old man, this fire of yours is even worse than my junior brother's." Ding Yu chanted an incantation. Numerous swords materialized around Ding Yu, wreathed in sparks of red fire. Ding Yu shouted, "Kill!" Ding Yu flew up, launching the swords downwards to strike.
"I, Ding Yu, am someone who aims for the peak of the sword down. How could I let trash half-emperors like you stop me?" The Tian Tingshan group stared blankly. "Today, I, Ding Yu, will slay a half-emperor." One sword strike slashed into Tian Tingshan's shoulder. Blood spurted everywhere. The other half-emperor turned tail and ran from Ding Yu's ferocity, his face pale with fear, sweating profusely, shouting as he fled, "Stop him!" Only Tian Tingshan's group remained to continue fighting Ding Yu. Ding Yu didn't give a damn. He just charged straight at that fleeing demi-emperor to teach him a lesson, yelling, "I said I'd kill you, and I will. Who can stop me?" Sword fall across the horizon. Ding Yu soared up, raised his sword, and slashed at that demi-emperor while the Heavenly Peak sect guys rushed to intercept. The demi-emperor managed to block Ding Yu's first strike. Ding Yu got pissed. He was determined to finish the job. This demi-emperor couldn't block it, and even his pseudo-domain would shatter. The Heavenly Peak sect ganged up on Ding Yu, while the other guy kept running. With Ding Yu unleashing that sword strike, the old geezer in the Heavenly Peak sect saw his chance. Ding Yu only wanted to kill the demi-emperor. The old man flew behind Ding Yu and stabbed him in the back. The blade barely missed Ding Yu's right chest. He froze, stunned. Just then, Ding Yu's sword landed squarely on the demi-emperor, killing him instantly. Strangely, Ding Yu's wound healed itself, and the demi-emperor's corpse vanished. All that was left was a blood-stained robe as witness. The remaining 3 demi-emperors were now even more wary of Ding Yu's power. Ding Yu grinned mockingly. "So what if you're a demi-emperor? If I say I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Who told you to not know your own limits?" Liu Pingfeng thought to himself. "We need to kill him while he's injured, or he'll become a huge problem later." Ding Yu pointed his sword at the Heavenly Peak sect bunch again, and challenged, "I can still kill one more. Who wants to die?" The old geezer in the Heavenly Peak sect immediately said, "You two, keep him busy for a moment." Those 2 stepped forward. The old geezer stood behind,
gathering power. The Heavenly Peak sect members wore triumphant, sinister grins. Holding Dingyu off for a moment is no problem. A single sword strike from a demi-emperor powerhouse. Its power is not far from matching the power of application of sword. Dingyu then pulled out 3 golden pills, the unique pills of Nine Swords Mountain. Dingyu popped all 3 pills into his mouth. The Heavenly Peak sect realized what was happening and shouted, "Oh no! He has Emperor pills!" Yikes! The dagger stabbed right into the chest. He just stood there. Right at that moment, Dingyu's sword landed squarely on the demi-emperor, killing him instantly. Strangely, Dingyu's wound healed itself, and the demi-emperor's corpse vanished. All that was left was a blood-stained robe as witness. The remaining 3 demi-emperors were now even more wary of Dingyu's power. Dingyu grinned mockingly. "So what if you're a demi-emperor? If I say I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Who told you to not know your own limits?" Liu Pingfeng thought to himself. "We need to kill him while he's injured, or he'll become a huge problem later." Dingyu pointed his sword at the Heavenly Peak sect bunch again, and challenged, "I can still kill one more. Who wants to die?" The old geezer in the Heavenly Peak sect immediately said, "You two, keep him busy for a moment." Those 2 stepped forward. The old geezer stood behind, gathering power. The Heavenly Peak sect members wore triumphant, sinister grins. Holding Dingyu off for a moment is no problem. A single sword strike from a demi-emperor powerhouse. Its power is not far from matching the power of application of sword. Dingyu then pulled out 3 golden pills, the unique pills of Nine Swords Mountain. Dingyu popped all 3 pills into his mouth. The Heavenly Peak sect realized what was happening and shouted, "Oh no! He has Emperor pills!" The Heavenly Peak sect appeared knowledgeable. Emperor pills? Even the Dacian Empire doesn't have that many pills. It's not easy for the Heavenly Peak sect to craft Emperor pills, and Dingyu swallowed 2 directly. Dingyu took out a bottle of medium-grade Emperor pills and said disparagingly to the Heavenly Peak sect, "Why are you so surprised? It's just an Emperor pill. This thing is not worth much. My junior brother refines a pile." Heavenly Peak sect opened their mouths wide. "What? Another mid-grade Emperor pill? Low-grade Emperor pills are extremely rare." Dingyu chuckled. "Called it. What a bunch of trash. You're already this shocked by a mid-grade Emperor pill. Hurry up and make your move, you old geezer from Nine Swords Mountain. Bust out your one and only sword already. I'll be right here waiting." Liu Pingfeng was thinking seriously. Dingyu ate an Emperor pill, his injuries completely healed. What a glutton. That Emperor pill was refined by his junior brother. Just what level of powerhouse is Dingyu's Shifu? The old man from the Heavenly Peak Mountain crowd started chanting, raising his sword in defense. But in his heart he was still worried. Things have come to this. Only by going all out can we kill this walking disaster. Dingyu. A huge beam of light shone down from the sky, along with a booming laugh that shook the heavens. Han Yingmeng exclaimed, "Not good, quick, let's go find the ancient ruins." Dingyu sensed something bad was about to happen. Then he just started laughing like crazy. "Heh, the treasure's already been taken by someone else, what can you do about it?" With that, Dingyu just bounced, leaving the Heavenly Peak Mountain folks and Liu Pingfeng standing there like total chumps. "Not playing with you old fossils anymore. This daddy's gotta go find treasure." The Heavenly Peak Mountain guys started screaming, "Oh no, he's getting away!" Deep within the ancient ruins, at White Victory Mountain, Shi Wangting was standing next to the corpse of a soldier that was stabbed, the evil sword still inside of him. Ding Wang then proceeded to pull that sword out of the dead soldier. Shi Wangting was grinning from ear to ear. A top-grade emperor weapon. Shu Xuan, watching Shi Wangting through the soul imprint mirror, murmured, "Doesn't this affect his IQ at all? I'm getting a weird vibe from this Shi Wang dude. Unless cultivating demonic arts actually fries your brain," Shu Xuan thought out loud. He continued, "The information I got from the Black Moon Tower mentioned White Victory Mountain. White Victory Mountain is a sect known for body refinement. Even if it has suffered great losses, it still left countless treasures, broken emperor weapons, and all kinds of materials suitable for refining. Not to mention there should be a lot of precious spiritual herbs in the herb garden." Dingyu flew down and smashed the protective qi surrounding the herb garden with his sword, fragments flying everywhere. Dingyu used some magic to lift up all the wooden boxes, intending to take some spiritual herbs back for his junior brother Wang Luo to practice alchemy. Dingyu then used a spell to open up the wooden boxes, which were filled with spiritual herbs. Suddenly, Dingyu noticed Han Yingmeng arriving, so he quickly cast a spell to close the boxes back up. Dingyue drew his sword and pointed it straight at Han Yingmeng. "This is mine. You dare take one step closer, and don't blame me for being rude." Han Yingmeng immediately stopped in her tracks. She retorted, "This isn't yours either, you just happened to run into it." Dingyu yelled, "Sword clones!" Dingyu's sword split into 5 identical blades. Dingyu used the 5 swords to block the path, preventing Han Yingmeng from entering, pointing all his blades at her. Han Yingmeng retaliated by releasing a wave of flower petals,
shattering Ding Yu's blockade. I haven't even used my swordplay yet, and Ding Yu's true power is already this strong. Han Yingmeng gracefully walked through. Seeing this, Ding Yue warned, "Keep destroying things, and when I'm done picking the herbs I'm going to kill you." Han Yingmeng then said with a sweet voice, "Ding Yue, I want a jade beauty everlasting flower," she thought to herself. "Am I really this unattractive?" Ding Yu coldly replied, "What makes you think I should give it to you?" Han Yingmeng pleaded. "Let's trade. I'll give you an emperor pill. In exchange." Ding Yu pulled out his bottle of mid-grade emperor pills and said, "I wouldn't even pick up what you're holding if you threw it on the ground. Trade for it. Dream on." Han Yingmeng was shocked. A mid-grade emperor pill.
She stood there stunned, thinking, if even an emperor pill isn't enough, what else do I have to trade with? Ding Yu then continued bluntly, "Doesn't your sacred maiden of the flowery fragrance sect have plenty of spiritual herbs? Cough up some of those. If you have something I like, I might treat you better." "Fine. Let's just make do then, and consider this as me being at a disadvantage. I will trade it to you then." Ding Yu generously handed the spiritual herb to Han Yingmeng, who happily accepted it. Ding Yu turned his back and muttered, "To think you are a sacred maiden of the flowery fragrance sect, you sure are poor, dirt poor in this tiny world." Namwu Buddha up on the mountain finally finished condensing his golden body, and the light radiating from behind him was blindingly bright. On the mountaintop, in the courtyard, Namwu Buddha knelt down, hands clasped in greeting toward Shu Xuan, who was sprawled casually in his chair. "Greetings, my Buddha." Shu Xuan barely glanced at him, and replied, Yeah, let's talk in the ancient battle demon ground." So Namwu Buddha started spilling the tea, telling Shu Xuan how he used to be a pretty powerful great elder branch of the demon race, with a cultivation of heavenly realm 8th level, until one day, a human race powerhouse showed up, scheming to help the demon race snatch the northern region. But it was actually a plot targeting the northern region and the demon race that finally got Shu Xuan to raise an eyebrow and look at Namwu Buddha, asking, "What plot? Wu Ren Wang of the northern region?"
This answer made Shu Xuan seriously confirm it was the battle of human kings and emperor sovereigns of the great Qin Ying.
However, Qin Ying was just one side of the human king battle.
The other side of the human king battle was the human race god realm.
Shu Xuan was already sweating bullets. It involves god realm powerhouses again. Could it be that Qin Ying at his peak was a god realm powerhouse? Heavenly realm peak is equivalent to demigod?
Namwu Buddha replied, in order to advance his cultivation even further, the God Realm powerhouse planned for the demon race to invade the southern continent. From then on, it was a scheme for the suffering of the northern region race.
The purpose was that when the human race of the northern region encountered disaster, they would try to turn the situation around and take the great luck of the first human king of the northern region to break through to the God Realm and enter an even higher realm. Sadly, Qin Ying had already detected the plan of that God Realm powerhouse, and in order not to let the human race fall into suffering, he resolutely took action in conjunction with the northern region powerhouse to stop the invasion of the demon race, and also unified the luck of the southern continent, western continent, northern continent, and eastern continent. All continents had powerhouses take a share of the luck of each continent, condense it into supreme treasure artifacts, transport the luck into space, and directly destroy the God Realm's plan. In the end, the demon race fought a battle with the God Realm powerhouse of the human race, and both sides suffered losses.
There are 5 supreme treasure artifacts of northern region's luck in the ancient battle demon ground, and you guys are all planning for the supreme treasure artifacts of northern pole's luck. Namwu Buddha. At Shu Xuan's question, he could only put on a oily face. Who knew that the 5 continents luck of the northern region would obtain the luck of the northern region and have the opportunity to peak at the human king of the northern region? But he added, the demon race has a plan in place. After the demon race god old died, his reincarnated soul will participate in the competition when the ancient ground opens. Shu Xuan began to take the story of the ancient battle demon ground seriously. Wanting to compete for the supreme treasure artifacts of luck has cultivation restrictions. Not above Emperor Realm, cannot participate. Beyond the Emperor Realm, the supreme treasure artifacts of luck cannot recognize a master. Namwu Buddha's answer was full of helplessness, as if Shu Xuan had expected it all along. He knew that the treasures of luck were being fought over by the sons of luck, like Ding Yu. The sons of luck of the southern continent and the northern region from up to 3 continents are related to him. Shu Xuan thought that if he brought the sons of luck of the 5 continents under his command, or even cultivated the first human king from the northern region, then the system rewards for him would definitely be very generous.
Shu Xuan hoped to create a human king from the northern region to control him like a puppet. The battle for the northern region human king must be under his control, and the one who ascends to the human king of the northern region must be his own person, and he himself is the manipulator behind the scenes, the Shifu of the human king. Considering how to control the situation of the demon ancient ground, it must be someone with strong strength. Even God Realm is not enough to grasp. Having obtained useful information from Namwu Buddha, Shu Xuan threw him some Buddhist methods to practice, and he happily accepted accepted the gift from Shu Xuan. In his heart, Shu Xuan thought that Namu Buddha would break through to the God realm before the ancient battle demon ground opened, and would also have someone under his command to run errands in the God realm, or perhaps even control the situation. Venerable One, the image of Shu Xuan's disciple appeared. Shu Xuan was thinking about retrieving Du Yuan's myriad heaven imprint to prevent it from being needed at some point. Take this communication talisman. You can go to the southern continent and wait for your opportunity. But remember not to expose yourself, Shu Xuan instructed, and threw the talisman to his disciple. Having received the talisman, the person also disappeared. Shu Xuan used the seven-colored divine light. Zhen Tian, divine general, and Wan Fei, saber servant, saw a woman cultivating. Shu Xuan used illusionary techniques to appear in front of that blue-haired girl. The girl was stunned, surprised to see the illusion of Shu Xuan gradually appearing. Greetings, senior. Are you Luo Ying or Qin Ying? Shu Xuan asked the girl aloofly. Who are you? This time, the blue-haired girl was really panicked. Hey kid, no need to be tense. This venerable one can see through anyone's background with a single glance. Meeting is fate. Being able to meet this venerable one is a great opportunity for you, Shu Xuan said arrogantly. And before that aura, the girl became much more obedient. May I ask if senior is Luo Human King? Never heard of that name, Luo Human King. Shu Xuan was a little puzzled. Luo Human King? That little brat? I met him many years ago. A little brat with talent? This answer made the woman stunned. The Luo Human King was just a little brat in his mouth. Senior is the venerable one. How could I remember how many years ago it was? Countless little brats have called me. Along with Shu Xuan's announcement, the girl waited with bated breath for the answer. The number one Tao Venerate of the ages. Neck twister extraordinaire. Undying. Eternal. Imperishable. The dashing and unparalleled great majesty, the supreme saint of virtue throughout the myriad heavens and realms, Shu Xuan, with a badass introduction. The blue-haired girl, who was just stunned by Shu Xuan's appearance, is now bowing with hands clasped before him. Qin Ying greets the dashing and unparalleled great majesty, the supreme saint of virtue, senior. Shu Xuan offered to take Qin Ying as a nominal disciple because he felt a connection between them. However, this made Qin Ying a little confused. My talent is so strong, I have the bloodline of a human king. And he's only taking me as a nominal disciple. Seemingly able to read Qin Ying's mind, Shu Xuan asked, Do you feel like I'm burying your potential? But unexpectedly, immediately after that, Qin Ying kowtowed, acknowledging Shu Xuan as her Shifu. Qin Ying greets Shifu. Now that you're under my banner, do you have any requests? Qin Ying didn't stand on ceremony and said directly, Shifu, this disciple lacks a powerful body cultivation technique. It seemed Shu Xuan felt that such a request was too little, so he asked again, Don't you have any other requests? For example, the situation you set up with your own hands. Shu Xuan's question greatly surprised Qin Ying. Shifu is too terrifying, he even knows about this. Then, Qin Ying resolutely said, reporting to Shifu, In my entire life, Qin Ying has never relied on my status to bully others. Nor have I lost to anyone of the same realm. What belongs to me, I will take back with my own hands, and I will avenge my own grudges. It seems Shu Xuan was very satisfied with Qin Ying's answer, and he also promised to let Qin Ying fight in the same realm, without any situations of bullying the weak with strength, but also reminded her that victory or defeat depends on Qin Ying herself. Many thanks, Shifu. Her face lit up. Qin Ying said she wanted a body cultivation technique, and Shu Xuan had plenty, but they were too strong, and Qin Ying couldn't cultivate in the spirit realm yet. So Shu Xuan offered Qin Ying 3 trashy body cultivation minor techniques that are more suitable for Qin Ying's realm. The 3 Zhang Golden Body Art, the 100 Battles Demon Body, and the Dragon War Overlord Body. You can choose any of them. Shifu. I choose the Dragon War Overlord Body. Qin Ying chose without hesitation. Shu Xuan also told Qin Ying to cultivate diligently so that she could reach the myriad heavens and realms as soon as possible. To Shu Xuan, the human king of the 9 regions, or the human king of the northern region, were just paths to go through during cultivation. Only when one enters the myriad heavens and realms can one be considered to have taken the first step on the path of a powerful person. Shu Xuan's words were still too difficult for Qin Ying to understand, but he also promised that if Qin Ying could enter the myriad heavens and realms, he could make an exception and take her as an inner disciple. I, Qin Ying, will definitely go to the myriad heavens and realms and become Shifu's 11th disciple. The human king of the northern region is definitely mine. I must also become the first human king of the 9 regions human race. Only then will I be qualified to become Shifu's inner disciple. That was the promise Qin Ying made to herself. It wasn't until Shu Xuan's illusion disappeared that Qin Ying realized she hadn't asked Shu Xuan how to turn a woman's body into a man's body without being rejected by the great Tao. In the courtyard, Shu Xuan leisurely lay on his chair, thinking, Rengang must be a disciple under my command. It's useless for anyone to fight for him. Su Xian isn't far from the Emperor realm anymore. She's about to break through. Next is Ding Yu, And then Wang Luo. Shu Xuan also intends to bring Shu Yun into the small world to cultivate, so that the Shu family will have another Emperor Realm expert.
A great battle broke out on Baisheng Mountain, and an ancient emperor's soul recovered. The recovered ancient emperor's soul is an exquisitely engraved golden token. Is it the remnant soul of a strong man from Baisheng Mountain? Or the remnant soul of an invader at Baisheng Mountain,
where a great battle is breaking out? Corpses lie everywhere, and souls float aimlessly.
Blood refinement soul devour, Ji Wangting shouted, his eyes flashing.
Surrounded by a terrifying blood aura. Stop him quickly. After this king refines his soul, after Shi Wangting's order, his subordinates focus their attacks on a soul floating in the air. Shi Wangting demands to refine other people's souls, and pretends to be righteous, considering himself righteous, while others are vile villains who die without knowing it. Along with Shi Wangting's shout and pale face, his surrounding subordinates fell down one by one. A rain of blood sprayed out, staining the sky red. The soul that Shi Wangting demanded to refine screamed, "Die, all of you!" Those who remained were terrified. This is bad. Streams of light struck the demon race. Everyone there was completely dumbfounded, like, no way a ghost could pull off a soul-splitting trick to fake that. Suicide attack, then bail. Your body's gonna be mine, the ghost yelled, lunging at Ding Yu. Han Yingmeng finally got worried and said, run. Out of nowhere, a hit flew towards Ding Yu. Yingmeng jumped in to block it for him. Ding Yu gritted his teeth. Woman, don't. Yingmeng just looked innocent. Before the attack could even hit Ding Yu, Yingmeng's jaw dropped. Crap. Ding Yu started drifting off, entering some kind of illusion. He was in a cultivation stance, surrounded by swords. A ghost stood in front of Ding Yu, totally surprised. How is this possible? Ding Yue smirked, then raised both hands. 100 refinement spirit technique, immovable as a mountain. A bunch of swords flew towards the ghost. The ghost just barely managed to block all the swords. There was only one thought in his mind. Gotta get out of here. The ghost immediately bailed from Ding Yu's body. Ding Yue smiled. Wanna run? You think you can escape? Then he drew his sword, the soul-slaying sword. Tons of swords appeared, flying towards the ghost. What kind of technique is this? He couldn't dodge it, it was way too strong, and it was using the power of a 9th level True Realm cultivator to suppress a soul. Swoosh! The ghost got sliced in half. It fell hard, with a barrage of swords raining down on it. Ding Yu absorbed everything, taking the ghost's power as his own. Once the 100 refinement spirit technique was done with the ghost, Ding Yu asked everyone else, "Wanna throw down? Come at me." One of the guys in the crowd thought, Ding Yu seems a bit off right now. Seems like the soul invasion boosted his spiritual will, making it stronger. Then they all looked towards a different girl. Ji Wangting spoke up. What are you staring at? This king doesn't do the whole bullying the weak thing. Don't even think I'll make a move, Ding Yu angrily replied. Not gonna make a move? Fine, I'm leaving then. He turned around and walked away. Shu Xuan watched the whole thing through the mirror. The emperor-level soul was refined, his spiritual will is getting stronger and stronger, almost reaching the limit of the true realm. He's endlessly approaching the aura of the emperor realm. The ancient ruins of White Victory Mountain still have living people. How is that possible? Suddenly, a loud explosion sent Wang Ting flying. Someone waved their hand in the ancient ruins, and a black shadow shot out from the roof. Wang Ting was lucky enough to be caught by his soldiers. The stranger walked down, their hand glowing with a green aura. A soldier in front of them was holding a shovel. Boom! He went flying without even knowing what happened. The stranger ordered the other soldiers, place everything down. So Elder Qin went down and got the emperor's message, telling the white-haired dude, the one his master specifically told him about, to have Bai Xiaozhu hurry up and discuss things. But the white-haired dude was all high and mighty. Alright, Fatty Qin, I'll cut you some slack. Yes, please understand, young Master Bai. The white-haired dude hesitated. But those ants. Suddenly, he sensed someone entering, footsteps getting closer and closer. Then a figure appeared, sword in hand. It was Ding Yu. He walked into the hall. Curious, so this is inside the relic, huh? The white-haired dude got pissed, demanding, Ding Yu, stop right there, quick as lightning. Ding Yu was already in front of him, asking, what's up? The dude threatened Ding Yu. Hand over the treasures of White Victory Mountain, or you die. Ding Yu wasn't exactly a pushover. He scoffed. You think you're worthy? Feeling that Ding Yu was clueless, the white-haired dude narrowed his eyes and then attacked Ding Yu. They both flailed around like circus performers, one attacking, the other dodging, caught by surprise. Ding Yu felt this guy was totally shameless, daring to ambush him. He drew his sword. Seeing Ding Yu draw his sword, the white-haired dude gathered his power, preparing a move. He yelled, "You ignorant, arrogant fool!" The two clashed intensely, one white, one red, colliding fiercely. The bruised and battered white-haired dude struggled to parry Ding Yu's attacks. On the other side, Ding Yu wasn't doing much better, also looking pretty beat up. The fierce battle created deafening and powerful collisions of techniques.
The bald old dude tried to see them clearly,
thinking to himself, "Are these two up there risking their lives already?" Yu Pingfeng felt incredibly lucky that Ding Yu hadn't gone all out against him.
The elder of Nine Sword Mountain felt that these blows were too powerful for him to withstand. Elder Qin felt very happy that the great Qin had such a strong person appear.
Shi Wang felt that Ding Yu was in an unstable state.
Ding Yu now realized that this young master of White Victory Mountain was extremely powerful. Finally, someone who could make him feel pressure had appeared. If he fought this white-haired dude, he could definitely test his supreme sword Dao.
Breakthrough in battle, he must provoke this young master to go all out, Ding Yu challenged.
Young master of White Victory Mountain? Is that all you've got? The white-haired dude smirked. This is just an appetizer. Then, the white-haired dude unleashed another attack.
This time the move seemed much more powerful than before. In Ding Yu's eyes, this was the perfect opportunity.
One charged forward to attack. One stood his ground, preparing to defend. Then they both unleashed a barrage of attacks. Neither gained an advantage. The battle entered an extremely intense phase, still a fist and a sword. Attacks clashing fiercely. Ding Yu felt the white-haired dude's overwhelming power. This time his sword seemed much weaker. The white-haired dude finally gained the upper hand. He unleashed a move that sent Ding Yu flying, yelling at him, calling him a cowardly, arrogant rat. Ding Yu took a palm strike and was sent flying, dust and smoke everywhere. Ding Yu lay motionless on the ground. Is this it? Is he going to lose this time? But no, he's still holding his sword tight. Bai Mountain's young master knew that last hit wasn't enough to kill Ding Yu, so he taunted. Stop faking it. That little attack ain't gonna kill you, Ding Yu. Ding Yu was super tired this time, so he just stayed down, pleading, can't I rest for just a bit? But he couldn't let his Shifu down, so he sprung back up, ready to fight. My bad. Just a little warm-up. The white-haired dude started stretching his limbs. He asked, Kid, were you satisfied with that last one? Ding Yu arrogantly replied, Meh, average. The white-haired dude thought, this kid is seriously cocky, all bark and no bite, huh? This time, Ding Yu seriously hefted his sword. Let's see if this sword of mine is all show or not. The white-haired dude narrowed his eyes at Ding Yu. Then he jumped and yelled, take this! Ding Yu unleashed his first move. The white-haired dude felt the power was still so is that all you've got? Seems like your sword is pretty mediocre too. Bai Mountain's young master was already charging up for a counterattack. The two brutal moves collided, exploding everywhere with rumbling sounds. The power was immense. Ding Yu took a few steps back. Can't underestimate him, huh? The white-haired dude felt a bit dizzy. But it wasn't enough. He wanted Ding Yu to put more strength into it. Ding Yu replied, yeah, this move is pretty average, not satisfying at all. He felt the same. He thought both of them should use more power. The white-haired dude immediately decided, if that's the case, let's end this with one move, life or death. They both used their strongest moves and charged at each other. The white-haired dude was gathering crazy power. His inner energy shifted from white to blue. He yelled, Da! Over on Ding Yu's side, he also unleashed his strongest sword strike at the white-haired dude. The two moves collided. The air vibrated. Their eyes met, full of determination, both sure that their ultimate move was the strongest. The moves carried an insane aftershock. The fist force and sword intent merged together, making the moves feel like they could tear apart everything in their path. The onlookers were shocked. Everyone muttered, so scary. Didn't expect their moves to be this powerful. How is this possible? Is Ding Yu dead? Bai Xiaokong looked at his hand and saw a cut and muttered, He looked at it thoughtfully for a moment. Bai Xiaokong thought to himself, to actually injure me, seems like he does have some skill. Bai Xiaokong looked at Ding Yu and said, you should just stop here. And that's it. Ding Yu is just shaking. A few minutes ago there was a boom. That was because Bai Xiaokong punched and broke Ding Yu's sword.
Bai Xiaokong laughed scornfully and called Ding Yu cocky. You can't take it after just this much, haha. He said disdainfully that he didn't even use his full power.
And you. While he was talking, he looked at Ding Yu, muttering, that's not right. Why isn't Ding Yu dead yet? And why does he have this aura like he's using this battle to break through some kind of shackles? Bai Xiaokong sighed. Ding Yu is terrifying. He actually dares to have an epiphany during a battle like this. Plus, he even broke through his bottleneck. He's truly a rare genius. But Bai Xiaokong still clenched his fist.
But this genius is hindering our grand plan. He must die.
He advanced towards Ding Yue and yelled, rest in peace, Ding Yu. He struck Ding Yu, but he was as slippery as an eel. That's when he realized he'd been hit by the legendary God-tier evasion technique, Crescent Moon Phantom Image. He wondered, when did Ding Yu cast that? He angrily roared,
damn it, if you've got the guts, don't run. Stand right there for me. His shout echoed across the mountains. Ding Yu, happily lying on the opposite mountain, chuckled and said, that idiot is probably about to die, he thought. If he hadn't just broken through
and his foundation wasn't still shaky, he'd go back and beat him up. But he still seriously thought, no matter what, I gotta admit, that idiot is really strong. Throughout the entire 5 continents, besides my Shifu, he's probably the strongest. Luckily, his one attack made me realize what real combat is, stimulating my will to survive, allowing me to break the final shackle. Then he finally understood what his Shifu meant. The reason he wanted him to go out and gain experience was for him to become stronger, to interact with powerful cultivators, to rely on life-and-death battles to temper himself, so he could achieve a true breakthrough. He flew high into the sky and happily said
he had successfully broken through. Time to go back and deliver the good news to his Shifu.
As he was flying, he saw a ray of light. He thought, someone's coming. He flew higher and saw a woman. He thought, it's a woman. Don't tell me she's trying to mess with my sword intent. She saw him and immediately knew he was Ding Yu from Shu Xuan's courtyard. Ding Yu flew away while saying, HMPH. I won't let you get your way. It's important to go home and consolidate my cultivation and report to Shifu. She watched him and wondered, why is this guy being so noisy? Whatever, I'm not going to bother with him. I need to go find the ancient ruins first. Bai Xiaokong was standing in front of the entrance to the ancient ruins, causing a ruckus and demanding to be let in. Just then, she appeared and asked from afar, Elder Zhang Feng, what's all this noise about? Elder Zhang Feng heard this and told Bai Xiaokong, Your Majesty has arrived. Seeing this, Bai Xiaokong looked at her and said, So it's you. She walked closer and said,
Young Master Bai, long time no see. She looked at young Master Bai and asked, Why the long face? Aren't you happy to see me? Bai Xiaokong looked at her and sighed. If it weren't for that arrogant Ding Yu. Elder Zhang Feng heard this and said, I saw him earlier. Did you guys have a conflict? Bai Xiaokong, hearing this, angrily asked, What conflict? Mind your own business. First, tell me which way he went. I'm going to kill him, Bai Xiaokong angrily said. Ding Yue stole his treasures, and he hasn't even played with him yet. If he catches him, he'll tear him to shreds. Bai Xiaokong angrily gritted his teeth and said, Kill him! Kill him! Seeing this, she hurriedly advised, Old Bai, listen to me. We can't touch the person behind Ding Yue. You should calm down. Hearing this, Bai Xiaokong angrily questioned, What? My fist can't touch him, she shrugged. We can't provoke him. We really can't. No one can provoke him. We're not on the same level, understand? We're not even in the same scope. In another place, Shu Yun angrily and embarrassedly yelled, Don't laugh. Shu Xuan continued to laugh loudly, seemingly wanting to tease Shu Yun, so she angrily punched Shu Xuan, causing him pain and making him yell, Ouch, ouch. Shu Yun, seeing this, angrily turned around and left, not bothering with him anymore. She was going back to find her grandfather, Shu Xuan. Hearing this, happily said, Go say hello to Grandpa for me. Shu Xuan happily continued, Yun heir must cultivate diligently. You are now the core of the Shu family. Don't be lazy. Shu Nh. I happily turned her face, beaming, and said, I won't be lazy, but I'm not the core of the Shu family. Hearing that, Shu Xuan smiled happily. That night, Shu Xuan complained about being bored again before going to bed, and used the Myriad Realms mirror for a lucky draw, just in case he found a child of destiny. He looked into the Myriad Realms mirror. I actually found one. Inside the Myriad Realms mirror, a child of destiny was cultivating. Shu Xuan looked at the aura around the guy and thought, judging by the aura around him, he's not from the human race but the demon race. Moreover, from his appearance, which isn't much different from a human, I'd guess he's from the heavenly demon race, which has the most esteemed status in the demon race. Legend has it that within the demon race, only the lineage of the heavenly demon can reach the saint realm. He wondered. Could it be that I've really received a treasure? I should still use the heavenly insight technique to take a look. Afterward, the system displayed Ma Luan Tian, the scion of the heavenly demon. Because he only possessed human blood, he was abandoned by the heavenly demon race, endured hardship, and finally couldn't bear it, and betrayed them. Then he wandered in the demon realm. His body contains the bloodline of an ancient demon which is in the process of awakening. Due to the awakening of the ancient demon bloodline, he obtained unique chi luck, the heaven's chi of the demon realm. Suddenly, the child of destiny in the mirror frowned and gnashed his teeth, then said, Success or failure depends on this moment. He plunged his entire hand into a small pot of lava. He thought in his head, Demon devour. Then he took his hand out. At this time, his hand had golden marks on the skin, and the part at the wrist was cracked. He cried out in pain. Seeing this from the mirror, Shu Xuan widened his eyes and wondered, Is this awakening ritual so brutal? He thought. It seems, whether or not he succeeds this time, depends on his willpower. He really is a ruthless person. And just like that, the wounds on his body all disappeared. Looks like he's successfully awakened. Seeing him stand up in the mirror, Shu Xuan looked into the mirror with interest and said, He's even standing up. Looks like he wants to express his feelings of rising up. In the mirror, Ma Luthian Tian clenched his fist angrily and said, Heavenly demon race!
I will definitely return. I will let them know that Luthien Tian is the strongest of the heavenly demon race.
Then he looked at his clenched hand full of power. Shu Xuan looked in the mirror and said to himself, "This little guy, small structure, the strongest demon race has come to the end. Looks like I have to correct him a bit."
Afterward, he appeared as a massive figure at the guy's place and said, "Amitabha."
Seeing this, the guy panicked and shouted,
Who are you? Why are you so big? He thought. Could it be that Shu Xuan has bad intentions towards me? He looked down at the guy below and said, "Young man, you have a path but no future. This deity sees that you are intelligent. The path to cultivating Buddhism is wide open. Do you want to convert to my Buddhist sect?"
Hearing that, the guy wondered, "What is the Buddhist sect?"
The guy thought, "He looks very strong, but I've never heard of any Buddhist sect. If it's too bad, wouldn't it ruin my good future?"
Seeing this, Shu Xuan picked his nose and muttered, "This little guy is so wary of scams. Looks like I have to put in a little more effort." Shu Xuan spoke up, "Young man, meeting each other is fate. This deity sees that you are intelligent, so I am exceptionally accepting you as an errand boy. The path of demon cultivation is a dead end. Don't be stupid and go down that dead end."
The 9 realms are just a desolate corner of the myriad realms. So how can you know the vastness of heaven and earth in just one corner? Your demon race's ancient demon is just a small family in the myriad realms. So how can it compare to this deity? The Buddha Dharma is the right path. It is your talent. Don't miss the opportunity.
Mei Luan Tian was shocked.
A big family like the ancient demons is only average in the myriad realms. That's too terrifying. He asked again, "What are the myriad realms?" Rehearsing a speech he had memorized for a long time, Shu Xuan immediately replied, That is a world of rolling myriad heavens, with countless strong people. The 9 realms calls it the saint realm, but it's only on par with the inherent ability of the myriad realms. Young one, my Buddhist sect is your true path. The myriad realms of the heavens are your true journey. The tiny demon realm and the heavenly demon race are but stumbling blocks. The boundless Buddhist Dharma has immeasurable wisdom. You complain that the heavenly demon race is strong, but they are merely demons. What if you were a Buddha? What if you could convert demons into Buddhas? You would be the founder of the 9-realm Buddhist clan, not just a junior prodigy of the demon race. Hearing this, Luoyan Tian thought, this senior has a point. Even if I'm strong, I'm just a descendant of the demon race. What if I founded a whole clan? Then he asked, how majestic is the boundless Buddhist Dharma?
Shu Xuan, hearing this, thought, the fish has taken the bait. So, he decided to let him experience the true power of Buddhism. He sent a strand of Buddhist power to Mo Luan Tian, saying, this Buddhist power is weaker than your demonic power, but it can overcome it. Luan Tian braced himself, ready to receive the Buddhist power the senior was sending down. The Buddhist power pierced through his arm. He sensed that even a strand of Buddhist power, only at the second level of the true realm, was enough to suppress him, even overcoming cultivation level difference. The Buddhist Dharma is truly a great opportunity for me.
Thinking this, he bowed and knelt, paying respects to his Shifu.
Shu Xuan sighed. Amitabha. If you've entered Shu Xuan's Buddhist sect, you must abide by the precepts, eradicate 3,000 worldly desires. As for other rules, you'll learn them yourself.
In a flash, his head was cleaner than an airport runway. Not a single hair left. A true newbie monk moment.
So, Shu Xuan hooked this new disciple up with the basic monk kit, an entry-level kasaya robe, a Zen staff, and an alms bowl. Oh, and down the road, he's got to go recruit a monkey, a pig dude, a flowing sand river monster, plus the third prince transformed into the white dragon horse. For that trip to the west to fetch scriptures. Seeing that the Shifu gifted him heavenly weapons, he was overjoyed. Heavenly weapons are a whole grade above emperor weapons. Shu Xuan was also quite pleased, because the items he gave were personally refined by him, and had reached the level of heavenly weapons. They also had the effect of concealing aura, making them extremely effective treasures.
After that, Shu Xuan continued to impart the Buddhist Dharma to Mo Luan Tian.
After a while, Shu Xuan's brainwashing process was finally complete. He was extremely pleased, finally managed to brainwash Luan Tian. Convert him. Just feels like the name is still a bit demonic. Hopefully, nothing goes wrong later. The system then popped up and said, you have a great vow? To convert demons into Buddhas, to open up the Buddhist race, taking the first step, the reward is the Buddhist canon. Just like that, he triggered a system reward, he just received the Buddhist canon, and of course Shu Xuan gave it straight to Mo Luan Tian, instructing him to spread the Buddhist Dharma in the demon realm and convert believers. After instructing his disciple to cultivate diligently, Shu Xuan turned off the TV. Because he had taken a child of destiny from the demon race and converted him into a Buddha, he was rewarded with a secret realm trial opportunity. Receiving 2 rewards just like that, it seems like the demon race has more than one child of destiny. The secret realm trial can perfectly replicate oneself, challenge oneself, find one's flaws, overcome oneself, and break through to one's true limits.
Within the secret realm trial are all kinds of dangers, experts of all realms, all kinds of cultivation techniques, or even many people kill for the trial, or fight alone with experts for the trial, worthy of being a system reward. Now that he has the secret realm trial, he can cultivate diligently without worrying about lacking combat experience. Moreover, injuries or even death in the trial are nothing to worry about. Gotta set it up in the small world. Better hurry up and get it done so I can try it out.
After arranging everything properly, Shu Xuan found a suitable place to start his trial. With his strength, he should try the 9th level of the Saint Realm. After breezing through it, Shu Xuan realized he was invincible at the same cultivation level. The strongest of the 9 realms at the 9th level of the Saint Realm couldn't last a minute in his hands. Then, he went ahead and tried his luck at the 1st level of the Heavenly Realm to see if he could overcome such a large cultivation gap. After a huge rumble and a crazy fight, in the end he was forced to mutually destroy. The difference of a major realm is no joke. It seems that if he wants to break through his limits, he needs to find his flaws and shortcomings in combat. I guess Shu Xuan is also besties with the Rabbit Emperor, huh? They both have trial simulation training rooms. While His Majesty was chilling and sunbathing on the roof, Shu Xuan, inside the trial, could already take down someone at the 1st layer of the Heaven Realm.
It's been 10 days already. He has broken the record. He's the first one to be able to defeat those in the Heavenly Realm while being from a lower realm.
Shu Xuan decided to try a different trial, finding ways to cope, adding more dangers, more ambushes, and different combat environments.
The little kitty next to the shady tree suddenly started staring at Shu Xuan in the distance. He was resting his chin on his hand, grinning faintly. He probably didn't realize the cat wasn't listening. Just then, the system's mechanical voice echoed in Shu Xuan's mind.
You haven't left your house, but you've accumulated rich combat experience by overcoming various dangers in the trial secret realm. Reward: Myriad Battles Comprehension. Hearing the system announce the reward, Shu Xuan, though partly anticipating it, was still delighted and excited about the system's gift. Myriad Battles Comprehension is a type of battle awareness that seems innate, granting exceptionally strong combat instincts in all kinds of battles. Such peak combat power in Shu Xuan's hands couldn't help but make him feel brimming with confidence. No one understands combat better than me. Coincidentally, an idea popped into Shu Xuan's head as he muttered, "Let them try it out too." Shu Xuan summoned his 3 disciples, Su Xian, Ding Yu, and Wang Luo, to the door of the closed-off training ground. He slowly opened it, a wisp of smoke seeping out from the crack. Shu Xuan told his disciples, "As your Shifu, I've opened a trial secret realm. You can try entering it. Undergo trials, improve your combat experience, and even conquer yourselves, breaking through your limits." Hearing this, Su Xian turned to Shu Xuan and asked, "Shifu, can the trial secret realm invite people to participate, and can it forcefully invite others to fight?" Hearing his disciple Su Xian's sudden question piqued his curiosity. He asked, "What do you want to do?" Su Xian suddenly clenched her fist, gritting her teeth as she replied, "I want to beat that scoundrel Ding Yue to death." Seeing the anger on Su Xian's face, Shu Xuan couldn't help but recall the scene of her punching and kicking a straw doll with a few distinguishing features of Ding Yue, full of vigor. He thought to himself, she even dared to keep a wooden figure beside her, opening her eyes and looking in my direction, checking my sword Davio realm this moment. Shu Xuan sighed. He replied to Su Xian, "All right, if you want to invite him to battle, I'll make sure he can't refuse." At the same time, he couldn't help but feel sorry for his 3rd disciple. This little brat Ding Yu has really been misled. I definitely have to correct him, Shu Xuan secretly resolved. Then, he approached the young man opposite him, who had hair just like Su Xian's straw doll. Shu Xuan called out to him, "Come closer, Ding Yue." The young man surnamed Ding turned around, looking blankly at Shu Xuan, and called out, "Shifu." Shu Xuan directly asked, "How's your comprehension of the 3 gates of Sword Dao?" Ding Yue replied politely. "Reporting to Shifu, I feel I've broken through the 2nd gate of Sword Dao." He continued, "I'm still consolidating it, Shifu. I believe I can soon reach the realm where there are no women in my heart, and I can slay gods with a single draw of my sword." Ding Yue seemed very proud of his current abilities, smiling confidently at his Shifu. However, Ding Yu's words were countered by Shu Xuan's gentle voice, "You've gone into the wrong area." Hearing this, Ding Yu couldn't help but be puzzled and asked, "Please enlighten me, Shifu." Seeing Ling Yu's eagerness to learn, Shu Xuan was secretly pleased. He leisurely explained, "You avoid women, reject women, and don't allow women to get close. This mental obstacle is because you fear that women will disrupt your heart, fear that women will mess with your focus," Shu Xuan said gently and confidently. "You've taken the wrong path in the 3 gates of Sword Dao." Ding Yu was stunned upon hearing Shu Xuan's words, continuing to listen intently to his Shifu's teachings. Seeing women as women, seeing women as not women, having women around you but no women in your heart, this is the correct realm. At this moment, Shu Xuan suddenly shifted his gaze to Su Xian, whose complexion was a bit pale and stifled. He heard Shifu Shu Xuan ask, "Do you see her as a woman?"
Without much thought, Ding Yu replied, "She is a woman." Ding Yu's confident tone showed he was very sure of his answer. But unexpectedly, Shu Xuan asked again, "Look again, is she still a woman?" Because his Shifu repeated the question, Ding Yue was immediately confused and puzzled. He looked at Shu Xuan,
continuing to follow the view outside the city walls, the mountains and rivers beautifully stretched out under the azure blue sky with white clouds. His Shifu continued to ask, "Do you see that as a mountain?" Ding Yu saw nothing strange about the mountain in the sky, so he replied,
"Yes." But Shu Xuan's next question made him want to doubt his existence. "Look again, is that still a mountain?"
Shu Xuan smiled, his eyes narrowing, and said, "Seeing a mountain as a mountain, seeing a mountain as not a mountain, seeing a mountain as still a mountain, these are the three realms, these are the three comprehensions."
Listening to Shu Xuan's teachings, he tried to absorb them, and couldn't help but be stunned, muttering, "Seeing a mountain as a mountain, seeing a mountain as what it is, seeing women as women, seeing women as not women, seeing women as still women." And seemingly realizing the truth of his Shifu, Ding Yue grinned and exclaimed, "Shifu, I understand."
Suddenly, he turned to Su Xian and, as if slapping the young girl in the face, her expression immediately darkened and frowned. Ding Yue replied decisively, "You are not a woman, you are a blockhead. A blockhead is you. In my heart you are not a woman, but you are also a woman."
Ding Yu felt that he had been enlightened to a new path by his Shifu, so he turned and clasped his fist, saying, "Shifu, I really understand." Shu Xuan secretly broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, "It seems like he's gone astray again. Forget it, I won't crow about it anymore." At this moment, Su Xian seemed to have reached the limit of her tolerance towards Ding Yue. She suddenly raised her face with a sinister smile and said, "Very good, Ding Yue, let's have a match." Su Xian immediately summoned her whip. With a sharp crack, she wrapped it tightly around Ding Yu. Involuntarily darkening his face, Ding Yu was dragged by Su Xian into the trial's secret realm. A bright light shone from within the entrance of the trial's secret realm. Two voices, male and female, exchanged words in a very dramatic fashion.
"Say, who am I?"
Hearing Su Xian question, Ding Yu calmly replied, "A blockhead." Su Xian angrily scolded him, "Go to hell!" But Ding Yu, after being enlightened by Shu Xuan, still resolutely replied, "You are not a woman in my eyes, even though you are a woman, but in my eyes, you are no different from a blockhead."
Su Xian shouted again, "Go to hell!" At this time, Shu Xuan had already turned and leisurely left.
Inside the secret realm, Ding Yu was beaten by Su Xian until his face was bruised and swollen, and as if he couldn't bear it anymore, he lowered his voice and said, "Suji, please don't hit me anymore. Hitting me more won't change anything. I've realized it. I've reached the realm of seeing women as women, seeing women as not women." He continued, "I believe that in Shifu's eyes you are no different from a blockhead."
These words quickly ignited Su Xian anger. Her complexion immediately darkened, and she raised her knee, striking him with her leg, kicking Ding Yu high into the air, then grabbing him by the collar.
Ding Yu, who was being beaten senseless by Su Xian felt confused and uneasy. He turned to Shu Xuan for help. "Shifu, save me, Suji has gone crazy." Monitoring the whole scene of Su Xian using Ding Yu as a punching bag, Shu Xuan couldn't help but regret it. "Next time, I really shouldn't mislead my disciples randomly. Ding Yu has been misled until he's gone astray. I hope Wang Luo won't be misled like this."
The scenery in the secret realm was very beautiful,
with a vast blue sky and white clouds, and the faint fragrance of trees and plants.
After a while, Su Xian stopped beating Ding Yu and turned to question Illusion Shu Xuan,
"Shifu, do you also think I'm a blockhead, don't you?"
Hearing this, Shu Xuan smiled wryly and replied helplessly, "Don't listen to Ding Yu's nonsense."
Su Xian raised an eyebrow suspiciously. "You really don't think I'm a blockhead?" Seeing Su Xian's stubborn look, Shu Xuan couldn't help but blurt out, "If Ding Yu is an idiot, does that mean you're an idiot too?"
Su Xian really believed Shu Xuan this time. She puffed out her cheeks and feigned anger and said, "I knew it! That jerk Ding Yu is so annoying." In the following days, Ding Yu and Wang Luo were both in the secret realm trial for training. Su Xian also entered the secret realm every day for training.
Every day, Su Xian stayed by Shu Xuan's side, arranging information, cooking, and bringing ordinary joy. Every so often, she would drag Ding Yu into the secret realm for a beating. LOL.
Shu Pingfan was always nurturing his saber. He looked kinda goofy, not like a smart kid at all. Suddenly, one day, as Shu Xuan was relaxing in a cool chair, Nan Wu Fo Tuo came looking for him, saying he wanted to enter the secret realm for training.
He smiled and nodded, then took out a book and said, "The Buddhist Dharma is boundless. You can comprehend it yourself. You can also enter the secret realm to train and become proficient with your Buddha's divine abilities. Nan Wu Fo Tuo put his palms together and bowed slightly, replying, "Yes, my Buddha."
Nan Wu Fo Tuo entered the small world of the secret realm. Wang Luo and Ding Yue stood aside, watching him practice his Dharma artifact.
Nan Wu Fo Tuo took a deep breath, put his hands together in front of his chest, and said, "Adgfa." Then he immediately released hands wrapped in golden light forward, gradually growing larger, crushing the demon beasts. The trio of Wang Luo, Ding Yu, and Shu Xuan watched Nan Wu Fo Tuo practice his martial arts and couldn't help but gasp in amazement. In a blink of an eye, he crushed a heavenly realm powerhouse, who was his training target, damn so strong, outside the secret realm.
Shu Xuan secretly observed Nan Wu Fo Tuo's martial arts practice, thought for a moment, and then made a decision. After the end of the battle demon ancient land, let Fo Tuo return to the demon realm to be a supporter behind Ma Luan Tian, spread Buddhist Dharma, and convert demons into Buddhas. In the Qiangkun space, half a year later, Ding Yu's cultivation had reached its limit, and his foundation was sufficient. It was time to break through to the Emperor realm.
At this time, Shu Xuan was still breaking through to the second level of the Emperor realm. At that time, outside the Qiangkun space, Shu Xuan received a system notification. Your disciple Ding Yu, under your tutelage, is cultivating rapidly and has broken through to the Emperor realm. The reward is 100 years of cultivation. Then, Azure True Energy enveloped Shu Xuan to transmit 100 years of cultivation. Feeling the 100 years of cultivation in his body, Shu Xuan smiled contentedly. My strength has improved another level, and I'm closer to the heavenly realm.
As expected,
It's not enough to break through to the heavenly realm. Returning to the Qiangkun space.
half a year after Ding Yu broke through to the Emperor realm, Wang Luo had also accumulated to his limit and was about to break through to the Emperor realm.
Wang Luo sat in meditation, circulating his energy in the Qiangkun space. When suddenly, fiery true energy erupted, covering his body and blazing brightly.
It was the void heavenly fire. Just like that, outside the Qiangkun space, the system continued to announce, your disciple Wang Luo, under your tutelage, is cultivating rapidly and has broken through to the Emperor realm. The reward is 100 years of cultivation. Then, it directly transmitted 100 years of cultivation into Shu Xuan's body. Absorbing it, he muttered, calculating. One step closer to the heavenly realm, but still no breakthrough. Maybe before the 10-year mark to heavenly realm, I have to look at Shu Ping Fan already. Suddenly, Shu Xuan opened the Myriad Realms mirror to observe Ma Luthian Tian, who was cultivating at the distant horizon. Shu Xuan continued to mutter. Perhaps the cultivation reward triggered with the system is only Ma Luthian Tian. Now, Ma Luthian Tian's strength has risen to the 6th level of True Realm. Therefore, from time to time, Shu Xuan would connect with Ma Luan Tian to explain Buddhist scriptures and answer questions on cultivation, without mentioning the precepts of Buddhism. Although Ma Luan Tian was quite upright at the moment, for some reason Shu Xuan felt that Ma Luan Tian would one day not be so upright. One day, as Shu Xuan was explaining the scriptures to Ma Luan Tian through the Myriad Realms mirror, he suddenly asked, Shifu, can I change my divine staff into a saber? Hearing this, Shu Xuan asked gravely, why change it into a saber? Ma Luan Tian frowned, looking dissatisfied and troubled, replied. Reporting to Shifu, I always feel that people are too greedy, I have an insight, and want to forge a precept saber. Hearing this, Shu Xuan's heart rejoiced for him. Ma Luan Tian has such talent in Buddhist Dharma, and also has insights. Shu Xuan was truly happy, to the point of showing it all over his face. He laughed heartily and replied, you have such insight, and I am very happy. I shall bestow upon you this precept saber. Instantly, a saber appeared in Ma Luan Tian's location, its blade like the brightest moonlight in the night sky. Ma Luan Tian received the saber, and respectfully replied, thank you, Shifu. Retracting the Myriad Realms mirror, Shu Xuan wondered in his heart. Is there another way to easily trigger the system rewards? Taking in disciples. Ma Luan Tian's destined encounter in the secret realm still hasn't set up the rewards yet. Shu Xuan stood up, put his hands behind his back, and glanced down at the model of the palace. He thought to himself, if I set it up now, who knows if anyone with enough destined luck will even trigger the system's rewards when they enter the secret realm. What kind of opportunity should I put in there? Cultivation techniques are a must, obviously. Suddenly, a mischievous grin spread across Shu Xuan's face. A hint of sinister intent crept in. Shu Xuan directly took out a volume of books, then picked up the ink brush in his hand. The smile on Shu Xuan's lips seemed to gradually lose its moral compass. He flipped it open to some blank pages. There, Shu Xuan penned the 4 characters, Ji Ji Jian Qi, and man, they looked like they were practically leaking dark qi. Shu Xuan rubbed his chin, pondering as he muttered, Want to cultivate this technique, Gotta chop your junk off first. He continued to put his brush to the paper and write several lines. Just like that, Shu Xuan eagerly wrote for several pages, until he got to the page that read, "Eliminate distractions, gather great willpower to cultivate the peerless technique." Then Shu Xuan paused for a moment and closed the book. Holding the volume in his hand, he said, "Could there really be someone dumb enough to see this page and just slice themselves up? Okay, next step. Definitely need to sort out a divine weapon. Why? Because that Ji Shi Xian Jing technique is designed for a special weapon, the golden embroidery needle." Shu Xuan held the golden needles in his hand, seriously commenting, "Each golden embroidery needle can restrain even the thinnest threads. There's 9 in total. This is a set. The higher your cultivation, the more golden embroidery needles you can wield. This set of golden embroidery needles is of heavenly grade. As for divine weapons, I'll keep these 2 long, thin daggers." In addition to the heavenly grade weapon, Shu Xuan also left behind a set of emperor grade golden embroidery needles and a thin dagger. Weapons, check. Next up, pills. First, gotta have the lowest grade healing pills. Wang Luo has been refining plenty of emperor pills. Shu Xuan directly made a few bottles of various healing pills, even including those that heal the soul. Place it at the border of Dongzhao. Shu Xuan raised his hand, emitting a green Ling Qi, transmitting the stream of Ling Qi, according to Shu Xuan's will, passing through the mountains and forests, and then strongly slithering down to Dongzhao. A barrier appeared, covering the entire Dongzhao. Wolves in the distance watched this celestial phenomenon from afar. In the following time, Shu Xuan diligently cultivated, occasionally giving Ma Luantian some pointers. Mei Luantian's eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh, saying, "He gets it now. This monk is sus, yo." Did he misunderstand something Shu Xuan said? Shu Xuan smiled suspiciously. Ding Yu, on the other hand, was holding his sword, talking to the 2 stone statues in front of him. Seeing a woman as a woman, seeing a woman as not a woman, seeing a woman as still a woman, Ding Yu seemed to have gained some enlightenment. Shu Xuan looked at this disciple and just gave up. He shouldn't have tricked him so much in the first place. Shu Xuan sighed helplessly. Ding Yu told Shu Xuan that his junior brother Wang Luo had refined a profound pill for him, to temper his mental state and break through to the 3rd level of the sword Dao. Ding Yu saw a beautiful woman writhing in the illusion. Another beauty appeared. Indeed, he still wasn't strong enough. Ding Yu's eyes were dark with disappointment. Wang Luo was also influenced by him, and directly used the profound pill in the illusion, advancing his own mental state. The idea has reached in the heart that there is no woman, and the realm of alchemy is naturally divine. Wang Luo put the pill in his mouth and yelled, "Why did there have to be an explosion? 2 bastards." Full of effort and heart poured into the illusion. It's weird if there are no beautiful women, unless you chop your own junk off. Shu Xuan's face darkened as he sighed. Shifu, Ding Yui, and Wang Luo said, frowning. They were a little doubtful. Shu Xuan helplessly asked them what they were doubting. Shu Xuan even had to make a vow in order to banish their inner demons. Ding Yu wondered, "Every time I go into the illusion, women appear. How can I break this illusion?" Wang Luo chimed in that the same thing happened to him. "These guys have inner demons. They're too hung up on having or not having." Shu Xuan explained with a dark face. Having is not having is having. Like real is fake is real. It all depends on your own heart. How can you understand if you're obsessed with having, not having, reality, and falsehood? How can you focus solely on cultivating the great Davio? Wang Luo and Ding Yu smiled brightly after listening, making a V sign near their chins. Ding Yu, thanks you, Shu Xuan. He understood. Wang Luo also said he understood. Shu Xuan's face was covered in sweat, wondering what the heck these 2 disciples actually understood. Wang Luo and Ding Yu looked at each other behind him, smirking smugly. During the time Shu Yun returned, her goal was to break through to the half-emperor realm. After all, she couldn't directly break through to the emperor realm in the southern continent. She could only break through to half-emperor, and breaking through to half-emperor meant she was standing at the peak of the southern continent's strength. For the time being, she was satisfied. Mo Luantian had already broken through to the 9th level of the true realm. He began walking in the demon domain. Xiao Liang still had no news. Perhaps he hadn't entered the southern continent yet. Shu Xuan crossed his arms and lay on his chair. In the blink of an eye, Xu Pingfan was already 9 years old. Nurturing his saber for 3 full years, Xu Pingfan had now reached the edge of great accomplishment in saber nurturing, about to soar high. Looking at Xu Pingfan focused on cultivation, holding the wooden saber, this strange aura was extremely strong, determined to move forward, as if reaching the highest level. Especially that wooden saber, it seemed to have become one with Xu Pingfan. They call it the Ping Fan Dao, the ordinary blade. This thing glowed blue though, and with that massive sharp tip, it looked anything but ordinary. Ding Yu had once used an emperor weapon to strike the wooden saber, but the wooden saber suffered no damage at all, not even a single dent. This was enough to see the strength of that wooden saber. Ding Yu's emperor weapon wasn't a toy, but it didn't even make a scratch. Ding Yue also saw its power. He asked, Shifu, Can you give this disciple a wooden sword like Ping Fan's?
But Shu Xuan refused. This wood is not suitable for you. Until now, only Ping Fan can use a weapon made from this wood.
Speaking of which, he remembered Shu Yuan. 3 years had passed since Shu Yuan left. The power left in Shu Yuan's body hadn't been activated, proving that Shu Yuan hadn't encountered a fatal danger and was still alive. Perhaps his circumstances weren't good. While Shu Pingfan was cultivating, unpleasant memories reappeared. The head of the family pointed directly at Shu Pingfan's mother and son, saying, "You're a cheap thing, living with this waste. Look at you, giving birth to such garbage.
Never seen such a useless person. This is defiling the family's bloodline."
Shu Pingfan's mind was slightly distracted, causing him to grit his teeth and endure. More focus. Calm his mind. The source of green light continued to emit normally. The surrounding aura began to change. Shu Pingfan seemed about to break through. The wooden saber slowly rose. A column of green light poured down from above. Mortal realm, profound realm, spirit realm. 3 years already, the saber-nurturing achievement began to transform. Everyone outside looked on with their mouths open. What kind of talent is this? What kind of cultivation method is this? Shu Pingfan didn't stop there. Illusory realm, harmonious realm, true realm.
Nurturing a saber for 3 years. Suddenly breaking through to the true realm. If this were to spread out, the entire 9 regions would be shaken. Right? Shu Pingfan was only 9 years old.
Finally, a bolt of green lightning descended from above, directly striking Shu Pingfan, true realm 3rd layer.
Your grandson, Shu Pingfan, under your guidance, entered the extreme path, instantly breaking through to the true realm, becoming the 9th true realm martial artist under the age of 10 in history. The reward is 300 years of cultivation.
You taught the 9th true realm martial artist under the age of 10 in history,
the first 9-year-old extreme path cultivator to enter the true realm. The reward is Aurora Art. Aurora Art. This is a speed method that can transform the body into a ray of aurora, instantly traveling tens of thousands of miles. Upon great completion, it can disregard space, restrictions, and barrier separations, and can transform into a ray of unobstructed light.
Shu Pingfan held the wooden saber in his hand, happily reporting to Shu Xuan, 13th uncle, "I broke through." "Very good, strive to break through to the Emperor realm before the age of 20. Shu Xuan was satisfied with the result and ruffled Shu Pingfan's head. "I will definitely work hard to cultivate."
Also, pay attention to combining work and rest. If all you think about is cultivation, that's not good either. You're still young, you can't be immersed in cultivation all the time. Listening to Shu Xuan's instructions,
Shu Pingfan happily agreed. 13th uncle, I understand. If you want to go out and play, you can go out and play. A large bird like an eagle flew over, its feathers golden, stopping right next to Shu Xuan and Shu Pingfan. You can ride it out to play. He then ruffled Shu Pingfan's head. This could be considered a reward for him, so Shu Pingfan happily listened and left. You know, the Tianling Miao is one of those special mount beasts, native to heaven and earth, levels up super fast. It's already hit the 1st layer of the sovereign realm. Meanwhile, the Zhen Tian Jinpeng is chillin' at the 3rd layer. Shu Xuan watched Shu Pingfan take off with the Tianling Miao and that big old Peng bird, feeling totally at ease. With these 2 pets around, plus Shu Pingfan going all out with his cultivation, there's like 0 danger in Nanzhao. Got 300 years of cultivation,
and my soul is transforming, my body is transforming too. Stuff's changing all around Shu Xuan. With his green light blasting out, the breath of the great Tao flowing in, and Tao essence merging with the power of the realm rules. Even the heavens and earth are changing, leaving just me. I am the heaven, the realm power of the heaven realm. The rules are more complete, like a miniature world. Inside this world, my will is the rule. Within the realm, I am the heaven. Shu Xuan entered a new, bright and peaceful location. This is the heaven realm.
Suddenly, Shu Xuan stopped.
He sensed a disturbing green-purple energy, with a hint of annihilation flowing from the great Tao rules. It's the return of the heavenly tribulation.
Back in the real world, Shu Xuan was lying still, pondering things.
He thought that breaking through, thanks to the system, he'd skip the heavenly tribulation, but nope, it's here, and it's coming in hot through the breath of the great Dabio. This isn't just a great Dabio tribulation, it's on a whole other level.
He used the time steal. Instantly, green energy flared around Shu Xuan, as still as a mountain. The secrets of the technique, 100 refinements of the soul, lightning crashing down all around. Shu Xuan stood inside a sphere, fire raging below. But he kept going. Outside, Shu Xuan looked like he was chilling with his eyes closed. But inside, it's a raging breakthrough. After riding out the final tribulation, Shu Xuan completed his breakthrough. Both his soul and body got a major upgrade. Shu Xuan walked in the dark space, all around him still, power illuminating the way. Switching back to reality, Shu Xuan was feeling himself. Home sweet home, right? Leveled up from mortal to heaven realm in less than 10 years. No one can beat that. System, am I right?
System quickly responded. You have broken through to the heaven realm. becoming the youngest Heaven Realm martial artist from history, also the fastest Heaven Realm martial artist from history. Level up reward, the origin Tao essence of a minor world. Shu Xuan was in disbelief. He gets a system reward after breaking through to the Heaven Realm, plus he's the youngest and fastest ever. Seriously. Less than 10 years to Heaven Realm, ancient geniuses couldn't even dream of that. This life is a cheat code, I'm telling you. In Shu Xuan's hand, there's a miniature world materializing. First things first, gotta level up that minor world. Suddenly, there was a huge tremor that caught everyone off guard. Shu Xuan quickly popped through the giant light circle to reassure everyone, don't freak out, just expanding the world. Hearing that, Nan Wu Fo Tuo beamed and happily put his hands together, chanting, my Buddha. The Buddha Dharma is truly boundless. After upgrading, the minor world is now as big as the 8 regions, the spiritual Kia leveled up too, and the strongest beings in the minor world are now in the venerable realm. Endless treasures. And they've been around forever. The ordinary trees also leveled up along with the minor world, again doubled in size, getting denser and denser. A shining diamond appeared, sparkling with green light. An origin Tao essence, with its own great Tao, absorbing Tao essence and evolving Tao rules. The effect of the world's upgrade could evolve the great Tao world, which can remember the breadth of experts in the Tao realm, and allow experts in the Tao realm on both sides to communicate through the great Tao as a medium. Shu Xuan held the diamond in his hand and placed it in the minor world to give it the ability to comprehend the great Tao. The diamond floated in the air, shining brightly on the top of a very large tree, even larger than the surrounding mountains. Shu Xuan finished the arrangement and continued to think, striving to break through to the Tao realm as soon as possible. The God realm is nothing. I wonder if there are Tao realm experts in the 9 regions. Breaking through to the God realm will take quite a long time. Unless the system triggers a large reward, it can now be determined that triggering the system reward is that the disciple's cultivation speed must be fast and quickly break through to the realm. Shu Xuan lay under the tree thinking of ways. Now that Su Xian, Ding Yu, and Wang Luo have all broken through to the Emperor realm, the next cultivation breakthrough reward will only wait for the 3 of them to break through to the venerable realm. Only Xu Pingfan's breakthrough is the most anticipated. If we cultivate the youngest Emperor realm in history, won't the reward be very generous? Now that he's broken through to the Heaven realm, the Myriad Realm's mirror can teleport living things. I wonder if he can send Mo Luthian Tian over here, so he can go to the minor world and quickly level up to the Emperor realm. I wonder when we can attract someone with great luck here. In the following days, Shu Xuan often used the Myriad Realm's mirror to connect to various places at random, with the intention of discovering demons that could be cultivated. After Shu Xuan broke through to the Heaven Realm, the seal of the Myriad Realm's mirror increased by 9, and now there are 6 empty seals left. Shu Xuan tried teleporting living things, but found that he could only teleport living things below the Union Realm, and at the same time the spiritual power consumption was extremely high, and living things above the Union Realm with the first level of the Heaven Realm in his current state could not bear it. This also means that Mo Luantian cannot be teleported here and sent to the minor world for cultivation. The time of 5 years is getting closer and closer, and Shu Xuan has also added entertainment items for himself, such as letting Su Xian dance or something. Shu Xuan forged a guiqin and passed a wave of sound work to Su Xian to play and entertain herself, and these days are getting more and more comfortable. The 2 senior brothers Ding Yu and Wang Luo spent most of their time in the minor world trying to improve their strength. Shu Pingfan worked hard in his cultivation, and nourishing the sword to become the Heavenly Extreme Sword Sutra officially entered the door. Every day is very simple. Cultivating, playing with cats, playing with puppets, and wandering around to enjoy the surrounding scenery together. Shu Xuan passed the Aurora art to Shu Pingfan. Ding Yue and Wang Luo found the Aurora art kinda tough to master, couldn't quite get the hang of it right away, but Shu Pingfan nailed it super quick. Only 10 years left, getting closer and closer, can't wait. The Myriad Manifestation Mirror showed Qin Ying cultivating, sitting on a big rock. Qin Ying's cultivation of the Dragon Battle Overlord body is also bearing fruit. He's already at the 5th level of the Emperor realm. Nawu Buddha is already at the 9th level of the Heaven realm. Shu Xuan was still chilling, super idle. With the 10-year mark coming up fast, he was probably about to get 100 years worth of cultivation as a reward. Maybe he could break through to the 2nd level of the Heaven realm then. Shu Xuan popped a candy in his mouth, still relaxing happily, surrounded by silence. Suddenly, the system, quiet for ages, chimed in. Your disciple, Mo Luantian, has had a Buddhist enlightenment. His cultivation has greatly increased, breaking through to the Emperor realm. Reward, a Tao-seeking realm artifact. Shu Xuan got interested and fired up the Myriad Manifestation Mirror. What the heck's going on? This Mo Luantian guy had a Buddhist enlightenment and just broke through to the Emperor realm. Seriously. In a desolate mountain range, towering peaks stood tall. Inside a stone cave, blinding rays of light shone out. Mo Luantian was focused on cultivating. He actually became a Buddha. Suddenly Mo Luantian opened his eyes, unleashing his celestial eye, making the surrounding light even more intense.
Shu Xuan, watching this, was impressed. Mo Luantian really has a destiny with Buddha. This is him comprehending the celestial eye. Awesome. The Buddhist light is pure white, like snow, without a speck of dust. Plus, he's pretty good looking, not like some regular mortal. Just as he was saying that, Mo Luantian stood up, showing off his ripped muscles and unleashing the great awesome heavenly dragon, with power like dragons soaring and phoenixes dancing. Shu Xuan was so shocked he froze. After witnessing that miraculous scene through the myriad manifestation mirror, Shu Xuan immediately pulled a face of disbelief, pursed his lips, and widened his eyes, looking really funny. He thought to himself, great awesome heavenly dragon. When he initially scammed me, it seems that he was being a bit too talkative, and added one more sentence. What great awesome heavenly dragon? World-honored earth treasury or something like that. Did he actually create this divine ability? Reflected through the myriad manifestation mirror was Nawu Buddha somehow undergoing a miraculous enlightenment. Nawu Buddha seemed to have become a decade younger, and his ears were also sharper than before. His body was surrounded by a golden aura.
At this moment, perhaps because he had finished his enlightenment, Nawu Buddha opened his eyes and softly said, Amitabha.
Having reached the realm he desired, Nanwu Buddha stepped out of the cave with a carefree attitude.
Seeing this, Shu Xuan turned off the myriad manifestation mirror and said with amusement,
Claim the system reward for Mo Luantian breaking through to the Emperor realm. Shu Xuan pulled out his yin-yang compass, thinking about Nawu Buddha's power. The Tao-seeking realm can find the great Tao, can find those who attained enlightenment, but also the aura of those who attained enlightenment. Shu Xuan paused, staring intently at the yin-yang compass in his hand. Also can search for the great Tao, and search for the rare treasure of those who attained enlightenment. After a long while, the golden needle on the yin-yang compass moved slightly, but that alone made Shu Xuan break out in a cold sweat. He clenched his teeth, continuing to use his power. Time passed like a dog running across the field, but the yin-yang compass remained motionless. This made Shu Xuan very angry. He blurted out, so much spiritual energy is being consumed. Looking at the motionless yin-yang compass in his hand, Shu Xuan decided to drink a pill to restore his strength. He had no choice but to give up. So, Shu Xuan said to himself, as if comforting himself,
no rush. Probe a little each day to see if you can find a Tao realm expert. Shu Xuan's eyes gradually became determined. He secretly pondered his purpose in the future. The Tao-seeking realm can. After searching for a Tao realm expert, one can remember a breath once. Once the breath is taken away by the Tao realm expert and it appears, Shu Xuan can pass the detection. The Tao-seeking realm must remember the aura of the Tao realm expert. Shu Xuan can absorb this information into the primal Tao star, can secretly rub it, and let the other party help him nurture the primal Tao star. With the power of these two treasures, perhaps the other party won't notice anything. So every day after that, Shu Xuan would use the Tao-seeking realm, intending to search for the existence of a Tao realm expert.
Day after day, Shu Xuan continuously used his power. But nothing happened, he said, confused. Does the 9 regions really not have the existence of the Tao realm? If such a realm exists, there can't be no experts in it, unless they've left the 9 regions. If they're not in the 9 regions, where could they be? Unless there's an upper realm.
At the same time, Han Yingmeng suddenly appeared, and she asked a very silly question. Mister, is this dance I am doing good?
Seeing that, Shu Xuan didn't really care too much, and replied, not interested. Because she found Shu Xuan too boring, Han Yingmeng changed her target to Shu Pingfan. She squatted down to meet Shu Pingfan's eyes and asked again like before, little Pingfan, how about auntie dances a bit for you to watch? Facing Han Yingmeng's expectant gaze, Shu Pingfan immediately shook his head and waved his hands, refusing, auntie, I don't want to watch, I want to cultivate. Seeing that everyone refused her dance, Han Yingmeng puffed up her cheeks in anger. At the same time, Shu Tianming, in the room, ordered the butler to tell Shu Xuan to return to the ancestral residence. So the white-bearded old man, acting as butler, immediately came to Shu Xuan's door. But after hearing the announcement, Shu Xuan coldly replied, return to the ancestral residence, not interested. Hearing this, the butler said worriedly, this is the head of the family's intention, unless 13th young master wants to go against the head of the family's wishes. The butler's gentle reminder didn't change Shu Xuan's mind. He waved his hand and said, I live here very well, I'm not going back, you go back and tell him, don't bother me anymore. The butler found Shu Xuan's personality too stubborn, not knowing his place, to the point that he didn't know what to say, only pointing at Shu Xuan and stammering, you here. At this moment, Shu Xuan frowned and instructed the butler, old man, go tell him, don't bother me, otherwise Shu Xuan and Xiao Yun will take our assets and leave the Shu family, don't blame me for not warning you. Then, the pitiful butler ran back to report to Shu Tianming. Shu Xuan's arrogant words made Shu Tianming so angry he wanted to die. He shouted, damn it, tell him to stay there. At this time, Shu Xuan was leisurely lying on the chair,
looking forward to the system's notification. Tomorrow would be the 10-year mark. What rewards will I get for the first 10 years?
Because he was too bored right now and had nothing to do, Shu Xuan called Han Yingmeng to show off her talents. Come on, dance a bit to get me interested.
But oh boy, did this cause a massive misunderstanding for Han Yingmeng. Her face went beet red from embarrassment. Though her eyes were sparkling like crazy, Han Yingmeng thought to herself, why suddenly have me perform, and make it so grand like this? Don't tell me, next he wants me to serve him intimately.
So Han Yingmeng tried to show off her charm with every dance move, winking and blowing kisses. All of this made Shu Xuan's skin crawl. He also noticed Han Yingmeng's weirdness. Something's not right with this girl. Therefore, Shu Xuan immediately knocked Han Yingmeng hard on the head. So hard that 2 huge bumps immediately appeared on her head. This also made her stop dancing, hug her head, and burst into tears.
Hey, Shu Xuan reminded. If you're gonna dance, just dance properly. Don't do any moves that aren't appropriate for children.
So Han Yingmeng sulked without saying anything, just pouting and enduring. Afterwards, the two sat at the tea table, and Shu Xuan explained first. The Tao within the tea contains Tao rhymes. Drinking a sip every day is equivalent to cleansing your Tao rhyme, physical body and soul. It can be called a treasure. You should only drink 1 cup of this tea a month. Drinking too much is not good for you.
Seeing how good the effects of the cup of tea on the table were, Han Yingmeng immediately picked it up and drank it, replying to Shu Xuan, understood, mister?
She also didn't forget to exclaim, the tea Mr. Demon drinks is indeed extraordinary.
Afterwards, Shu Xuan laid down in the middle of the courtyard, basking in the sunlight, while waiting for the system's notification to sound. As expected, not beyond Shu Xuan's expectations, only a few seconds later the system's voice sounded.
The 10-year mark has arrived.
You have stayed in the house for 10 years. Continue to create a record. Reward. Chaos Undying Body. Chaos Bell.
Shu Xuan received the Chaos Undying Body from the system. The Chaos Undying Body lives for chaos, is eternally indestructible, immortal, can absorb all Taos, and can transcend Tao tribulations. The Chaos Bell is born from chaos, is eternally undamageable, can devour the great Tao, its ringing can transmit through the ages, has defense, can transcend Tao tribulations, and suppress Dalio tribulations. Shu Xuan received the Chaos Undying Body. A vortex of chaos appeared, then slowly merged together and integrated into Shu Xuan's body. He woke up, feeling that he was undergoing a huge transformation. He could absorb spiritual qi from heaven and earth at any time. He could absorb all the power in heaven and earth. Even spiritual qi or all kinds of toxic gases could be absorbed. This was the greatness of the Chaos Undying Body, and he could break through to the 2nd level of the celestial realm. His cultivation speed increased 100-fold.
Invincible among equals. Even the 2nd level of the celestial realm couldn't withstand one of Shu Xuan's punches, but with his current strength, he still couldn't strike the Chaos Bell. With the Chaos Undying Body and the Chaos Bell, celestial realm martial artists would not be able to destroy Shu Xuan. It was time to test his strength. Shu Xuan went to the training room to test his strength, first taking Namo Buddha as his test subject. Namo Buddha can stand at the top among those of the same level. A loud explosion, but he was defeated by Shu Xuan, who could kill Namo Buddha.
Shu Xuan can be considered invincible in the celestial realm. After obtaining the Chaos Undying Body, drinking pills by the bottle was not enough. The system would reward more, so there was nothing but pills in the house. Staying at home for 10 years and one day the reward is the Great Heavenly Tao book. The Great Heavenly Tao Chi Manual is like a friggin' encyclopedia of weapon crafting. It's got tons of techniques, like a bajillion pill refining classics, but for weapons, we're talking god tier stuff. Divine weapons, celestial weapons, even Tao artifacts are like no big deal. Shu Xuan snagged it and immediately started messing around, trying to craft a few puppets.
He made 2 puppets at the divine artifact level, but their power is only around the 5th level of the heavenly realm. Apparently he can use primordial Dacio essence to buff them up to the divine realm. What Shu Xuan needs now is a freaking genius disciple at weapon crafting. Someone good at forging things. A lazy bum who just wants to chill and level up like him can't be bothered with crafting. He needs a disciple to forge weapons for him, do his chores, that's the dream. After lazing around the house for 10 years and 2 days, he received the Myriad Dao Shu Formation Codex.
Yesterday it was the Heavenly Tao Chi Manual, today it's the Myriad Tao Formation Codex. Looks like the system wants Shu Xuan to become an omnipotent being, fluent in all professions, so it's giving him what he lacks. After getting the Myriad Tao Formation Codex, Shu Xuan hauled his disciples out again to lecture them on formations and enchantments. After the lecture, Shu Xuan asked Ping Feng, "Got any epiphanies?" The little dude chirped, "Yeah, I had some. Knife up, it's a formation. Knife down, it's my formation. The formation is my knife, the knife is just my knife." The dude is increasingly one with Ding Yue and Wang Luo now.
Then Shu Xuan asked, "Anything you don't understand?" The dude replied, "Just a little bit." And so it went. Q&A all day long. At home for 10 years and 3 days, Shu Xuan got a buttload of heavenly profound pills. So many pills. Anan, that's a lot of medicine. If he took them all out, they'd probably overflow the whole dang mansion. After his chaos undying body evolved, Shu Xuan's cultivation eats up a ton of heavenly profound pills. Now he doesn't even count by the pill, he counts by the jar. The trio of Shu Xuan heir are holed up in the little world, figuring out formations and enchantments, how to use them in a fight. They're all having the same kind of realizations. Wang Luo is cooking up special pills, using not just spiritual herbs but all kinds of weapon crafting materials. He's engraving formations into the pills. One pill, one freaking formation. Ding Yu's using the sky-piercing sword formula as a base to create sword formations.
Su Xian is also getting insights and figuring out how to use formations. Shu Bingfan's been training with his blade this whole time. Now when he swings, it's like a whole dang formation's tagging along. Even if it's not perfect, the fundamentals are there.
Another 3 months go by, and Shu Xuan's strength keeps rocketing up. He's not far from the 3rd level of the heavenly realm. Outside Shu Prefecture, in the boonies, someone's lying on the ground all messed up and pitiful. The dude lifts his head, opens his eyes, then bam, an explosion of blood energy. Looks like he just got rid of something nasty inside him. Every time it happens, it's worse than death. Under a cliff, Xiangxing is sitting under a tree, leaning against the trunk. Damn it, he says. The disease is acting up again. I don't know if I can make it this time. If I really die this time, it'll be a kind of release, he says, panting, covered in sweat. He continues, I thought escaping from the ancient ruins where I was schemed against meant my life wasn't over, but who knew I'd end up like this? His hand shakes as he hits the ground. His whole body is shaking. His other hand is clutching his stomach, his face pale and miserable. He thinks, the disease is acting up again, and I've run out of pills. Am I really gonna die here? I'm not willing to accept this, but now everyone's after me, and I only have this little hammer nurtured in my dantian. What can I do? From within his dantian, the little hammer makes a sound. Xiangxing hears it and thinks, is the hammer making noise because it feels unwilling on my behalf?
Xiangxing pours his heart out to it, full of gratitude for the little hammer. Thank you for staying with a useless master like me, until the very end.
I'm just the son of a concubine in a weapon crafting family, and I have a strange disease. I've been bullied since I was a kid. My biggest achievement in life is being able to craft a weapon that resonates with my heart. I thought going deep into the ancient ruins this time would change my fate, but now what can I do? Xiangxing looks at his palm, where a red, spiritual energy is glowing. He thought, that little hammer, I really am its master. Thinking of this, tears streamed down his face. He looked at the finger emitting a red aura, continuing his thoughts, wanting him to faint.
Lying prostrate on the ground, his whole body surrounded by red spiritual qi, Shu Yun was taking a stroll when she suddenly encountered someone lying on the ground. She exclaimed in surprise.
Why is someone sleeping in broad daylight here? No, something's not right. Looking at this, it seems like they're about to kick the bucket.
Saving a life is better than building 7 pagodas. Meeting this young lady means your life isn't over yet. Then she walked closer, peered at him, and said,
it just so happens I recently refined a top-grade, soul-returning pill. What a bargain for you, kid.
This pill took me 7 days and 7 nights of painstaking effort, using only the finest medicinal ingredients. Whether it's rheumatism or a fall injury, this medicine will cure you completely, guaranteed. As she spoke, a pill radiating golden light appeared in her hand and entered Xiangxing's body, but he didn't react at all. Shu Yun wondered, why isn't there any reaction? Xiangxing had already opened his eyes. His eyes were open, and he thought in his head, this is a sacred medicine. What kind of injury is it treating? The pain in my body has decreased a lot, and even my soul seems to be nourished. I'm conscious now, but I just can't open my mouth to speak. He squinted to look at Shu Yun in front of him. Shu Yun hadn't noticed that the person had woken up and was still wondering, even though no one has ever taken this medicine of mine before, it shouldn't be this ineffective. Xiangxing thought, beautiful big sister, keep going. Give me more medicinal power. Don't pity me because I'm weak.
Shu Yun blankly said, could it be that I have to? Then she poked Xiangxing with her hand. Xiangxing saw how silly she was, and couldn't speak, so he could only mutter in his heart, stop poking, just use the medicine.
Shu Yun poked the person a few times and didn't see any movement. She panicked and said, crap, did I poke him to death? I should go home and find an expert.
Then she put Xiangxing in her bag. On the way, Xiangxing thought, why do I have a bad feeling about being outside?
Shu Yun struggled to carry the bag.
As soon as she got home, she shouted, 13th brother, I'm back.
Shu Xuan heard Shu Yun's voice and said, Yun Yer, why are you being so boisterous? Shu Yun smiled like a flower and said, isn't it because I'm in a hurry to see my invincible 13th brother? Also, I brought someone back. Suddenly, Shu Yun seemed to see something and asked curiously, why are there so many people in the courtyard? Who are they? Shu Xuan, hearing this, said, they are the disciples and maids of the 13th brother. Behind Shu Xuan were Wang Luo, Su Xian and Ding Yu. Then Shu Xuan turned to face them and said, "That's right, this is Miss Yungir, your Shishu. Introduce yourselves." Wang Luo was the first to speak. He smiled like a salesman and said, "Hello, Shishu Yun. I'm Wang Luo." Next was Ding Yu, and finally, Shu Xuan. They all introduced themselves the same way, only changing the name, like when we used to write essays about our mothers in elementary school. Shu Yun listened with admiration, saying, "As expected of my 13th brother, you've already taken in disciples," Shu Xuan replied. "It's all about teaching and imparting knowledge." As if remembering something, he asked, "That's right, Yunwei, what bag are you carrying?" Only then did Yunhe remember and say, "I almost forgot while talking. There's still a big matter that hasn't been resolved." Then she looked at the bag. Then she turned back to Shu Xuan, smiling. "13th brother, Yun came to see you because of him." Then she recounted everything to Shu Xuan. Shu Xuan casually replied, "So that's what happened." Xiangxing, now out of the sack, was meditating in the courtyard, his whole body radiating a fiery red spiritual energy. Shu Xuan thought, "This guy has a special physique. This kind of physique will make a person feel like they're being burned by fire, an extraordinary pain. Someone with a weak will would die from the pain." Ding Yu and the others were also thinking, "This guy is really miserable. Looking at him, he's about the same age as us, but he's enduring a torment that's not human." Shu Xuan spoke up, "But this kind of physique is also a strong talent." Ding Yu rested his chin on his hand, pondering. "A strong talent? Stronger than my supreme sword path? Or what?" Su Xian on the other hand, had found the key point, saying, "Looks like Mr. wants to take in another disciple. But why are Mr.'s disciples so weird?" Wang Luo chimed in. "And there's this freak with a special physique. Just looking at him, you can tell he's about to kick the bucket," Su Xian added. "Only a breath away from ascending to heaven," Wang Luo interjected. "More like half a breath." Xiangxing, ignoring the gawking crowd, thought, "Who is this 13th brother? He saw right through me with just one glance. It would be great if I could open my mouth and speak now. But isn't the important thing now to save me? Stop discussing my condition and make a move already." At this moment, Shu Xuan finally spoke. "You guys quickly step back. Still letting you discuss his condition. He really won't be saved at this rate." Ding Yue and the others then stepped back. Shu Yun said, "13th brother, it's a good thing we have you." Su Xian and Ding Yu chimed in unison. "Master is wise." Xiangxing heard this and thought to himself, 13th brother is so insightful. After I recover, I must kowtow to him 3 times and prostrate 9 times. A golden pill appeared in Shu Xuan's hand. The pill flew towards Xiangxing. Shu Xuan said, "This pill isn't enough to completely cure him, but it can pull him back from the brink of death." Xiangxing was in a hurry now, he thought. "It's here, hurry up, I can't wait anymore." After getting the pill, he thought, "It's a good thing I have 13th brother. The burning sensation on my body has almost disappeared. My body is gradually recovering. It really feels like I've been pulled back from the brink of death. I'm alive again." Thinking of this, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. The 4, Ding Yu, Shu Yun, and Su Xian saw him wake up and said, "You're awake." Xiangxing didn't say a word, directly kneeling down in front of Shu Xuan. This little one could still hear 13th brother and everyone talking just now. "I'm here to thank 13th master for saving my life," Shu Xuan replied modestly. "You're too polite. There's no need for such formalities. My name is Shu Xuan. You can call me Mr. I still don't know your name." Xiangxing then raised his head and replied, "This little one is Xiangxing. Thank you, Mr., for saving me. From now on, this little one is willing to be Mr.'s servant to repay your kindness." Shu Xuan chuckled and said, "You're too kind." But in his heart he wanted to say, "Jackpot again," because the system panel showed that he was Xiangxing, the son of a concubine of the Shang family in the southern region, eastern continent, because his mother used a fire-attributed fruit to mutate his bloodline, creating a congenital firebone, accidentally entered a great formation of the ancient Qi domain, and unexpectedly arrived in the northern region, southern continent. Shu Xuan said, "Xiangxing, stand up and talk." Xiangxing still cupped his hands and asked Shu Xuan, "Yes, mister. Is this special physique of mine really a strong talent? If it's a talent, why does it torment me so often?" Shu Xuan explained. "Your physique is called the congenital firebone. Once I completely eliminate the hidden dangers within you, you'll be able to escape this pain, completely reborn, and embark on a path you never thought possible." As he spoke, a flame appeared in Shu Xuan's hand, and Xiangxing was lifted into the air. He thought, "Mr. not only saved my life, but he can also make me stronger. I can't repay this kindness, even if I become a cow or a horse." Before eliminating the hidden dangers, Shu Xuan instructed Xiangxing, "It will be very painful during the process. You must persevere and endure it." Then he turned to Shu Yun. "Yun, 13th brother will borrow some of your pills." Shu Yun asked back, "Borrow my pills?" While she was hesitating, she suddenly saw a pill fly out of her sleeve, and said in surprise, Why is my pill? Why did it run out on its own? Shu Xuan chuckled, took the pills in his hand, and said, 13th brother will record a great merit for Yun Er here. You can exchange it for a reward later. Yun Er heard there was a reward,
and happily smiled and said, Okay, 13th brother, if it's not enough, I still have more. After Shu Xuan got the pills, he thought, with Yun Er's pills, Xiangxing will be able to reduce a lot of pain.
He still used his internal energy to transform the pills into one big pill, and sent it flying towards Xiangxing.
After it arrived at Xiangxing's place, it disappeared right into his body. Xiangxing was like, the elixir and spiritual power are all gone inside me already, Shu Xuan thought to himself.
Xiangxing, hang in there. You gotta rely on yourself this time, Xiangxing screamed in his head.
This spiritual power is seriously savage. It's like my soul's being torn apart. But I've been through countless painful and torturous experiences. How can I give up at this crucial moment? Then, he roared, rebirth is today. Suddenly, at the Shu family's courtyard where they were standing, a pillar of light appeared. Shu Yun shielded his eyes, thinking, so this is the potential of the heaven-born firebone. The Ding Yu squad were like, whoa, seriously strong. This level of talent ain't lower than us normies. Then, the light faded away.
Xiangxing was dazed, asking,
is it over? Did I make it through?
Shu Xuan calmly replied, that's right, Xiangxing, you succeeded.
Xiangxing still seemed unsure, asking again, Immortal Master, I actually succeeded.
Shu Xuan flashed that signature smile, saying, yep. No need to doubt yourself, you did it. Then Xiangxing knelt down.
Shifu, disciple Xiangxing, begs you to accept me. Shu Xuan still smiled, saying, your Shifu accepts you. Get up now, system voice, BEEP. You've accepted a heaven-born firebone disciple. Reward, grandson burning heaven art. Xiangxing stood up, clasping his hands together respectfully, saying, thank you, Shifu. This disciple will definitely not fail your kindness today, Shifu. Shu Xuan replied.
Strive to cultivate this grandson burning heaven art well. After you've completely activated your firebone talent, your Shifu will teach you qi refining. As he spoke, a book appeared in mid-air. Xiangxing teared up, sniffling.
Thank you, Shu Xuan continued.
Your origins, your Shifu already knows. Moreover, you carry great karma. Only by constantly getting stronger can you live up to your great destiny, Xiangxing asked in confusion. Shifu, what kind of great karma can this disciple receive? Shu Xuan turned away,
mysteriously saying, when the time comes you'll naturally know. You just need to remember that with your Shifu as your backing, you don't need to worry about anything. Xiangxing bowed his head, replying,
yes, Shu Xuan instructed further. Go cultivate in the small world. Call your 2 senior brothers if you need anything. Xiangxing knelt down and replied,
yes, Shifu. This disciple takes his leave. Over here, Shu Xuan pondered. I originally thought that Xiangxing's transformation would take a long time, but I didn't expect him to complete it in such a short period.
Sure enough, facing difficulties is an indispensable accumulation for success. Moreover, Xiangxing's talent is very high, and his willpower is even stronger than Ding Yu and Wang Lu. Early in the morning at the old mansion, Shu Xuan met Xiangxing. Good morning, Shifu.
Good morning, Little Xing. Little Xing, you've been doing well these past few days.
You've managed to subdue the firebone. You must continue to work hard and not be lazy in the future. What Shu Xuan said was very true. Xiangxing will definitely not fail to live up to his expectations. Shu Xuan was quite proud. He had transferred all the qi refining techniques and some basic dharma techniques into Xiangxing's head. It must be a comprehensive development. He can't be complacent just because of his strong talent. Xiangxing also listened very attentively to his words, and when Xiangxing leveled up a bit, Shu Xuan would teach him how to refine the mother-child communication talisman. Xiangxing was so happy that he was all smiles. He knew that his master had given him many important tasks, and he must complete them perfectly in order to repay Shu Xuan's expectations.
This is really pleasing to the master. That's right, Little Xing. The small hammer you're nurturing is quite interesting.
Xiangxing was stunned when he heard this. As expected of my master, he even knows about the small hammer in my body. Thinking, he took out the small hammer and gave it to Shu Xuan. He had refined this small hammer since he was a child, and he had long been spiritually connected with it.
Although it's not a valuable object, it has extraordinary significance to him.
Shu Xuan knew this little hammer meant a lot to Xiangxing, but he hadn't really unlocked its true potential yet. Xiangxing wasn't exactly sure about the real power of the little hammer either, you know?
Yep, you guessed it. Shu Xuan used just one finger, and bam, the little hammer shattered,
scaring Xiangxing so bad he almost turned green, lol.
But Shu Xuan was still grinning. Alright, Little Xing, don't freak out. The core essence of this little hammer is a special treasure. It's just that your initial forging was too crude to unleash its full power. Literally a second later, the little hammer was in pieces. Ada. Xiangxing was speechless, totally dumbfounded. But relax, Shifu won't hurt your little hammer. This is just to give it a rebirth, a total makeover, Shu Xuan smirked. Then he chanted an incantation. and a blue light enveloped the hammer's spirit. So the little hammer can also reborn into a new appearance that is very eye-catching, is like that. The little hammer instantly turned into a celestial weapon, and after Shu Xuan's refinement, its transformation speed accelerated. Jiang, keep nurturing it in your body. Its ultimate form isn't just a simple celestial weapon. Little Jing was just gawking at this point. Even a celestial weapon isn't its final form. Thank you, Shifu.
Alright, head back to the small world and continue cultivating. Shu Xuan instructed Xiangxiang a bit more, then went back to his room to keep breaking through.
Over 3 months, he finally broke through to the 3rd level of the heavenly realm. I think I even had a 1-minute showdown with Namobuddha in my head just now. I was able to defeat him already, he was thinking. If I really go all out, he could almost annihilate him. As Shu Xuan was gloating, the system chimed in. Beep! Your disciple, Ma Luantian, is spreading the concept of equality for all living beings, and defeated 1,000 guards of the demon race, reward, demon codex, and an unexpected bonus. But looking at the system's updates, this disciple, Ma Luantian, is becoming more and more like a dodgy monk. Shu Xuan started paying closer attention to these changes.
Shu Xuan then pulled out his mirror to see what tricks this Ma Luantian kid was up to. Meanwhile, outside the city walls, corpses everywhere, with only one survivor standing above them, Ma Luantian said, Amitabha, Adida Fo, but the sword in his hand was dripping with blood.
You're a demon. Don't come any closer. Ma Luantian kept approaching, making the guy even more terrified. Esteemed benefactor, lay down your butcher knife and become a Buddha on the spot. Why is he telling him to drop the knife? Didn't Ma Luantian kill all those demons? Goodness, he was just giving them salvation, that's all.
He spat. Salvation, Ma Luantian is just a pervert, a psycho, a nutjob.
He was just cursing up a storm. Shu Xuan, hearing this, facepalmed. Does this guy seriously want to die?
Stubbornly clinging to delusion. Looks like I need to cleanse his dirty soul. Ma Luantian prepared to strike.
What's this? Is he trying to break my defense? This time, he really freaked out. Amitabha. A giant palm strike headed his way. What kind of palm technique is this? After a moment, nothing happened. I think he's okay. Could it be that Mo Luantian is all bark and no bite? But something feels off here. Why is he lying on the ground? Did that bald dude's palm strike just straight up kill his body, leaving only his soul behind? But why would Mo Luantian do that? Then he looks down. Turns out that one palm strike completely demolished the city wall. He can't believe his eyes. Just who in the heck is this bald guy? While he's still spacing out, Mo Luantian raises his golden bowl. Benefactor, come on over here. This humble monk has especially left your soul here to purify you, wishing you an early enlightenment and refuge in Buddhism. So that's what he was waiting for. This baldy is vicious. The bowl starts vibrating immediately. His soul gets sucked right in. Amitabha. Even trapped in the bowl, he's still screaming at the top of his lungs. What kind of skill is it to do sneak attack? Bald donkey. If you have the ability, then let him out. They will fight till death, with real swords and weapons. He was just careless, and didn't dodge in time. This round doesn't count. They'll do a best of 3. Man, he's got a silver tongue. But Mo Luantian doesn't even acknowledge him, just closes his eyes and ignores him. Hey, Baldy, say something. He lets him scream all he wants. Amitabha, good. Baldy, say something. Why are you trapping me like this? He keeps yelling in vain. Mo Luantian just focuses on chanting scriptures for him. Subhuti, what do you think? If someone were to use the 7 treasures of the triple chiliocosm to make offerings, would that person have great merit? Subhuti speaks very much. Holy crap, don't chant. Stop reading already. I'm begging you. Mo Luantian is about to read, his ear degraded. Moreover, is your neck made from steel? Can we drink water? He keeps babbling. But Mo Luantian doesn't even care and keeps chanting, form does not differ from emptiness, and emptiness does not differ from form. All these universal salvation scriptures are driving him crazy. If you really can't do it, then just reincarnate me. He begs Mo Luantian.
Benefactor, this attitude is clearly not sincere.
Seems like you still don't fully understand my Buddha, Mo Luantian says again. Thinking back to how stubborn he was at first, until Shifu appeared and guided him, finally leading him to a complete awakening. Like a thunderclap to the ears, this Mo Luantian even has the nerve to mention Shu Xuan. Seems like I need to find a chance to straighten out this kid. Letting him go unchecked, I fear he might take the wrong path. Over here, Mo Luantian is still talking non-stop. If he can really use his heart to feel the Buddhist path that Shifu created, then everything he does today is worth it. Mo Luantian continues lecturing on Buddhist scriptures with a proud expression. You mother fker, he says. How can bald guy be so perverted? It's true that the people from the same family can't enter Amitabha's home. This sentence of his provokes Mo Luantian. How dare he insult his Shizun? Then he will make it so that he never gets to reincarnate. Bajia bala mi. Bajia Bala Mi. A kind of Buddhist chant protects him. What the heck is this? Why is it burning my soul? Ah, it hurts. So uncomfortable. Just kill me. After a while, his soul is completely burned away inside the bowl, had become completely empty. Amitabha. How benevolent. How benevolent. Over here, Shu Xuan leaned back in his chair, speechless. This Ma Luhian Tian guy's thinking is seriously warped, a complete product of a primitive society. But this Maga Luthian Tian, whom he let roam free, has already reached the second level. Who knew that without relying on a small world he could still reach such a level?
Truly worthy of being a child of fortune, Ding Yu and Wang Luo are in the small world, but compared to Ma Luan Tian, there's still some distance. Looks like children of fortune should be left to roam free, using external stimulation to obtain opportunities and transformations brought about by fortune. Shu Xuan put down his teacup and called Ding Yue and Wang Luo out.
Your Shifu has an important mission for you two.
Yes, Shifu.
The two young men stepped forward. Shu Xuan didn't beat around the bush.
You two have cultivated to this day. I wouldn't dare say you're invincible at your level, but you're definitely top tier. Staying in the small world to cultivate isn't enough. It's time to go out and temper yourselves. Shu Xuan knew their personalities. They'd be angry when they should be, and they'd train when they should train. But the most important thing about this trip is to break through your own limits. This is the important mission your Shifu is entrusting to you. Shu Xuan was confident they'd follow his instructions.
Hearing this, he proudly puffed out his chest and said, "Don't be afraid of anything you encounter. Your Shifu is always behind you." These words filled them with pride.
Ding Yue's eyes were incredibly determined. I will definitely not let Shifu down. Wang Luo also listened to Shifu's teachings.
Shu Xuan then used his power,
bestowing upon them a mark. If anything urgent happens, use this mark against your enemy, and no matter how far away they are, Shu Xuan will strike and kill the enemy with the mark. Ding Yue and Wang Luo were incredibly grateful to Shu Xuan. Remember to return before the War Demon Ancient Land opens. Shu Xuan gave some final instructions and let them leave. Xu Xian, seeing this, also wanted to return to the central continent to defeat that bastard who had once coveted her.
The scoundrel who forced the marriage on her back then. If you leave, who will serve me? What's the rush with your little matter? What strength do you even have?
Wait until you reach the heavenly realm and then go back to suppress him.
It won't take much time, Shu Xuan vehemently opposed.
So this is probably for my own good.
Xu Xian didn't say anything more. That's right, the heavenly realm isn't far away anymore, and cultivating in the small world will become faster and faster.
Shu Pingfan also pondered for a bit. As long as his strength is high enough, he can go to the central continent to find his parents and demand justice for himself. He isn't trash, nor is he garbage. Shu Xuan was even more excited. He wondered what rewards these two would bring back this time. Recently, Xiangxing's level of qi refining and strength have both improved greatly. He can prepare for that plan now.
Linking the mother talisman with the great Tao through the primordial Tao essence. If so, it can bear the transfer of a large amount of information. But the difficulty isn't small. It'll at least require a Tao artifact level, Shu Xuan thought for a moment, and finally thought of using common wood as the central foundation of the Tao artifact.
Then let's call it the Heavenly Tao Talisman. The Heavenly Tao belongs to everyone, and the information talisman grasps everything. Following that, he began refining the Heavenly Tao Talisman, and called Xiangxing to watch by his side. After a long while the refining was complete, and it had also successfully linked with the secondary talisman. Xiangxing sighed with emotion. He felt that he could carry out classification. For example, low-level refining methods, high-level refining methods, one-time information talisman refining methods. One-time information talismans are a type of confidential talisman prepared for special people. Worthy Xiangxing is indeed very talented, he thinks very thoroughly. Shu Xuan secretly praised. The remaining information talismans were handed over to Xiangxing to refine and research. Xiangxing can be trained to become the person in charge of implementing the Heavenly Tao Talisman plan. As long as the information is spread out, the plan is successfully implemented. And in the future, no matter what force uses an information talisman, for Shu Xuan, there will be no secrets, no matter who it is. Transmitting information must go through the Heavenly Tao Talisman. After the Tao realm, he can truly accomplish something like the Heavenly Tao spreading throughout the 9 regions. The system jumped out to announce, "Open the Heavenly Tao plan without leaving home. The reward is Divine Soul Tao Intent." Shu Xuan was even happier. Sure enough, accidentally grabbing something also easily triggered the system's rewards. He received the reward, and a green light enveloped his body, breaking through to the 4th level of the heavenly realm. Shu Xuan could actually clearly sense the existence of the Grand Tao, and even had Tao insights nourishing him. It's like his soul is one with the Grand Tao, Breaking through to the Emperor realm is just a matter of time for him. Shu Xuan cracked a satisfied grin, and then went to check out what Ding Yu was up to using the mirror. And what do you know, it's Han Yingmeng. Ding Yu's gone to the territory of the Floating Flower Pavilion. Han Yingmeng's asking what Ding Yu is doing at the Floating Flower Pavilion. He wants her to help him with something?
Dude's going to her for help again. This is a good thing for her. As long as she can do it, she'll definitely help you climb all over him. Climb what now? How can he say something like that with a straight face? Han Yingmeng is totally speechless. Her face is seriously shocked. Climb all over him? How's that supposed to work? But Ding Yu is still as calm as ever. You're not gonna help? If you don't want to, I'll find someone else who will. Han Yingmeng immediately agreed. It's just climbing all over him, right? In this entire Nanzhao, who's worthy of me climbing all over them besides Ding Yu? If you agree, then do it, Ding Yu said, and then bent down so Yingmeng could climb on him.
Even though she was blushing with embarrassment, she still climbed up and wrapped her arms around Ding Yu's neck.
And then he's complaining. He really doesn't know how to enjoy himself, does he? Has a woman on him, but no woman in his heart. Shifu, you're still too weak. You can't do it. You need to keep trying to find the 3 sword Dao gates. Han Yingmeng didn't understand any of that. Shu Xuan over here is giving a bitter laugh. This guy's hopeless. I thought he'd finally gotten it, but it was just for this. Damn it, Shu Xuan taught him so much. And he only remembers this one line. This guy's gonna be single forever. Shu Xuan facepalmed, totally losing hope. Ding Yu's face darkened.
He curled his lip and looked sideways at Han Yingmeng like she was some mysterious creature, and then he straight up turned his face away. He declared that he would definitely find the Supreme Sword Dao Gate. Han Yingmeng was so pissed off by Ding Yu's stubbornness that she was practically fuming. She gnashed her teeth and wanted to retort, but suddenly, without a word of goodbye, Ding Yu decisively used his King Gong to dart away right in front of her.
In no time, Ding Yu had disappeared, leaving behind a momentarily stunned Han Yingmeng, whose face then fell. Veins popped out on her forehead. She finally couldn't help but roar.
Ding Yu, you despicable jerk. Han Yingmeng will never let you off. Outside the secret realm trial, Shu Xuan, after monitoring Ding Yu and Han Yingmeng's situation, couldn't help but sigh in frustration. Hopeless, I should just check on Wang Luo instead. Through the myriad mirrors of heaven he could see every location in the world. Shu Xuan found Wang Luo, then looked at Wang Luo's mysterious masked appearance,
and thought to himself, suppressing his cultivation to the true realm? And still wearing a mask? Truly worthy of being the child of destiny, always using the tiger pretending to be a pig tactic.
Wang Luo, at the distant horizon, didn't realize Shu Xuan was monitoring him. He muttered, every time at the Wang family's Dao alchemy tournament, they almost always win the top 3 spots, showing the style of the northern continent's #1 Dao alchemy family. This time the Wang family is one of the organizers. There will definitely be more Junji participants.
I must crush all of the prodigies, put the Wang family's genius under my feet. To insult, to make the Wang family a joke of the northern continent, abandon me, the betrothed has broken off the engagement, so that she will have to regret it. Hearing this, Shu Xuan also sighed, a little impatient. So boring, I'll wait for him to show off and slap their faces. Perhaps Shu Xuan felt that the mirror wasn't suitable anymore, so he changed his skill to try using the Myriad Heaven Mirror.
The Myriad Heaven Mirror showed a scene of desolate mountains, a young woman holding a blade. Her leg qui was latent around her. Shu Xuan observed her. Qin Ying is already the Emperor Realm 5th level. It seems that she is about to break through to the Emperor Realm 6th level.
Ren Changhe's spiritual power fading is also quite good, not far from the spirit realm.
Seeing the progress of his 2 disciples in their cultivation paths, as their master, Shu Xuan felt satisfied and smiled as he commented, they are all very ordinary. I'll try my luck using the Dao-seeking mirror.
The Dao-seeking mirror was like an empty compass needle, appeared. Shu Xuan looked at the needle spinning around and around indefinitely and thought boredly.
Still no harvest.
Suddenly, a streak of light appeared on the empty compass, and the needle stopped, pointing. Shu Xuan was surprised and thought, what the heck, did it find a Dao realm powerhouse? But after a while, a look of disappointment flashed across Shu Xuan's face. He said, it's just finding the power of the divine soul at its limit. First, record the breath into the primal Dao information imprint.
Shu Xuan summoned a glittering crystal emitting blue light, channeled Xuanying Qi into it, and then took out a spirit pill and popped it into his mouth. Shu Xuan swallowed the pill and said, gotta make it thicker, how am I gonna fool him? In the distant horizon, there was a large cave at the foot of a mountain. Outside, the trees were lush, while inside the cave, a man was meditating, constantly circulating his true qi. As a result, golden light enveloped his entire body, like a protective shield. His expression was somewhat pale, his face gaunt, and his beady eyes, which had been closed, suddenly cracked open a slit, looking into the distant void. Just like that, he stopped circulating his qi and stood up, saying in a yielding and humble tone, which Dao brother is probing this old man?
Though he said that, he was already suspicious. From the moment I sensed the aura of that mysterious person.
What treasure did they use to get my breath? Let me deduce it. Who exactly is it? But then he was shocked to realize, in Ying Mao's heart, my search is met with the rejection of the great Dao, even annihilation. So terrifying. The opponent's strength is even above my own. After realizing the massive disparity in strength, he became cautious.
He said, "Dao brother? Contacting Yingmao, I wonder what's the matter." But the only reply Yinglao received was the silence of the cave and the mountains. At this point, he couldn't help but be conflicted. Is it a blessing or a curse? Or should I find a few friends to discuss it with? Yinglao thought, but still couldn't help but call out Dao brother once more. Unexpectedly, this call from Yinglao successfully summoned a brilliant light in the sky with words, "Little friend, don't be hasty. Since you are fated to be here, then just stay there. This is your opportunity." Yinglao was a bit stunned, but then he quickly recovered and asked with a gentle smile, "May I ask for the senior's esteemed name?" In his heart he thought, "Titles. There have been countless people like you who have used titles, and even those stronger than you have used them before." The light on the cave wall changed the words, and revealed, "The first great Taoist sovereign, eternally undying, eternally imperishable, peerlessly handsome, of great power and virtue, the supreme saint, the myriad realms come to pay their respects." Yinglao twitched, staring dumbfounded at the words. In his heart, he couldn't help but marvel. What a top-tier title! It's just that I've never heard of such a powerhouse. The words on the cave wall changed again, reading, "Little friend, cultivate diligently. Later, people will come one after another to communicate with you." Looking at the words on the cave wall, Yinglao was conflicted again. Is it a blessing or a scam? Maybe it's a disaster. Or should I reveal it to a few friends and discuss countermeasures together? What if it really is an opportunity? I'll try probing a little next time. At this time, Shu Xuan in his courtyard was extremely satisfied with what he had found. He happily said,
"Finally found a Dao realm powerhouse. This proves that this realm still has Dao realm existences, just don't know where they're hiding." Shu Xuan observed the surface of the Dao-seeking mirror again, and suddenly another streak of light appeared. He thought, the Dao-seeking mirror doesn't show distance. It could be extremely far away, or perhaps in an independent space. Shu Xuan smiled confidently, saying, "Maintaining this breath relies on the other party's Dao runes, which is equivalent to directly using their Dao aura to nourish my primal Dao emotion." And the smile on Shu Xuan's lips gradually lost its morality. He rubbed his chin and muttered, "Strive to connect with a few more Dao realm powerhouses and pull them together. This is a Dao realm chat group." In the blink of an eye, time passed, and Shu Xuan patiently waited for new news. After some time, Shu Xuan summoned the Dao-seeking mirror, muttering, "A month has passed, and I've only found one Dao realm powerhouse, Ying Kong." Then he rubbed his chin and grinned lewdly. Should I go scam him again? Just like that. At Yinglao's cave cliff, a white light appeared with words that he no longer found unfamiliar. "Little friend, how's your cultivation going?" Facing this greeting, Yinglao politely replied, "Senior, I've recently had some great Dao insights. May I ask for your guidance?" As soon as he finished speaking, the words on the cave wall didn't change, as if the other party on the other side had suddenly fallen silent. Shu Xuan, on the other side of the mirror, his heavenly fortune voice a bit disappointed, said, "Is that all? Dao realm is just like that. Their comprehension of the great Dao is so low, not even comparable to myself." Shu Xuan frowned slightly. The devouring demon art that he cultivated, all kinds of insights were from the system, and at the same time, he had his own divine soul Dao intent, so his comprehension of the great Dao had reached the highest realm, only lacking cultivation realm. In order to not reveal any flaws, Shu Xuan only gave Ying Kong a slight pointer, not letting him continue to ask other doubts. Even so, Ying Kong was quite respectful. He was still in the cave at the foot of the mountain. Facing the sound transmission crystal, Yinglao bowed and cupped his fist, saying, "Thank you, senior, for answering my questions." Shu Xuan at the other end of the primal spirit stone sound transmission didn't respond. "Ying, little friend, cultivate diligently. The great Dao has no end. You must constantly temper your Dao aura to progress, which is effective for comprehending the great Dao." Ying Kong in the cave on the other side, hearing the words, "temper your Dao aura," couldn't help but be confused and wondered, "May I ask, senior, what is meant by tempering Dao aura?" Seeing that Yinglao didn't seem to understand this method of cultivating the Dao, Shu Xuan kindly explained, "It's very simple. Constantly consume Dapa Shu aura, constantly condense Dapa Shu aura. The process of each consumption and condensation will bring great new insights into the great Dapa Shu. Just like refining artifacts, constantly forging is how you can refine powerful artifacts. Dapa aura is the same. Doing it many times will increase your burden on Dapa aura." Hearing Shu Xuan's clear and detailed explanation, Ying Kong quickly understood and replied, "Senior, I understand." Hearing this, Shu Xuan praised, "A teachable child. Consuming Dao aura in battle is not the best policy. Actively pursuing Dao aura and condensing Dao aura is the correct path." At this time, Ying Kong accepted the knowledge and couldn't help but be grateful to Shu Xuan. "Thank you, senior, for your guidance."
Ying Kong stirred the Dao aura around him, constantly expelling it outwards, constantly dissipating his own Dao aura. In the blink of an eye, it was consumed, and just like that, the Origin Spirit Stone started sucking up Ying Kong's luck and repelling him.
Shu Xuan couldn't help but grin like a Cheshire cat. He totally fell for it.
If Ying Kong keeps bleeding his Dao luck like this every few days, it won't be long before my little world gets an upgrade. Dao realm experts are walking treasure troves. One's not enough. Gotta find a few more to contribute to the cause. Meanwhile, back in the mountainside cave, Ying Kong sat in meditation, relying on true qi floating in the air. He mumbled Shu Xuan's teachings like he was chanting a sutra, expelling his Dao luck, which vanished in an instant, vaguely feeling like it had returned to the grand Dao.
Golden light shimmered and swirled around Ying Kong.
He could clearly feel the surging true qi flowing through his body, and excitedly thought to himself, a surge of Dao luck from the dense grand Dao. The bottleneck that has plagued me for years is overflowing. On Shu Xuan's side,
the Origin Spirit Stone, having observed everything, praised him with satisfaction. Ying Kong is indeed a hard-working man.
The Dao laws flowing from the primordial Dao star began to gradually become complete. After a while, the little world changed again.
Shu Xuan had Nanwu Buddha cultivate next to the primordial Dao star, sensing Dao luck at close range, to help him break through to the spirit realm soon.
At this time, the system sound effect rang and informed Shu Xuan that your disciple Ding Yu accidentally stumbled into an ancient forbidden area. His qi luck has increased, rewarding 500 years of cultivation. Shu Xuan couldn't help being surprised.
As expected, a son of qi luck must be raised like this to bring rewards to oneself, Shu Xuan ordered. System. Accept the reward of 500 years of cultivation.
The system immediately complied and integrated the 500 years of perfectly refined cultivation into Shu Xuan's body. Absorbing and sensing the 500 years of cultivation within him, Shu Xuan found that he had leveled up to the 5th level of the heaven realm, only one step away from the spirit realm. He thought for a moment, then suddenly took out the Dao-seeking mirror to observe.
Maybe because he felt it wasn't anything special, he switched to summoning the heavenly fortune mirror to monitor Ding Yu sitting in meditation in the Qiangkun space. Surrounding him were the phantoms of swords, and a black sword stood out among the burning flames.
The dark sword body carried an ominous aura. It's probably the divine sword from this ancient forbidden land. Ding Yue is already at the 4th level of the Emperor realm. That divine sword looks extremely oppressive. Ding Yue is a son of Qi Luke. How could he be easily affected? After that, Shu Xuan changed the location of observation in the heavenly fortune mirror. He saw Wang Luo appearing in a sand arena. Wang Luo had successfully entered the semifinals and raised his cultivation to the 1st level of the Emperor realm. His performance in the competition was like a breakthrough, and his true cultivation had risen to the 3rd level of the Emperor realm. Shu Xuan was extremely satisfied. Worthy of being my disciple, so good at showing off.
Time passed quickly. Another half a year passed, and Xiangxing had come out of the small world and began to accumulate in preparation for breaking through to the Emperor realm. Su Xiangxie was already at the 5th level of the Emperor realm. Suddenly, Shu Xuan raised his head with a complex expression, looked up at the distant sky and said, "The recovery speed of the heavenly Dao rules in Nanzhou has suddenly increased a bit. I'm afraid it's related to Ding Yu." After a while,
at Shu Xuan's courtyard, they welcomed the return of a beautiful girl. It was Shu Yun. She stepped forward to face Shu Xuan and said with a smile, 13th brother, I'm late." Shu Xuan nodded, then held up the primordial Dao star in his hand and said, "The heavenly Dao rules of Nanzhou are incomplete, and you can't break through to the Emperor realm. Go into the Qiankun space and break through to the Emperor realm."
Seeing Shu Xuan's confident appearance, Shu Yun couldn't help but smile in her heart.
As expected, my 13th brother is very strong. Another half a year passed.
Shu Yun took the lead in breaking through to the Emperor realm. 1 month after Shu Yun broke through, Xiangxing also broke through. Xiangxing's first task after breaking through was to refine communication talismans. In the past, he struggled to overcome simultaneously refining puppets,
building a communication talisman production line, and refining large quantities. After realizing what needed to be done,
Shu Xuan turned to the woman in red robes and said, "Start letting Black Moon Tower sell communication talismans." She responded with a respectful yes and turned to leave, leaving Shu Xuan behind. He picked up an Origin Spirit Stone and whispered, "The heavenly Dao rules of Nanzhou are recovering very quickly. The time to open the ancient battle demon land will be sooner. It's time to start the layout. The heavenly Dao plan is officially starting." As soon as the Black Moon Tower sold the communication talismans, all the forces in Nanzhou bought them. The waiters in charge of selling the communication talismans arranged the products neatly on the table, and merchants and buyers came from all over to say, "Give me a few communication talismans." The waiters also smiled happily, and business went smoothly.
The strength of the Black Moon Tower is very strong, and they can research this kind of communication talisman.
Shu Xuan will release the Myriad Realm Talisman when the time is right, and secretly grasp the intelligence of the entire 8 regions. Less than half a month after the communication talisman was sold, Shu Xuan obtained quite a few secrets from a large force. For example, Qin Keiyun used Qin Ying to keep a way out, successfully restoring to the Emperor Realm Cultivation. The young master Bai Shao Kong of White Mountain secretly left Nanzhao and went to Nine Sword Mountain in northern Zhao to practice in seclusion. After the battle in southern Zhao, the Sword Mountain moved its main force to northern Zhao. Now northern Zhao is the #1 sword Daoyo sect, named Nine Sword Sect. The half-emperor powerhouses of all generations of Nine Sword Mountain will go to Nine Sword Sect in northern Zhao to break through to the Emperor Realm when the time is up. Shu Xuan also snagged some insider info about the Dacian Empire. Like, get this, the real muscle and backer behind the Dacian Empire is the Dacian Palace in Central Province. Shu Yun jumped in to explain, saying the Dacian Palace is the power player in Central Province, and there's always been whispers about a god realm old ancestor kicking around. Shu Xuan stroked his chin, listening intently, and pondered. Plot twist. If the initial demonic invasion wasn't just a random thing, and there's a human race god realm powerhouse scheming for the human king position in the northern region, I bet they're tied to the Dacian Palace, or maybe even founded it. Time to get this heavenly Tao plan rolling smoothly. First stop, Southern Province. Gotta get a grip on all the intel flowing through there, keep it under the watchful eye of the heavenly Tao talisman. Gotta buy some info talismans from other powerhouses, even if some might not fully trust us. Then, we'll spill the beans on how to craft these info talismans, so everyone can make their own and chill out a bit, you know? When the time comes, all the real secrets will be passed around through these talismans. A month later, a 3-star pavilion master rolled up to Southern Province, all hot and bothered about these info talismans. This talisman crafting method is like gold dust, gotta keep it under lock and key, right? This 3-star pavilion master is here to be the big cheese in Southern Province, and with a peak of Spirit Realm level 6, that's not too shabby. But then he shows up at Shu Xuan's doorstep, and gets so steamed he starts blasting spiritual energy everywhere like some crimson inferno. You dare try to fool me. 6 months down the line since the Heavenly Tao plan went live. During this time, Shu Xuan had a little powwow with Ying Kong. At that moment, Shu Xuan whips out a primal star stone, eyeballing Ying Kong as he trains like a madman inside the cave, spiritual energy and golden light exploding all over the place. Then he said, Ying Kong is seriously dedicated. That primal Tao star of his is soaking up all the energy and undergoing some serious changes. It won't be long before his little world levels up. The Tao aura is practically bursting in his little world. The Tao laws are becoming more and more complete. Namo Buddha is reaping the rewards too, just a hair's breadth away from the God realm. Southern Province is now under Shu Xuan's thumb. He can sniff out every plan and move from every faction through the Heavenly Tao Talisman. The big shots backing Swordgate Mountain have gotten their hands on the info talismans too, making communication way easier. Shu Xuan hears that these big shots are prepping to swing back into Southern Province, so he fires off a message to Du Yuan Bao through the info talisman. Du Yuan, sneak into Black Moon Pavilion, become a guard, and wait for my orders. Du Yuan gave an affirmative. Yes, master. Ding Yu is still locked away in that ancient forbidden ground, still wrestling with enlightenment on the Grand Sword Tao. The Northern Province's alchemy competition is down to the final showdown. Wang Luo is turning heads left and right, and tons of factions are tossing him olive branches. After all, on the surface, Wang Luo is just some rogue cultivator genius. Even the Wang family, a rogue cultivator clan, has joined the party. Some families were even thinking of marrying off a mainline daughter to him. Just wait till the moment Wang Luo's true identity gets exposed. The Wang family will absolutely lose all face, becoming the joke of the entire northern continent. Even his former fiancé's family has tried extending an olive branch recently. Shu Xuan can't wait for the final showdown to see how Wang Luo performs and, more importantly, how he'll utterly embarrass that ex-fiancé's family. Though, he's kinda worried they'll flip out from the humiliation and send experts to jump Wang Luo later. Just then, the system dinged, blaring, "Your disciple Mo Luan Tiqian has undergone a primordial demon bloodline reversion, sprouting a Buddha heart. His luck is changing, affecting the demonic realm. Reward, True God Soul Great Tao." Shu Xuan's ears perked up at this, so he cracked open the heavenly fortune mirror. He checked on Mo Luan Tian's situation playing out in the distant horizon. In some super rugged mountain region, explosions were rocking the place, and bodies were dropping left and right. Because of this fight, Mo Luan Tian was trading blows with some demon beast, and they were pretty evenly matched so far. This heavenly demon race dude is at peak of Spirit Realm level 7. And Mo Luan Tian is just a hop, skip, and a jump away from Spirit Realm level 3. He's channeling Buddha energy, so the usual demonic realm pills aren't doing much for him. He's running low on pills to replenish his Buddha power, and now Mo Luan Tian is starting to lose ground. The heavenly demon race dude roared, "You bald-headed freak,
You killed my little brother, now you're gonna die. Then he cackled. Buddha, huh? Let's see how your fancy Buddha this and that survives my wrath.
During his cultivation, Mo Luluantian managed to reach a high level where a third eye manifested on his forehead. But this eye didn't exactly scream dark demon power. When Mo Luantian unleashed his Great Might Heavenly Dragon technique, this eye radiated righteousness. He's wielding a blade and a copper bowl. With a shout, Mo Luantian unleashed a sky-rending dragon formed from his spiritual energy that plowed into the heavenly demon race demon. Shu Xuan was watching Mo Luantian fight through the mirror, stroking his chin with a sly grin. Impressive, he broke through to Spirit Realm Level 3.
On the other side of the mirror, Mo Luantian declared loudly, "From today onward, this poor monk is no longer Mo Luantian. This monk is now the demon Buddha."
Then, the demon Buddha pointed the open mouth of the copper bowl forward, unleashing an immense suction force, snatching up the dumbfounded heavenly demon race demon. Maybe because the danger unfolded way too fast, he broke out in a cold sweat. The heavenly demon race demon thrashed around, fighting back with all his might. But it was useless against the copper bowl's suction. Before long, his body started spiraling with a gush of air, getting sucked into the copper bowl.
The heavenly demon race demon was gone without a trace. Back on this side of the mirror, the more Shu Xuan watched the demon Buddha fight, the happier he became.
Mo Luantian really does have an affinity for the Buddha, and he's not just some fluffy bunny Buddhist. He's got a bit of demonic edge, a healthy dose of bloodlust, so demon Buddha suits him just fine. Thinking it over, during this fight, the demon Buddha realized his shortcomings. It's time to top him up, like the recipe for pills that replenish Buddha power, like forbidden arrays, while also bestowing him with the Buddha title. Then, Shu Xuan summoned the heavenly fortune mirror to link up with the demon Buddha, who immediately dropped to his knees, saying, "Disciple greets master." Shu Xuan smiled and said, "Rise, I know of your deeds. Since you've developed a Buddha heart and have enlightened the Buddha Dharma, today I shall bestow upon you a Buddha title." On the other side, Mo Luantian respectfully clasped his hands together and spoke to Shu Xuan.
"Many thanks, master." Shu Xuan raised a stern hand and sent a scroll towards Mo Luantian.
"Since you've mastered the Great Might Heavenly Dragon technique, I shall gift you the Great Might Supreme Buddha title." In Mo Luantian's hand appeared 2 books and a string of beads.
He happily accepted it. "Thank you, master." With that, the spatial lens disappeared.
Shu Xuan immediately commanded, "Check the system's reward." The system's reward was the Great Tao Tour of the Divine Soul,
a stroll on the Great Tao. With a time limit of 1 day, Shu Xuan smirked. This is quite the steal. The system's the best. To be able to swim in the Great Daoyo now, when I'm still at the realm before Daoyo, and then directly jump into the Great Daoyo later, after touring the Great Daoyo and coming back, breaking through to the God realm probably won't be a problem. The protagonist immediately adjusted his emotions and said, "Claim reward." A sparkling crystal suddenly appeared and fell down. Then, who knows where he pulled it from, he took out a bed in the middle of the courtyard and lay down.
Shu Xuan's divine soul detached and flew up, entering the Great Tao.
He thought, "Countless Tao rules, Tao intent, Tao charm. This is the Great Tao." He looked down at the road surface of the Great Tao. It reflected Shu Xuan's faint figure. "The Great Tao is invisible, yet I'm on the invisible Great Tao. Endless Tao rules, Tao intent, Tao charm. There's no end, only the ultimate state. Tao rules, Tao intent." The Tao charm around him crazily flowed into the Tao star. The Tao star radiated light, and Tao rules were being perfected inside.
It even nurtured a small Great Tao. He looked at the Tao star absorbing Ling Qi and thought, as expected, bringing the primordial Tao star was indeed the correct choice. After returning, the Divine Soul's small world will probably level up, or even, if it's nurtured strong enough, it can reach the Great Tao through the primordial Tao star. Holding the primordial Tao star and the Chaos Bell, there was more Tao intent in his divine soul. On the Great Tao, even those at Tao realm couldn't threaten him. It seemed that it was no longer a divine soul body, but a great Tao walker. Suddenly, Shu Xuan saw an image. There's someone on the Great Tao. Shu Xuan was surprised. There's someone on the Great Dabo, he thought. To be able to come to the Great Dabo, they must be a super-level big shot. Although he exaggerated his name way too much, it was to deceive others. The person ahead is truly a big shot. Randomly search for the aura of the other party, and add it to the primordial Tao star, so that it can communicate later. In this way, in the primordial Tao star's communication group, there will be a real big shot. The Ling Qi is still dense, constantly surrounding the Tao star and Shu Xuan's body.
His divine soul body is full of Tao intent, and Tao rules cling to it, as if it is a great Tao itself. Shu Xuan looked at the person on the other side and thought, that person is walking slowly on the Great Tao. Seems quite tiring. If I walk lightly, I might be able to scare him, right? If I can deceive him, I will. If not, just talk on equal footing.
Shu Xuan lightly held the Dao star and stepped towards the other person. On the other side, Hong Yuanchu was still taking each step to comprehend the great Dao, making up for what he lacked of his great Dao, carefully moving forward and opening his great Dao. Hong Yuanchu heard the noise, turned around, and saw Shu Xuan calmly walking over here, striding in a deserted place. That name seems to be walking on the great Dao, and this guy's strength is still above him. Seeing Shu Xuan approaching, he put his hands together and saluted. Hong Yuanchu greets fellow Taoist. Shu Xuan did the same and said, Shu Xuan greets fellow Taoist. Hong Yuanchu happily continued.
How many Dao origins has Dao brother opened? Shu Xuan was quite surprised by Hong Yuanchu's powerful ability.
Hong Yuanchu had reached the open Dao realm, called the open Dao realm or the opener of Dao, and was indeed a true big shot. Shu Xuan only rubbed his chin, pretending to be unclear. How many Dao origins? I don't remember. I was in closed-door cultivation and sleeping, so I don't know how many Dao origins, Hong Yuanchu thought. Just like my speculation.
This is a fellow Taoist who often retreats for solitary cultivation, and has recently emerged.
Shu Xuan repeated Hong Yuanchu's question. Hong Taoist, how many Dao origins have you opened? Hong Yuanchu replied. Approaching 2 Dao origins. Hong is still not entering Dao realm on the Dao origin, not from the first Dao origin to this one. I am close to getting open Dao origin. Open Dao is difficult and great Dao is difficult. Shu Xuan comfortably replied. The two of them went to the back. Searching for the great Dao is joy. Coming to the realm of him and his open Dao is joy. The road is under their feet, the Dao is under their feet, and wherever they go they will reach. Hong Yuanchu heard this and murmured in disbelief at Shu Xuan's words. Searching for the great Dao, open Dao is joy. Hong Yuanchu's forehead began to sweat.
He clasped his hands together in admiration. My state of mind is not as good as Dao brothers. Please give me more advice.
Shu Xuan said, I have a treasure. With just a breath, no matter how much distance and time-space there is, the two sides can communicate with each other, and at the same time, the positions of the two sides are not revealed and cannot be known. This is a treasure that directly connects with the great Dao. Hong Taoist, if you don't mind, leave a breath behind, and you can communicate later. If you have fellow Taoists, you can also introduce them here.
Hong Yuanchu looked at the sparkling Dao star in front of him with an O-shaped mouth and an A-shaped mouth. What is this treasure? At first glance, I seem to see the nascent great Dao, and at the same time, there is a strange connection with the great Dao, and he is even stronger than him, and open Dao is even wider. Hong Yuanchu was naturally happy to accept, as that would be too good.
Shu Xuan added a few more words to persuade Hong Yuanchu. If there are fellow Taoists or people who have entered the Dao realm, they can also join. Closed-door cultivation for countless months and years also wants to be lively, and this is also a kind of great Dao, where the two sides verify each other. Hong Yuanchu replied, that's fine too. Shu Xuan smiled hee. Seeing everything progressing according to plan is so good, the Yuanchu Dao Star Communication Circle has finally opened up, and there is also the existence of Big Shot Hong Yuanchu of the same realm. If so, since he is the Big Shot of the same realm as Hong Yuanchu, deceiving other powerful people in the Dao realm is as easy as turning over his hand, right?
Hong Yuanchu saw that Shu Xuan seemed about to continue walking, and asked, Dao brother, where are you going? Shu Xuan replied, Go on the great Dao and take a look. It's been a long time since I've been here. The great Dao is invisible, but everyone has a scenery. If you want to go and see a lot, look at a lot, you will have new feelings. Hong Yuanchu immediately felt that Shu Xuan's words made a lot of sense. Man, he's way too hung up on breaking through. It's actually making him fall into the same old traps. Thinking back, those initial 36 gates of the Dao realm were like 36 massive mountains, each taller than the last. You had to bust your butt, experience 100 different lifetimes, even split your soul and reincarnate for another life just to climb to the top. But now that he's finally entered the Kai Dao realm, he's totally lost.
Good thing his Dao brother gave him some pointers. Shu Xuan here got some useful info.
So the Dao realm is divided into 36 gates, huh? Hong Yuanchu continued.
Each gate is tougher than the last, and the Kai Dao realm is 100 times harder. The great Dao is endless, and all of us in our generation are struggling to find it. Shu Xuan replied with a knowing look. That's right, Shu Xuan sighed dramatically, but honestly he didn't feel a thing. After all, it took him less than 10 years to cultivate from the mortal realm to the heaven realm, and he mostly leveled up at home. What does he know about the hardships of cultivation? Time to wrap this up. Shu Xuan bowed. This one takes his leave. And then peaced out. Hong Yuanchu watched him go. Even though he's way stronger than me, he still can't just stroll on the great Dao like that, and he definitely can't stay for too long. Hong Yuanchu went back to his original train of thought.
Another Dao origin is about to emerge, and the great tribulation of the Dao origin is stirring again. Maybe some genius in the 9 regions will get their hands on the great luck and fight for the next Dao origin's opportunity. becoming the founder of the next Tao Origins rules.
Meanwhile, back in Shu Xuan's body, a powerful light burst forth,
and his soul zipped back into his body.
Shu Xuan woke up in his own skin, still clutching the Tao crystal. Home sweet home.
Then, BAM, he leveled up from the 4th level of the heaven realm to the 6th. He was worried that the Tao crystal, when it returned to the small world, would leak spiritual energy everywhere as it passed through the protective layer of spiritual power.
It's said that the ordinary tree has grown again. In the mountains, many trees and grasses have undergone a step of transformation. The dense Tao rhythm and hazy Tao meaning can be transformed into Tao trees. The natural treasures in the mountains have become Tao fruits, and a forest of Tao fruits has grown. Namaimo Buddha, upgrading.
Inside the small world, under the erosion of the Tao rhythm, breakthroughs to the God realm began. On Shu Xuan's side, he was still breaking through to the 8th level of the heaven realm. Then the 9th, a beam of green light shot down from the sky. Shu Xuan kept focusing on his breakthrough, until all of his spiritual power transformed into divine power, and he stepped into the God realm.
Shu Xuan couldn't help but grin. He jumped straight to the 3rd level of the God realm. A green aura radiated from him. Shu Xuan clenched his fist.
Unbeatable power. In this world, Shu Xuan trembled, trying to contain his excitement.
Gotta stay humble, stay calm. In the endless years, among countless cultivators, he's still just a small fry. Forget Hongyuan Chu's Kai Dao realm. Even just the Dao realm is enough for him to look up to right now. The Dao realm is divided into 36 gates, each gate a world of its own, each gate a layer. The system's voice chimed in. You've broken through to the God realm, becoming the youngest God realm expert in history.
The rewards are a barrel of God origin pills and the stable Dao principle. But Shu Xuan wasn't satisfied. He clenched his fist, setting a new goal. Gotta be the youngest Dao realm expert in history. I gotta set a record that others will admire. The stable Dao principle. It's all about stability. Everything is stable. Mastering the stable Dao principle makes you as solid as a mountain, unshakable. No attack can even make you flinch.
Shu Xuan said happily. Claim the Dao principle.
God origin pills are cultivation pills for the God realm.
Shu Xuan grabbed the whole jar and dumped them into his mouth, not missing a single one.
Now, it was also time for the small world to complete its upgrade. The area with the ordinary tree on the great mountain had given birth to heavenly treasures and dago fruits. Shu Xuan waved his hand, turning the area into a restricted zone. In the small world, the dense Tao rhythm, apart from spiritual energy, had started to weaken drastically, and it had expanded, not just 10 times, but beyond the area of the northern region. The potential of the small world was limitless.
Shu Xuan was confident that as the small world continued to upgrade,
it could eventually become a world that encompassed the 9 regions.
Inside the small world, Nanwu Fotuo was still breaking through. Shu Xuan opened the prism and said, normally it would probably take several years, or even over 10 years, to complete the breakthrough. Shu Xuan said solemnly to Nanwu Fotuo, these are God origin pills. They can help you break through, Nanwu Fotuo said. Many thanks, my Buddha.
He waved his hand, and the prism shifted to Ren Changhe's location.
Chang.
He immediately bowed to greet his Shifu.
Shu Xuan gave him a pill, a divine origin pill, which could help him break through and cultivate. Ren Changhe knelt down respectfully. Thank you, Shifu. Shu Xuan observed Qin Ying, who was focused on cultivating. The rules of the southern continent's Zen Hall were recovering very quickly. Qin Ying's current strength hadn't yet reached the peak of the Emperor realm. Qin Ying was serious. Her eyes were extremely firm as she looked at Shu Xuan. Greeting, Shifu. In her heart, she thought, I need to find a chance to ask Shifu how to become a man again.
Shu Xuan said, your cultivation is a bit slow. This Shifu will bestow upon you 2 bottles of pills. Qin Ying bowed to express her gratitude. Thank you, Shifu, she intended to ask. How can I become a machacha? But before she could finish her question,
Shu Xuan turned off the lens. Shu Xuan went back to lying on his chair, crossing his arms in contemplation. It hasn't been many years since my breakthrough to the Dao realm. It's time to lure out the true master of the Black Moon Tower. The heavenly Dao plan should also be implemented quickly before the War Demon Ancient Land opens, covering the entire northern region, so I can grasp any small changes in the northern region. 2 souls, because they had been eroded by the Dao principles of the primordial beginning Dao code, and cleansed by Dao principles, had completed their nourishment, and awakened their intelligence ahead of schedule. 2 puppets with human forms jumped out of the space, looking very realistic.
They bowed to Shu Xuan and said, Greetings, Master. Shu Xuan pondered. Both souls already possess the strength of the 2nd level of the divine realm.
Shu Xuan pointed to each puppet in turn. You are called Shu Yi, and you are called Shu Er. The 2 puppets received the information and immediately corrected their titles, Shu Yi and Shu Er Greetmaster. Shu Xuan finished his work and simply waved his hand to command, go and train. The 2 puppets immediately went outside. Shu Xuan thought, there are 2 people in the primal beginning Dao Star communication circle. One is a true Grand Elder, Hongyuan Chu, who transcends the Tao realm, and the other is Ying Kong of the Tao realm. I can start with Ying Kong to find out information related to the Tao origin and Tao realm. Using the identity of a senior, I can examine him. Shu Xuan sent a notification to the communication circle, introducing little friend Ying Kong. This is Taoist Hong Yuan Chu. Taoist Hong has opened 2 Tao origins. Ying Kong saw the message and immediately recognized the newcomer's background, Hong Yuan Chu. Could it be the legendary being, Ying Kong thought, opening 2 Tao origins? Who else could it be besides him? The opening Tao realm, the legendary Tao opener? Ying Kong sent a message into the communication circle. Ying Kong greets senior. Shu Xuan saw the message and said, "Aya, Ying Kong is so respectful. He's obviously heard rumors of Hong Yuan Chu's great name." Hong Yuan Chu also messaged, "Little friend Ying Kong is too polite. I troubled Taoist Shu to introduce me," Hong Yuan Chu thought. Ying Kong has never heard of me before. Perhaps he's an unknown figure. No matter the reason, being able to enter Shu Xuan's great Tao circle can be considered his good fortune. He's considered someone with fate. Here, Shu Xuan messaged again. "Little friend Ying Kong is too polite." What is little friend Ying Kong's cultivation? How many levels of the Tao realm have you reached? Ying Kong saw this message and started sweating profusely, his mouth constantly gasping. Could it be that my cultivation is too low to be worthy of existing here, or is he testing if I'm lying? Lying in front of this grand elder is basically courting death. So he messaged back, "Junior is stupid and has been cultivating near 1 Tao origin. I'm only at the 3rd level of the Tao realm." Shu Xuan read the message and stroked his chin in thought. Ying Kong has been cultivating near a Tao origin for some time now. Just how long is 1 Tao origin? Hong Yuan Chu said, "It's alright, it's alright. Taoist Shu, how about I introduce more people here?" Shu Xuan messaged back, "Sure, our communication circle takes the Great Tao as its goal. Each circle is often called a Great Tao Communication Group, how about it?" Hong Yuan Chu replied, "The Great Tao Communication Group is exactly what I wanted." Suddenly, 3 different streams of light were absorbed by the Tao star. Hong Yuan Chu messaged, "This is Taoist Hunha, who has opened 1 Tao origin. This is Taoist Ruo Xian, who is approaching 2 Tao origins." Like Hong Mu, besides the 2 opening Tao realm beings, there were several Tao realm beings. Shu Yang of the 30th Tao realm, a good friend of Hong Yuan Chu, and Pian Ruo Yun, a disciple of Hong Yuan Chu at the 29th Tao realm. Wu Fengkun, a disciple of Hong Yuan Chu at the 28th Tao realm. And Zhi Xuan at the 26th Tao realm, a disciple of Ruo Xian, the opening Tao realm. Among them, Ruo Xian, Piao Ruo Yun, and Zhi Xuan were all women. Ying Kong was so scared that he didn't dare to speak in the Great Tao group. He was the most trash there. Shu Xuan went into secluded cultivation, constantly comprehending the stable Tao principle. His strength was increasing very quickly, but breaking through to the Tao realm required a period of accumulation. Every day he used the Tao-seeking mirror to search for powerful Tao realm beings, or rare treasures related to the Great Tao, or blessed lands. Everyone in the Great Tao speaking group was an acquaintance, so it was no longer interesting. Shu Xuan looked at the group developing, but there were still many shortcomings. If he wanted the speaking group to be the liveliest, it definitely had to come from different Tao realm beings of different races, so that it would be more interesting. The group leader, like himself, was really working hard for this group. Under the nourishment of the 3 opening Tao realm beings, and many Tao realm experts, the primal beginning Tao star was transforming at this speed. After it took another step in grading up, it could develop even more functions. For example, using the primal beginning Tao star as a medium, transmitting items through the Great Tao. Shu Xuan even had a bold idea, using the primal beginning Tao star as the foundation, starting from the small thousand worlds to open a new Great Tao. Compared to the current Great Tao, if he succeeded, he would definitely be able to surpass the opening Tao realm in the future. Half a month later, Shu Xuan was still cultivating, when the system's reward suddenly arrived. "Your disciple Ding Yu has been recognized as the master by the Earth Vein Spirit. His cultivation has greatly increased, and his fortune has transformed. Rewarding fortune as you wish." Shu Xuan had just taken out the sky-peering mirror to examine Ding Yu's situation, when he was shocked by the scene he saw. Ding Yu has been recognized as the master by the Earth Vein Spirit, and his fortune has transformed. The scene shifted to another location, right at the border of the southern continent, and another continent. Ding Yu looked at the Earth Vein Spirit floating in the sky. Although Ding Yu observed carefully, he still couldn't determine the gender of this creature. Because of this, Ding Yu slightly raised one eyebrow and asked the Earth Vein Spirit if it was male or female. The Earth Vein Spirit didn't seem surprised by Ding Yu's question, but calmly said that it didn't have a gender. If Ding Yu wanted it to be male, it would be male, and if he wanted it to be female, it would be female. Before the words could even fade, Ding Yu pursed his lips, his face serious as he pondered carefully. "Let me think. If you're a female by his side, how can he not have women in his heart? He can draw his sword and kill gods. If he hesitates because it's a woman, then his cultivation realm isn't perfect.
He can't reach the stage where there are no women in his heart. Suddenly, Ding Yu had an idea that he thought was brilliant. He asked the silent earth vein spirit confidently, "Can you be male sometimes, and female other times?" As if afraid that the earth vein spirit wouldn't agree, Ding Yu quickly added conditions. "Either you're male when I want you male, and female when I want you female." As soon as Ding Yu finished speaking, the earth vein spirit looked at him like he was a complete idiot. The earth vein spirit really wanted to say something, but suddenly felt that its vocabulary wasn't enough to talk to Ding Yu. Is this Ding Yu crazy? Who makes such a weird request? Damn it! I got a crazy master. The earth vein spirit couldn't help but feel sorry for itself. To prevent Ding Yu from making more ridiculous suggestions, the earth vein spirit quickly spoke up. "Just let us continue to be genderless, okay?" After hearing the earth vein spirit's words, Ding Yu put on an extremely serious expression, furrowed his brow, gently rested his right hand on his chin, and thought carefully. The more he thought, the more reasonable it seemed. So Ding Yu agreed to the earth vein spirit's suggestion. Alright, as soon as he finished speaking, Ding Yu reached out and grabbed the earth vein spirit, which was floating in the air. The earth vein spirit was in the middle of a slightly abnormal conversation when it was suddenly grabbed by Ding Yu. It didn't even have time to react, and struggled blankly. Then Ding Yu decisively placed the earth vein spirit on his shoulder. The earth vein spirit was both startled and confused by Ding Yu's sudden kindness. After performing that action, Ding Yu didn't explain anything, but immediately turned around and, carrying the earth vein spirit, continued on his chosen path of conquest. Shu Xuan was watching Ding Yu through the sky-gazing mirror, but when he saw Ding Yu's incredibly stupid actions, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed, and quickly put the sky-gazing mirror away. Turning in another direction, he couldn't help but sigh, "This Ding Yu is hopeless." After a short time, Shu Xuan finally calmed down. His face became serious, and he quickly said, "Receive system rewards." As soon as Shu Xuan spoke, the system's rewards quickly appeared, along with an instructional message: "Use the chi luck as you wish to change luck and manipulate fortune." After receiving the rewards, Shu Xuan didn't waste another second, but quickly went to the couch and lay down, continuing to cultivate. During that time, everyone in the world was constantly striving for their own goals. Everyone was being extremely careful, concentrating fully. At the same time, Shangxing was still refining information talismans for the Heavenly Dao plan. Elsewhere, those present were enduring countless hardships to fight. The Shi Wangting temporarily didn't have a Lu Chu above to come, but Keizhu's information talismans had been sold to other continents, especially for exploration teams, 1 information talisman per person. Now, the supply of information talismans couldn't keep up with demand. They were too popular. Along with the popularity of information talismans, several other factions were planning to steal them. Some forces had arranged spies in the Shi Wangting, secretly obtaining several methods for refining information talismans, the process for creating them. Even if they had meticulously recorded notes and carefully stored them, there was no guarantee of safety. Only refining them oneself was truly safe. But what they didn't know was that even if they personally refined the information talismans, they still couldn't escape the control of the Heavenly Dao talismans. The Heavenly Dao plan had completed the initial phase of arrangements in the northern region. Everything was under the control of the Heavenly Dao, and the Heavenly Dao observed everything. Shu Xuan carefully picked up the new toy and examined it closely. The more he looked at it, the more pleased Shu Xuan became with the reward, and a thought immediately appeared in his mind. Can I use the Qi luck as you wish to change Su Xian'er's luck and make her the Qi luck woman of the central continent? If so, in the 5 continents of the northern region, only the Qi luck child of the eastern continent wouldn't be under my control. Having made that decision, Shu Xuan didn't wait another moment, but immediately began to experiment. As soon as Shu Xuan raised the hand holding the Qi luck as you wish towards Su Xian'er, the Qi luck as you wish suddenly emitted a soft, jade-green light. In an instant, the Qi luck as you wish condensed a power that was the color of the sky. As if someone had given an order, that power flew straight towards Su Xian'er and carefully surrounded the standing Su Xian'er. Standing there and seeing this scene, she was extremely surprised, even her face revealing astonishment. As soon as he finished using it, Shu Xuan withdrew the hand holding the Qi luck as you wish and carefully observed. An expression of astonishment immediately appeared on Shu Xuan's face. I thought having the Qi luck as you wish would make everything easier, but the reality isn't like that at all. Divine power is being consumed like crazy. And the power of the divine soul is also being consumed at an extremely fast rate. Not much less than using the Tao-seeking mirror. Changing the luck of a continent is too difficult. The central continent is the strongest continent in the northern region. Knowing that the plan was too difficult to accomplish in a day or two, Shu Xuan stopped. Then, his gaze shifted over to where Su Xian'er was standing. He mulled it over, feeling a bit unsure. Central continent's child of fortune. Who the heck could it be? Couldn't possibly be Su Xian'er's fiancé, could it? She specifically ran away from the central continent because of that guy. Reason being, the dude she was being forced to marry was supposedly butt ugly, had a nasty personality, and a reputation that totally stank. The more he considered it, the more fun the whole situation seemed.
He cracked a smile, his expression filled with eager anticipation.
Are there ugly people among the Chi-Luck children? If it really is him, then that would be interesting. With Shu Xuan Heir's cultivation speed and the background she possesses, she's not much weaker than a Chi-Luck child. As my maid, how can she lose to a Chi-Luck child? Immediately afterwards, Shu Xuan quickly opened the system panel and carefully examined it, inevitably feeling a little sad.
Because the people in the Great Dao chat group were too few, and most of them were acquaintances of Hong Yuan Chu. Only Ying Kong was a stranger. In the moment that Shu Xuan was lost in thought, the system's voice suddenly rang out, pulling Shu Xuan out of his thoughts. Inform Ding Yu that his disciple, Wang Luo, performed outstandingly in the Northern Continent's pill refining competition, shocking the Northern Continent and making him proud, and his luck has been upgraded. The reward is the Dao Cauldron.
As soon as the system's announcement finished, Shu Xuan couldn't help but be surprised, and quickly took out the sky-gazing mirror to check on Wang Luo's situation. The scene that the sky-gazing mirror was showing Shu Xuan was the scene of Wang Luo standing proudly and confidently on the arena, holding the medicinal pill that Wang Luo had just successfully refined.
The Northern Continent's pill refining competition has ended. Wang Luo has successfully performed, slapped faces, and risen strongly. At this moment, Wang Luo didn't know that he was being secretly observed by Shu Xuan, but was still very confident, standing straight on the arena, the newly refined medicinal pill floating in his hand. After seeing that he had succeeded, Wang Luo didn't hold back at all, but immediately stepped forward and pointed directly at the face of the head of the Wang family, loudly declaring to the Wang family head that Wang Luo had nothing to do with the Wang family. He wasn't qualified to point fingers at him.
The Wang family head was furious upon hearing those words, and his face immediately darkened.
Another person below the arena, seeing that scene on the stage, couldn't help but agree with Wang Luo's actions. That's right, Wang Xiaoyu is right, the Wang family already kicked him out, so he's no longer a member of the Wang family.
As soon as those words fell, other voices immediately rang out, supporting Wang Luo.
That's right, Wang Xiaoyu isn't a member of the Wang family.
The Wang family head had always been someone whose words others had to obey and couldn't be refuted. But today he had been embarrassed by Wang Luo's actions, so he couldn't contain the anger in his body, and a terrifying aura surrounded the Wang family head. His old face wrinkled, his eyes showing an extremely sinister look, preparing to make Wang Luo disappear forever. Just as the head of the Wang family was about to make a move, a voice suddenly boomed out, stopping that evil act dead in its tracks. This ain't their Wang family's playground. The rules of the Northern Continent's pill refinement competition can't be broken. Hearing this, the Wang family head quickly froze, reining in his terrifying aura, filled with regret. Wang Luo's talent in pill refinement was just too damn shocking. A core formation cultivator whipping up a celestial pill? That's insane talent.
Even spirit-severing powerhouses would treat him like a VIP, and his own breakthrough to spirit-severing would be a cakewalk. Their Wang family took a massive L. After this, they'd be the laughingstock of the Northern Continent. Heck, maybe even the whole Northern region. The more he thought about it, the more the Wang family head felt that Wang Luo was the root of all their problems. He couldn't let Wang Luo keep living the good life. As long as Wang Luo was still breathing, his Wang family would never be able to hold their heads high again. That little brat Wang Luo had to die. Switching back to Shu Xuan's view, after watching all that, Shu Xuan felt relieved and didn't want to watch anymore. He stashed away his sky-gazing mirror and said, "Claim system rewards." As always, the system jumped to it. The second Shu Xuan made a request. This time, the reward was a Dao Cauldron for suppressing fate, imbued with the Dao's aura, capable of refining anything and everything. Last time, he got the wish-fulfilling Chi-Luck Jade, and now this Dao Cauldron for suppressing fate. Shu Xuan was riding a serious wave of good luck.
Adding that to the wish-fulfilling Jade, Shu Xuan now had 2 Chi-Luck treasures. One for changing luck, one for suppressing it. Shu Xuan was in high spirits after snagging his rewards. He happily sprawled out on a chair in the courtyard, relaxing. While he was chilling, Shu Xuan suddenly came over, and when she saw Shu Xuan lounging on the chair, a worried look crept onto her face.
She told Shu Xuan about the uneasy feeling in her heart. "Shu Xuan, I don't know why, but I've been feeling restless these past few days. It's like something is leaving me." Shu Xuan, after countless times being cared for and helped by Shu Xuan,
had absolute faith in him. So without a second thought, she went to Shu Xuan. "Shu Xuan, please help me, I feel so uncomfortable, Shu Xuan."
Wanting to calm down the overly anxious Shu Xuan quickly reassured her. "Don't be afraid, Xuan I'm here." Seeing that Shu Xuan had calmed down, Shu Xuan put on a puzzled face
and asked her when she started feeling this way. Hearing Shu Xuan's question, Shu Xuan quickly placed a hand under her chin and carefully racked her brain. Then said, For many days now. At first, I didn't pay attention, thinking it was just from cultivating too hard. But recently, I've been feeling like something's wrong. Like, really wrong, like I am losing hope. As soon as Shu Xuan finished speaking, Shu Xuan, who had been listening intently, suddenly looked puzzled and glanced at Shu Xuan.
After carefully recalling everything that had happened recently, Shu Xuan's mind was starting to piece things together. Could it be that I used the wish-fulfilling jade to boost Xian Q luck a few days ago, and that's what caused this? But the more he thought about it, the more confused Shu Xuan became. If that's the reason, then shouldn't I be the one feeling the backlash? If that's really the case, he's the one who should be facing the backlash, damn it. So why is it Xian? Shu Xuan was the one who messed with Shu Xian's destiny. He caused all this. But why the hell is she the one taking the hit? And what's the deal with those streams of black qi constantly zeroing in on Shu Xian and wrapping around her, refusing to let go? The more he thought, the more Shu Xuan couldn't understand the origin of this problem, always feeling like something was wrong. That's why Shu Xuan used his power to turn one of his eyes golden so he could examine things more closely. Something's not right. I need to use my golden divine eye to take a look. What exactly is going on? Thanks to that, Shu Xuan was able to see clearly what was happening. Clearly, there was a hand secretly playing tricks on Shu Xuan, and that person was the one controlling those streams of black gas. So someone's playing games behind Shu Xuan's back. Even though he couldn't see the black gas, his instincts sensed danger. Shu Xuan saw through the mysterious person's tricks and couldn't help but sneer.
To have such methods, and to specifically choose Shu Xian to steal her Q luck, and to harm her in this way.
From this mysterious person, Shu Xuan could vaguely guess who was behind this.
It seems like the person behind this is likely Xian's former clan, the Su family. However, those people weren't the only suspects.
There were also some other people that Shu Xuan suspected were manipulating everything. Of course, it's also possible that it's another major force that Xian offended when she eloped, the Great Xian Palace. Even though it was difficult to pinpoint exactly who the mastermind was, Shu Xuan didn't feel discouraged at all. Shu Xuan looked up at the sky above his head and secretly swore in his heart. But Shu Xuan doesn't care who that person is. If they've provoked me, then they should prepare to be destroyed.
The scene changed to another area. In that place, there was a very ancient and sturdy building located, and inside that was a guy with an extremely ugly face, with a big and flat nose standing, and in his hand, he was holding something that looked very precious, constantly emitting a very strong golden light around him. That ugly guy held the item in his hand, and then his whole body desperately used all of his strength, gnashing his teeth evilly while cursing Shu Xian. He said he originally valued her when he married Shu Xian, but she played the elopement game with him.
She really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This time, with the Qiluk pearl provided by her Su family, let's see if it can drain all of Shu Xian's Qiluk and cripple her path. The ugly man thought more and more about it, the more angry he became, so he used even more strength in his hand, determined to make Shu Xian regret her actions. At that time, she will obediently beg him to marry her. The ugly man was extremely happy in his heart, extremely anticipating the moment when Shu Xian knelt at his feet and begged. Then the intact Qiluk pearl suddenly cracked without any warning. The cracks appeared more and more and longer and longer. The ugly man, who was originally extremely confident, but when he saw that scene, his happiness disappeared, replaced by a fear that was gradually growing in his heart, to the point where the ugly man couldn't calm down anymore and had to scream in horror, "What's going on?" The ugly man had just finished speaking and hadn't had time to understand the current situation. Then the Qiluk pearl suddenly exploded, creating an extremely loud sound, causing an extremely large tremor. Just as that happened, the same thing happened at another building. At the same time, inside was a person who was originally normal, suddenly coughing a few times continuously. Thinking that it was just a normal cough, then suddenly something surged up, and streams of blood inside continued to pour out of the corner of his mouth in turn. The man was very confused when he saw himself like that, not understanding why it was like that, panicked and hurried. What's going on? Is he about to suffer a chi deviation? The others who had just arrived and accidentally witnessed that scene couldn't believe their eyes and opened their mouths to stutter, "Clan Elder, you are..." The man who was called the Clan Elder was originally painfully gritting his teeth and enduring it, and when he heard the voice, he knew that someone had entered, so he quickly looked up and cast his eyes on them and asked, "Why are they here?" Then the people who had just arrived heard that question, then respectfully clasped their hands in front of him. He slightly bowed and slowly explained the reason. "Elder, it's an urgent message from the Dacian Palace. They said that that person from Dacian Palace is severely injured and crippled, and the fortune pearl is shattered." The man, respectfully addressed as Elder, couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise upon hearing those words. After thinking carefully, he understood the situation. How could this happen?
The fortune pearl is shattered. It seems he didn't suffer from cultivation deviation, but encountered a fortune backlash.
The man had barely finished his sentence when the man with long black hair and beard said furiously, Dao Qian borrowed the fortune pearl, claiming they wanted to seize the fortune of that girl and force her back. But they've messed things up like this. An old man with snow-white hair and beard anxiously interjected, Elder, they must demand compensation from Dao Qian, or this loss will be hard to bear. The man standing in the center, after listening carefully, added, And that detestable girl,
they must find her, bring her back, and deal with her according to the clan rules.
After those people finished speaking, the man called the elder quickly raised a hand to stop them from continuing. He carefully instructed, All right, don't worry about that girl for now. Go directly to Dao Qian to negotiate. You must get what is rightfully theirs as compensation. Don't mention the backlash he suffered, still not completely at ease.
That man reminded again, This matter must succeed, no failure allowed. The people present immediately replied after their so-called elder finished speaking, Yes, elder. After assigning the task, the man called the elder sat down on the ground to rest, and carefully pondered,
realizing that this matter would be difficult to handle. It seems that girl's opportunities are extraordinary. She is simply untouchable. After taking a tour and taking care of business, we returned to Shu Xuan's very familiar roof. What just happened was naturally Shu Xuan's doing. After settling everything, Shu Xuan looked at Su Xian and asked, Xian, how do you feel now? The dark energies with the intention of seizing Su Xian's fortune had all been wiped out by Shu Xuan. That's why Su Xian now felt extremely comfortable and happily replied, I feel much better now. Seeing Su Xian return to normal and smile so brightly, Shu Xuan couldn't help but rejoice. That's good. Then, Shu Xuan didn't hesitate to tell Su Xian that her previous feeling of despair was caused by someone with ambition trying to steal her fortune. Not stopping there, Shu Xuan warmly comforted Su Xian, telling her to rest assured that he had already taken action to teach those people a lesson, and no one would dare to pay attention to her in the future. Su Xian was deeply touched by those words,
and a look of happiness appeared on her face, as she smiled and thanked Shu Xuan for saving her.
Seeing that Su Xian was no longer afraid or worried, Shu Xuan spoke up and made a request. Later, you have to fix me a feast as compensation. Although he had settled everything, Shu Xuan was still uneasy,
afraid that stealing Su Xian's fortune would leave bad consequences. Therefore, Shu Xuan took out the fortune ruyi, explaining to Su Xian while looking at it floating in his hand.
First, I should consolidate your fortune to prevent any issues. Immediately after, Shu Xuan waved his arm towards Su Xian and shouted, Go! Su Xian, witnessing Shu Xuan's actions, was shocked by his decisiveness. As soon as the fortune ruyi that Shu Xuan took out,
it immediately flew in front of her and merged into Su Xian's body. In that instant, Su Xian felt something completely new, her face revealing a look of surprise. And she couldn't help but take a breath.
This is the power of the fortune ruyi. It feels so mystical. Su Xian was extremely happy to be cared for and taken care of so carefully by Shu Xuan. Revealing an extremely happy expression, Su Xian thanked Shu Xuan for his help and promised that she would definitely make sure he was satisfied with today's meal. Shu Xuan, who was turning to leave, smiled when he heard those words, turned his head back, and agreed to Su Xian. It was a deal. Seeing Shu Xuan like that, Su Xian happily jumped up, reaching out with both hands to clench them tightly, and promised forcefully, Definitely! Seeing Su Xian like that, Shu Xuan didn't say anything else, and lifted his foot to leave.
But the joyful smile was no longer on his face, replaced by a very serious expression, carefully pondering everything in his heart. That little girl, Su Xian has finally recovered her previous spirit. But whether or not to let Xian become a child of fortune will have to wait until after his breakthrough. After all, he still couldn't fully grasp such a mystical Davaguro of fortune.
While he was thinking, Shu Xuan was so focused that he didn't realize he had unconsciously murmured aloud. Su Xian, who was walking behind, heard Shu Xuan say something but couldn't make it out, so she came closer and asked what he was muttering about. Only now did Shu Xuan suddenly come to his senses, but he didn't answer Su Xian's question, quickly changing the subject, hurriedly saying it was nothing, and urging Su Xian to quickly go cook, or he would starve to death in another second. Right where Shu Xuan was, a loud burp suddenly echoed, causing everything around to vibrate. It turned out that the one who made that sound was Shu Xuan. After finishing the meal, Shu Xuan was lying around, bored to death, scratching his itchy nose and constantly praising Su Xuan's cooking skills, repeatedly complimenting, Shu Xuan, that meal was truly amazing. It was to the point where he didn't want to cultivate. The more he lay around, the more bored he became. Therefore, Shu Xuan decided to find something to break the monotony, thinking he should do it immediately. If that's the case, I'll use the Tao-seeking mirror to find some fun. As if understanding Shu Xuan's boredom, the Tao-seeking mirror quickly searched, and after carefully selecting,
The Tao-seeking mirror's surface showed the scene of a mountain. The sky there was clear and peaceful, and in that place was an extremely cute little tiger. Lying down, Shu Xuan was eagerly anticipating something new, but when he saw this, he was very interested. Not a human, a little tiger, or a Tao realm expert. A bit interesting. The little tiger was sleeping soundly when it suddenly startled awake, constantly looking around, its face revealing a look of confusion, looking very cute, suspecting.
"What's going on? It feels like someone is peeking at it," Shu Xuan was observing.
And seeing that the little tiger had such a high level of vigilance, he couldn't help but want to play with the little tiger, laughing heartily and deciding, "First, I must put a breath of it into the primal Davio crystal, then tease it a bit." As soon as he finished speaking, Shu Xuan immediately did exactly as he said, extending a finger and using it to steal a breath from the little tiger. The little tiger, who was looking around, also sensed that someone had taken its breath, so it quickly sat up straight, constantly searching, not forgetting to shout and threaten, "Who is it? Who dares to take this tiger lord's breath? Are they tired of living?" Seeing the little tiger's expression, Shu Xuan knew that his prank had succeeded, smiling with great satisfaction, and couldn't help but examine this little tiger more carefully. A hot-tempered little tiger. Just right. The atmosphere in the group has been a bit stuffy recently. If it enters the group, it can bring some rhythm. Not bad. Not bad. The more he thought, the more Shu Xuan couldn't help but laugh, eagerly anticipating the moment when this little tiger was lured into the trap he had set.
The group will be lively this time. The first step in the lure plan had been completed, so Shu Xuan didn't waste any more time and immediately returned what he had just taken to the little tiger. "First, I must send a message in the great Dao to it."
Not long after, the little tiger on the mountain, far from Shu Xuan's place, quickly received it. After carefully sensing the thing he had just received back, the little tiger stared at it, his face showing a very puzzled expression. Huh? What's wrong with its paw? Why does it have the aura of Dako rhyme?
In the moment that the little tiger was very confused and observing its paw,
a message suddenly appeared in the palm of the little tiger. "Little tiger, hello." After a few seconds of being stunned, the little tiger managed to react. Absolutely fuming because of that mysterious dude's teasing, Hutai spat out each word like, "Venom, damn it."
Which good-for-nothing grandson is so bored. The more this tiger cub thinks about it, the angrier it gets. So it turned to face those sudden beams of light appearing on the mountain, and without a shred of respect, it loudly called Shu Xuan a grandson, then threatened, "Just you wait. If I ever see you, you're gonna be in big trouble." Shu Xuan, listening through the Tao-seeking mirror, wasn't scared at all. He just thought about what was gonna happen to that poor tiger cub in the future, and couldn't help but feel sorry for it. He'll be all tough on the way there, and scared out of his mind on the way back, guaranteed. Unlike Shu Xuan's calm demeanor, on the other side, the tiger cub was so mad that his eyes turned completely red. He clenched his fists and cursed, "Motherfecker, Shu Xuan is watching this tiger cub through the Tao-seeking mirror." Shu Xuan saw that scene at just the right time and was super excited. He hurriedly started planning a welcome for this hot-headed tiger cub. Alright, first we gotta give little old tiger a proper welcoming ceremony. Once in the group, Shu Xuan didn't have time to keep chatting with the angry tiger cub. He turned his gaze to those beams of light just like the one near the tiger cub and said, "Little old tiger, have fun in the group." Even though he decided to leave, Shu Xuan didn't forget to give the other group members a heads up. First, he cleared his throat and said, "Newsflash." While someone was focused on cultivating, they suddenly heard Shu Xuan's voice telling them there was new info. Even Piao Ruo Yun, soaking in her bath, heard the announcement, "Newbie Hutai has joined the chat. You guys can start chatting now." Piao Ruo Yun, relaxing and chilling, looked at the beam of light, confused, and hummed questioningly. Another guy in the group heard the announcement about the new member and was super surprised. A newbie? Nah, a new tiger. Wonder what realm this one's in. As soon as Shu Xuan finished speaking, everyone in the group, even Hutai who just joined, saw a notification. Please give a warm welcome to our new friend, adorable heavenly tiger Hutai, of the 16th Dago Gate realm, who has joined the Great Dago group. Seeing the notification introducing himself like that, Hutai was so embarrassed that he couldn't hold back his anger and exploded. His eyes were blood red, his fists clenched, and he roared at Shu Xuan, saying that he was the leader of the heavenly tiger clan, and Shu Xuan was calling him adorable. FCK this, SHT. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. So Hutai reached out and poked at the beams of light, demanding to meet Shu Xuan no matter what. He opened his mouth and told Shu Xuan, "Hey grandson, if you've got the guts, meet me face to face." Seeing that Shu Xuan didn't bother replying, Hutai didn't stop his rant, continuing to challenge him. "Don't hide in that bullshit Great Dao group like a coward. If you're so tough, come out here." Another member of the group heard Hutai's words and didn't get angry but cracked a smile. "So it's Hutai, that fake tough foul-mouthed tiger still alive, huh?" Hutai, on the other side, saw that no one was replying, and refused to stop, continuing to rant to vent his anger, without even listening to what others said. Hutai was all about the tiger's prestige. He didn't know how many people had been torn apart by his foul, egg-smelling nonsense. Damn, he dared to tease it. Was it tired of living? Piao Ruoyun, who was taking a bath, was in a great mood when she saw the new member was Hutai. She wasn't angered by those words at all. She slowly and calmly asked, "Hutai, your cursing mouth hasn't changed, huh? Maybe I, Piao Ruoyun, should help you change it." Hutai, on the other side, was getting even more furious hearing what Piao Ruoyun said. He didn't even consider Piao Ruoyun as anything significant, as he raised his hand, flared his claws, and angrily criticized Piao Ruoyun. "What kind of onion are you, trying to teach this tiger a lesson?" Hutai still didn't realize he had provoked the wrong person, and continued to disrespect Piao Ruoyun without any regard. "You, Piao Ruoyun? You are just hot air." Hutai was in the middle of an enthusiastic tirade, when he suddenly thought the name sounded vaguely familiar. Then, he scratched the back of his head with one hand, as if he wanted to encourage his brain to work better so that he could remember quickly. Wait a minute, this name Piao Ruoyun sounds a little bit… Tiger Tai felt that the name was very familiar. But because he couldn't remember, he scratched his head even harder, and kept calling the name, Piao Ruoyun, Piao Ruoyun. On the other side, hearing Hu Yuntai call her name, she then opened her mouth, and asked Hu Yuntai in return. "What did it say? Say it again." This lady didn't hear clearly. Hutai was thinking carefully, when suddenly a flash of light streaked across his head. Hutai had just remembered, when he was taken aback by the surprise. The face, which was previously very confident, suddenly showed a look of surprise, and looked very funny. Piao Ruoyun, Piao Ruoyun. The more Hutai thought about it, the more unbelievable he felt, and the more he shivered with fear that he couldn't move. He was extremely disturbed in his heart. There is Piao Ruoyun here? Piao Ruoyun on this side waited for a long time and still didn't see Hutai answer her, so she showed an uncomfortable expression and opened her mouth to urge Hutai. "Is it talking? Why is there no sound anymore?" Hutai remembered who this person named Piao Ruoyun was, so he quickly left the beam of light and ran away in a hurry and disappeared without a trace. Piao Ruoyun on this side still didn't know what had just happened, waited for a long time and didn't see Hutai speak, so she continued to talk to Hutai and asked, "Where is it now? The two of them should review some old things. Let them calmly talk slowly what it say." Behind the tree, Hutai was wringing his hands. Piao Ruoyun, again Piao Ruoyun, why is it Piao Ruoyun again? Hutai closed his eyes and thought about the days when he was still a happy tiger frolicking at will in the forest that belonged to him. That woman, Hutai's territory. Is it a place for shrimps like you to come in? Why don't you come over and kowtow and bow down to your tiger? Hutai said to Piao Ruoyun fiercely and arrogantly, so he didn't notice the mysterious smile on Piao Ruoyun's face. Really, then there was a scene of the two fighting each other. Little old tiger. Say what you just said again, unexpectedly. Hu Jia, who had been complacent just now, was being held up by Piao Ruoyun's tail like a mouse. What's more, Piao Ruoyun also shook Hutai, causing it to scream even more intensely, and then turned into a meow. Hutai is still not talking. It seems that I have to find you to talk to you. Under the pressure of Piao Ruoyun, Hutai was so frightened that he spoke the language of cats. Meow meow meow, fairy sister. People had an oxygen deficiency in their brains just now, and were talking nonsense. Please don't take it to heart, old man. Hong Yuan-chu wondered. Ruoyun. Is he the little old tiger you brought back to raise as a cat at the beginning? Yes, master. Is that adorable tiger? But it's a bit hot-tempered, Ruoyun replied while bathing. Back then I thought this tiger was hot-tempered but cute, and had great luck. As expected, it was able to enter the great Tao group of Brother Chu, and its luck is also profound. Shifu's totally right. This Hutai, if he didn't have such thick plot armor, with that personality of his, he'd have been beaten to death ages ago. Hutai, hurry up and greet Hong Shizun. Hutai greets Hong Shizun. This junior was impudent just now. I hope senior will forgive me. Hong Yuan-chu acted like he didn't mind Hutai's rudeness, but didn't forget to remind him to thank Shu Xuan. Shu Xuan modestly said that his group was mainly for socializing, and besides, Hutai didn't know, so he didn't hold it against him. Meow meow meow. Thank you for your understanding, senior. This junior will definitely change my bad habit of talking big. At the same time, Ying Kong called Hutai big bro twice, surprising him. Then he vaguely realized that Ying Kong was being polite because he was weaker. Alright, little bro Ying, from now on, bro will protect you. If you don't understand anything, just find Hu Gej, yes, Hu Ge, OK Ying D. Hutai's personality was back to its old self, and he even got more emboldened. But Shu Xuan didn't have the energy to bother with him anymore, so he went back to cultivating. BEEP. Your disciple Wang Luo has encountered a strong enemy chasing him, fled into the northern continent ancient land, and obtained the Emperor's Qi of Fortune, rewarding you with enlightenment of the great Tao of Fortune. Shu Xuan smiled slightly. Chased by someone and still managed to get a big opportunity. Seems like a child of fortune really should be left to roam free. He also wondered what kind of reward he would get if he collected all the children of fortune.
However, he quickly dismissed that thought, choosing to stick to his motto of slow and steady wins the race.
The system's new reward could help Shu Xuan grasp the method of great fortune, so he could use fortune at will and better stabilize providence, and for him, fully unleashing it was only a matter of time.
From the system panel, a beam of light appeared and sucked Shu Xuan in. This is the great Dapo of fortune. These cloud and mist things are fortune. It really is ethereal and intangible.
Shu Xuan looked around in amazement, knowing his limits, that with his current cultivation level, it was difficult to see through the mysteries within. Luckily, he was granted wisdom here. Shu Xuan comprehended many ways to use at will and stabilize providence. If he could cultivate the great Daodu of fortune to completion,
he wouldn't encounter any crises, and he wouldn't even have to personally take action to kill enemies. Truly terrifying. In the hazy, misty space, Shu Xuan, with a delighted expression, thought about the future when his fortune would be complete, and shouted excitedly, "I am fortune. Fortune is also me." Lately, every time the Myriad Realms mirror connects, it connects to the sea.
Making Shu Xuan a little curious, he patted the mirror and thought that with his healing touch, it would return to normal. But Shu Xuan also thought that if the mirror kept connecting to the sea, maybe the system was hinting that there was something good in the sea.
Unfortunately, Shu Xuan's cultivation realm wasn't high enough to explore the mysteries within the sea. Seabro wouldn't work based on his assumptions.
So Shu Xuan searched for rivers, seas, and lakes in the 9 regions. The Myriad Realms mirror opened to a scene of mountains and mist. Shu Xuan felt that the scene before him was a bit familiar. He unexpectedly encountered Hu Tai. Counting this time, the Myriad Realms mirror had connected to that little old tiger twice. This tiger's fortune really surprised Shu Xuan, but looking closer, it didn't seem like Hu Tai. The tiger in the mirror looked even dumber than Hu Tai. Shu Xuan smiled schemingly, wanting to try using the Heavenly Secrets targeting technique on the drunk tiger, just because he felt that this was an interesting tiger. Hu Tianya, the overlord race of the Yao race, the former young master of the Heavenly Fox clan. Because he was lazy and didn't want to transform, often keeping his beast form, he was abandoned, scolded for being unteachable, and had his position as young master of the Heavenly Fox clan stripped. Because he lost his position as young master of the Heavenly Fox clan, his fiancée, the princess of the Azure Flood dragon race, broke off the engagement, and in anger left the territory of the Azure Flood dragon race, wandering everywhere. After seeing this tiger's background, furious, he left the Tianhu race territory and started wandering everywhere. After seeing this tiger's background, Shu Xuan was a little surprised. The Heavenly Fox clan. He remembered that Hu Tai was also from the Heavenly Fox clan. It seemed that these two dumb tigers were related. Shu Xuan couldn't resist tossing in a little jab while talking. To him, Hu Tai and this new idiot tiger were basically just giving him the perfect chance to flex his skills from up high.
This Hu Tianya tiger, based on Shu Xuan's years of experience, even if he wasn't a son of Qiluk, he was at least a grandson of Qiluk. Yeah, he's a bit stupid, but taking him in isn't exactly a loss, right? Ultimately, it just helps Shu Xuan boost his own cultivation base. Despite Shu Xuan rambling on, the little tiger was still dead asleep. Who knows what dream kept him knocked out like that?
Princess, don't leave me. I don't want to transform. 'Cause the old ancestors' rules say staying in tiger form is the safest, the strongest. If I run into someone I can't beat, I can just act cute and beg.
Everything I said is true. I'm really not lying. How about I act cute for you to see? Hehehe. So that's what the tiger was dreaming about.
Shu Xuan's face darkened a bit. Looks like this tiger really inherited Hu Tai's legacy. The skill of just barely scraping by is etched right into his bones.
With that thought, he woke up the sleeping Hu Tianya. The little tiger jolted awake, startled from his sleep, and seeing Shu Xuan made him panic even more. He resorted to acting cute to save his own skin. Meow meow meow. Junior Hu Tianya pays respects to Senior. I didn't know Senior was visiting. Please forgive my rudeness for not greeting you from afar. Seriously, his acting cute routine almost made Shu Xuan faint.
He couldn't help but sigh. But the tiger kept wagging its tail while asking Shu Xuan, eyes sparkling innocently, I wonder if Senior has any instructions for me.
This Junior will do his utmost to complete them. I absolutely wouldn't dare let Senior down. Seeing him act like a little kitten really disgusted Shu Xuan. Alright, hurry up and transform into human form for me. Stop pulling this cheap acting cute trick on me. The tiger immediately complied, shifting into human form.
That didn't make Shu Xuan any less disgusted though. Stop trying to be like that Hu Tai. From now on, I'm your Shifu. I guarantee I'll help you win back your princess and surpass your ancestor Hu Tai. Pull that acting cute stunt again, and I'll make you my mount.
Hearing that, Hu Tianya finally dropped the cute act. Are you still gonna do it? Shu Xuan asked again. Shifu, this disciple wouldn't dare. Beep. You have accepted a child of destiny from the Tianhu clan as your disciple. Reward, Gang Metal White Tiger Art. The system notification popped up right after Shu Xuan took in the Tianhu clan's kid. That didn't exactly ease Shu Xuan's worries about the tiger's future though, but Shu Xuan was just one step away from his goal of collecting Children of Destiny. So he couldn't stop now. And so, he went looking for another Child of Destiny. This time, the Myriad Heavens Mirror showed a member of the Yao race, Qing, a nine-tailed green fox, cultivation at the Dao Realm 70th stage, one of the ancestors of the Fox clan. This result surprised Shu Xuan too, but he quickly became happy. This is more like it. We needed someone normal to show up. Getting another weirdo like that tiger wouldn't have been great. Then, Shu Xuan moved Qing into the loving family of the Da Dao group. At this moment, even the lazy Hu Tai had to speak up. Damn fox, you came too. The words were barely out of his mouth before Shu Xuan scolded him. Hu Tai, are you looking to die? So many years and you still haven't brushed your teeth. Seems like little Tiger Lord didn't care much and just went back to sleep. Shu Xuan mused while strolling. Man, time really flies. A whole year gone in a flash. I jumped up 2 cultivation layers this year, hit the deity realm 5th layer, but seriously, not even one person has come knocking to stir up trouble. Kinda makes you bored, you know? Shu Xuan kept complaining to himself. Plus, none of the other disciples triggered any system rewards. On the flip side, Pingfan broke through to the True Realm 9th layer. I reckon he's got the strongest talent right now. If Pingfan breaks through to the Emperor Realm, the system reward would probably be huge. Someone knocked on the gate, making Shu Xuan wonder. Bao Hongyan's here. Wow, I just got control over her as part of the Southern Continent's Black Moon Tower, and she's already dug up new intel. Bao Hongyan cupped her hands and said, Mr. Shu, Bao Hongyan requests an audience. Shu Xuan asked her, so did you dig up intel on who's really pulling the strings behind the Black Moon Tower? Hongyan replied, Mister, this subordinate was ineffective. There are still absolutely no clues about the true master of the Black Moon Tower. Shu Xuan asked again. Then what are you here to report today? Bao Hongyan replied. This subordinate is here to report intelligence related to the ancient battle demon land. Shu Xuan followed up. Ancient battle demon land, huh? Just some small forces stirring up trouble? Hongyan said. You see right through it, master. Now the 3 sects, 2 kingdoms, and other forces of the southern continent have decided to organize a quota system for the battle for dominance, to ensure their own interests and avoid unnecessary conflicts. But also it's for the sake of some powerful rogue cultivators, to reserve some spots to participate in the battles, preventing further problems, Shu Xuan thought. Looks like these forces have some brains after all, Shu Xuan said. Hongyan, you're becoming more and more capable. Quick, come inside and talk. She obeyed and went inside. Shu Xuan continued. Lately, are the movements and secrets of the Southern Continent forces worth reporting? Hongyan presented. There's no valuable intelligence. It's still the same old game of deploying spies. But, someone in the Qin family's higher-ups has been infiltrated by the great Qian palace. Should we remind the Qin family? Shu Xuan replied. No need. Let them handle it themselves. We won't interfere. Hongyan complied. Shu Xuan asked her. How's the use of information talismans in the northern region going? Hongyan replied. It's completely covered. In the northern region no news can be hidden from you, master, Shu Xuan happily thought. Excellent. The Heavenly Dao plan in the northern region is a success. Shu Xuan happily said to Hongyan, You've done a great job with this. This is a pill to reward you for breaking through to the Emperor Realm. As Shu Xuan finished speaking, he tossed the pill to her. Hongyan received the pill and replied, Thank you for your care, master. Shu Xuan ordered her, Quickly refine these pills. Break through to the Emperor Realm. I have something important I want you to do, Hongyan said. This subordinate will definitely not let you down, master. Having finished her business, Hongyan left and said, Master, this subordinate takes her leave. Shu Xuan, who was lying on the chair laughing triumphantly, suddenly heard the system say, Your honorary disciple, Ren Chenghe, has comprehended the grand Tao of yin and yang, the reincarnation of life and death, breaking through to the spirit realm. The reward is 500 years of cultivation. Hearing this, Shu Xuan muttered, Good things come in pairs, He then chuckled and said, That's Lao Ren for you. Don't let his quiet demeanor fool you. He always brings unexpected surprises. I must reward Lao Ren with something to encourage him to work harder. Ren Chenghe also called from the mirror and informed Shu Xuan that he had broken through to the spirit-severing realm. Shu Xuan happily said, Chenghe, you were able to break through to the spirit realm, returning to your youth. As your teacher I am also very happy. Chenghe replied. This disciple is fortunate to have master's help. Otherwise, I would have become a dried-up corpse long ago, let alone break through to the spirit realm. To repay master's kindness, this disciple will definitely do his best to work for you in the future. Shu Xuan replied, You truly are thoughtful. Your teacher does indeed have a matter that needs you to do. The tremors of the 9 regions are coming. In 5 years, go to the southern continent of the northern Arctic, Ren Chenghe asked. Master, the 9 regions will have tremors, Shu Xuan only said. You'll know in 5 years. By then, your teacher will have arrangements. Ren Chenghe then obeyed Shu Xuan's orders. Shu Xuan gave a pill to his disciple and said, "This is a spirit origin pill. It can help you consolidate your spirit realm cultivation. It's not your endpoint. Within 10 years, as long as you work hard and diligently, without being lazy," Ren Chenghe took the pill and happily said, "This disciple will listen to master's teachings," Shu Xuan said. "All right. Your teacher has other things to do. Let's bid farewell here." Chenghe then cunningly said, "Master, this disciple has some trivial matters that need to trouble." "Master, some trivial matters on cultivation," Shu Xuan then agreed. Inside the cave at this time, a voice sounded. Amitabha, a beam of light in the cave said, "The karma of the demon realm is severe. Greed, stupidity, arrogance, and ceaseless bloody slaughter. Everywhere is filled with greed, polluting the heart and soul." A high-ranking monk sitting inside said to the disciples, "I, Buddha, am compassionate. I wish to guide and transform the demon realm, turning it into the pure land," the high monk continued. "If I don't go to hell, who will? Even if it means sacrificing my life, I will spread the Buddha's teachings. We, disciples of the Buddhist sect, will travel everywhere to propagate the beliefs of our Buddha." He then shouted loudly, "Amitabha, we shall follow the orders of the great might Supreme Buddha." The Supreme Buddha then stood up, radiating light and saying, "Amitabha, well done, well done." Suddenly, a high monk asked, "Are there any believers of our Buddha here to listen to the sermon?" Someone from the crowd replied, "You shave your head and come here, deceiving people, brainwashing our village, and then running here." These words made the disciples a little bewildered. The person outside continued, "What's more, you've even brainwashed a young girl in our village. Now she's shaved her head and become a nun. Where am I supposed to find a girlfriend?" The disciples started talking among themselves. "Isn't that the eldest son of Old Man Lai from the neighboring village?" "Yeah, what's gotten into him? Why is he causing trouble here?" The young man pointed and accused. "Last month, you leveled my uncle's city, and you even made my uncle disappear both physically and mentally. Talking about liberation, I'll liberate your ass." He then channeled his energy and said, "Now that I've broken through to the true realm, I've come to avenge this blood debt. You should obediently die for me, you damn bald head." The Supreme Buddha raised his hand and said, "Amitabha." A beam of golden light shot out from the high monk's hand directly at the young man, causing him to vomit blood. In an instant, he disintegrated, leaving only dust. The disciples inside were terrified and said, "That's too brutal. Not even ashes are left. Is this the heaven-defying technique of the great might Supreme Buddha? So terrifying." The Supreme Buddha calmly said, "Well done, well done." This evil being spoke impudently, disturbing the purity of our Buddha. "Truly, he is guilty," the great might Supreme Buddha happily said. "I have helped him achieve physical liberation. Now everyone, please be quiet, and do not be distracted." Suddenly, another person appeared and said, "Hey, you perverted bald head who seduces people, daring to harm my brother's life? Pay for it with your life," a disciple below said. "Another madman," a Buddhist said. "Not bad. These two sons of Old Man Li are quite tough. This is the rhythm of wanting to line up and enter the ancestral grave." The person held a huge blade and said, "I'm already at the second stage of the true realm. If you kneel down and beg me for forgiveness, I might let you die without pain." The great might Supreme Buddha unleashed another palm strike, and the evil bully lost consciousness. The great might Supreme Buddha put his palms together in repentance. "Amitabha, my sins." Yet another person arrived and said, "You damn turtle son of a bitch, may you be struck by lightning. Old 3 of the Liv family has arrived." Upon hearing this, all the Buddhists were a little surprised. After a moment, the high monk said, "Amitabha, it seems that I am still not doing well enough. Unable to allow all living beings in the world to feel the complete meaning of our Buddha, I must work harder, strive to liberate all living beings." The disciples replied in unison, "The great might Supreme Buddha is working hard." On this side, Shu Xuan was lying down, counting the stars, and singing, "After finishing lunch, I bask in the sun. After basking in the sun, I have dinner again." Suddenly, the system announced, "Your demonic Buddha disciple has spread the Buddha's teachings, converting 100,000 followers, dominating one area. The reward is the great 1,000 transformation art." Shu Xuan happily thought, "This kid is so awesome, he already has more than 100,000 followers." Shu Xuan said, "I won't bother with him for now. First, receive the great 1,000 transformation art and see what the effect is." Half a month later, Shu Xuan was looking at a token when he suddenly learned some news. The Xi Wangting has changed masters. Bao Hongyan reported, "The power from the chaos domain behind Xi Wangting, the Da Shi Gong, has seized control of Xi Wangting. Now everything in Xi Wangting is decided by the Xi Zi from Da Shi Gong. The Lao Shi Wang has already been kicked out of the chaos domain. Although Xi Wangding is still technically the master of the Wangting, he doesn't hold any real power anymore. The Zhao Xi Wang got the worst of it. The Xi Zi, just found him annoying and tortured him brutally. Xiao Shi Wang almost died several times in just a few days, looked totally miserable.
Finally, with the desperate help of a trusted confidant, Xiao Shi Wang managed to escape the Wangting and disappeared into the vast mountains, his location unknown. The Wangting was now back to a familiar scene that made everyone happy.
A month later, Shu Xuan was meditating.
Suddenly, Shu Xuan peered into the distance and remarked,
"The evil king is dead."
Shu Xuan continued, "Turns out Shi Wangding tried to ambush the Shu Zi, but the gap in their cultivation bases was too huge, so the evil king died. He wasn't really my subordinate anyway, just a useless pawn. Dead is dead. No one's gonna avenge him. Unless Xiao Shi Wang gets some massive lucky break and makes a comeback against all odds."
Shu Xuan chuckled, holding his compass, and said, "It's been way too long since we added a new member to the Dadao group." The golden compass spun rapidly. Suddenly, it stopped, and the needle pointed towards a shadowy figure. Shu Xuan mused, "Why is it pointing to a shadow of Yuan? Is this some special kind of Dao realm expert?" Meanwhile, a purple-haired girl was in seclusion when she was suddenly startled and called out. "Who's there?" Shu Xuan spoke from the other side. "Greetings, little friend of the great Dao. I am searching for destined individuals, and you were fortunate enough to be contacted. May I ask which clan you hail from, little friend, and what your cultivation base might be?" The girl didn't answer, instead asking back. "Who are you?" Shu Xuan replied. "I am a Dao opener." "Little friend, would you be willing to share some information? I have a Dao group, with fellow Dao openers and Dao realm friends inside, interested in joining." Hearing this, the girl wondered, "A Dao opener? Should I really interact with them? Could this be a trap?" Cupping her hands, the girl replied, "This junior is Yu Su, Dao realm 13th stage, from the Yu clan." Shu Xuan asked, "The Yu clan? Never heard of it. Probably some minor clan." Text immediately appeared on his panel. "Yu Su, alright little friend. Come on into the Dadasio group." In the group chat, Shu Xuan announced to everyone,
"We'll have a new member named Yu Su from the Yu clan." Hong Yuanchu immediately chimed in, surprised. The Yu clan that failed in the previous Dao era in the 9 domains was wiped out, wasn't it? How can there still be Dao realm survivors? Ruo Xian also asked, if Dao realm experts still exist,
why wasn't the Yu clan active during the last Dao era? Unless little friend Yu Su rose up during that previous Dao era? Reading Ruo Xian's question, Shu Xuan mused, "Hong Yuan Chu, the Hong Zhu of the human race, huh?" Yu Su quickly typed in the chat, "Greetings, Hong Zhu of the human race." "Greetings, seniors. In the previous Dao era, the Yu clan was also a powerful clan, especially known for our possession ability. Many human race prodigies were possessed by the Yu clan back then, causing quite a bit of trouble." Yang Su recalled that an incredibly powerful ancestor of the Yang clan had actually died at the hands of Hong Yuanchu. Hong Yuanchu quickly reassured Yang Su, "Little friend, no need to worry. Since the great Dao allowed the Yu clan a chance to survive, we won't hunt you down to the last. Consider the old grudges dissolved like smoke." Yu Su quickly thanked him. "Thank you, senior." Meanwhile, Ying Kong thought, "A new member joined, which means I'm still the bottom cushion in this group full of big shots, everyone's a boss, and I'm just the trash." Ying Kong immediately typed in chat, "Hi, big sister Yu Su." While typing, Ying Kong muttered, I definitely gotta build good connections in this group. Everyone's a big shot. Maybe later I can rely on this group for backing, especially those Dao opener bosses. If I ever get attacked by a Dao realm expert stronger than me, I can whip out my connections from the group." At the border between the southern continent and the eastern continent, Xiao Shi Wang was wandering aimlessly through the forest. Suddenly, Xiao Shi Wang cried out the Zizi's name while thinking, "Father is gone." Xiao Shi Wang roared with hatred, "Shi Zi, I will definitely take your life." As he finished speaking, Xiao Shi Wang coughed up blood. Suddenly, Xiao Shi Wang was startled. Someone was leaping towards him. Then, out of nowhere, a guy pops up and says, not bad at all. Borrowing this identity for a little investigation wouldn't hurt." With that, this dude straight up charges at Xiao Shi Wang. Xiao Shi Wang's throwing out palm strikes left and right, yelling, "Get lost," but his attacks just phase right through the guy. Dodging the strikes, the mystery man dives inside Xiao Shi Wang's space and starts chanting some kinda technique. "Father," Xiao Shi Wang wonders in shock. Just what kind of move is he pulling? How can it feel so fatherly? If I don't act fast, I'll be trapped, turned into a puppet. Father? Suddenly, Xiao Shi Wang coughs up blood. A wave of pink mist erupts, chanting, "Refine vitality with heat. Transform blood. Blood refinement." Xiao Shi Wang quickly chugs a healing pill. "Alright, I still got this." He starts chanting his own spell. Blood refine, refine blood, refine flesh, refine spirit.
Suddenly, the mystery man's face bursts out from Xiao Shiwang's chest, screaming.
Xiao Shiwang immediately starts hitting pressure points all over his own body. Xiao Shiwang screams out suddenly. Imprisonment. The guy inside shouts a warning. Quick, release him! Xiao Shiwang's a total psycho. You'll die too. Xiao Shiwang thinks. My body's changing too. It's like I'm turning into a mirage. Yes, I'm turning into some blood-refining freak. And getting some of his weird powers at the same time. My wounds are getting worse too. A third of my blood's straight up vaporizing.
I'm injured on top of injured, and it's hitting my foundations hard.
Looks like my hopes of breaking through to the Emperor realm are gone.
Xiao Shiwang remembers Shu Yun and thinks, how am I going to get revenge? Should I go back? Or take a trip to the Qin kingdom before I die? Seeing Shu Yun would be great, but will I even get the chance?
Suddenly, a tiny crack appears where Xiao Shiwang is standing. The crack suddenly widens, and Xiao Shiwang falls straight into the ground. Underground, there's a tower. Everything surrounding it is dark and gloomy. Xiao Shiwang is unconscious. He wakes up with a start and finds himself lying in a room.
Xiao Shiwang walks over to a table with a book on it. He wonders to himself,
have I stumbled upon a lucky encounter? Is this a legacy left behind by a powerful expert?
Xiao Shiwang looks at the jars on the table. Suddenly he picks up 2 bottles and cries out in joy. There are pills to restore damaged foundations, and pills to upgrade my heavenly gift. I am really lucky.
Xiao Shiwang kneels down and says loudly, this junior will definitely inherit your legacy and will not disgrace your name. Finishing his words, Xiao Shiwang kowtows to the ground. After a while, Xiao Shiwang took out a few pills and put them into his mouth. While going into closed-door cultivation, Xiao Shiwang said, Shi Zi, just you wait. I will definitely come back and take your life. So what? If you are the Shi Zi of the Great Shi Palace, Xiao Shiwang has great opportunities, and it is not impossible to destroy your Great Shi Palace in the future, Xiao Shiwang said emotionally. Senior, I will never forget your kindness. If you have any last wishes, I will fulfill them in my lifetime. As he spoke, he thought, what kind of peerless cultivation technique did the senior leave behind? Ah, no, perhaps I should call him Shifu.
Xiao Shiwang picks up the book and says, Sunset Haze Immortal Scripture, an immortal scripture, this is truly the legendary transcendent divine method.
Xiao Shiwang tremblingly opens the immortal scripture. Suddenly his jaw drops in surprise. The book says, to practice this technique, castrate yourself, sever all distracting thoughts, and gather great willpower to cultivate this peerless technique.
In the room, Xiao Shiwang stood in the middle, carefully reading the book in his hand, his head full of question marks. And he wept miserably. The book read, to practice this technique, cut off your little brother and make a vow, sever all distracting thoughts, and gather great willpower to cultivate this peerless technique. Xiao Shiwang stared blankly, tears in his eyes, and gritted his teeth, thinking, how can I bear to cut off my—
But how can you take revenge without cutting off your manhood, dude? Then, he made up his mind. How can I survive in southern continent without strong power? How can I meet Shu Yun? Little Shiwang cried loudly.
Tears streamed down his face as he held the dagger, thinking, from now on, I can only secretly protect her. Little Shiwang bowed his head to the dagger, constantly swearing, don't worry, even if I'm incomplete, I still love you. Little Shiwang will still jump into a sea of fire for Shu Yun. He turned purple in the face and shouted, even if Shiwang cuts off his manhood, it can't change my love and longing for Shu Yun.
Immediately after, little Shiwang stabbed himself with the knife,
screaming in pain, that bastard, I will tear him into 100 pieces. He won't let Shu Xuan off. Little Shiwang will cut his too. He continued to cry that he missed Shu Yun, then sat down on the chair,
holding a book. He said, finally, I can cultivate this peerless technique. Little Shiwang turned each page of the book, and his face darkened after reading it. On the page it said, even if you don't castrate yourself, you can still successfully cultivate. How can you forge the state of mind of a peerless strongman without experiencing the mortal world? Those who cultivate this technique after castration are cowards. Little Shiwang angrily threw the book on the ground, almost going insane. Damn it, damn old man, this is unethical, unethical. Tears streamed down his cheeks, constantly cursing. What kind of unethical person would create a secret manual like this to deceive others? He's already ruined himself. Then, he picked up the book again, opened it, and pondered. Why didn't I flip through a few more pages? Why did I just see the first page and then castrate myself? It's all that bastard's fault. It's all because Shu Xuan made me so blinded by hatred that I did such a stupid thing. I must kill that bastard.
Shu Xuan gave Su Xian a drop of blood. This is a drop of rebirth blood. Once your main body dies, you will be reborn from this drop of blood, Su Xian asked. Shifu,
Doesn't that mean I won't die anymore if I have this drop of blood?
Shu Xuan replied, in theory, yes. But don't think that way and recklessly get yourself killed. Next, Shu Xuan condensed rebirth blood for Shu Yun, Shu Pingfan, and Xiangxing. With the rebirth blood extraction technique, almost all of his disciples had an immortal existence. The current situation is quite dangerous. Mo Fon is still spreading Buddhism in the demon realm, so it's easy to be hunted down. With the necessary guarantee, Mo Fon's life must not end. If one day Mo Fon dies, and then quickly rises again, his enemies will probably be terrified, and on the contrary, the Buddhist believers will become even more crazy in their Buddhist cultivation. Being able to be reborn, this allure is big enough, right? Namo Buddha. Remembering Shu Xuan's instructions, connecting with Mo Fon, and condensed 2 drops of rebirth blood for him. 1 drop was given to Mo Fon to place in a secret place, so that he could rely on this rebirth blood to revive if he died. The remaining drop, Shu Xuan sent back to the small world. A month later, Shu Xuan was sitting and practicing. Your disciple Hu Tianya has broken through to the Emperor realm. Reward, 100 years of cultivation, Shu Xuan said firmly. Sure enough, a child of destiny is destined to be unconstrained. Only in this way can they quickly advance their cultivation. Accepting the reward of the 6th level of the God realm, Shu Xuan continued to practice. The small world leveled up, and the primordial Tao star emitted a blue light, shining on the green trees. Namo Buddha successfully broke through to the God realm, and the small world transformed again. Maybe this will work. Take the primordial Tao star as the path to enter the great Tao, Shu Xuan said. Once I can enter the Tao through the primordial Tao star, my cultivation speed in the Tao realm will definitely be unprecedented, and I will set a Tao realm cultivation record, Shu Xuan explained. The primordial Tao star has gained a new ability. Members of the Great Tao group can transmit items to each other through the primordial Tao star, directly transmitting them to the recipient through a method connected to the Great Tao, and all the aura, imprints and so on of the original owner on the item will be erased. Through the aura of the members of the primordial Tao star, it will be possible to imprint the aura of the receiver on the item, which is called extremely powerful. Shu Xuan continued. The number of treasures that can catch the eye of the Tao realm is still not enough. There may not even be many items that can catch the eye of the Tao opening realm. This new ability of the primordial Tao star cannot be opened for the time being. It's not too late to open it when my own foundation is strong enough. Shu Xuan looked worriedly at the mountain valley. Through the myriad heaven mirror, it's been a while since I used the myriad heaven mirror to connect with the other realms. I should try my luck and see if I can meet a child of destiny who I can bring under my wing, increasing my chances of triggering system rewards. In the mountain valley, the undulating rocky mountains were covered by a layer of hazy white clouds. Shu Xuan noticed something was wrong with the mountain valley, power related to time. This mountain valley is a secret realm about time. Only those with luck can enter a time secret realm. It can basically be determined that they are children of destiny. No mistake, it's Xiao Liang and Liu Piao Piao again. Liu Piao Piao was still in her spirit form, but her cultivation level had already risen above the 5th level of the heavenly realm. Shu Xuan saw this and thought, Xiao Liang actually broke through to the Emperor realm, and what's more, he's at the 5th level. In Xiao Liang's hand was a withered vine. Seeing this, Shu Xuan said, a withered vine with gray leaves exuding an ancient aura. This is a time-type treasure, the Menteng. It renders anything near it stagnant, including attacks. Shu Xuan observed Xiao Liang, and he thought, Xiao Liang actually obtained a Menteng. Even though the Menteng hasn't recognized a master yet, nor has it been refined, recognition is only a matter of time. This guy's luck is seriously off the charts. Xiao Liang. It seems he's not just a simple child of destiny from the Western continent, he's possibly a child of destiny of the northern region, bearing the great luck of the northern region. Maybe it's a recent transformation that allowed him to obtain it. Shu Xuan appeared before Xiao Liang and Liu Piao Piao. Shu Xuan then said, Little brat, you. Xiao Liang and Liu Piao Piao both knelt down to pay respects to this senior. Xiao Liang presented the withered vine. Will this treasure move that senior's heart? Shu Xuan said, No need for such formalities. It seems we're destined to meet again, little brat. You, on the other hand, have a profound connection to opportunities. You actually managed to get your hands on a Menteng. Xiao Liang clasped his hands and said, Just luck. Shu Xuan said gently. No need to be so tense, Menteng, so what? It's just a plant, it's not like it catches my eye. If fate allows, I will help you make the Menteng recognize you as its owner. Then, Shu Xuan unleashed a spell on Xiao Liang. Xiao Liang sat still within Shu Xuan's divine spell. He was excited. This senior is terrifyingly strong. With a wave of his hand he can manipulate time. The Menteng actually recognized me as its master. Xiao Liang clasped his hands. Many thanks, senior, Shu Xuan. Hopefully if we meet again, it proves that you and I have a fate together.
How about becoming my disciple? Zhao Liang bowed his head to the ground. This junior is willing, Shifu. Please bear witness. From today onwards, Piao Piao and I are no longer master and disciple. Xiao Liang had just stood up.
Liu Piao Piao also clasped her hands and said to Shu Xuan, Esteemed senior, this little girl knows she is incapable of teaching Liang Ge. Now that Liang Ge has taken you as his master, this little girl has neither the virtue nor the talent to be his Shifu anymore. Please, senior, bear witness. Shu Xuan felt helpless seeing Liu Piao Piao and Xiao Liang like this. Shu Xuan thought, what the heck is going on here? Seeing the odd expressions of Zhao Liang and Liu Piao Piao, he knew these two weren't preparing to continue as master and disciple, but were planning to become Dao companions. No way, Xiao Liang already has the MC vibe going on. But Shu Xuan still said harmoniously, alright, I'll bear witness. Many thanks, Shifu. Xiao Liang's voice rang out. Xiao Liang then glanced worriedly at Liu Piao Piao, who was blushing, and sighed. Shu Xuan wondered, how many years older is Liu Piao Piao than Xiao Liang?
It's no longer just a pilot flying a plane, but hugging a mountain of gold. Shu Xuan looked at Zhao Liang and Liu Piao Piao and said seriously, have you comprehended it? Liu Piao Piao replied, this little girl is foolish and has yet to comprehend it.
Shu Xuan explained gently, this is the heaven and earth minor technique. Liu Piao Piao then thanked Shu Xuan.
You took in Zhao Liang because of his luck transformation, bearing the luck of the northern region. The reward is the Battle Dao Infinite Extinction God Star. Shu Xuan was certain. As expected, Zhao Liang's luck transformed into the Child of Destiny of the northern region. The system's reward is a special cultivation technique, the Battle Dao Infinite Extinction God Star Lance, which is a cyan-colored spear, a spear that pierces heavenly secrets, and soul infiltration art.
Xiao Liang, the abandoned child of the West Abyss continent, with innate battle bones, battle heart, and battle soul, Xiao Liang is the most battle-oriented disciple among my disciples. Once he cultivates the Battle Dao Infinite, he will be the strongest fighter among them, Shu Xuan continued. Now that you've entered the sect, I will impart a cultivation technique to you. The one you cultivate now is too inferior, it doesn't suit your talent.
Xiao Liang thanked Shu Xuan. Shu Xuan transferred power to Xiao Liang, making Xiao Liang's power even stronger. The Battle Dao Infinite is truly powerful. As long as I can cultivate this peerless cultivation technique, my combat power will increase by M times.
Xiao Liang bowed his head once more to thank Shu Xuan for imparting the technique. Shu Xuan waved him away and stood up to leave.
If he's gonna be my disciple, he can't be a scrub. Right? So Shu Xuan just hands Zhao Liang the God-extinguishing star. Zhao Liang's got a tight grip on the God-extinguishing star now. He's looking at it like, damn, how beefy is this spear?
Totally God tier, maybe even above God tier. Is this the kind of treatment you get when you apprentice to a big shot like Shifu? As Shu Xuan hands over the God-extinguishing star,
he's all like, train hard. The 9 regions are about to go through some major changes. Only strength can protect you. Danger comes with opportunity though, so don't let Shifu down. There's gonna be a chance in Nanzhao. Grab it with both hands. Zhao Liang nods, yes, Shifu.
Shu Xuan keeps the wisdom coming.
This is a soul treasure. It'll let your soul chill in soul form so you can get a feel for things.
Fixing a body with the Qi Heaven Minor technique, that's small fry, Liu Piao Piao chimes in happily.
Thanks, senior. Shu Xuan glances at Zhao Liang. You got a few senior brothers. When you meet, you'll know their family, so try not to kill each other, alright? Yes, Shifu, Xiao Liang says respectfully. With that, Shu Xuan vanishes. Xiao Liang and Liu Piao Piao just stand there, watching him disappear. Your demonic Buddha disciple spread Buddha's teachings, converting 1 million Buddha followers. Reward, 1 Buddha corpse. The Buddha corpse is like a puppet, but not really. It can sense the Buddha's thoughts of all living beings, and can evolve. Its current strength is the 5th level of the God realm. The Buddha corpse bows to Shu Xuan.
Greetings, my Buddha. Meanwhile, in the vast mountain range on the border between Nanzhao and Dongzhao,
the great elders flying through the sky vanished here, huh? Could it be, Father failed? Will our clan be exposed because of it? The Dao origin is ending soon. We can't wait any longer. Our clan must seize this opportunity, starting with Nanzhu. As the great elder touches down,
everyone greets him. Great elder. The great elder briefs everyone, pointing at a map. Nanzhao is about to face a major shift, and the entire 9 regions will change with it. Our Yu clan's opportunity has arrived. We must find a way to survive, even rise again. We must be humble though. We must change our identities and wait for the moment to strike. The great elder's voice is stern. After scouting all of Nanzhu, the Shu family of Shu County is the best fit for our Yu clan. This trip will possess the Shu family. For a long time, we are the Shu family. We absolutely cannot expose our Yu clan identity, or annihilation will be upon us. Understood, everyone replies. Understood. We are the Shu family. The Shu family is us. From this day forward, the Yu clan no longer exists. The great elder continues. Our Yu clan has been clinging to life for so long.
Most of the 9 regions have forgotten us. As long as we're humble and appear as humans, we will have a chance to rise again." The Great Elder disappears in a flash.
Turns out to be a pretty special family. Humble, not too strong, and safe enough in the Qin Kingdom, not facing pressure from any strong forces. The perfect fit for the Yu clan to possess and replace. Even the Qin Kingdom, the Daqian Empire, and other forces have hidden depths, making it easy to expose the Young clan's identity. The Young clan has over 100 members in total. The goal of possessing, of course, is the Shu family's status, high, direct lineage, and outstanding talent. The Great Elder's confident in his strength. He's sure he can ensure the Young clan quietly possesses the Shu family's direct line. Shu Xuan's chilling, when suddenly he senses a gloomy aura.
Cold and approaching the Shu family estate. The aura of this person is strange, and their strength isn't weak. Nearing the God realm? Why would a powerhouse like that come to the Shu family? Shu Xuan lies back, musing. That cold aura is super weird. Plus, that shadow's kinda ethereal, like a shadow without any real flesh.
The Great Elder flies above Shu Xuan's place, looking down and locking down the Shu family estate. Shu Xuan notices and sighs.
Why someone always gotta come knocking? It's been quiet since the evil sect stopped causing trouble. A magic hand flies up from below Shu Xuan's location, grabbing the Great Elder. The Great Elder's head sticks out of the hand.
Crap, he thinks in a panic. We're screwed. How does this tiny Shu family hide such a huge terror? Are these human powerhouses brain dead? They're obviously super strong but way too humble. Back in the day, someone pulled the same trick. Some human powerhouse tricked the Yu clan once, and now here we go again. The Great Elder stands before Shu Xuan.
With the Yu clan's fellas behind him, Shu Xuan's face darkens, still lounging in his chair. The Yu clan fellas are like, "Didn't the Great Elder say?" This trip's a sure thing. It's just a tiny Shu family. Something's wrong here. The Great Elder lost. We're doomed. Our Yu clan's about to be wiped out. The words leave the Great Elder speechless. Shu Xuan uses the heavenly mystery exploration technique, and the Young clan is revealed. The Young clan existed for a long time but suffered greatly in the Great Calamity. The Great Elder, a dying semi-god, wants to possess a member of the Shu family, scheming to steal their aura of protection and wait for a chance to rise. Shu Xuan thinks. So this is the Young clan, huh? Looks almost human? The only difference is probably their body transformations, kinda like the ghosts from the legends in my past life. Turns out I have a connection with the Yu race, huh? The Tao-seeking mirror found some young elements and pulled her into the Great Tao group, and now the Great Elder of the Young race is leading the clan to the Shu family. Shu Xuan figures.
Since the 9 regions don't have ghosts, I can totally create a ghost race. Gotta come up with a cultivation technique for the Yu race, like turning demons into Buddhas, you know? You're thinking of turning the Yu race into the ghost race. Shu Xuan only wants to trigger the system rewards, like seriously.
The Yellow Springs ancient scripture. This scripture of ghost and spirit cultivation can transform them into ghosts. If the Yu race cultivates this, they can quickly degenerate into the ghost race.
The sudden appearance of ghosts in the 9 regions will freak out a lot of martial artists. Bet.
The Yu race only has 100 plus people right now, so turning them into the ghost race shouldn't be too hard. Once the transformation is successful, then I'll have ghost subordinates to boss around. From now on, I'm not just the ancestor, but the ghost ancestor too. The Great Elder sweats bullets and says, "This great human race expert, my clan and I, are just passing by." Shu Xuan says seriously, "Don't be scared, I don't mean any harm. The Yu race is doomed, there's no future in it. Even if you try 1,000 different ways, you'll never get ahead in the Great Dao." The Great Elder loudly insists, "Mighty human race warrior, my Yu race has no strong fighters. If you really want to wipe out my Yu race, aren't you afraid that we'll slaughter your human race at any cost?" Shu Xuan nonchalantly replies, "I don't want to wipe out your Yu race. Besides, I know your Yu race is strong fighters. They even call me senior when they see me." The Great Elder says worriedly,
"Senior, if you want to punish someone, just kill me. Spare the rest of my Yu race and leave us a way out," Shu Xuan says annoyingly.
"I told you, I don't want to wipe out your race. On the contrary, I want to give your Yu race a chance to live. If the Yu race wants to seize fortune and rise up in the Great Dao, you must erase the name of Yu and transform into the ghost race. Are you willing or not? Just a name change?" The Great Elder asks again.
Shu Xuan reaches out his hand, transmits the technique towards the Yu race, and explains, "Transforming you into ghost, you can obtain great fortune. The ghost race is stronger than the Yu race. This is called the opportunity for your Yu race to rise. When the Great Elder is enveloped by the technique,"
he raises both hands to feel it. "This is the ghost race? It has some characteristics of the Yu race, but it's much stronger, with more abilities. If it's really like what was introduced earlier, how strong will the ghost race be?" The birth of the ghost race is different from the Yu race. Even the soul body can transform into the ghost race. If we transform into the ghost race, the Yu race will truly cease to exist.
Shu Xuan then explains, The name of the U race is destined to disappear. Transforming into the ghost race can still preserve the origin of the U race. You can't avoid this Tao principle. The Great Elder asks in confusion, Senior human race, why do you want to save my U race? Shu Xuan calmly replies, I value fate. Your U race's ancestors had a connection with my race. You coming here, no matter what your purpose, is all fate. I will ensure the survival opportunity of the U race.
Do you really think the U race is valuable to me now? The clan members say in unison.
Senior, we are willing to transform into the ghost race.
Shu Xuan continues seriously.
I will transmit the ghost race secret technique to you. Shu Xuan then transmits the secret technique to the U race. The U race are taken back to the small world. The U race kneel down.
Everyone shouts loudly to Shu Xuan.
Thank you, Senior!
From here on, the U race is in this gloomy valley, beginning to cultivate the Yellow Springs' ancient scripture. Their spiritual power constantly degenerates, transforming into dark power.
Terrifying! The technique is very strong, and the abilities of the ghost race are also very strong.
Can't deny it, they're stronger and have more potential than the U race.
Moreover, if they successfully transform into the ghost race, they will become natural ghost race, not soul-cultivating ghosts. The Great Elder laments. If the U race wants to be strong, we must transform into the ghost race. In a deep cave, Youngsu is observing the situation. She wonders, what's going on? Why is my connection with the U race changing? The U race hasn't been destroyed. Instead, their fortune seems to be increasing. Maybe it's not a bad thing. Increased fortune proves that the U race is getting stronger. The Great Elder narrows his eyes and says, Clan disciples, hear my order.
Starting from today, everyone will undergo the ghost race transformation. This elder declares himself to be of the ghost race. The U race will no longer exist. Within the clan, we shall honor Mr. Shu Xuan as the ghost ancestor. Anyone who disobeys will be punished according to clan rules. The Great Elder says with a powerful aura, a large ghostly shadow appearing behind him, showing the Great Elder's vigor. The clan members all say in unison, We obey the Great Elder's command.
The people in the clan all cheer. The Great Elder has completed the transformation first. That's right, this ghost race aura is truly domineering, but I like it. Yunai smiles and says, Great Elder, how does it feel after transforming into the ghost race? Can you tell us? The human race member also adds, That's right, Great Elder, we all admire you very much. The Great Elder explains, It feels extraordinarily comfortable. My whole body is so relaxed, and I've also stepped into the spirit-severing realm. These things I never dared to dream of before are all thanks to the Senior, who created the first ghost race of the 9 regions, becoming the Ghost Ancestor. The reward is the Fengdu's secret realm and the Ghost King's seal.
Shu Xuan, reading his book, chuckled. I'm practically afraid that this old body will be the first one in all 9 realms to create a whole new race.
The Fengdu secret realm, the abode of ghosts, forms a small world. Ghost race cultivators will have double the cultivation speed and skill boosts here. You can upgrade the Ghost King's seal and grant the title of Fengdu Ghost King. Take this order, command all ghosts, they must obey.
Shu Xuan thought. Alright. Now that the ghost race has their territory and a ghost king, it's time for a visit. Shu Xuan appeared before the Great Elder and the ghost race members. Long time no see, everyone. The Great Elder blurted out in surprise. Huh, Mr. Shu, no, Ghost Ancestor Sama. The rest of the clan shouted in unison, Greetings, Ghost Ancestor! Greetings, Ghost Ancestor! The Great Elder respectfully said.
This subordinate is truly remiss for not knowing that Ghost Ancestor Sama would grace us with your presence.
Shu Xuan reassured the Great Elder. It's all good, it's all good. I'm here to bestow upon you the title of Ghost King for the first term of the ghost race. Pass this seal to you. With this seal you can command all the ghosts and all your clansmen. After the entire transformation is complete, I'll grant you another territory.
Many thanks, Ghost Ancestor Sama, for the reward, the Great Elder said reverently.
Shu Xuan continued. Oh yeah, I noticed there's someone named Unhi in your clan, very talented. Once she completes her transformation, have her come to my courtyard. The Great Elder clasped his hands. As you command, Ghost Ancestor Sama.
I happily thought, Ghost Ancestor-Sama wants to summon me. Everyone congratulated Unhi. Congratulations. Wide open prospects. Do your best. Unhi. I happily replied. Thank you for your auspicious words.
Shu Xuan returned to his courtyard and saw Ping Fan cultivating his techniques. He reminded Ping Fan, remember, there's always a higher mountain. Don't get all puffed up just because you've achieved a little something, Ping Fan replied. Yes, 13th Uncle Ping Fan will definitely cultivate diligently and will never let down 13th Uncle's expectations.
The moment Unhi stepped into the courtyard, Shu Xuan was informed, Unhi has arrived under the Ghost Ancestor Sama command. To pay respects to Ghost Ancestor Sama.
Then Shu Xuan turned around and said, "Good, good, good. You followed the proper etiquette," Ping Fan asked in surprise. 13th uncle, who is she? Shu Xuan introduced. Let me introduce you. This is UNHI of the ghost race. UNHI clasped her hands in greeting. This little one, UNHI, greets young master. Ping Fan replied. This one is Shu Ping Fan. Greetings, Miss UNHI. I frowned. Miss? What's that? What is a ghost? UNH. I tried to act like a ghost. A ghost is just like this. Roar, roar, Ping Fan nonchalantly replied. Doesn't seem any different from me. UNH. I was taken aback. He's not even scared of me like this. Ping Fan fired back. He's super strong. Show him something that will really scare him. Shu Xuan reminded UNHI. Show him your real power. This nephew of mine is quite something, indeed, UNH. I was curious. Really, I am agreed. Then excuse this little one for being rude. Then she used her magic, conjuring a skull ghost. Ping Fan looked at her and thought, so this is a ghost. It does have a bit of a gloomy aura, but it doesn't look all that strong. Then she pointed that ghost towards Ping Fan, and the ghost lunged at Ping Fan. Ping Fan grinned. Prepare to fight as if victory is in your hand, Ping Fan smugly. Is that all you've got? Then Ping Fan stomped his foot and roared, unleashing his own power. The ghost, frightened, immediately retreated back to UNHI. UNH, I worriedly thought. One roar, and it scared my own summon back to me. Shu Xuan intervened. All right, Ping Fan, UNHI, stop fooling around. All right, you two are about the same age, so you'll cultivate together to avoid boredom. Ping Fan, UNHI. They both replied, yes, 13th uncle / ghost ancestor - Sama. UNH. I said, Ping Fan, you're younger than me. From now on, you have to call me older sister. Ping Fan clenched his fist, sulking unhappily. Shu Xuan then said, that's right, UNHI. I will also teach you the last few layers of the Yellow Springs ancient scripture. Cultivate well and don't be playful, UNHI complied. Yes, ghost ancestor - Sama. From afar, the family servant's voice echoed. Master, lunch is ready. Inside the room, Shu Xuan was focused on circulating his power, a strong green aura emanating from his body. Hearing the call, Shu Xuan replied, no time to eat, just leave it there. Suddenly, the system notification popped up. Beep. The U race you took in has completely transformed into the ghost race. You've created a new race for the 9 regions, rewarding you with the Yin Dao principle. Hearing this, Shu Xuan wondered, Yin Dao principle. Isn't this the perfect complement to my steady Dao principle? Then, Shu Xuan closed his eyes, thinking and circulating his power. Steadiness is like an immovable mountain, while yin is like continuous rain. One can face enemies head-on, while the other can launch stealthy attacks. These two are a perfect match. So this counts as one yin and one yang. Cultivating both principles simultaneously can enhance each other. Truly amazing. The system continued. Beep! You've been at home for 15 years and your strength has greatly improved. Please keep up the effort. Rewarding you with an upgrade from the Dao-seeking realm to the Chaos Dao realm. Shu Xuan didn't expect to have been at home for so long. Frowning, he asked, has it been 15 years already? Shu Xuan checked the system information and said, let's put the Dao principles aside for now, and see just how powerful this 20 version of the Dao-seeking realm is. Chaos Dao Evolution Realm. An upgraded version of the Dao-seeking realm, capable of evolving heavenly secrets, the great Dao, and seeking out ancient Daoists. The Daoist can acquire the planning abilities of the person being investigated. Shu Xuan placed his hand on his chin, smiling with admiration. Not bad, not bad. This upgraded version has all the abilities I was hoping for. Then he thought. But the system mentioned an ancient Daoist just now. Are these ancient Daoists even more ancient than the Dao founders? First, let's try this evolution realm, and see if I can meet an ancient Daoist. Chaos Dao Evolution Realm. Open. As Shu Xuan spoke, a blinding light appeared. Then, the Chaos Dao Evolution Realm manifested in a cave, where a mysterious man was sitting in meditation. Shu Xuan observed the scene in his room, and wondered, is a demon race member an ancient Daoist? The Chaos Dao Evolution Realm explained, Ma Dusi is the old ancestor of the demon race, one of the ancient demons, and the one who founded nearly 2 Dao origins. Shu Xuan thought to himself, this Dao mirror is indeed worthy of being an upgraded version. It found 2 Dao founders on its first use, and it can even prevent these Dao founders from detecting it. It's clear how high level this Dao mirror is. Thinking this, Shu Xuan said, if that's the case, then the great Dao group has another Dao origin founder. The next devolution time of the primordial Dao star can be shortened. He then unleashed a green surge of power towards the mysterious man sitting in the cave. Sensing the power, the man asked, what's this movement? so he gritted his teeth and thought,
"Who dares to play tricks on this old man?"
On the wall, circular vortexes appeared and emitted a voice. Ahem, ahem. You have joined the great Daoyo chat group. Come and have fun communicating with your friends in the group. The man was puzzled. What the heck is this thing?
To be able to pull tricks without me even noticing?
He asked. Who exactly are you? Why resort to such underhanded methods? On the other side, Shu Xuan smirked, thinking, I won't say anything for now. Let's see what kind of storm this Ma Du can stir up in the group, and maybe even intimidate him. The man angrily threatened. If you don't speak up, this Ma Du won't be easy to provoke. Hearing this, Shu Xuan finally said, The violent Ma Du of the demon race. The man heard the reply and immediately asked, This voice is Hong Yuan Chu. Instantly, a reflected image of Hong Yuan Chu appeared, his true self. Don't act so arrogantly here, Ma Du gritted his teeth. Is this that brat's conspiracy? Shu Xuan smirked, thinking to himself, these two actually know each other, maybe even from the same era. This is going to be a great show.
Shu Xuan continued. What conspiracy? You, Ma Du, are talking nonsense, Ma Du said resentfully. HMPH, you're still the same as always. Except for pulling tricks behind the scenes, you've never dared to fight head on. If you have the guts, let's have a fight to the death. The reflected image of Hong Yuan Chu said calmly. It seems that our initial skirmish left you with psychological trauma. If I had really made a move back then, Ma Du, how could you have been my opponent? Hearing this, the man angrily pointed his finger. You're talking nonsense. And actually making a move. Have you forgotten how your junior brother died in my hands, Hong Yuan Chu? Don't talk to me about these nonsense things. All you know is how to put on an act. If you have the guts, come here and we'll have a real daddy-o fight. I'll crush you. A message appeared between Ma Du and Hong Yuan Chu. Ma Du messaged, Hey Hong, do you dare to come or not? Don't act tough here, give me your address. Hong Yuan Chu replied, You impudent Ma Du god, don't even think about talking nonsense. This group is fellow Taoist Shu's treasure. Don't disturb the serene atmosphere here, Ma Du messaged again. I despise you for being a coward who hides his head and shows his tail, Hong Yuan Chu replied. You're still cursing, Ma Du stubbornly messaged. I'll curse if I want to.
Scene change. In a certain room, the voices of Ma Du and Hong Yuan Chu echoed from the blue vortex in the air. That hypocritical trash, I have a fiery temper, okay? Shu Xuan shuddered, thinking, Why is everyone who comes here a big shot? When will some small fry come so I don't have to be a doormat anymore? Inside the room, the lantern flickered, and a series of voices erupted. You bunch of good-for-nothings, you're not even worthy to carry my demon disciple's sandals. Demon disciple, you're getting way too cocky. Demon disciple, spit out your address. This old lady Ruo Xian will be the first to pay you a visit and give you some extra yang energy.
Shu Xuan, sitting on his chair, listening to the back and forth, chuckled helplessly. This group's just full of trolls, huh? Still going at it past midnight. Suddenly, Hong Yuan Chu spoke up. Shu Xuan, is Shu Daoyu there? This demon disciple is way too rude. Can you, as the group admin, kick him out? Shu Xuan thought, Hong Yuan Chu finally can't take it anymore, The demon disciple on the other end thought to himself upon hearing Hong Yuan Chu. Hold up. Is Hong Yuan Chu not the admin of this group? So the one who silently pulled me in must be a mysterious, never-before-seen admin. Hong Yuan Chu sighed, thinking, I really don't know why Shu Daoyu would drag this brute into the group. What a headache. In his room, Shu Xuan pondered. This demon disciple is like a clown in the group. The more active he is, the more Dao energy my Yuan Chu Dao essence can absorb. Can't kick him out, where would I find the next one? But it's getting late, can't mess up tomorrow's cultivation. Gotta wrap this up.
Thinking this, Shu Xuan spoke.
Fellow Taoists, from what I see, you're all acquainted. All that has happened has its own cause and effect. Being able to meet now, whether by fate or Dao, is something. The Dao has 10,000 forms. Perhaps an unguarded argument can spark inspiration. The demon disciple listened, thinking, This group admin is talking about profound stuff. If he was the one who pulled me in, he's probably a senior, definitely stronger than me. Hong Yuan Chu frowned slightly. To think that within this argument, like Shu Daoyu said, he would have found inspiration for the 10,000 forms of Dao? How could he not think of it? The difference in cultivation realms is truly vast, and the things one sees are also different, truly enlightening. Shu Xuan continued, Fellow Taoists, have you ever wondered why this group has remained unknown for tens of thousands of years? Why it opened here? The demon disciple and Hong Yuan Chu said at the same time. Shu Xuan then said, Figure it out yourselves.
The two of them replied, Thank you, group admin, for your guidance. We're in the wrong. Shu Xuan smiled hearing this. My realm might not be enough to see, but my mouth is definitely the most invincible. After that, Shu Xuan said, "Let's go to sleep."
Scene change. The next day, under a clear sky and a gentle breeze, Shu Xuan, with his arms folded behind his head, lay on his chair sunbathing, enjoying this beautiful weather when the system suddenly popped up, saying, "Beep, you didn't leave the house," and nurtured the third 16-year-old Emperor Realm martial artist in history.
The reward is 1,000 years of cultivation. The grand beginning Dafio scripture.
Shu Xuan was surprised. Ping Fan actually broke through so quickly.
He then said calmly, "But it's only natural. Ping Fan's efforts these past years haven't been in vain. He's already unmatched among his peers, an invincible existence. Furthermore, the extreme Tao that Ping Fan cultivates is a rare and unusual Tao in this world. The power of the extreme Tao Emperor Realm is also more unique than other Taos, domineering and extraordinary. His future is boundless."
Then, a pair of feet slowly approached.
13th uncle. I've broken through to the Emperor Realm. It turned out that Ping Fan had arrived. Shu Xuan congratulated Ping Fan. "Congratulations, all those years of cultivation weren't in vain. 13th uncle's love for me wasn't in vain either," Ping Fan replied, grinning. Of course, Ping Fan wouldn't let 13th uncle down.
Shu Xuan instructed. "But Ping Fan, you mustn't get conceited. The Emperor Realm is just the beginning. The path ahead is long. Also, you still need to temper yourself. You're lacking in actual combat experience. Starting today, you need to enter the secret realm for training, constantly forging your consciousness and battle intent. Absolutely no slacking off." Ping Fan clasped his hands. "Understood. Yes, 13th uncle Ping Fan will enter the secret realm for training immediately," Shu Xuan praised. "Good, very determined. Oh right, Ping Fan, take Uer along so she can get some training too." "Yes, 13th uncle." After Ping Fan left, Shu Xuan excitedly checked his stats.
Alright, time to claim my rewards. First, let me take a look at this grand beginning Dacio scripture.
Grand beginning Dao scripture.
The origin of the great Dao, born from chaos, starting from annihilation, when cultivated to perfection, one can survive in chaos. Open the true great Dao, unafraid of the great Dao's destruction, immortal and indestructible. An eternal existence, Shu Xuan said excitedly at the sight of it. Let's go soaring. If I can comprehend the grand beginning Dao scripture, not to mention guiding core formation cultivators, I could even guide spirit severing cultivators.
But first, I need to claim my 1,000 years of cultivation, solidify my spirit severing realm. Then comprehending the grand beginning Dao scripture will be much more effective. Shu Xuan spread his arms and said, "Come on, let the experience be more intense."
He then circulated his power to summon the grand beginning Dao scripture. Grand beginning Dao scripture, come. The moment Shu Xuan finished speaking, an immense power shot into the sky, silencing all sound. The system announced, "Beep! You continuously stayed at home and broke through to become the youngest spirit-severing martial artist in history. The reward is the concealment Dao rule, plus the great heaven-devouring Dao method. You continuously stayed at home and broke through to become the fastest martial artist to break through to the spirit-severing realm in history. The reward is the time Dao rule, divine soul roaming time, great Dao."
Shu Xuan cheered happily. Jackpot. In the courtyard, Shu Xuan, flexing his muscles, said, "Now I'm someone with 5 Dao rules, and I've gotten the great heaven-devouring Dao method. The speed at which I can nurture Dao rules is like devouring them. Normal martial artists can barely nurture 1 Dao, but I'm practically riding a rocket, silencing sound, concealing time."
Then he put on his clothes, scratched his head and smiled. "The youngest Daofo realm martial artist in history is a thing of the past. I still want to be the youngest pioneer in history."
Shu Xuan mused. "I wonder what the system's reward will be at that time. I'm really looking forward to it. But right now, I should still upgrade myself with the great Dabio of time travel. This reward isn't like traveling the great Dabio last time, but traveling alone in the great Dabio of time. This will greatly help me upgrade my 2 abilities, Time Plunder and Time Illusion. There's no time to delay, let's set off immediately." "Alright, I'll bring the Primordial Dao Star and the Time Boat along, just in case they come in handy." After that, Shu Xuan stepped into the vortex of power and went to the great Dao of time. Scene change. Shu Xuan sat on the boat in the middle of the sea. Shu Xuan sighed. "Wow, is this the great Dao of time? It's so beautiful. It really is a boundless, vast river. Even if you travel in here for billions of years, you definitely won't see the end. This place truly lives up to its name as the great Dao of time. Not only is the scenery magnificent and dazzling, but I also feel that there is extraordinary mystery here. Just at the moment of arriving, my Time Dao principles have been constantly upgrading, too OP. But I like it very much." Then Shu Xuan thought, "Right. I don't know if the pioneer experts in this great Dao group have ever been here. I'll ask them a bit to learn more." "It can't hurt," Shu Xuan messaged. "I'm currently traveling on the great Dao of time. Can you fellow Daoists come and gather for a bit?" When Hong Yuanchu saw this, he was surprised. What, the great Dao of time? Dao friend Shu can actually travel on the great Dao of time? Ma Tu was no less surprised. Is the group leader this awesome?
Then my initial disrespectful words, said Hutai, scratching his head, thinking to himself, why do I understand less and less of the content being discussed in this group? Have I fallen behind? Is my Dao realm fake? Yingbi Yu Daodi wondered to himself.
Shu Xuan on the other side, seeing that no one responded, wondered, what's wrong today? It's the first time I've taken the initiative to speak, and no one is replying. Ahem. New message. Hong Yuan Chu messaged. Dao friend Shu. Are you on the great Dao of time? Shu Xuan replied. That's right. Can Dao friend Hong come and gather? Hong Yuan Chu said. Dao brother Shu, please forgive me. Hong Mu is ignorant, and has never comprehended time, so I can't enter the great Dao belonging to time. Is the group leader cultivating the great Dao of time? Shu Xuan thought to himself. I knew no one would talk to me. I really did shock them. Not everyone can enter and exit the great Dao of time at will. Even pioneer experts are not qualified. Then he messaged. This great Dadao of time is just one of the great Dadaos that I passed by. Perhaps it is different from the Dadao in your places. Hong Yuan Chu cupped his hands respectfully and said, Dao friend's talent, Hong Mu admires it. Ma Tun also cupped his hands and said, there is no one Ma Tun admires, only brother Shu. Just like that bitch Ruo Xianjin. Ruo Xian heard this and said, Ma Tu Tukt, do you want to die? How dare you slander this immortal maiden? Wait for me here, Ma Tu replied. Just you. You come here, I will definitely. Suddenly Shu Xuan turned around and thought, someone's coming. Under the sea, something long and large is circling Shu Xuan's wooden boat. Shu Xuan then messaged everyone. A living being has appeared on the great Dao of time. I'll talk later. Everyone was surprised. Their mouths agape. Shu Xuan on the other side looked around. I clearly saw something flash by just now. Where did it go? Shu Xuan suggested. Dao friend, can you come out and meet for a bit? Suddenly, an arm appeared on the surface of the water. Shu Xuan stared intently. Then, a man with green hair emerged from the water and asked Shu Xuan, are you calling me? Shu Xuan's face darkened when he saw this. Shu Xuan stood on the wooden boat and said, this Dao friend's sudden appearance, is it a bit? Before Shu Xuan could finish his sentence, the man interjected, are you talking about me? Shu Xuan was speechless. The man clung to the side of the boat and said, it is indeed a bit sudden, but your sudden appearance here also makes me a little unaccustomed. Shu Xuan, while using his hand to pull the man up, said, is that so, Dao friend? Come up here and talk first. Soaking in the water is a bit uncomfortable, he replied. All right. After he got on the boat, the two sat facing each other. Shu Xuan said, so that's how it is. Dao friend Longjun has lived here for a long time. It is I who have disturbed your peaceful cultivation. Please forgive me. Longjun replied. Not at all. I've been in this great Dao of time for too long. It's the first time I've seen someone enter, so I showed up at random. It was indeed a bit abrupt. Shu Xuan continued. Dao of friend Long is too polite. Just now, Dao friend said you only met me when I came to the great Dao of time. Hasn't anyone ever entered before? Longjun replied. That's right. No one can enter this place. You are the first person. If you count outside the great Dao, you are the fifth person I've met. Shu Xuan continued to ask. So you're saying Dao friend Long can also go outside the great Dao? I can go, but it's not comfortable outside, and it's easy to get lost entering the great Dao again. In short, it's very troublesome. Moreover, I feel that I will be called back soon after leaving here. Shu Xuan understood. So that's how it is. I didn't expect this great Dao of time to have this kind of restriction. Then why don't Dao friend discuss the Dao with other great Dao beings? Unless there is only Dao friend Long here, Longjun explained. That's right, I'm the only one here, unique. I'm not close to the other great Dao beings, and I don't know if they are still in the great Dao or not, Shu Xuan said. Isn't that very lonely? That's right. Every day except for sleeping is cultivation. It's very boring. Shu Xuan smiled happily. No need to sigh so dramatically, Long Dao Yu. I have a treasure that lets you chat and discuss the Dao with the outside world. It can relieve your boredom and let you experience things. What do you think? Shu Xuan said. Longjun laughed. Amazing. That's more than amazing. Shu Xiongdi quickly. Show me this treasure. Shu Xuan started building up energy and said, all right, Longxiang, I'm happy to help. I'll need a little of your Dao aura to connect you to this treasure, Longjun replied. Take as much as you need, Shu Xiongdi. From now on we're friends. If you need anything, just say the word. The two shook hands. All right, Longxiang, no problem, Shu Didi, Shu Xuan continued. Longxiang, I'll give you a thread of Dao aura. Later, if you meet other great Dao beings, you could pull them into the treasure for everyone to chat with, Longjun eagerly replied. Good. Then Shu Xuan added Longjun to the group and messaged everyone. This is Longjun Daoyu, whom I just invited. He's a time jade dragon. Time is undying. Jade dragons are immortal. If you have any questions about time, you can ask Longjun right away. Greetings everyone, I am Longjun. Mo Tu.
Seeing Long Jun, respectfully greeted, "Senior Long, please accept a bow from this junior." Mo Tu, Hu Tai, also welcomed him warmly. A hearty welcome to Senior Long, joining the great Dao group.
Little Tiger, aka Hu Tai, didn't just send a short message. Long Jia Jia, Jixiang Hong Yuan Shan, surprisingly thought.
In the time great Dao, Shu Daoyu has pulled all the undying and indestructible beings into the group. Shu Daoyu can't be.
Scene change. On Shu Xuan's side, Shu Xuan asked Long Jun, "Are you satisfied?" Long Jun happily replied, "Satisfied, satisfied, very satisfied. Oh right, Shu Xiong, I have some treasures here, nothing too valuable, just accept them as a small token of my appreciation." Shu Xuan smiled. "Then this Xiongdi won't stand on ceremony with Long Xiang, it's what I should do." Shu Xuan continued. "But I still have to remind Long Xiang of one thing. People's hearts are complex. Don't tell everyone all your secrets," Long Jun nonchalantly replied. "Don't worry, Shu Xiang Xiangdi, I'm not an idiot who'd get tricked by others. Definitely no problem." The two shook hands again, happily saying, "That's good then, Long Xiang, I have to go now. When I find a way to free you from these shackles so you can escape the great Tao, I'll contact you first." "All right, Shu Xiangdi, we'll meet again. See you later."
Long Xiang scene change. In front of Shu Xuan's house, Shu Xuan ordered, "Xian make 10 times the usual amount of food today." From inside the house, a voice rang out. "Sir, why so much?" Shu Xuan replied, "Of course, it's for a special occasion. Hurry up and get to work. There will be rewards if you do well." "Yes, sir." "Over there." Long Jun was surprised when he received the lunchbox. "Huh? This is going through the blue vortex."
Shu Xuan explained to Long Jun, "Long Xiang, this is a small token of my appreciation. It might not be much in the great Dabao, but I've had someone make some improvements to your meal."
Long Jun happily accepted the lunchbox. "Then thank you for your kindness, Shu Didi." The others saw this and wondered, "We can teleport items in our group chat, how amazing is that?"
Shu Xuan explained to everyone, "I've unlocked the item transfer function in the group chat. You can now exchange items with each other. The transfer won't reveal the aura of the sender or receiver, so feel free to use it with peace of mind." Everyone started messaging Long Jun in droves. "Senior Long, I have an item refined from the essence of heaven and earth. Senior Long, this junior just happens to have a question. Senior Long, this junior." Long Jia Jia, Shu Xuan, was impressed. Ying Kong's flattery skills are truly extraordinary. From now on, he should be called the King of Flattery, Shu Xuan thought. While intently staring at the lantern, it's evening again. After a busy day, it's time to rest. Tomorrow morning I'll have Hongyan come over. It's time to completely take control of the Black Moon Tower.
In the silent night, the voices of people talking echoed in the night sky. "Sir, Bao Hongyan has arrived. Tell her to come in and talk." Inside the room, Bao Hongyan respectfully reported, "Sir, I've been investigating who truly owns the Black Moon Tower as you instructed, but I still have no news." Shu Xuan heard this and asked, "Huh? Really? With your current position in the Black Moon Tower, you still can't find out?" Bao Hongyan replied, "That's right, sir. With my current position within the Black Moon Tower, it's very difficult to infiltrate the higher levels and gather information. I can't even find out whether the owner is male or female."
Shu Xuan said, "So, you're saying that only the highest level 9-star tower masters can contact or interact with the owner?" Bao Hongyan bowed her head and replied,
"That might be the case, but this subordinate isn't sure."
Shu Xuan turned his back to her and said, "All right then, just advance rank by rank, gradually infiltrating deeper." Bao Hongyan respectfully took her leave. "Yes sir, this subordinate will take her leave." Scene change. A morning with gentle sunlight. Ping Fan ran and shouted, "13th uncle!" From the room, Shu Xuan's voice came. Ping Fan, you've returned. And even broken through to the Emperor Realm 3rd stage. Congratulations." Ping Fan stood in front of the room and said, "Thank you, 13th uncle. Actually, this time I'm here is also to tell 13th uncle something." Shu Xuan smiled and said, "Ping Fan, since when have you become so hesitant in your speech? Speak, what is it?" Ping Fan seriously proposed. "13th uncle, I want to go to Eastern Continent," Shu Xuan asked back. "Have you thought this through?" Ping Fan replied firmly. "Yes, I've thought it through. No matter what, I need to make a trip." Shu Xuan, hearing this, said, "Then go ahead and do as you please. All these years of hard cultivation, wasn't it precisely for the sake of settling the rage from that year?" Ping Fan smiled.
"Thank you, 13th uncle." Shu Xuan gave detailed instructions. "Remember, no matter the status or background of the opponent, don't care about it, just do what's right." Ping Fan immediately pledged to follow. "Yes, 13th uncle, I will know how to exercise restraint." Suddenly, a voice rang out from the door of the room. "And there's me too, Grand Ancestor." Usher respectfully reports to Shu Xuan. Usher also wants to go with Ping Fan. Shu Xuan, hearing this, thought to himself, "Truly a clever little devil. Calling the founder of the devil race his Grand Ancestor has no issues. That makes sense.
Shu Xuan closed his eyes and said, "Alright, go ahead," Unair happily joked.
Great! Thank you, Grand Ancestor. Little Ping Fan Didi, if anyone gives you trouble, don't be afraid, I'll protect you, Ping Fan thought to himself.
We'll see who's protecting who at that time.
Upper Tier saw Ping Fan's expression and inquired, Little kid, what are you thinking about? Why does your face look so contemptuous? Ping Fan nonchalantly replied, Really? Quickly tell me. Just now, what exactly were you thinking? If you don't tell me, I'll...
Afterwards, outside in the courtyard, Shu Yun instructed Ping Fan and Wu Chair. These are some pills that your aunt has refined. You both take them with you. This is your first time traveling far from home. Be careful in everything. Absolutely do not act rashly. Xiang Xing, standing nearby, echoed. Little Ping Fan, Wu Hair. These are some formations, restrictions and weapons that I've refined. You guys take them with you. Use them as you please. No need to save them. Su Xian stood by, thinking, you guys have given away all the pills, weapons, and secret treasures. What am I supposed to give?
Then, Su Xian had an idea. Got it, to those two kids.
Ping Fan and Yu thanked them in unison. Thank you, Auntie. And Xiang Xingej. Ping Fan will definitely return safely. The two of them said together. Good, good, good. Su Xian slowly walked over,
holding a brown package in her hand, and said, Ping Fan, Yu these are natural treasures I picked from the small world. They can be used in critical moments, so take them. You must return safely. The two thanked her. Thank you, Auntie Su. Su Xian handed the package to Ping Fan and instructed, Don't bully you on the way, Ping Fan replied. Don't worry, Auntie.
Xiang Xing, Su Xian and Shu Yun stood in front, seeing Ping Fan and Yu off, shouting together, Ping Fan, Yu we'll be waiting for you at home. Be careful with everything, don't be careless. Ping Fan and Yu stood far away, turning back to wave goodbye. We know. Goodbye, Auntie Shu, Xianggag, Shu Xuan thought to himself in the room.
Honestly, I'm really reluctant to see Ping Fan go on this long journey, but it's also a path he needs to take to grow. But I want to see my grandson leave home with my own eyes, and go to a dangerous place like Dongzhao, Shu Xuan called out. Shu
appeared out of nowhere, kneeling down respectfully and replying,
Master, Shu Xuan ordered, you protect Ping Fan in the shadows. You absolutely cannot let anything happen to him, Shu obeyed. Yes, Master. Shu Xuan turned his back,
his figure full of contemplation. Shu Xuan sighed. Shu Xuan reminded Xiang Xing,
cultivate diligently. Spirit-severing realm isn't the end, Xiang Xing said. Yes, Shifu, Shu Xuan thought happily. Since when did Xiang Xing want to go back to Nanyu? The son of destiny in Dongzhao can't stay at home. He has to wander around. Ding Yu and Wang Luo haven't triggered any system rewards for a while. Is it because they haven't been wandering? Shu Yun stepped through the doorway.
13th brother, we're back. Shu Xuan threw a bracelet to Shu Yun. Perfect timing. This is for you. Shu Yun smiled brightly. Thank you, 13th brother.
Then Shu Yun said, 13th brother, I have to go back to the ancestral estate to guide the Shu family's alchemy team. Shu Xuan nodded. Go ahead, Shu Xuan frowned. It seems the Shu family is developing smoothly. It's been a long time since I heard Shu Tianming's roar. I still shouldn't provoke that old man Shu Tianming. I shouldn't make him so angry he vomits blood. Elsewhere, under a clear blue sky, your disciple Ding Yu accidentally entered the secret realm of the ancient spirit race and was named the Earth Spirit's Son, Destiny Changed, Reward, Earth Books. Seeing the system notification, Shu Xuan smiled with delight.
This Ding Yu triggered the system reward?
Shu Xuan wondered. Accidentally entered the secret realm of the ancient spirit race? Earth Spirit Race? Never heard of it. Moreover, Ding Yu was named the Earth Spirit's Son. Suddenly realizing something,
Shu Xuan's head suddenly flashed, and looking through the lens, he saw Ding Yu talking to a group of people.
This is the Earth Spirit race, a race born from the transformation of some kind of tree. How did Ding Yu become the Earth Spirit's Son? Ding Yu was dumbfounded and didn't understand.
Didn't I just steal a few fruits?
I triggered some anomalies. How did I become the Earth Spirit's Son? Ding Yu lowered his head and scolded.
Little sprite. It's all your fault for bringing me here, and for urging me to steal. The little sprite was indignant.
It was obviously Master who was bored. Earth Spirit's Son is Earth Spirit's Son. At least for now, it's useful, not harmful. Although there are few people in this Earth Spirit race, their strength is not weak. 1 Spirit-severing realm, 5 Deity Transformation realm, and the rest are all Venerable realm and Emperor realm. Ding Yue asked the Great Elder in confusion. Does my Earth Spirit race have a Sword Dao inheritance? The Great Elder replied. Of course. Some genius Sword Dao ancestors have appeared in my Earth Spirit race. He left behind the Earth Spirit Sword Dao. Ding Yu was immediately impatient. Then quickly take me to see. The Great Elder smiled and pointed in another direction.
Spirit Son, please follow me. Following him, Ding Yu thought to himself, this is really a treasure land, all kinds of spirit herbs and spirit fruits. When I leave, I must take some. After returning, Wang Luo won't have to worry about not having spirit herbs for alchemy. He increasingly felt that this process of stealing was really amazing, becoming the Earth Spirit Son. It's just like playing patty cake. I'm a human. How can I become an Earth Spirit Son? There's a conspiracy. Not long after, the Great Elder led Ding Yu to a tree full of 9 colored red fruits. Seeing this, Ding Yu chuckled inwardly. The grade of this fruit is extremely high. It must be very delicious. I wonder if I can eat a few. Just thinking about it, Ding Yu and his little sprite drooled like a river.
The Great Elder pointed to Ding Yu, Spirit Son, that is the Earth Spirit Sword Dao. Looking at the old man turned into stone, he's probably got some serious cultivation levels. The Great Elder saw Shu Xuan staring intently at the stone statue and said, Shu Xuan, sit before the ancestor's statue. Sincerely connect with him, and the ancestor will surely give you some gains. At this moment, Shu Xuan's eyes turned cold and filled with vigilance. Inside, Shu Xuan was thinking, something feels off, gotta be careful. Standing before the statue,
Shu Xuan looked as tiny as a grain of sand, when suddenly, the statue opened its blood-red eyes.
Sparks flew, and Shu Xuan knew things were about to get real. Yep, definitely trouble. So Shu Xuan raised his hand and unleashed a move. Seeing Shu Xuan fighting like this,
the Great Elder exclaimed, an unusual phenomenon. Seems he's gaining the ancestor's recognition. Returning to the 9 regions is just a matter of time. Meanwhile, the little sprite was sweating buckets, being choked by Shu Xuan. If I die, he dies too.
You keep threatening me, and I'll just squeeze him to death. The little sprite was crying a river.
I've gone blind. I've ended up with a master like this. What kind of operation is this? Shu Xuan spoke up, threatening the statue. Don't think you can kill him in an instant. Even if you kill me, he's going down with me. The statue slowly started to move.
It looked down at Shu Xuan and asked, it's just a trial. Why are you choking him to death? You are the Lingzi. Don't think he will hurt you.
Hearing this, Shu Xuan thought, no way, I felt a real threat just now.
Then he questioned, Shu Xuan is a human, didn't you know? And you just go ahead and make me a Lingzi. Shu Xuan pursed his lips, thinking,
don't even try to fool me. Actually, the real Lingzi is the spirit of the Earth Vein. Just kill me, and the spirit of the Earth Vein will be free, and of course he can sit on the throne of the Lingzi. The statue explained, you and him will share the joys and sorrows. Of course you are the Lingzi. Our race's Lingzi is always a human. Hearing this, Shu Xuan struggled. This session's Lingzi is definitely something off. Shu Xuan pointed at the tiny person and asked, what about him then? The tiny person called out helplessly. Ling Lord, Shu Xuan continued.
That's not gonna work. He's the Ling Lord, and I'm the Lingzi. Doesn't that make him the boss? The tiny person yelled. This is the rule.
Shu Xuan said in dissatisfaction. Nope. How can I be lower than him? I'm the real boss.
The tiny person, still being choked by Shu Xuan, stubbornly said, you guys don't have a Ling Lord anymore. Stop threatening me, or I'll kill you all. No more Ling Lord. Seeing this scene, the statue was sweating buckets, thinking, what kind of person did this Earth Vein spirit choose?
Shu Xuan tightened his grip on the tiny person and said with a sly grin, if there's a condition, we can talk. It's easier to deal with. The tiny person sighed, then suggested, you're squeezing me a little too hard. You want to split with me. 30% is too little. I want 40%. Shu Xuan, with his hands full of all kinds of fruits, said,
35%. Can't go any higher. On the other side, Shu Xuan witnessed everything and said helplessly, this Shu Xuan, truly worthy of being the child of fortune. His heart is as black as coal. Shu Xuan can't be allowed to die.
Shu Xuan thought to himself, let's check the system rewards. Land sealing book, 1 page 1 territory. With the power to seal land on the Great Dao, opening up the continent to become a territory of one side. Shu Xuan frowned slightly, then held the land sealing book, and happily said, treasure. It can open up land on the Great Dao, which means I can directly open the Dongfu on the Great Dao. Shu Xuan flipped through the pages, and in the blink of an eye, a new territory opened up on the border of the small world. Shu Xuan looked at the new territory through the land sealing book and said, with the land sealing book, in the future, through the primordial Dao star, when I go to the Great Dao, I can rely on this to have a foothold on the Great Dao, directly opening up a place on the Great Dao. I can even separate a strand of the Great Dao divine soul to constantly reside on the Great Dao, comprehending the Great Dao and perfecting the Dao rules at any time, and nurturing the Dao rules as if I were there in person. Shu Xuan sat down, folded his arms, and pondered. I cultivate the heavenly absorption of Tao techniques and the chaos, indestructible body, fast absorption of Tao is far away, look for Tao realm martial artists. Then he smiled and praised. This Shu Xuan is not bad.
Not bad, worthy of being my top disciple, bringing back such a treasure. As expected, children blessed by fate should be allowed to roam free. I wonder what kind of rewards can Mofo and Hu Tianya bring in? Also, Zhao Liang needs to try harder to find more Dao realm experts. The number of members in the Dao group is still a bit low. More people means more excitement, and maybe the primordial Dao crystal can level up faster too. The system interface popped up. Notification, Xiao Shi Wang accidentally entered a secret realm. Obtained the opportunity of an Emperor Realm Breakthrough Expert, reward, a ball of Dao fortune. Hearing this, Shu Xuan casually reacted, huh. Almost forgot about Xiao Shi Wang, so that kid actually broke through to the Emperor Realm already, huh?
Shu Xuan thought to himself. Good. With his cultivation speed, revenge is within reach. Moreover, the system didn't reward cultivation experience, but Dao essence. A wisp of Dao essence is equivalent to half a month of Dao comprehension.
Then, he smiled brightly and said, hopefully, little Jiwang, despite his battered body, will persevere and bring some surprises. I couldn't find an expert in the Dao realm, it seems. I'll have to use the Chaos Deduction realm once every day from now on.
Scene change. In the central district of Eastern Continent, Ping Fan was steadily approaching the city gate. While Ping Fan was walking, a group of strangers suddenly blocked his path. One of them said, "Hey, this kid looks simple-minded and healthy. It's him." Ping Fan pursed his lips upon hearing this, thinking to himself, I've already been so low-key, yet people are still looking for trouble. Is Ping Fan just born with a face that screams, bully me? Invisible, stood aside and giggled, saying, My Fan is such a silly goose. This is too much. I have to let them know the terror of a ghost. The group of people approached Ping Fan, chuckling.
Suddenly, a rope flew from somewhere, followed by a voice.
Go to hell, you old hag. Yu Bei stepped forward, saying, These wicked people are really going too far, even targeting ordinary people. The group of people saw Yu Bei and scurried. Run! Let's run! Yu Bei turned to Ping Fan and said, Hey dummy, I saved you. Shouldn't you say thank you? Forget it. I won't bother with an idiot like you. Ping Fan frowned and said, You're the idiot. Yu Bei, upon hearing this, threatened. You're not convinced. Do you believe I'll beat you into a pig's head? Ping Fan didn't care, turning his back to Yu Bei, ignoring her.
Yu Bei casually said, Idiot. A weakling who isn't afraid of death is running around everywhere. A fool like you won't listen. Forget it. An idiot like you is just an ordinary person, one lash from her whip, and you'd be split in two. It's useless saving you. While speaking, Yu Bei suddenly froze, hearing a voice in her head. You're the idiot. Widened her eyes and forcefully possessed Yu Bei's body. Yu Bei's eyes turned pink, and her body swayed alluringly. Ping Fan, do you want to see her body? Or should I take off her clothes for you to admire?
Ping Fan's expression didn't change as he said, Don't mess around.
Yu frowned, thinking, No, don't do that in front of so many people.
Ping Fan commanded, Don't you dare mess around. Stop causing trouble and quickly get out of her body, Yu retorted.
She called you an idiot. I have to give her some punishment. Just let her lend me her body for 3 days.
Yu frowned, thinking,
What kind of trick did he use to control her body? It seems to be inside her body. I've never seen this kind of trick before.
Spoke up and asked, What's your name, Yu Bei?
Bei answered, My name is Yu Bei, from the Yu family.
Ping Fan, upon hearing this, asked, Is the Yu family one of the 3 great families of the Eastern Continent? Yu Bei quickly replied, Yes, I'm Yu Bei, the 3rd young miss of the Yu family. While lifting her skirt, said, Fan, she's the young miss of the Yu family. How about you sleep with her? That way, you can be considered half a person of the Yu family. Ping Fan was speechless, saying, What on earth are you thinking? She's just an old lady. How could I possibly like her?
Yu Bei gritted her teeth and angrily retorted, You rotten fool. Who are you calling an old lady?
Ping Fan calmly replied,
You're almost as old as I am. You and Yun Gugu are even older than Ding Yu, so what else would I call you but an old lady? You? Let her go? What do you mean by climbing all over this old lady?
Yu
stubbornly said, I won't. Who told her to call people fools? If she admits she's a fool, then I'll let her go.
Ping Fan was at a loss for words. 3 days later, in front of the city gates, Ping Fan said to Yu It's been 3 days, let the old lady go, Yu Bei angrily thought. Every time he opens his mouth it's old lady, it's infuriating. Yu tightly hugged Ping Fan's arm and asked, Fan, are you really not going to sleep with her? She is a bit old, but she still looks very Vietnamese.
Ping Fan pinched her cheek. Stop messing around. Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar, Yu family brat, come with this old man for a bit. A group of strangers covered from head to toe approached Yu Bei. Seeing the situation was not good, Yu turned to Ping Fan and asked, Fan, should we save her? Ping Fan replied, last time, she helped us chase away some flies, so we'll save her this time, then we won't owe each other anything. Yu Bei's heart didn't race, and her hands didn't tremble, as she calmly shouted, Granny Fan, come and save me. The group of strangers, upon seeing this, threatened, You family brat, don't call out anymore, just obediently surrender. Shu Pingfan raised his sword and said to the guy, Shisan Shushu once told me that the retarded villains always die from talking too much. He's saying so much, so he definitely won't live long. Hearing what he said, the old guy got extremely angry. Yu Bei worriedly cursed him, You idiot! Because that guy was a Dine Realm expert. The old guy went berserk and cursed, Shu Ping Fan, you little bastard, you want to die. Before he could even touch him, his arm was chopped off. But he still didn't know who had chopped him. Shu Ping Fan asked Yu Bei, Should I kill him? Will killing him be troublesome? Because I really hate trouble, Yu Bei told him. Kill him. If you don't, he'll always think about getting revenge. That'll be even more troublesome, Yu told him. If we destroy all traces of his existence, we can avoid trouble. We can control his spirit soul and refine him into a soul pill. Only at this point did the old guy sense that something was wrong and needed to escape immediately. Just as he was about to run, Shu Ping Fan beheaded him. His soul wanted to escape, but Yu sucked it into a pill, which landed on Shu Ping Fan's hand. Yu Bei grimaced. I didn't expect a Din Realm expert to die so easily, directly obliterated. Yu asked Shu Ping Fan, Do you want this pill? Then immediately swallowed it. Yu Bei was puzzled. Are you a spirit soul? Yu disdainfully replied, I'm a ghost, not a spirit soul. Yu Bei was surprised, because she didn't believe there were ghosts in this world. Shu Pingfan sheathed his sword and said to Yu Bei, The danger has been eliminated, you can leave now, we don't owe each other anything anymore. Yu Bei was curious, what's Shu Pingfan's cultivation level? How old are you? He replied. None of your business. Then she kept bringing it up, asking him what he was doing in Central District. She clearly knew the Central District could help him. Seeing that she could help him, he told her his goal, to challenge the Ji family and grind them into the dirt. Yu Bei immediately agreed to help him out. He was like, How are you going to help? And she laid out her plan. To publicly challenge the Jia family's younger generation. We'll beat them all, mercilessly stomp them into the ground, and make the Jia family lose all face. Shu Pingfan thought this idea was awesome. On the way, everyone was gossiping about some dude who dared to show up at the Ji family's doorstep to challenge them. The news had spread all over Central Province. On the first day, all the Ji family's geniuses under 30 got wrecked. One punch each, and they were face down on the arena, unable to get up for half a day. Then the Ji family's Emperor Realm Juniors stepped up, and anyone below the third layer lost. What's more, Yu Bei of the Yu family was backing him up. The fiancé of Ling Baiyun, the top genius of Eastern Province. This was probably all about grinding the Ji family's face into the dirt. In the courtyard, a servant ran in to report to the Ji family head that the Yung family head had replied to his letter. This matter has nothing to do with the Yung family. My daughter is simply repaying a life-saving debt to that young friend. The Jia family head figured that if the Yu family wasn't involved, he didn't need to hold back. He ordered the servant to summon the Jia family's younger generation Emperor Realm's 6th layer cultivators to step up. Shu Yuan was bummed, because he'd come all the way to Eastern Province but still hadn't seen his wife. The Ji family had given him this shop, and if he could run the shop well and show outstanding business talent, then the Jin family would accept him as their son-in-law. As for cultivation talent, the Jin family had plenty to spare. The shop quickly started to do well, then a rival appeared. The shop went from boom to bust. Shu Yuan felt helpless. He'd heard that some young dude was challenging the Ji family's geniuses, and he hoped this guy could buy him some time, maybe even stir up the Ji family a bit. He decided to go see this troublemaking youngster, and that troublemaking youngster was none other than Shu Pingfan, who was yelling at the Jia family, The Jia family's geniuses aren't even as good as trash. The Ji family head called on his son, Ji Tiancheng, to fight. He immediately agreed. This time, it was Ji Tiancheng, the strongest genius of the Ji family. He was an Emperor Realm expert at 100 years old, and now he was Emperor Realm 9th layer. He was a peerless genius with hope of reaching the Celestial Realm. This had completely infuriated the Jia family. Shu Pingfan said, He wants to fight across realms, huh? Come on then, Yu Bei advised him. Just give up. If you can't handle it, Ji Tiancheng is super strong, you know? Ji Tiancheng stepped into the arena and asked curiously, Who sent Shu Pingfan to challenge my Ji family? You don't actually think you can be invincible in the Emperor Realm, do you? Shu Pingfan asked. Ji Tiancheng is the strongest genius of the Ji family, right? He replied. That's me. Good, Shu Pingfan said. Today I'm going to stomp you under my feet and tell the people of the Ji family that your geniuses are all bark and no bite. They're not even as good as trash. Shu Xuan watched the scene at the Ji family through the mirror. He sighed. Pingfan's really kicking down their door. A loser rising up, crushing geniuses in a major family's face. Looks like we've got some good drama coming up. Pingfan's realm is a little low, but even before he broke through to the Emperor realm, his physical body was on par with an Emperor realm expert of the Wu family. He's eating Emperor pills like snacks.
When it comes to background, you won't find many people in this world who can match Pingfan. Shu Xuan saw it was Pingfan, and pulled up a chair to watch with him. In the mirror, Ji Tiancheng's curses rang out. Arrogant words. State your name. I'll leave your whole corpse intact. Shu Pingfan announced his name. Shu Pingfan, from the Shu family of Southern Province. 16 years old this year. Emperor Realm, 3rd layer. He declared, "Today, I will use my strength to tell the world that the Ji family's geniuses are nothing more than trash." 16 years old, and already in the Emperor Realm? 3rd layer Emperor Realm? 16 years old, what a freak. Oop. Heroic Soul continued. His father is Shu Yuan, and his mother is Ji Chaowei.
He's the little good-for-nothing and trash that the Ji family once despised. Today, he'll let everyone know that the so-called Ji family geniuses aren't even as good as trash like him.
Everyone started whispering. Shu Pingfan is the son of the Ji family's young mistress and that useless husband they didn't acknowledge. Such an amazing prodigy was once despised by the Ji family, and he calls himself trash. Are the people of the Ji family blind?
Ji Tiancheng asked. What did you say? Don't even think about messing with my mind. Then he charged at him. The Ji family head was shocked. How could this be? Then he turned and asked the servant, "Are you sure?" and received an affirmative answer.
Shu Xuan dove into the crowd and was totally shocked to see that the challenger was Pingfan.
On the dueling stage, the clashing of swords sang.
Shu Pingfan piped up. The so-called geniuses of the Ji family are all bark and no bite.
Even worse than trash.
After sending Ji Tiancheng flying, the guy actually broke through his cultivation on the spot. He was about to finish Ji Tiancheng off when some old geezer from the Ji family stepped in to stop him.
Pingfan called him out for being a bully, using his seniority to pick on the weak, acting like he could just push him around. No way. He pulled out a pill and tossed it up in the air. Spiritual energy from the pill burst into flames around the old guy.
Same old story, Pingfan declared. The Ji family's geniuses are worse than garbage, worse than useless. Everyone started buzzing like crazy. Ji Tiancheng and that Ji family elder got wrecked. That Shu Pingfan is only at the 4th stage of the Emperor realm. This kid is already this OP at the 4th stage. Imagine when he hits the 9th.
In the arena, Shu Pingfan asked, "Anyone else want to try their luck?"
Su Xianjie watched the whole thing and was grinning like a Cheshire cat. Who knew little Pingfan's cultivation would be so insane? He's just slicing and dicing enemies like they're nothing.
The path of extremes that Pingfan cultivates is inherently powerful, and Pingfan is a peerless genius. Thus, achieving such battle prowess within the path of extremes is not an exaggeration. A notification popped up on Shu Xuan's system.
Your grandson, Shu Pingfan, has demonstrated the might of the path of extremes, becoming famous throughout Eastern continent. Reward: upgrade to the Annihilation Dao laws. Shu Xuan was stoked to see the reward. This grandson of mine is really something. Just one move and he's already upgraded my Dao laws. Looks like I'm about to step into the 2nd stage of the entrance to the Dao Law realm sooner than expected. Su Xianhe asked, all curious.
What are you grinning about? Shu Xuan replied. Nothing, just happy. Keep watching.
Over on the Jia family side, the Jia family head barked. Shu Pingfan, not bad. So you do have the guts to be arrogant. But this isn't the place for your swagger. You dare to cause trouble right under my nose. Even if you have Jia family blood in you, I won't go easy on you today, Shu Pingfan fired back.
The Ji family has nothing to do with me, and he has nothing to do with me. He has no right to meddle with my life. Where are my parents? They need to give me an explanation. If anything happens to my parents, I, Shu Pingfan, will flatten the Ji family. The Ji family head, fuming, demanded, "Do you even know what you're saying? By the rules, I'm your maternal grandfather." How dare you speak such disrespectful nonsense, Pingfan just scoffed. Oh, now he remembers I'm his grandson. Who was it that called me a disgrace to the Ji family? A useless piece of trash.
You just wait till I beat the so-called geniuses of the Ji family into the ground before claiming me as your grandson. Do you even have any face left? The Ji family head yelled. You unfilial bastard.
Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson in place of your parents, you rebellious brat.
That's when Shu Yuan stepped in, telling him to hold up.
Shu Pingfan was super hyped to see his dad. Dad, you're here.
Shu Yuan tried to calm him down. Hold on, don't act rashly. Let me talk to your grandfather first. He turned to the Jing family head and said, Pingfan is still young. If he's done anything wrong, please, I'll take the punishment as his father.
The Ji family head saw him and scoffed. So this is the son that Shu Yuan has raised. Disrespectful, arrogant. if he wants my forgiveness.
Shu Pingfan cut him off, saying to his dad, "Why be so polite to this old fart? The Ji family is nothing. If they dare hurt you, not to mention if the Ji family doesn't have anyone at the Saint Realm, even if they do, they will disappear from this world." Shu Yuan was worried since his wife was still here.
Pingfan reassured him, "Don't worry, Mom will be out soon."
The Ji family head was also thinking, Shu Pingfan is indeed a bit rude, but from his cultivation, there must be someone behind him. Just as Shu Pingfan is nothing to be afraid of, if it affects the power behind it will definitely cause trouble. If he wants to solve the situation today, he can only think of a way from Ji Chaowei. Then from behind, Ji Tiancheng and Ji Chaowei showed up. The Shu father and son were overjoyed to see her. Elder Ji was totally confused when he saw them show up. "Tiancheng, weren't you off getting treated?" When Grandpa Qi saw them pop up, he was totally freaked. "Tiancheng, were you supposed to be healing or something?" The family reunion was all warm and fuzzy. Kei Chaowei stroked her son's head and said, "You've gotten taller. You must have been through so much these past years." Shu Pingfan, seeing his mom again, was super happy, but he knew this wasn't the place to chat. He'd get his parents out of here ASAP.
Kei Chaowei was touched to tears, seeing how grown up her son was. Grandpa Qi, all pissed, barked, "Think you can just leave? You think I'm just chopped liver, huh?" He immediately unleashed his pressure,
trying to keep Kei Chaowei there. Shu Pingfan got all indignant that the old fart would pull a sneak attack like that.
But Qi Tiancheng blocked his moves. Leaving the old guy totally confused, Qi Chaowei and Shu Yuan were just standing there, mouths agape. But Shu Pingfan just had this knowing, confident smirk on his face. The Qi family head was utterly spooked when he screamed at the guy across from him, straight up questioning, "Tiancheng, what the hell are you doing? Have you lost your mind?"
Tiancheng just stared at him, silent, his hand gripping his sword tighter.
Suddenly, a purplish aura flickered and wrapped around Tiancheng's body. Shu Pingfan, standing next to him, saw this and gave a mysterious smile.
Seeing Shu Pingfan's carefree expression, a seed of doubt sprouted in the Qi family head's mind. Something's not right. Tiancheng's acting weird because of that brat.
With that thought, Grandpa Qi roared, questioning Shu Pingfan, "You little punk, what tricks did you pull to turn Tiancheng into this?"
Shu Pingfan completely ignored his questions. Instead, he glanced at the guy beside him and said with a smile, "You come on out, let's get out Chunita here." Tiancheng turned to look at Shu Pingfan.
He suddenly smiled agreeably with a melodious female voice.
"Okay, Pingfan, I'm bored of playing anyway."
In that instant, Tiancheng's body trembled, and suddenly a female soul escaped from his body and flew into the air. Witnessing the whole scene, the surrounding people were immediately shocked and sighed. "What is this? No way, how come this person came out of Kei Tiancheng's body? Are you sure that's you? No. What the hell is that?"
Seeing Yu Er's soul escape, Qi family master realized that Tiancheng's soul had returned to his own body, and he couldn't help but be shocked, his eyes widening. Tiancheng gradually woke up, his face darkening as soon as he woke up, and he looked at Qi family master with fear. His face turned pale with fright.
Qi family master stepped forward to Tiancheng and asked quickly, "Tiancheng, what exactly is going on?" Tiancheng stammered and replied quickly, It's that woman's doing."
At that time, I was still healing in the courtyard, and that woman, claiming to be a ghost, suddenly flew in and used sorcery to control my body to release Chao Wei. Then he paused, feeling anxious. "Report to family master. We can't let this group of heretics escape, otherwise our Kini family will never have peace." Hearing this, Kini family master nodded decisively in response. "Heretical demons. Everyone wants to kill them." Then he turned to glare at Shu Pingfan, and the woman beside him, Qi family master, shouted loudly, "Not only have you disturbed the peace of my Qi family, but you've also used sorcery here. All of you stay." Hearing this, Shu Pingfan chuckled mockingly and shouted back, "Dream on, you The woman frowned and said disdainfully, "Relying on an old man like you." Before the threatening aura of Qi family master, Yu the woman, and Shu Pingfan began to circulate their energy and cast a formation. The wind surged and rose. The two people's true energy magnified and transformed into the shape of large skulls and dragons flying in the sky, threatening Qi family master intensely. He paused for a moment, looking up and thinking to himself, as expected, they are heretics. They can actually combine the two formations into one. Then Qi family master quickly made a move to dispel it. It took him a while, but the old geezer finally managed it. So he immediately started showing off in front of Shu Pingfan and Yu yelling, "You think you can suppress me with this heretical formation?" Yu just chuckled and said, "Old man, suppressing you isn't the point. Locking you up for a bit is good enough. Besides, Yu Shu Pingfan smirked, "Ignore him, let's go." Seeing that Shu Pingfan and Yu were clearly looking down on him, the Qi family head gritted his teeth, so angry he could barely choke out, Shu Pingfan, Yu Suddenly, the woman and his parents lifted off the ground and floated into the sky like immortals. Shu Pingfan looked down at the Ket family head and warned him, Remember, if you're not happy, come find me for revenge anytime. Just be prepared for the Ket family to be leveled." Then, Shu Pingfan and the others vanished in a flash, leaving the Qi family head utterly unwilling but completely helpless, staring blankly at the sky amidst the whispers of the common folk. Shu Pingfan and that ghost girl are too terrifying. Right. Did you see the Qi family head's face? It was green? For a prestigious clan like the Qi family to get beat by 2 juniors, if word gets out, tsk. At this moment,
in the distant horizon, at the Shu Xuan's courtyard, Shu Xuan suddenly rose from his cloud chair. Su Xian, seeing this, asked curiously, "Shifu, are you not watching anymore?" Shu Xuan replied, with a bored tone, "I thought Pingfan would have to use his trump card on this trip to Dongzhou, but I didn't expect the Keth family to be so useless."
No need to watch anymore, just watch it yourself.
As soon as Shu Xuan finished speaking, the system notification suddenly sounded.
"Your descendant of the ghost race, Yu has made a shocking move, causing a sensation in the ghost world, rewarding you with an upgrade to the Tao laws of Yin." Hearing this, Shu Xuan paused, slightly turning his head to look at the system, surprised. An unexpected harvest. Not bad.
Then, Shu Xuan took out the information talisman and activated it. A voice came from the talisman.
Reporting, Xian Sheng, a 9-star Lu Shu in the heavenly realm, looking worried, has arrived in Nanzhou, but there are no orders. Should we secretly control him first? Hearing this, Shu Xuan fell silent, pondering. Arrived looking worried?
Could it be that the mastermind has noticed the recent movements of the Black Moon Tower? Then he replied to the information talisman. "Use the power I gave you to control him first. No matter what the intentions of the person coming later, we should make the first move." The person on the other side of the information talisman replied, "Yes, Xian Sheng." After a while,
the information talisman returned with a report. Xian Sheng, the 9-star Lu Zhu, has confessed. Revealing the news faster than expected, Shu Xuan was slightly surprised. So fast. Hearing this, the information talisman directly replied, "Yes, he said he came this time to probe for information on behalf of the mastermind, and the mastermind is already on the way to Nanzhou." Shu Xuan nodded as he listened, then said to the information talisman, "All right, I understand. Go do your work." The person on the other side of the information talisman replied, "Yes, Xian Sheng." Then, the information talisman automatically disappeared.
Suddenly, Shu Xuan loudly called out in a certain direction, "Xian, prepare 2 more cups of tea." Hearing this, Su Xian couldn't help but ask, "Is there a guest coming?"
Shu Xuan replied firmly, "That's right, they've arrived."
Then, he turned to stare at the gate and said, "Please come in and have a seat. Didn't you come to Nanzhou because you didn't